Marshall Peak, Chapter 5236, Someone from Watermoon Pavilion. Although the kids had stopped calling her that, the name had spread to other places. The hunters in the neighboring villages were aware that there was a girl who never grew in size here. Despite her petite figure, she was skillful in hunting and could always get more prey than many of the experienced hunters. When Xianxia and her father came across other hunters from the other villages, they would look at her with curious glances. However, only this deplorable guy would call her a spirit right to her face. The person, whom the hunter called Uncle Wen Yuan, was a fair-skinned and tall young man. He was clad in a green robe, and, standing beside the young man, the rough-looking hunter looked like a chicken beside a swan. From the looks alone, the hunter appeared to be the older one, but in reality, the young man was his elder. As a cultivator, the young-looking man was constantly nurtured by world energy, so he didn't age at the same rate as a mortal would. He swept a glance over Xianxia and shook his head. Although the young girl in front of him was adorable, she didn't exude any evil chi. It was obvious that she wasn't a spirit. He was confident in his ability to make such a judgment. After all, he was fairly powerful now after years of cultivating. Seeing that the young man shook his head, the hunter said anxiously, "Uncle Wen Yuan, don't be fooled by her appearance. Although she looks like she's 3 years old, she already looked like this 10 years ago. No one knows how old she really is. Perhaps she's a very old spirit." It's said that powerful spirits are able to assume human forms. Xiao couldn't help but bare her teeth at the hunter. The moment she was called an old spirit, she was furious for some reason. She had the urge to tear his mouth apart. It wasn't certain why, but she seemed sensitive to the word old. "Oh," when Yuan arched his brow. "She already looked like this 10 years ago." "It's true." The hunter nodded repeatedly. "Everyone around this area knows this. You can ask around." When Yuan stroked his chin, "That's interesting." When he heard his nephew say that there was a spirit in this place, he decided to come over to have a look, as he had a duty to kill off harmful beings that might disrupt the world. If there was really a spirit, he could just kill her with his sword. However, the moment he saw the little girl, he knew that she wasn't a spirit. Even the most successful spirit couldn't perfectly conceal their evil chi unless their power vastly exceeded his own. He was now an origin king, so a spirit would need to be in the Tao Source realm, at the very least, to deceive him. Such spirits were incredibly rare across the entire Void Continent. So how was it possible that there was one in this remote village? With that said, when he learned that the little girl had remained the same for the past 10 years, he grew curious. Just when he was about to ask the little girl if he could examine her, he felt a shadow engulfing him from behind. When he turned around, he saw a stout woman with a chubby face who was glaring at him. Behind the stout woman stood over 10 hunters and their wives with bows and farm tools in their hands. They didn't look very friendly. It was a small village, so they could easily see that a hunter from another village had brought a young man with him as they stood in front of the classroom door. It was apparent that they were up to no good. No one had a shout to inform everyone about it. The moment the adults from this village saw it, they came over in a hurry. The hunter from the other village felt timid when he saw so many people glaring at him. But as he recalled that he had a powerful backer with him, he straightened up and stared back provocatively at them. "Is something the matter, madam?" Wen Yuan asked curiously as he gazed at the furious stout woman. With a grim expression, the stout woman landed a slap on his shoulder and replied, "Nothing is wrong. I just want to know what you're doing here." Although she had exerted a lot of force with her hand, she realized that the thin-looking young man was completely unfazed. There wasn't even a look of pain on his face. She was confident that she could have broken a piece of wood with such strength. Suddenly realizing something, she glanced at the young man with a solemn expression as she decided to push him away instead. The young man played along by stepping aside. The stout woman stepped into the classroom and turned around. Her burly figure was like a tower that fended off all the rain and wind from her daughter. Behind her, Xiao stuck out her head and pointed at the hunter. "Mother, that guy called me a spirit." The stout woman glowered at the hunter and snapped, "You're a bastard, Zhang Jin. Are you sick of living? What right do you have to call my daughter a spirit?" I think you and your family members are the actual spirits instead. The hunter named Zhang Jin said smugly. How dare a peasant like you make a scene in front of a senior expert from Watermoon Pavilion? My uncle will find out if she's a spirit. He's from Watermoon Pavilion? The stout woman turned to look at Wen Yuan. Earlier, she had speculated that the person was a cultivator, and now it seemed to be the case. Regardless, she couldn't appear to be weak, as she said grimly. So what if he's a senior expert from Watermoon Pavilion? That doesn't mean you can defame my daughter. Cultivation wasn't a secret to the common man on the Void Continent, and although no one in this village had cultivated before, they had at least heard about it. Therefore, the stout woman wasn't afraid, even though someone from Watermoon Pavilion was right in front of her. When Yuan put on a helpless smile, "Please calm down, madam. I've never said that this child is a spirit." The stout woman glared at him. "What are you doing here, then?" Wen Yuan was rendered speechless. The reason he was here was that he had to be cautious by ascertaining if the girl was a spirit. Now, it was hard for him to explain himself. After giving it a thought, he replied, "Madam, I'm sure that your daughter has drawn a lot of criticism over the years because she's thought to be a spirit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become so angered today. I am a deacon from Watermoon Pavilion, and although I'm not among the most powerful cultivators in my sect, I'm confident in my vision and judgment. I hope that you'll allow me to examine this child's body. I'm sure that it will have a positive impact on this child if I can confirm that she's not a spirit, and others will stop calling her that. What do you think?" Initially, the stout woman was displeased with Wen Yuan, but after what he said, her expression turned milder. Regardless of anything else, this cultivator didn't try to oppress them with his strength. Instead, he looked like a kind-hearted and reasonable person by offering to help. She wouldn't have given in if this person were mannerless. However, since he had spoken politely, she couldn't just rebuff him. With that said, she shook her head. Xiao is not a spirit. I've been raising her for 10 years, so I'm fully aware of that. She needs no examination. Even if she was a spirit, who cares? She's my beloved daughter, and no one can humiliate her." Surprisingly, the moment she finished speaking, Xiao pulled the stout woman's clothes and lifted her face. "Mother, I'd like to be examined." The stout woman looked down at her and crouched down. With a benevolent expression, she asked, "Why do you want to be examined? You're the best child in the world." Xiao turned to look at Wen Yuan. "What if anyone still calls me a spirit after you examine me and confirm that I'm not?" With a solemn expression, Wen Yuan replied, "I'm sure my judgment will trump all the rumors." As an origin king, he had full confidence in his authority. Xiao nodded. "Go ahead, then." With a smile, Wen Yuan said, "Show me your hand." Xiao obediently extended her hand. Wen Yuan stuck out 2 fingers and felt her pulse before circulating his Saint Qi to examine her. A moment later, a myriad of expressions came over his face. The stout woman was extremely nervous, as she was worried that the young man would say something that might harm her daughter's reputation. She secretly decided that if this guy dared to say something unpleasant, she would give him a punch in the face and break his teeth. It only took Wen Yuan a little effort to examine the little girl, but his expression was somewhat awkward. With her head lifted, Xiao asked, "Am I a spirit?" Wen Yuan shook his head no. In an instant, Xiao stared at the hunter named Zhang Jin, who was standing at the door. "Did you hear that? If you dare call me that again, I'll shoot you with my arrows." An anxious Zhang Jin said, "Uncle, please look carefully. There must be something off about this girl." Upon hearing that, Wen Yuan, who was busy with his own thoughts, turned to look at Zhang Jin with a solemn expression and declared, "I have determined she is not a spirit, so stop slandering her like this from now on." Zhang Jin had never expected the helper he had found would clear the annoying little girl's name instead. At that instant, he could only remain silent in embarrassment. Wen Yuan was his elder as well as a cultivator, so he couldn't disobey him. The stout woman and the hunter outside the classroom breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "What's your name, little girl?" Wen Yuan gazed at Xiao with an amiable expression. Xiao replied, "Mother named me Xiao." Wen Yuan nodded gently. Just then, The stout woman said sheepishly, "Sir, since you're a cultivator, can you tell what's wrong with Xiao's body? Why hasn't she grown over the years?" She had asked Dr. Kai about it, but the latter only said that it was due to the illness Xiao had suffered from when she was younger, so it was incurable. Since Wen Yuan was a powerful cultivator, though, perhaps he had a solution. After pondering on it for a moment, Wen Yuan replied, "There's nothing wrong with her body. As for why she has never grown in size, I have no idea. However, she might have the aptitude to cultivate." The stout woman was astounded. The hunter outside the classroom appeared agitated. He had a dream of becoming a cultivator when he was young, and he had taken part in the disciple recruitment of Watermoon Pavilion. However, he was eliminated quite early on in the process as he didn't have the necessary aptitude. After his dream was crushed, he returned to his hometown and became a hunter. Upon learning from Wen Yuan that Xiao might have the aptitude to cultivate, he was naturally excited. The reason Wen Yuan insisted on examining Xiao after already confirming that she wasn't a spirit was that he felt she might have an extraordinary aptitude. Nevertheless, he wouldn't dare to make a quick judgment when it came to this matter, so it required further examination. Although he had already checked, he still couldn't confirm if Xiao had an extraordinary aptitude or not. That was why he said she might have the aptitude to become a cultivator. It was because after the examination, he realized that Xiao's aptitude was somewhat odd. It seemed that she had an excellent aptitude, but it also felt as if she had a terrible aptitude. He had never come across such a strange situation before. Xiao might have the aptitude to cultivate. The stout woman was dumbfounded. Wen Yuan said cautiously, "I can't make a judgment yet. Perhaps I don't have good enough insight when it comes to such matters. And how about I return to my sect now and ask an elder to come over and look into it? That way, we'll be able to come to a conclusion." The next instant, he turned around and left the classroom before disappearing into the sky. He was certainly an efficient and decisive person. Martial Peak, Chapter 5237, Can't See It Through. 1,000 years ago, the Void Dao Temple appeared out of nowhere and sent a shockwave across all cultivators on the continent. Before the appearance of the Void Dao Temple, the cultivators on the continent believed that the Emperor Realm was the peak of the martial Dao. Any sect with an Emperor Realm Master assuming command could be considered first class. If there were 2 Emperor Realm Masters in charge, it could be considered a top sect. However, there were not a lot of Emperor Realm Masters at the time, perhaps 20 or so public figures, while those known as Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters were even rarer. Therefore, in the past, cultivators believed that the Emperor Realm was the end of the martial Dao, and it became every cultivator's dream to reach this highest realm. Nevertheless, only those Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters had a feeling that there was an even higher realm above the Emperor Realm. Unfortunately, regardless of how hard they tried, they were unable to spy upon the secrets above the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, there came a day when the world energy on the Void continent changed drastically. No one knew why such a change took place, but all the cultivators benefited from it. More and more people gained the aptitude to cultivate, and many more talents and geniuses were born. At the same time, there was a dramatic increase in the number of Emperor Realm Masters. Even the cultivators who had low aptitude before seemed able to reach higher heights now. It was a few hundred years later that the Void Dao Temple appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't until then that the cultivators on the Void continent realized that the Emperor Realm wasn't the end of the martial Dao. After reaching the peak of an Emperor Realm, one could condense a Dao seal from their own Grand Dao, then refine the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, and split heaven and earth apart within their body to create their own small universe. Doing so allowed one to reach the open heaven realm. Upon that revelation, the people who had been stuck in the Emperor Realm for a long time became excited as they yearned to ascend to the open heaven realm one day. The secret to splitting heaven and earth apart and creating a small universe in a cultivator's body was inside the Void Dao Temple. So as long as they could step into it, they would have a chance to reach a greater height in the martial Dao. However, not everyone had the right to enter the Void Dao Temple. To all the cultivators on the continent, The Tao Temple was like a holy land, and it was very selective when it came to a cultivator's aptitude, caring nothing for one's realm. Perhaps a little girl in the initial element stage, who was considered a mere newborn in cultivation, would be accepted into the Tao Temple to continue cultivating. On the other hand, a gray-haired third-order Emperor Realm Master, who had been stuck in the same realm for countless years, might not have a chance to get close to the Tao Temple regardless of how hard he tried. Time and location didn't matter when the Tao Temple selected cultivators. This holy land seemed like a self-contained world with a mind of its own. So as long as a cultivator was talented enough, he or she would be accepted into the Tao Temple by a mysterious force. Therefore, in the early days after the Void Tao Temple appeared, the people on the continent could frequently see some cultivators being invited to the Tao Temple. These cultivators who were accepted came from various sects across the continent. To the sects that had nurtured such cultivators, the Tao Temple would reward them. The rewards were good news to the experienced Emperor Realm Masters who were unable to ascend to the open heaven realm. That was because the rewards given by the Tao Temple included the way to condense a Tao seal and refine the powers of the 7 elements into them. There are also a lot of common cultivation resources that could be used by the disciples of those sects. 1,000 years had passed, so the sects on the continent had gotten used to the existence of the Void Tao Temple, and they had acknowledged that it was the most important place in this world. It was every sect's goal to nurture a disciple who would have the right to be accepted into the Tao Temple. Therefore, these sects were fervent when it came to recruiting talented young disciples. If they could get a disciple with an extraordinary aptitude, that would be wonderful news for the entire sect. That was the reason when Yuan returned to his sect in a hurry. Despite being an origin king, he was unable to identify whether Xianxia had an excellent aptitude or not. Therefore, he had to invite an elder to come over and have a look. If they could get a disciple who would be accepted by the Tao Temple, Water Moon Pavilion status on the continent would be greatly enhanced. Water Moon Pavilion wasn't a major sect. The sect master, who was the most powerful among them, was only in the First Order Emperor realm, and the elders were only in the Tao Source realm. Such a sect would have been considered outstanding 1,000 years ago, but it was too mediocre these days. It was 800 years ago when the last disciple from Water Moon Pavilion was invited to the Void Tao Temple, and a massive amount of cultivation resources given to them as a reward hugely benefited the disciples of Water Moon Pavilion. The leaders of the sect still couldn't forget about that time. Over the years, they had been trying to take on disciples with amazing aptitude, but their attempts so far had been futile. After Wen Yuan was gone, the hunter named Zhang Jin wouldn't dare to stick around. Embarrassed, he ran away as the stout woman cursed at him. The stout woman's husband wanted to humiliate Zhang Jin, so he shot an arrow at the latter as he was running away. The arrow skirted past Zhang Jin, which caused him to scream and tumble to the ground. The people behind him laughed at him. It wasn't until this moment that the teacher, who had been lying on the chair with a book covering his eyes, awakened. When he saw so many people outside the classroom, he asked Xiao in puzzlement, "What are they doing here? What happened?" An exasperated Xiao glowered at the teacher. "You should just keep sleeping, sir." The teacher scratched his head while appearing perplexed. The cultivators from Water Moon Pavilion were quick, probably because taking on disciples was an important matter to them. Wen Yuan soon returned to Water Moon Pavilion and found the elder closest to him. Upon learning what was going on, the elder rushed over to the village. Only 1 hour had passed since Wen Yuan left the village. Therefore, when Xiao was done having her breakfast and was ready to follow her father to go hunting, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of their door. One of them was Wen Yuan, and the other was an amiable-looking elderly man whose face radiated a healthy glow. "Is it this child?" The old man saw Xiao the moment he landed on the ground. Wen Yuan nodded. "Yes, it's her." With a curious look, the elder said, "Even you were unable to see through her aptitude, so there might be something special about this girl. I'll have a look." Wen Yuan glanced at the hunter and the stout woman, then said, "This is an elder from Water Moon Pavilion. I invited him to come over and take a look at Xiao's aptitude. Please rest assured that she won't be harmed in any way." The hunter nodded gently. "Many thanks for the effort." Upon getting the hunter's permission, the elders said to Xiao, "Little girl, show me your hand." Wen Yuan had done the same thing to her before, so Xiao directly extended her hand. The old man stuck out 2 fingers and felt her pulse. As he ran his fingers through his beard, he focused on examining her. A moment later, he opened his eyes and gazed at Xiao. "Little girl, are you willing to join Watermoon Pavilion?" Xiao directly shook her head. "No." The old man was surprised. He initially thought that since he had said so, the little girl would readily accept his invitation. After all, most mortals yearn to be cultivators. It never crossed his mind that the young girl would directly turn him down. This had never happened to him before. Nevertheless, she was just a young child who didn't know the benefits of becoming a cultivator. So after giving it thought, he asked, "Why don't you want to join our sect?" Xiao turned to look at the couple. "I want to be with my father and mother. I don't want to leave them." Upon hearing that, the couple felt warmth in their hearts. The elder nodded gently. "I see. However, you'll grow up one day. It's not possible that you can stay with your parents forever." Xiao tilted her head. "I don't want to grow up then. That way, I won't be separated from my father and mother." The couple felt their hearts melting, thinking that they had no more regrets in life by having such a daughter. The elder broke into laughter and thought that this child was indeed innocent. Regardless, he kept persuading her by saying, "How are you going to provide for your parents when they grow old if you don't want to grow up?" "I can go hunting." Xiao lifted the petite bow in her hand. It was specifically made for her by the hunter. The old man shook his head. "You might fall into danger one day by frequently wandering around on the mountain. Moreover, the amount of prey on the mountain is not infinite. However, if you can cultivate, you won't have to hunt with a bow and arrows. You can easily capture prey by using a secret technique. When you're able to fly, you can go around the continent and take in different views. You'll have a brighter future that way. Isn't that better than if you stay in this village?" There was no doubt that his reasons were sound, but Xiao still shook her head. The elder wasn't in a rush. Although he was speaking to Xiao, he knew that her parents would be the ones who would make a decision. Despite the little girl's lack of interest in cultivation, it was apparent that her parents were tempted. As parents, they certainly wanted the best for their child's future. The right to cultivate was the best gift anyone on the Void Continent could have. Therefore, he wasn't only reasoning with Xiao, but also her parents. He believed that the couple would make the right choice. He decided to stop persuading her and passed her something. "Take this. When you decide to start cultivating one day, you can burn it. Someone will come over to pick you up." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. Wen Yuan cupped his fist at the couple, then left with the elder. After leaving the village, Wen Yuan asked, "Elder, does the child really have an extraordinary aptitude?" The elder shook his head. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I can't see through her either." Wen Yuan was astounded. "You can't see through her aptitude?" Then he asked in puzzlement, "In that case, why did you decide to take her on?" The elder chuckled. "That's exactly the reason I have to recruit her. Since we can't see it through, we can only let her prove her worth. If her aptitude is truly excellent, we'll gain a gifted disciple. However, if her aptitude is terrible, we won't lose anything but a few resources." Upon hearing his reason, Wen Yuan replied, "You're indeed intelligent, elder." He was still in a dilemma over the little girl's aptitude, but the elder had already come up with a solution. Regardless of whether the young girl had an amazing aptitude or not, they just had to accept her into their sect. They would find out the truth in the future. As long as she was a part of Watermoon Pavilion, her aptitude would no longer matter. After the elder and Wen Yuan were gone, Xiao looked down at the thing in her hand. It was an incense stick that didn't look special at all, but it was significantly shorter than the commonly seen incense sticks, as it was only as long as an adult's finger. Moreover, it seemed that half of it had been burned. Only half of it is left. That old man is stingy. How could he give me something that someone else had used before? Martial Peak, Chapter 5238, Emotional Parting. Xiao eventually decided to join Watermoon Pavilion. She wasn't willing to part ways with her parents, but a conversation with her father changed her mind. When she became a successful cultivator who could fly freely through the sky, not only could she take in all the different sights of the continent, but she would also be able to enjoy all kinds of rare delicacies from all over the world. Her father had explored different parts of the world when he was young, and his descriptions of the food that Xianxia had never heard of before were very tempting to her. She was unable to resist enjoying delicious food. Therefore, she decided to become a part of Watermoon Pavilion in the end. Her thinking was simple. She just had to cultivate in the sect for several years and come back. By then, she wouldn't have to be separated from her parents again. Furthermore, when she became a successful cultivator, she could bring her parents to different places and buy them delicious food. Despite being reluctant to part ways with Xianxia, the couple kept their emotions to themselves as they wanted the best for their child's future. The incense stick with only half of it left was lit, and soon, when Yuan rushed over from Watermoon Pavilion and picked Xianxia up. Watching the petite figure, who had stayed with them for the past 10 years, leave, the stout woman squatted and broke into tears. The hunter came over to console her, but his eyes had reddened as well. Standing in front of the school, Xianxia felt somewhat speechless as he looked up. If Xianxia wanted to cultivate, he could have taught her. However, considering the fact that the old ancestor was here to recuperate, it would be good to let her live freely to experience the bustling world as a mortal would. Therefore, Xianxia had never thought about teaching Xianxia how to cultivate. It never crossed his mind that those from Watermoon Pavilion would have a hand in this. He didn't find it appropriate to interfere, though, so he decided to watch in silence. Nevertheless, Xianxia was certain that Xiaoxiao's future performance would shock those from Watermoon Pavilion. She was an old ancestor, after all. Although she had sealed off her memory, her aptitude in cultivation could never be concealed. When Yuan and the elder couldn't see it through, because their vision was simply too limited to understand what they were seeing. The secrets within the old ancestor's body were far beyond what they could comprehend. Those from Watermoon Pavilion were unable to judge if Xiao had an extraordinary aptitude. Therefore, even though when Yuan had invited her to the sect, he just let her cultivate along with the other new disciples with no special treatment for her. These new disciples ranged from 7 to 10 years old, so Xiao seemed to be the youngest, as she looked like she was only 3 years old. Xiao suffered a huge setback at the start of her cultivation journey, but it had nothing to do with her aptitude. Since she was a child, she had never been separated from her parents. Therefore, she wasn't used to it as her parents were no longer by her side. Watermoon Pavilion was far away from her village, so whenever she thought about her parents at night, she would secretly weep. This kind of melancholy stayed with her for an entire month. Although Xianxia could easily settle this issue, he decided to sit back and watch. That was because he had discovered something interesting. Xiao, who had never grown in size for the past 10 years, grew a little 3 days after she arrived at Watermoon Pavilion. The growth was so negligible that even her parents wouldn't have noticed it, but it wasn't hard for Xianxia to. The revelation allowed him to relax. Based on his previous observation, the reason the old ancestor hadn't changed one bit over the years was that her injury was too severe. Her body was currently using all its power to treat her wounds, which was the reason she never grew bigger. Once she started growing, that would mean that she was truly starting to recover. Therefore, the moment Xianxia noticed this, he knew that the old ancestor was fine, and it was just a matter of time before she would fully recover. This kind of change couldn't just be a coincidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened at this exact moment. Initially, Xianxia thought that it was because the old ancestor had been living in the village for far too long. But after an investigation, he realized it wasn't the case. This kind of change had nothing to do with where she lived, be it the village or Watermoon Pavilion. It had to do with her emotions. After leaving her parents and the village she had lived in for the past 10 years, she was overwhelmed by a myriad of new emotions. That was the reason that prompted her to start growing. Parting with one's loved ones was something everyone in the bustling world had to experience. Xianxia had never expected that such a change would take place after Xiao joined Watermoon Pavilion, but it seemed that he was right to refrain from interfering in this matter. Now, it seemed that it would be useful to the old ancestor's recuperation to let her experience more of life. Xiao went on to be dejected for a month, but at the same time, she started showing her remarkable aptitude in cultivation. In just half a month, she had successfully sensed world energy and drawn it into her body. Since then, she had set off on the martial Tao and was now a budding cultivator. Wan Yuan, who had been secretly observing her, was thrilled and promptly told the elder about it. The elder was a much calmer person and simply told Wan Yuan to keep observing Xianxia. They would only make a decision based on her future performance. 2 months later, Xianxia successfully achieved a breakthrough and ascended to the initial element stage. After another 2 months, she made it to the Qi transformation stage. Another 2 months later, she ascended to the separation and reunion stage. In just 1 year, she had broken through several great realms. Her cultivation grew from 0 to the immortal ascension boundary at an unimaginable speed. This kind of cultivation speed was unheard of on the entire Void Continent, let alone the small Water Moon Pavilion. No prodigy in history had ever achieved several breakthroughs in such a short period of time. This was indeed unusual. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion were ecstatic. The sect master and the elders pinned all their hopes on Xianxia, thinking that she would be accepted by the Tao Temple and continue cultivating there soon. That way, Water Moon Pavilion's reputation would soar. However, Xianxia seemed to have used up her potential after her first year. For the next 3 years, her cultivation didn't improve one bit. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion, who had high hopes for her, were naturally disappointed. Although they had done their best to solve this issue, their attempts were futile. For years after Xianxia joined Water Moon Pavilion, she was allowed to visit her parents. In the past 4 years, she was never allowed to leave Water Moon Pavilion. This couldn't be helped, as her initial performance was too astonishing. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion made sure to hide her from public view as they were worried that the larger sects would snatch her from them. Such incidents had happened before. Even though the smaller sects could sometimes find talented disciples, they couldn't always keep them. Xiaoxiao's initial performance was too heaven-defying, so it was expected that the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion had to keep her a secret. It wasn't until they confirmed that her potential had been used up that they allowed her to return to her little village. After leaving the sect she had stayed for the past 4 years, Xiaoxia rushed over to the village as she couldn't wait to go home. When she returned to the familiar village and pushed the door of her home open, she saw the stout woman, who was handling the prey in the yard. In an instant, Xiaoxiao's eyes were soaked in tears. Noticing her presence, the stout woman looked up and saw her daughter standing at the door. Pleasantly surprised, she turned her head and shouted, "Darling, Xiaoxia is back." The next instant, Xiaoxia crashed into the stout woman's arms and hugged her tightly. Upon hearing the noises, the hunter left the house and saw this heartwarming scene. All 3 of them were celebrated that night. A pot of broth was made from the prey the hunter had caught that day, and they enjoyed their meal together. The hunter chugged down the wine that Xiaoxia had brought back from Water Moon Pavilion and soon became intoxicated. Since Xiaoxia was now a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion, she would never get rid of this identity. However, she was no longer treasured by the leaders of the sect. Moreover, she was currently just in the immortal ascension boundary, so the leaders didn't bother trying to restrain her. Furthermore, given the uniqueness of her appearance, they had never given her any missions for the sect. Although she had started growing in size since she became a part of Water Moon Pavilion, only 4 years had passed. Presently, she only looked like she was 7 or 8 years old. It wasn't like they could expect such a child to carry out any important tasks. Therefore, even though Xiaoxia was still a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion on paper, she could stay in this village for as long as she wanted, and no one would criticize her for that. This was exactly what she had always wanted. The reason she even agreed to join Water Moon Pavilion back then was that she was a filial child. What she really yearned for was to stay by her parents' side. After helping her drunk parents to the bedroom that night, Xiaoxia didn't immediately think to rest. Instead, she headed to the mountain and arrived at the log house where the hunter had picked her up in the past. Although more than 10 years had passed, the log house had always remained there. Many hunters would rest here whenever they went hunting on the mountain. Xiaoxia set up a barrier around the log house before she entered it and started cultivating. She had been hiding a secret from the leaders of Watermoon Pavilion. She wasn't really in the Immortal Ascension boundary, but instead the Origin King realm. Furthermore, her potential still hadn't been used up. The reason she was able to pretend to only be in the Immortal Ascension boundary and have used up her potential in front of the leaders of Watermoon Pavilion was that she accidentally obtained a certain technique in the Scripture Pavilion of the sect. In the first year after she joined the sect, her performance was astounding, and it was then she realized that the more astonishing her performance was, the more unlikely she could leave the sect. Before Xianxia was accepted into the Void Dao Temple, those from Watermoon Pavilion would never allow her to leave. Once she entered the legendary Void Dao Temple, she would never have a chance to return to the village. Therefore, she thought that it would be wonderful if there was a secret art that could help her conceal her cultivation. That was the reason she headed to the Scripture Pavilion, where she had really found such a secret art. She secretly memorized the secret art and started cultivating it. What surprised her was that it was extremely effective. Since she started cultivating that secret art, even the sect master and elders of Watermoon Pavilion were unable to find out the truth. All of them thought that she was still in the Immortal Ascension boundary, when in fact, her cultivation had never stopped improving. Instead, it increased significantly day by day. It never crossed Xiao Zhao's mind that the secret art she had discovered would be so amazing. She headed to the Scripture Pavilion again to look for it, but she could no longer find the secret art. It was as though the secret art had appeared at that point just to grant her wish, and then disappeared. After concealing her cultivation for years, she finally achieved her goal and returned to the village. Xianxia decided that she would never leave her parents again. Since her return, the couple had never asked her anything about cultivation. For years of separation didn't make them feel distant from each other. Instead, their bond had become even stronger. However, the couple could sense that Xianxia was already different from the past. The most noticeable change was that she would frequently disappear for 1 or 2 hours, and when she returned, she would bring back a lot of delicious food. Whenever they went hunting, she could always detect the prey before everyone else did. And so, the days went by peacefully. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5239, A Familiar Scene. As time passed, Xianxia grew into a young woman, and the homespun clothes she was usually seen wearing could never conceal her stunning beauty. People from neighboring villages would come over and propose marriage to her all the time. However, Xianxia would always sweep them out of her house. Initially, the hunter and his wife would watch it with pleasure, thinking that those rough brats didn't deserve to marry their daughter. It served them right that they were beaten up. Nevertheless, as Xianxia grew older, they couldn't help but start worrying. When they picked up Xianxia from the log house on the mountain, they were already in their 40s. In the first 10 years, Xianxia never grew in size. It wasn't until she became a disciple of Watermoon Pavilion that she started growing. Now, she looked like she was in her early 20s, but it had been about 30 years since the hunter first picked her up back then. Presently, the couple was already in their 70s. There was no doubt that they were pretty old now. Although the mortals on the Void Continent who had never cultivated before could easily live up to 100 years old, there would inevitably come a time when the couple passed away. After they were gone, Xianxia would be left alone. Wouldn't she feel lonely when she had no one else to rely on? Therefore, despite their reluctance, the couple still hoped that their daughter would get married soon. They had talked to her about it on several occasions, but she would always dismiss it with a smile, stating that she didn't intend to get married. She just wanted to keep her parents company until they passed away. The couple was gratified, and they decided to stop bringing this up. Although Xianxia had never shown them any moves usually used by the cultivators, the couple knew that, since her return from Watermoon Pavilion, she was no longer a normal mortal. She was as exquisite as a phoenix now. Certainly, those brats from neighboring villages shouldn't even dream about marrying her. Even if their daughter wanted to look for a husband, only a successful cultivator would be worthy of her. The students in the classroom came and went, but the teacher remained the same. Xianxia would frequently visit the teacher and bring him some delicious dishes she had acquired from who knows where. She never forgot that when she was younger, The teacher would always bring her delicious treats that she had never heard of out of nowhere and give them to her. Now that she was a fairly powerful cultivator who could fly around freely, she decided to repay his favor. However, there was one thing that made her feel puzzled. Many years had passed, but the teacher didn't seem to have changed at all. He was just as young as when he arrived at this village 30 years ago. Xianxia suspected that he was also a cultivator, but even after secretly inspecting him, she couldn't discover anything. While feeling perplexed, she speculated that the teacher was just someone who aged slower than normal. On the other hand, her parents had clearly grown old as time passed. She had tried to collect some spirit herbs that could lengthen their lives. Nevertheless, she knew that, as mortals, there would come a day when they passed away. Therefore, she valued the time she got to spend with her parents dearly and felt content with each passing day. As Xianxia watched everything, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Xianxia, who was actually the old ancestor, had set off on her cultivation journey in this new life, but she had never forgotten about the hunter and his wife who had raised her. In fact, she did everything she could to break free from Watermoon Pavilion's restraints and return to the couple. Rarely would cultivators do this. To cultivators, once they embarked on the martial Tao, their biggest goal became walking further on it. Familial bonds, friendship, and love all came second. However, Xianxia was different. Family had always been of utmost importance to her, and everything she had been doing was intended to bring her closer to her family. Naturally, it was Xianxia who put the secret art that Xianxia accidentally discovered in Watermoon Pavilion. In truth, the secret art wasn't really that effective. It was just that Xianxia made a move in secret to ensure that those from Watermoon Pavilion wouldn't notice the changes in Xiaoxiao's cultivation. It wasn't hard for him to achieve such a thing in his own small universe. Usually, he wouldn't have a hand in Xiaoxiao's life experiences. However, since she had shown such an intention, he definitely had to satisfy her needs. After she returned to the village, Xiaoxiao grew even faster, which showed that the old ancestor was truly recovering. Now, Xiaoxiao was a young woman who didn't look different from the old ancestor. It was just that her temperament was different. The Xiaoxiao in Xianxia's small universe was innocent and inexperienced, unlike the old ancestor who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Xianxia supposed it was the reason she had sealed off her memory. This life was the catalyst in helping her recuperate. While everything was going well for the old ancestor, the East-West army in the outside world never gave up on attacking the royal city. Half a year ago, the East-West army launched its third attack on the royal city. After several years of accumulation, the East-West army had mined a lot of resources. However, before Lu Zhiping could put those resources to good use, they were all swiped by Xianxia and sent to the artifact refiners and array masters to arrange arrays. This time, the East-West army had set up more than 10 universe worlds, which consumed all of the resources they had accumulated over the years. Lu Zhiping was speechless. She finally realized that Xianxia didn't care whatsoever about numbers, as all he saw was the royal city. Regardless of how many resources there were, he would squander them away in a short time. If she hadn't intercepted some of the resources, the soldiers in the East-West army wouldn't have anything left to cultivate with after the battle ended. Even without the portion she reserved, though, the materials they had collected over the years were still enough for the East-West army to prepare more than 10 universe worlds. Things were not so different from when they launched an attack on the royal city for the second time back then. The East-West army, which had remained dormant for several years, suddenly mobilized, their warships rising into the air and inching closer to the royal city. Although the territory lords had experienced this before and expected it to happen again, they were still both shocked and furious when they saw it playing out just as before. They were also astonished that the humans could launch an attack again so soon. They knew that the humans had been mining many universe worlds over the years, so it was apparent that the latter didn't have sufficient resources. They initially thought that it would take at least 10 to 20 years for them to gather enough to launch another assault, so the royal city would enjoy some peace for a while. Nevertheless, it had only been 5 years since the last time the humans attacked the royal city. They were furious because the humans were so haughty that they didn't even change their tactics at all. Things were going just like what had happened previously. The humans were basically telling them that they would attack the royal city from the left side, while the universe worlds would fly at them from the right side. Now, the ball was in the Black Ink clan's court. But what else could the Black Ink clan do? Just like what happened previously, they had to split their forces to defend both sides. 30% of them would form up on the right flank to ward off the incoming universe worlds, while 70% of them would remain on the left to prevent the humans from invading their city. Nothing had changed. It was as though they had gone back to 5 years ago. Since they were well prepared, the territory lords on the right side of the royal city could detect the universe world sooner than the last time. In the meantime, the East-West army reached a place that was only 10 million kilometers away from the royal city. The timing was precise as the humans managed to make sure that the Black Ink clan would be distracted. The Black Ink clansmen on the right flank started sending out attacks towards the universe worlds, which had traveled a great distance through the void and were coming right at the royal city. Black Ink's strength dyed the void dark as the lights of secret techniques cast by the Black Ink disciples expanded. The universe worlds were subsequently shattered, but every universe world was full of arrays, and the universe fragments scattered around as the arrays were activated. At that instant, the void on the right side of the royal city was filled with bright colors, as though fireworks had been set off. Beneath the facade of this magnificent view, more and more Black Ink clansmen, who did their best to intercept the universe worlds, lost their lives. 30% of the Black Ink clansmen and their subordinates were on the right side, including more than 10 territory lords, twice that number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and even more feudal lords. However, the moment they clashed with the universe worlds, they were unable to fully fend them off regardless of how hard they tried. There were even more universe worlds this time than previously, and as the powers of those strange arrays exploded, the Black Ink clansmen were caught off guard. The most powerful Black Ink clansmen were unable to stop the universe world alone, so they could only order the weaker Black Ink clansmen to block them. Previously, there was a universe fragment that struck the royal city, which caused the royal lord's healing to be disturbed. Faced with the latter's burning fury, the Black Ink clansmen were horrified. None of them were willing to experience the royal lord's wrath again, so they would rather sacrifice their lives than fail this time. Countless Black Ink clansmen charged forward like moths to a flame and somehow managed to intercept those universe fragments. The territory lords roared while the 8th Order Black Ink disciples went all out. Compared to their comrades on the right side, the Black Ink clansmen on the left side were rather safe at this moment. All of them were glaring at the humans who were inching closer to the royal city in their warships. As they listened to their clansmen groan and shriek before their deaths, they felt truly vexed. Undoubtedly, Che Kong was the most furious of them all. He had suffered a setback previously. Initially, he thought that the humans would seize the chance and launch an attack, but surprisingly, the humans only launched one barrage from a safe distance and then ran away. The Black Ink clansmen didn't even manage to counterattack at all. This was undoubtedly the most vexing situation on the battlefield when one was hit but could not hit back. Therefore, Che Kong decided that they would make a move before the humans did this time. As long as the human warships were close enough, the Black Ink clan would launch a series of attacks and make them pay the price for what had happened previously. Both parties were less than 10 million kilometers apart, so the territory lords and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already able to make a move, but that wasn't enough. The territory lords and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were both the pillars of strength on their respective sides, but although they were powerful, there were not a lot of them. Therefore, they had to wait for the humans to come to a place that was only 5 million kilometers away so that the feudal lords could make a move as well and retaliate against the humans. They're getting closer. Che Kong's order was on the tip of his tongue. As soon as the humans moved forward for another million kilometers, he would teach them a lesson. Just then, though, the human warships abruptly stopped and started withdrawing. They were so swift that they had moved backwards 1 million kilometers in the blink of an eye, and the next instant, they were already 10 million kilometers away. Che Kong widened his eyes in disbelief. He was so enraged that he almost spat blood, but he had no way to vent his fury. He felt as if he had gotten ready by lifting a hammer, but his target had run away all of a sudden before he could swing it down. Bastards! I'll kill all of you. Kong's angry roar reverberated across the entire void. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5240, they're gone. Certainly, the territory lords were furious at the humans' despicable moves. They couldn't help but wonder if they had made the wrong decision by hunkering down in the royal city and defending it at all costs. The Black Ink clan, who could do nothing but defend, were like beasts without fangs as they posed no threat to the humans. Even though the humans had set up a base right at their doorstep, they were unable to do anything. If they were able to launch an attack, they wouldn't allow the haughty humans to come and go as they pleased. However, such an idea only remained in some of the territory lords' heads, as they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was the royal lord's order that they should do their best to defend the royal city before he fell into a state of deep sleep. Regardless, the territory lords were relieved that the humans didn't manage to disturb the royal lord this time. Although there were even more universe worlds this time than previously that came at the right side of the royal city, they were all intercepted and shattered as the Black Ink clansmen did their best to block them regardless of their losses. Hence, no damage was caused to the royal city. Nevertheless, the price they had to pay was that there were even more casualties than the previous time. This was unavoidable. Compared to disturbing the royal lord, the territory lords would rather let more of their subordinates die. However, after the same thing happened twice, the Black Ink clan finally figured out the humans' plan. With the help of those universe worlds, the humans could cause damage to the Black Ink clan without suffering any losses on their side. After these two attacks in recent years, the Black Ink clan had lost about 100,000 soldiers. If the same thing kept on happening, there would come a day when all 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers would be gone. By then, how were they going to ward off the humans? Could the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples do it all on their own? Although they were powerful, the humans had 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of roughly the same number. As this dragged on, the Black Ink clan would be in an increasingly disadvantageous position. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the royal lord, who was recuperating. As long as he could recover before the human old ancestor did, they would be able to turn things around. It would be wonderful if those at Great Evolution Pass could come over and lend them a hand. By then, they could pincer the humans and make sure the latter had nowhere to run. After the third time the humans made use of the universe worlds to attack the royal city, they would do the same thing every few years. However, generally speaking, the intervals were getting longer. The third attack was 5 years apart from the second time, but the fourth attack was 7 years after the third. As for the fifth, it was 10 years after the fourth. This situation was totally understandable. Although there were countless universe worlds in the void, only a small number of them were suited to cover in arrays and attack the royal city. After all, the size of the universe worlds mattered. If they were too big, it would require too many resources to arrange the arrays, but if they were too small, they wouldn't pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. An appropriate size was what the humans were looking for in universe worlds. While it took time to look for suitable universe worlds, it was equally time-consuming to extract enough materials to carry out such a resource-intensive plan. Since all the universe worlds nearby were already fully mined out, the humans had to venture further afield. That was why the intervals were getting longer. Nevertheless, the leaders of the East-West Army were set on repeatedly using this tactic. Over the last 20 years, since they established a forward base at the Black Ink clan's doorstep, they had launched 4 major attacks on the royal city. The East-West Army had never suffered from any losses as they had never directly engaged the Black Ink clan. Following Xianxia's order, their warships would set sail and creep closer to the royal city before rapidly retreating. They would always gain a massive victory every time by using this tactic. They had spent countless resources by attacking the royal city with universe worlds 5 times, but for their troubles, they had managed to kill about 300,000 Black Ink clansmen, including a significant number of feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples. None of the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple were killed. However, they were exhausted from having to deal with the universe worlds that were meant to harass them. Despite the losses, from the looks of it, there were still about 1 million Black Ink clansmen around the royal city, as though there hadn't been a decrease in their number at all. Nonetheless, their collective power had clearly been weakened. Initially, The Black Ink clan soldiers that had gathered together outside the royal city were the best subordinates of the territory lords. After they were killed, they were replaced by the significantly weaker low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Such Black Ink clansmen were basically of no use on the battlefield, though they could make the army look intimidating to the enemy. 20 to 30 years had passed in the outside world, so as the 4 seasons alternated, some 100 years had passed in the small universe. The mountain village remained the same, and although it had grown slightly larger, it was still considered a small village in a remote place. Just like their ancestors, the hunters in the village earned a living by hunting. Before the old hunters passed away, they would give their bows to the next generation. Such inheritance was passed down over the generations. In a certain yard, a family of 3 were having a good time together. 100 years had passed, so the hunter and his wife were old and frail now. Both of them were about 150 years old. They enjoyed a pretty long life, considering the fact that they were ordinary mortals who had never cultivated before. In comparison to her youth, the stout woman had become debilitated. Perhaps she had worried too much about many things when she was young, so she was no longer as stocky as she used to be. Although she was still tall, she was extremely skinny. Her skin was dull, and her eyes were turbid. On the other hand, the hunter was slightly more energetic, but his hair was all gray. They were seated on a chair together as they basked in the afternoon sun, its warm light allowing them to feel at ease. Xianxia squatted in front of them as she took their hands and listened to the hunter talk about trivial things, keeping a smile on her face. The hunter talked about a lot of things, including his experiences around the continent when he was younger and the dangers he faced on the mountain since his return to the village. However, most of the time, he reminisced about what happened after he picked up Xianxia. He recalled the time when Xianxia finally regained consciousness and the first time she called him father. He also remembered the first time he went hunting with her on the mountain. It was as though he was trying to recount all his encounters in his life. As he did that, he was filled with a sense of fulfillment. Xianxia just listened to him in silence, the smile on her face never fading. The stout woman was initially in a dazed state, but she suddenly shook a little and landed a slap on the hunter's thigh and yelled, "It's getting late. Tell Xianxia to come back and have dinner now." Upon impact, the hunter grimaced in pain. Although his wife was no longer as strong as when she was young, her slap was still powerful. For all his life, he had been hit by his wife countless times. Xianxia turned to look at her. "I'm here, mother." Upon hearing that, the stout woman lowered her head. After becoming startled for a moment, she asked with a smile, "Why are you all grown up all of a sudden, Xianxia?" Xianxia replied, "I've grown up because I've eaten a lot of delicious food, mother." The stout woman nodded. "You're right. I'm glad that you're all grown up. It's not like you wouldn't grow up forever. I'm really pleased." 10 years ago, the stout woman started becoming confused. Perhaps this was a common illness that most old people would suffer from. Despite that, she was still concerned that Xianxia just wouldn't grow bigger, though it was something that had happened over 100 years ago. Perhaps this was the thing she was most concerned about and afraid of, so she had never forgotten about it. After the stout woman muttered under her breath for a bit, her turbid eyes brightened all of a sudden. With her mind clearing up, she looked down at the woman before her eyes and called out gently, "Xianxia." She would always call her Xianxia when the latter was still a young child. "Mother." Xianxia stuck her face close to the stout woman's hand. As she rubbed her delicate face against her mother's rough hand, she felt heartbroken. "You're a grown woman now, Xianxia," the stout woman said gently. Xianxia nodded in response. "You have to take good care of yourself," the stout woman advised. "Don't worry, mother. I'll take good care of myself." Xianxia repeatedly nodded. "If you find someone you love, don't hesitate to marry him. A woman will never be complete without a family of her own." "I'll remember. I know you're an obedient child." The stout woman appeared gratified. "I'm a little tired, so I'll get some rest now." Xianxia lifted her head. "I'll sing you a song." "All right." The stout woman bowed her head with a smile. It was then Xianxia started humming a song. It was a lullaby her mother would always sing to her at night when she was a child. By the time she was done humming the lullaby, The stout woman had closed her eyes as her head rested on the hunter's shoulder. Although she was sound asleep, she kept a faint smile on her face. The hunter let out a breath and said in a small voice, "Your mother has told you everything you need to know. You're a grown woman now, so there's no more advice I can give you. However, there's one thing I want you to do. This village is too small, so go out and have a look. We have held you up for far too long, so it's time you leave this place and explore the world." Xiao repeatedly shook her head. "Nothing could make me happier other than being your child." The hunter put on a happy smile. "Since you've said so, I have no more worries." A moment later, he went on to say gently, "Although your mother is strong, she's most afraid of being alone. I'll keep her company. Go to your own things." Then he extended his hand and hugged his lifelong partner tightly. After snuggling up to her, he closed his eyes as well. Xiao stared fixedly at them. Although her heart ached terribly, there was nothing she could do. She was now in the Emperor realm. Others might not be able to notice it, but as an Emperor realm master, she could see that vitality was rapidly leaving her parents. Although she had given them a lot of foods and tonics that could lengthen their lives over the years, they were still just ordinary mortals. There would come a day when they reached the end of their lives, and no one could change that. It was thanks to her efforts that they managed to live up to 150 years old. If not for the fact that she had given them countless precious herbs and elixirs, they would have passed away when they were just past 100 years old. A moment later, Xiao heard footsteps approaching her from behind. She turned around as her tears slid down her face. While sobbing, she said to the person, "Sir, my parents are gone." Xianxia nodded and walked up to her. "They've passed away peacefully. They have no more worries in life." The next instant, Xiao crashed into his arms and started bawling her eyes out. "I no longer have parents." Patting her back, Xianxia placated her by saying, "You had your parents, and that's enough." Martial Peak, Chapter 5241. From today forward, my name is Xiao. With Xianxia's help, Xiao set up a funeral in her home. The hunters from the village came over and offered their condolences. 3 days later, there was a new tomb on the mountain. Xiao knelt in front of the tomb as she was engulfed in a sense of melancholy. Her parents passed away peacefully. They had been a married couple for a long time, and they were buried in the same tomb. It could be said that they had been happier than most commoners in the world. Regardless, they were gone. Right then, an anomaly took place in the sky. Xianxia, who had been standing behind Xiao, looked up. As the owner of this small universe, he was acutely aware of all the changes going on in this world. In front of the tomb, Xiao pressed her head against the ground 3 times to bid her parents a final farewell. When she got to her feet, all the bustling world essence in the small universe streamed into her from all directions where she fully absorbed it. In just 10 breaths of time, her aura changed drastically. Xianxia felt that his small universe was slightly shaking, which prompted his expression to turn solemn. One had to know that his small universe had been spread out. Moreover, with the presence of the World Tree's clone, it was unlikely that his small universe would be impacted in any way, unless it was struck by a force that was significantly more powerful than his limits. Fortunately, the tremors soon subsided. Xianxia cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Welcome back, old ancestor." Xiao remained unmoving. As she stared fixedly at the tomb, she spoke, "For all my life, it's been smooth sailing since I started cultivating. I had my honored master's protection, and my fellow sisters and brothers all took good care of me. My cultivation improved significantly day by day. From no cultivation, I ascended to the Emperor realm, Open Heaven realm, and eventually became an old ancestor. Others might not attain such achievements for all their lives, but to me, they were easy to come by." Xianxia couldn't help but think that the old ancestor was indeed confident of her abilities. She went on to say, "However, there has always been a regret in my heart. Before I joined Yin Cave Heaven, I was an orphan who never knew my parents before. I didn't know who or where they were, so I never got to spend time with them. This life is an experience I've never had before. It's embarrassing of me to have taken advantage of this situation to live out that dream, but I have to thank you for that." Xianxia promptly said that he didn't deserve her gratitude. Nevertheless, it was only then that he realized why the old ancestor had instinctively stopped him from concealing her whereabouts, even though she had sealed off her memory. She must have sensed something the moment the hunter approached her. Her biggest regret was that she never got to spend time with her parents. To experience a life she never had before was clearly of great help to her recuperation and even her cultivation. Although there was the marketplace in Inyang Pass where a lot of open heaven realm masters could help her recover, everyone was aware of her identity. Therefore, everything they did was meant to help her heal, and the way they treated her was not natural. Nevertheless, it was different in Xianxia's small universe where she had lived for over 100 years. The hunter and his wife were not aware that the child they had picked up from the log house on the mountain was a ninth-order old ancestor. They had treated her with care and love. The old ancestor, who had sealed off her memory, spent time with the couple just like other children with their parents. This life made up for the regret she had in her heart. She was badly injured after the battle against the royal lord. It was because she had intended to be mutually wounded with her opponent, so she had not held back at all. It could be said that it was the most severe injury she had ever suffered in her life. That was why she only awakened after she remained unconscious in the small universe for a long time. Even if she were in the marketplace in Inyang Pass, it would have required several hundred years before she could recover, given her injuries. Xianxia's small universe could help her recover quicker than if she were to stay in the marketplace in Inyang Pass, but still should have taken her 200 years at the very least. However, barely more than 100 years had passed, but she had fully recovered. It was thanks to the experience in this life that she obtained such benefits. In other words, she would be able to recover rapidly by experiencing a life she had never gone through before. Upon that revelation, Xianxia fell into his thoughts. From today forward, my name is Xianxia, the old ancestor announced. No one has called me by my original name for so long that I've almost forgotten it, so it no longer carries any meaning to me. Xianxia was startled for a moment, but he naturally wouldn't dare to say anything, for she was the old ancestor. By keeping this name that she had been using for 100 years, she did not only show her gratitude to the couple, but it was also a way for her to remember them. The couple had made up for the regret in Xiaoxiao's heart with their love. They were just ordinary mortals while Xiaoxiao was a ninth-order old ancestor. However, these two mortals in Xianxia's small universe played a key part in old ancestor Xiaoxiao's recovery, thus having an impact on a war that involved countless lives. Such a thing would never have crossed the simple couple's minds. With that said, given their temperaments, they would have just laughed joyfully even if they found out about it. They would be more than happy to know that their daughter was such an important figure. While Xianxia was in a dazed state, he felt a will penetrating the small universe's barrier and returning to the outside world. It was the old ancestor's will. At that moment, the humans were getting some rest in the forward base. In fact, they had been doing that since their arrival at this place that was just outside of the royal city. Other than pretending to attack the royal city, following the leader's order, they had never directly clashed with the Black Ink clan. Nevertheless, none of them would complain about it. Although the commander's tactics were cunning and even a bit shameless, they were effective. Every time they moved closer to the royal city, they would successfully distract the Black Ink clan, and the universe worlds would kill a lot of their enemies. Many human soldiers hoped that as they kept doing this, they would eventually destroy all 1 million Black Ink clansmen. However, considering the fact that the dead Black Ink clansmen would be replaced, such a situation seemed unlikely. Both parties had been in a confrontation for the past 30 or so years. Other than taking turns to extract resources, the humans would also spend the rest of their time cultivating. Hence, their strength had improved slightly. With that said, it took a long time for an open heaven realm master to grow their power, so this minor increase wouldn't affect the current situation. Presently, other than the soldiers, the leaders in the army were also cultivating. The purifying Black Ink battleship was hovering in the void above the forward base as it faced the royal city's direction. The people on the battleship could constantly monitor the movements in the royal city from here. Although it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would launch an attack, they had to remain vigilant. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, Lu Jiping, and the other 8th Order Division commanders were cultivating in their respective rooms when suddenly a wolf swept across the entire purifying black ink battleship. All the leaders who were cultivating were shocked. The next instant, they appeared elated. This couldn't be helped, as this will clearly belong to the old ancestor. After the battle against the royal lord back then, the old ancestor entered Yang Kai's small universe to recover. There hadn't been any news about her since then. Xianxia had asked Yang Kai about the progress in the old ancestor's recuperation, but Yang Kai only told him that everything was going well. Xianxia initially thought that it would take the old ancestor at least 40 to 50 years to recuperate, but she left the small universe barely less than 30 years later. Has the old ancestor fully recovered? That's too quick. As the wolf swept through the battleship, an order was passed down. In an instant, the originally quiet, purifying black ink battleship became bustling with noise as the commanders promptly left their rooms and headed to the conference hall. Soon, they all gathered together. Xianxia turned to look at an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Junior Brother Zhou, how many universe worlds are ready now?" The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Zhou, was responsible for mobilizing people to move universe worlds back from the void and organizing the array masters to fortify them. He had been diligent since he was given such a task, and immediately replied, 10 days ago, I was informed that 5 universe worlds are ready to be used. The 6th one is still being prepared." Xianxia nodded. It had only been 4 years since they last launched an attack on the royal city. They were pretty efficient to have found 5 suitable universe worlds and finished setting them up during this period. According to the plan of Xianxia and the others, they should prepare at least 10 to 15 universe worlds before they initiated an attack, so that it would have a more devastating impact on the enemy. However, that plan had to be modified now. The old ancestor intends to attack the royal city, so we'll need those 6 universe worlds prepared now. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, surnamed Zhou, replied, 6 universe worlds might not be sufficient to have a meaningful impact. Should we discuss the matter with the old ancestor and postpone the attack? Xianxia shook his head. Compared to causing a lot of casualties to the Black Ink clan, disturbing the royal lord's recuperation is more important. Since the old ancestor has recovered, she can make a move now. On the other hand, the royal lord might not be able to do so. If we don't do anything now, the Black Ink clan will only gain a more advantageous position. The man surnamed Zhou nodded. You have a point, Senior Brother Xiang. I was too negligent. Lu Jiping said, moreover, since the old ancestor can make a move now, the number of universe worlds we have no longer matters. The presence of an old ancestor was significantly more intimidating to the Black Ink clan than a few more universe worlds. Therefore, the lack of universe worlds shouldn't be a concern. In that case, send the teams working on the universe world a message and tell them to start taking action, Xianxia ordered. Soon, the man surnamed Zhou left the purifying Black Ink battleship and activated the universe transference law. With the help of the universe array, he headed to the other purifying Black Ink battleship that was about 10 days away from the forward base, where the humans were setting up universe worlds. As the universe worlds were propelled across the void for 10 days, they would gain horrifying momentum by the time they arrived at the royal city. For the ease of communication between both sides, the East-West Army's second purifying Black Ink battleship was anchored there. As arrangements were being made in the East-West Army, the soldiers were soon mobilized. All of them stopped cultivating and started getting busy. Inside the small universe, old ancestor Xiao stood in front of the simple tomb and stared at it as she talked to Yang Kai. With her memory unsealed and her injuries fully healed, she was at the peak of her strength. However, she would never forget the fact that she had lived in this village for over 100 years. The couple in the tomb would always be her parents who had taken care of her for all their lives. Basically, it was old ancestor Xiao who talked most of the time, while Yang Kai simply listened. All she talked about was her daily life with the couple. It was hard to imagine that a 9th Order old ancestor could wear such a sincere smile when she recounted such mundane affairs. Nevertheless, This was truly who old ancestor Xianxia was. Xianxia believed that this one point was where she significantly differed from the other old ancestors. She was a vivid, vibrant figure rather than a dispassionate and aloof powerhouse. Martial Peak. Chapter 5242. Why is the old ancestor wearing mourning robes? Xianxia had come into contact with several old ancestors before. In comparison, he felt most at ease with old ancestor Xianxia. It could even be said that he didn't feel pressured at all when he was with her. Perhaps this had something to do with the uniqueness of her secret art. She needed the help of the bustling world essence when she recuperated, so her personality was more related to it as well. Since she constantly immersed herself in the bustling world, she naturally wouldn't become aloof to mundane matters. Do you think reincarnation exists in this world? Old ancestor Xiao suddenly asked. After giving it a thought, Xianxia replied, "Since I've never experienced it before, I wouldn't dare to jump to an unfounded conclusion." Old ancestor Xiao chuckled and stopped asking. As she looked up at the sky, she said, "I'll take my leave now." The next instant, she shot into the sky. At this point, it had been an entire month since the hunter and his wife's death in the small universe. Presently, many territory lords in the royal city sported ugly expressions. This couldn't be helped, as the humans were mobilizing again. They remembered each and every attack the humans had launched on the royal city, and with every mobilization came the harassment of the weaponized universe worlds. Furthermore, the humans would only approach the royal city every time to pressure them, but the Black Ink Clan's 1 million soldiers would all still have to respond as if a battle was imminent. They had no choice but to send forces to block those universe worlds and the human army. Over the years, a staggering number of Black Ink Clansmen had lost their lives to those universe worlds. It was expected that all of the Black Ink Clansmen were vexed. They were fine with being killed by the humans on the battlefield. Dying in battle was as much an honor for them as it was for the humans. However, their deaths were practically worthless as they were killed by the spirit arrays on those universe worlds. The Black Ink Clan defenders had never even made contact with the humans. The humans had been shamelessly using this tactic for the past 20 to 30 years. They didn't even bother with putting on a pretense now, and there were no signs of them changing strategy anytime soon. The Black Ink Clan didn't have a way to solve this problem. They couldn't ignore the universe worlds or the human army that simply pretended to attack the royal city, for both of them could potentially cause catastrophic damage if left alone. The Black Ink Clan had to deal with both sides, so they had been led by the nose over the years, falling into a completely passive position. Presently, Che Kong was standing on the deck of a large ship as he looked towards the left side of the royal city. The fleet of human warships was menacingly coming at them, as though they were determined to destroy the Black Ink Clan. Nevertheless, Che Kong wore a dispassionate expression. The first 2 times when he saw such a sight, he gave a flurry of orders and mobilized the Black Ink Clan soldiers in preparation. However, he had become somewhat desensitized after experiencing this same scene so many times. That was because he knew that the humans wouldn't really try to invade the royal city. They were just putting on a pretense by forming into a battle formation. What they were trying to achieve was to tie 70% of the Black Ink Clan army down. Apart from Che Kong, the other territory lords and Black Ink Clan soldiers had become apathetic as well. They hadn't directly clashed with the humans for the past 30,000 years, and as soon as both parties came into contact, they realized that the humans were more shameless and despicable than the stories that had been passed down from their ancestors. As the Black Ink Clansmen watched intently, the fleet of warships driven by humans crept closer to the royal city. Presently, the warships were only a bit more than 10 million kilometers away. Based on past experiences, the universe worlds would appear about now. When the human soldiers reached a spot that was 10 million kilometers away from the royal city, the Black Ink Clan would have to start attacking the incoming universe worlds. By then, the humans would either directly retreat or launch a round of attacks before running away. There wouldn't be anything new. What's the situation? How many universe worlds have they prepared this time? Che Kong asked the territory lord beside him as he gazed at the fleet of warships. They had experienced the same thing many times before, so although they were unable to fully resolve it, they had come up with some tactics to deal with this situation. They could make some arrangements in advance by sending out scouts to find out how many universe worlds were coming at them, so that the soldiers around the royal city could get psychologically prepared. This wasn't a difficult task for the Black Ink clan. Upon hearing Che Kong's question, the territory lord, who looked like a female, replied, "I was just informed that the humans have sent 6 universe worlds toward the royal city this time." 6 universe worlds? Che Kong frowned. "Are you sure?" Other than the initial probing attack, the humans had never used such a small amount of universe worlds to attack the royal city. During the first real attack, they had used 10 universe worlds. If there were too few universe worlds, it wouldn't pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. The female territory lords shook her head. A single feudal lord might be mistaken, but it's not likely for 5 feudal lords to all be mistaken. Che Kong fell into his thoughts. Since several feudal lords had left to gather information at the same time, there was no way their information was inaccurate. It has only been a few years since they last launched an attack on the royal city. They might not have enough resources to set up the spirit arrays. 6 universe worlds might be their limit this time, the female territory lord said. Certainly, Che Kong understood that. However, if the humans didn't have enough resources, why didn't they just wait a few more years? They could have prepared even more universe worlds by collecting sufficient resources first. The humans' unusual approach this time made him feel ill at ease. Tell them not to let their guard down. The humans' behavior is a little unusual this time. Perhaps they have some other plot. The female territory lord nodded and waved her hand, after which a feudal lord approached her. She spoke to the territory lord, who then left in a hurry and passed her order on to the right flank of the royal city. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan soldiers on the right side of the royal city could see that the universe worlds were flying towards them from the void. The universe worlds were rapidly moving across the void. Perhaps the humans knew that they couldn't hide the universe worlds from the Black Ink clan, so they had stopped wasting any resources to arrange any spirit arrays to conceal them since the third attack. That way, all the universe worlds that were coming at the royal city were as bright as the great suns. Although they were still millions of kilometers away, they were flying towards the royal city in an intimidating manner. Before those universe worlds even arrived, many of the Black Ink clan soldiers gulped. Based on past experiences, every time the humans attacked, a large number of the Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives. Although dying to humans on the battlefield was an honorable sacrifice, it didn't mean they were willing to be slaughtered by these universe worlds covered in spirit arrays. On the other hand, the territory lords in this place were at ease, for they had already successfully intercepted 18 universe worlds in a single attack before, thus ensuring the safety of the royal city. With that said, they had paid a huge price to achieve that victory. Since there were only 6 universe worlds this time, it would be effortless for them to defend the royal city. On the left side of the royal city, the human warships were only 12 million kilometers away. The unease that Che Kong felt intensified. This kind of unease came out of nowhere, but he was still deeply concerned. He paid close attention to both sides of the royal city so that he wouldn't miss any anomalies. However, regardless of how hard he looked, he couldn't detect anything unusual. He was informed by the clansmen from the right flank that there were indeed only 6 approaching universe worlds. On the other hand, the human warships were inching closer to the left side of the royal city. It was estimated that by the time the universe world struck, the humans would have reached a spot that was 10 million kilometers away from the royal city. The humans would always do this without fail, and their timing was annoyingly precise. Since there were no anomalies on either of the sides, why did Che Kong feel ill at ease at this point? Just then, he detected an anomaly from the corner of his eye. He promptly turned to look in the direction where the humans' forward base was located. There seemed to be a ray of light that was coming at the royal city at an unimaginable speed. This kind of speed couldn't be achieved by a mere territory lord or 8th Order masters. Che Kong detected that ray of light just as it emerged from the humans' forward base, but in the blink of an eye, It had moved across millions of kilometers and was growing closer at an astonishing rate. In just several breaths of time, the ray of light became as dazzling as the sun. At the same time, a terrifying pressure could be felt coming from the light. Che Kong felt his chest tightening as he exclaimed, "It's the old ancestor." By the time he finished speaking, the ray of light from the human's forward base had turned into a gigantic blade. There seemed to be an invisible hand that was holding the blade and slashing at the royal city. Space trembled, and the universe destabilized. Faced with this sudden attack, all the Black Ink clansmen felt cold all over their bodies, as though they were about to lose their lives. Time seemed to have frozen at that instant. Regardless of how bright the light was, it couldn't conceal the stunning beauty within it. At that moment, both the Black Ink clan soldiers and the human soldiers found their eyes drawn to that figure. It was a figure who was wearing all white clothes with a piece of white cloth wrapped around her forehead. It was said that women looked best in white clothes. Old ancestor Xianxia, who was already astonishingly beautiful to begin with, stunned the Black Ink clan the moment she appeared in the void with that outfit. Besides them, the humans were dumbfounded as well. At this moment, old ancestor Xianxia was pointing two fingers at the royal city, swinging the gigantic blade that was the manifestation of her power down towards it. On the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, who had always been a calm and collected man, couldn't help gawking. Lu Zhiping covered her lips in disbelief. The 8th Order Division commander beside them felt the corner of his brow twitching as he muttered, "Why is the old ancestor wearing mourning robes?" They were familiar with the clothes that the old ancestor was wearing, as those were clearly mourning robes. One would only put on such clothes when their relatives passed away. However, no one in the world would be important enough to let the old ancestor wear mourning robes after they passed away. The two army commanders, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the other human soldiers were all puzzled. After all, the old ancestor was already one of the most powerful cultivators in the entire human race. Be it her age, cultivation, or seniority, she was at the peak of everything. Even if a junior from her sect had passed away, she didn't have to put on such clothes. Certainly, the old ancestor didn't have any elders either, as they should have all passed on by now. The 8th Order Division commander suddenly had an odd idea as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Yang Kai has lost his life? The old ancestor had been recuperating in Yang Kai's small universe. So if he had perished due to an accident in the process, it was possible that the old ancestor would put on such clothes to express her regret. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Zhiping glared at the 8th Order Division commander. Even if Yang Kai had really passed on due to an accident when the old ancestor was recuperating, it still couldn't explain why she was wearing mourning robes. It seemed something they couldn't understand must have happened during the old ancestor's recuperation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5243, it's serious this time. Dawning Light was located on the far side of the fleet, so it could be said that the warship was near the outer flank. In such a location, once a battle broke out, they would be in a more perilous situation than the warships closer to the center because they could be attacked and encircled by the Black Ink clan first. Certainly, the leaders had intentionally made such an arrangement. Dawn was a special operations squad and was exceptionally powerful, while Dawning Light was significantly sturdier than other squad-class warships. It was expected that they would be tasked with dealing with the Black Ink clan first. The moment the old ancestor appeared, the members of Dawn were dumbfounded and rendered speechless. Just then, a fluctuation was felt coming from the space array on Dawning Light. Fengming turned her head and saw a familiar figure stepping out of the array. "Squad leader," she exclaimed with joy. The other members greeted him as well. Over the years, Yang Kai had been helping the old ancestor to recuperate, so he hadn't shown up all this time. Although Fengming was there to lead Dawn, they just felt that something was missing. It wasn't until Yang Kai appeared that the feeling was gone. Wherever humans gathered together, they would need a pillar of strength, and to the members of Dawn, Yang Kai was that pillar. Yang Kai nodded lightly and moved towards the deck. As he looked intently, he couldn't help but give a nod. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had run out of luck this time. The old ancestor was going all out the moment she appeared. It was apparent that she was in a terrible mood, so she wanted to vent it all out. Although her power had been restored and her memory had been unsealed, she would never forget the 100-year life she had experienced in Xianxia's small universe. As Xiao, she naturally wouldn't be in a good mood after her parents, who had taken care of her all their lives, passed away. What happened to the old ancestor? Has one of her relatives passed away? Feng Ying voiced the doubts of those members on the deck. It's a long story. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how to explain. What's more, this matter was something deeply personal and intimate to the old ancestor, so he couldn't just reveal it as he pleased. Has the old ancestor recovered? Chitai Chu asked, as that was the most pressing issue for the humans now. They were aware that the old ancestor was recuperating, and they had already estimated how long it would take her to recover. Although there wasn't a clear answer, they all agreed that it would take her many decades to 100 years to recover. Some of the soldiers came from Yinyang Pass, so they knew better than the others about how the old ancestor healed. They were the ones who speculated that it would take her up to 200 years to fully recover. Therefore, everyone believed that it would be at least 50 years before the old ancestor made a move again. None of them had expected that the old ancestor would finish her recovery barely 30 years later, or that the moment she showed up, she would launch a fierce attack on the royal city. She's fine, Yang Kai replied. Feng Ying's eyes brightened. Does that mean that it's serious this time? Several tens of thousands of soldiers of the East-West Army had been mobilized many times over the past 20 years to attack the royal city. However, they would only put on a pretense each time. There was no doubt that it was a clever tactic, and the Blacking clan had suffered a lot of hardship because of that. But the humans yearned to clash with the Blacking clan on the battlefield to let the latter know their fury and strength. They had been waiting for the war to really start for the past 30 years. They had been waiting for this day since they stepped into Black Ink clan's territory in the Great Evolution Theater. Yang Kai nodded. Since the old ancestor has made a move, there's no way we'll go home without achieving anything. They exchanged glances with excitement all over their faces. Other than the members of Dawn, the soldiers on the other warships were equally thrilled. In fact, the moment the old ancestor showed up and attacked the royal city, everyone knew that they weren't going to just put up a pretense this time. They would be directly clashing with the Blacking clan. All the soldiers made ready for battle. Only a moment had passed as the gigantic blade solidified and slashed at the royal city. Before the attack even arrived, a terrifying pressure engulfed the entire royal city. The Black Ink clansmen on both sides of the royal city were horrified. Covered in this pressure, the weaker low-rank Black Ink clansmen were unable to resist and began bleeding black blood from all over their bodies, as if it was being squeezed out of them. In the blink of an eye, these weaker Black Ink clansmen exploded into black mists. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen were in better condition, but they still found it hard to even move freely. Only the feudal lords and the territory lords were able to resist the terrifying pressure. The gigantic blade slashed towards the huge Black Ink nest in the center of the royal city. This was the foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. As long as this Black Ink nest was destroyed, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan would cease, and they would be unable to produce any new Black Ink clansmen. If the humans could destroy the royal lord's Black Ink nest first, victory would be assured. Then, by killing the remaining Black Ink clansmen, they would be able to fully occupy the Great Evolution Theater. By then, the entire theater would fall into the humans' hands. Since the beginning of the war between the two races, no great pass had ever achieved such a feat before. If Great Evolution Army could achieve this, it would be a turning point forever recorded in the annals of history. As the soldiers of the two races watched intently, the gigantic blade was forcefully brought down. Just when it was about to come into contact with the Black Ink nest, a roar reverberated across the void. Impudence. Following the roar, a dark hand stuck out from the Black Ink nest all of a sudden and grabbed the blade. The gigantic hand was made of pure Black Ink strength, and the veins on it were so clearly defined that it appeared completely real. The moment the dark hand appeared, the royal lords will permeated the void. Since old ancestor Xianxia wanted to destroy the black ink nest, there was no way the royal lord, who was recuperating inside it, would be oblivious to the attack. He awakened in an instant and promptly reacted to the threat. Ultimately, the blade didn't manage to strike the black ink nest as it was grasped by the Dark Hand. The powers of the royal lord and the old ancestor clashed as the dazzling light expanded. Darkness and light were locked in confrontation above the royal city. After a short deadlock, the dazzling light pressed down again, while the Dark Hand was forced lower, as though it was unable to resist the blade as it inched closer to the black ink nest. All the black ink clansmen felt their hearts leaping to their throats, for the sight suggested that the royal lord was at a disadvantage. The black ink clansmen were horrified, for if the royal lord couldn't resist this attack, his black ink nest would be destroyed. Once that happened, regardless of how many black ink clansmen there were, they would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. All of them would die sooner or later, with no hope for the future. Just as the black ink clansmen were growing anxious, even more black ink strength billowed from the black ink nest and streamed into the Dark Hand. With this new wave of black ink strength's help, the Dark Hand, which was originally being forced back, steadied itself. Not only did it get out of the disadvantageous position, though, but it even started pushing the enemy back. The black ink clansmen were ecstatic. This situation suggested that the royal lord was only temporarily at a disadvantage after the sneak attack. Since he had rallied his strength, there was no way the old ancestor was a match for him. After all, a royal lord who was close to his black ink nest could make use of the black ink nest's power and exhibit strength beyond what he normally could. The clash between the blade and the Dark Hand soon ended. As the Dark Hand tightened its grip, the blade shattered and scattered into wisps of light. As the blade disappeared, the old ancestor turned into a ray of light and charged towards the royal lord's black ink nest. The enraged royal lord flew out, and the two figures, one big and one small, clashed above the royal city, shaking the heavens and shattering the earth. Unlike their previous exchange, the royal lord had gone all out right from the start. This couldn't be helped, as the royal city was literally right behind him. He had to ward off the old ancestor at all costs and make sure that his black ink nest was not damaged. Thrown into this intense battle, the royal lord was infuriated. He had never expected that the old ancestor would come spoiling for a fight so soon. He had only exchanged moves with the other party once in the past. Although he had suffered setback in that battle, he was generally fine. After obtaining some information from the royal lord in the Yin-Yang Theater, he learned a lot about the female old ancestor. On the other hand, the old ancestor knew next to nothing about him. Therefore, after the previous battle, he concluded that it would take this old ancestor at least 200 years to recuperate before she staged a comeback. 200 years was enough for him to fully recover with the help of his black ink nest. By then, he would be able to catch the old ancestor off guard. How could he have anticipated that the old ancestor came attacking him again barely 20 to 30 years later? Has she fully recovered? Wouldn't it damage her foundation if she frequently makes a move without healing first? For what he had gathered, the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass cultivated a unique secret art, and it was extremely difficult for her to recuperate once injured. It seemed impossible that she could recover in such a short time. However, their brief exchange just now had astounded him. If not for him drawing on the black ink nest strength, he wouldn't have been able to block the old ancestor's attack, given his current state. As a result, the energy inside the black ink nest, which was sufficient for him to use for the next 10 years, had been used up in just over 10 breaths of time. Now, the black ink nest was just an empty husk with no energy to spare. But soon, he realized that his judgment was wrong, as the old ancestor hadn't fully recovered. That was because during her subsequent clashes, he could sense that the old ancestor was occasionally sluggish when she activated her strength. This was a sign that she was still injured. Although she had been trying her best to conceal it, he could still sense it. This allowed him to feel slightly more at ease. It would have been a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan if this old ancestor could really recover so quickly. Now, she was just concealing her injury using some kind of secret technique. She was practically digging her own grave. The backlash from using such a technique, on top of her own injuries, would cause serious damage to her in the long run. Both of them still hadn't recovered from their injuries, so neither held an advantageous position. It was just the royal lord's speculation in the beginning, but as the battle dragged on, he became certain of his judgment. There was no way that the old ancestor had fully recovered. Although she still fought as fiercely as the last time, she was unable to conceal the fact that she was not at the peak of her power. In the beginning, the royal lord was at a disadvantage, but as time passed, they became equally matched. A while later, the old ancestor was at a disadvantageous position instead. The royal lord acted relentlessly, for this was the best chance for him to injure or even kill his opponent, so he wouldn't let it slip through his fingers. Martial Peak, Chapter 5244, Trouble. Now, it seemed that the old ancestor was trying to suppress the injury she had previously suffered from. Her intention was to destroy the black ink nest when the royal lord was recuperating, but she hadn't expected that the latter would counterattack so quickly. At that moment, though, it was impossible for her to just stop halfway. With that said, even though the royal lord had gained the upper hand, he was unable to obtain a decisive advantage. This couldn't be helped, as these two most powerful masters were fighting against each other above the royal city. While the old ancestor had no qualms about unleashing all her power, the royal lord couldn't do that. He had to protect his black ink nest. Therefore, not only did he have to deal with his opponent, but he also had to divert some of his strength and attention to block the fallout of their clash. A black ink nest was surprisingly fragile and defenseless, so even the fallout from a high-level battle could destroy it. With such a restraint, it would be extremely difficult for the royal lord to expand his advantage. However, he soon found a solution for it. He secretly gave an order, after which 3 territory lords led 7 8th-order black ink disciples to return from the right side of the royal city and protect the black ink nest. With the presence of 3 territory lords and 7 8th-order black ink disciples, 10 powerful masters on par with 8th-order division commanders, they could easily ward off all the fallout and ensure the black ink nest safety. The reason the royal lord made such an arrangement was that he realized it didn't require so many powerful black ink clansmen to protect the right side of the city. After all, there were only 6 universe worlds this time, so it was fine to get 10 of them to come over and protect the high-rank black ink nest. The rest of them could still deal with the universe worlds. In the meantime, many feudal lords streamed into the black ink nest and arrived at the black ink pool. After fishing out all their materials from their space rings, they poured them into the black ink pool. Regardless of their orders, the materials were directly absorbed by the black ink pool and turned into pure black ink strength. That way, as long as the royal lord was still in the vicinity of the royal city, he could make use of the black ink nest to strengthen his power. As black ink strength continuously billowed from the black ink nest, the royal lord grew increasingly confident and was no longer flustered like he had been at the start of the battle. Old ancestor Xianxia repeatedly attempted to break through his blockade and attack the black ink nest, but he managed to block all her attacks. As the humans watched this sight, they secretly grew anxious. None of them could have expected that the old ancestor would be at a disadvantage upon clashing with the royal lord. Despite that, the human race army never stopped moving forward as they headed straight towards the royal city. On the deck of the Dawning Light, Xianxia, who was intently watching the fight, furrowed his brow. This scenario was playing out differently from what he had expected. What puzzled him was that the old ancestor was slightly sluggish when she activated her power. Although they were far apart, he could still sense it, as the old ancestor was extremely powerful to begin with. He was very familiar with that kind of sluggishness and knew it meant that a cultivator was injured. Nevertheless, he was certain the old ancestor had fully recovered, so she hadn't suffered a setback during the exchange of moves. How was it possible that she was suddenly injured again? The only possibility he could think up was that the old ancestor was deliberately doing this to deceive her opponent. Xianxia wasn't interested in speculating about the old ancestor's intentions. However, since she was pretending to be injured, it suggested that everything was well within her control. Therefore, Even though she appeared to be at a disadvantage, she must be secretly carrying out her plan. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since the old ancestor appeared and brought down her blade. The royal lord managed to intercept her attack in time, and they subsequently engaged in an intense battle. Above the royal city, the old ancestor was as menacing as ever, while on the other hand, the black ink nest, which had been replenished with black ink strength, continuously aided the royal lord, allowing him to act increasingly boldly. Old ancestor Xianxia seemed to realize that the battle couldn't be dragged out. If she wanted to destroy the black ink nest, she had to circumvent the royal lord. However, she couldn't ignore the royal lord, who was assisted by the black ink nest power. Hence, after a moment of deadlock, she decided to retreat. The royal lord quickly chased after her, as though he was determined to stop her from fleeing. The black ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were dumbfounded. This couldn't be helped, as these two most powerful masters soon arrived at their location. Earlier, these weak black ink clansmen already felt immensely pressured when facing the fallout of the battle, but now that these two were fighting right above their heads, how were they supposed to cope? The royal lord was furious, as had figured out the old ancestor's intention. It was apparent that she was trying to make use of the black ink clansmen to force him to act cautiously lest the innocent be hurt. Certainly, the royal lord wouldn't grant her wish. As he chased after her, his attacks were still as violent as ever. The life or death of these black ink clansmen didn't concern him. To him, the old ancestor was his only enemy, and as long as he could kill her today, it would be fine even if all of his subordinates perished in the process. As their powers clashed, the 300,000 or so black ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were thrown into chaos. Many of them were injured or even killed. As the fallout of the epic clash swept across the void, even some of the unlucky feudal lords lost their lives, not to mention the high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. The territory lords were even more furious than the royal lord, for the deceased black ink clansmen were their subordinates. Without those subordinates, they would be leaders without any followers. Some of the territory lords ran away and led their subordinates to leave this area lest more casualties were caused, while other territory lords charged towards old ancestor Xianxia along with their 8th Order black ink disciples. The battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord was intimidating, and the average person would never be able to have a hand in it. However, the territory lords and the 8th Order black ink disciples were powerful enough to do that. The old ancestor had to take a huge risk by trying to restrain the royal lord with the black ink clansmen. As she was all on her own now, she was destined to be surrounded by her enemies. With that said, old ancestor Xianxia had already expected this. Before the black ink clansmen could close in on her, she raised her hand and took out a medallion, which rapidly expanded into an invisible shield that surrounded her. The royal lord's horrifying attack, as well as the secret techniques of those territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples, struck the shield, causing it to ripple and dim. It was apparent that the medallion that the old ancestor had summoned was quite precious. Despite that, most of its spirituality was lost very quickly. However, with the help of the momentary protection, she performed a set of hand seals and chanted, "From chaos, yin and yang are born." As world force undulated, a gigantic yin-yang fish pattern expanded and engulfed the surrounding 300,000 black ink clansmen. At that instant, yin and yang manifested. At the same time, countless strange-looking silk threads spread across the yin-yang fish. Those silk threads appeared as light as feathers, but the instant they penetrated the black ink clansmen, they became razor-sharp, easily cutting them into innumerable pieces. The aura of death engulfed the entire void. In just 3 breaths of time, the shield around the old ancestor was shattered, and at that instant she extended her hand and grasped something. An 8th Order black ink disciple, who had been eager to make a contribution, froze as though he had been clenched by an immense force, his face filling with horror. When he looked down, he realized that his legs had been tied by the silk threads, which quickly cut into his body. Terrified, he hurriedly pushed the power of his small universe in an attempt to resist the attack. Nevertheless, What happened next astounded him. The moment he tried to access his small universe, he realized that it had fallen into chaos. He immediately inspected himself, only to see that the silk threads had broken through the barrier of his small universe and slashed across it like countless sharp knives. At that instant, he came to the realization that this was a secret technique that specifically targeted one small universe. No one had a better understanding of small universes than the human old ancestors. Moreover, the old ancestor before his eyes was one already an order above him, and she had used a secret technique that specifically targeted the small universe. How was he supposed to resist? What was laughable was that when he saw that the old ancestor was at a disadvantage against the royal lord earlier, he wanted to seize the chance and attack her. However, instead of achieving his goal, he would most likely lose his life here. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, his small universe was cut to pieces, and his vitality rapidly left him. An 8th Order Black Ink disciple indeed had a right to have a hand in the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord, but in order to do so, they had to bear an enormous risk. Apart from him, the other 8th Order Black Ink disciples faced the same situation. As they were engulfed in the yin-yang fish, the silk threads broke through the barriers of their small universes and turned into attacks that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. Their small universes were soon devastated. Faced with this attack, these 8th Order Black Ink disciples had no other choice but to stop in their tracks and focused on resisting the invasive secret technique. The territory lords didn't have small universes, so they wouldn't be targeted by the secret technique, but naturally the profound secret technique that the old ancestor had cast wouldn't only work on small universes. Those silk threads were plenty destructive in their own right. The territory lords were soon wounded as their black blood scattered around the void. Regardless, they still relentlessly charged towards the old ancestor in an attempt to join forces and slay her. The royal lord had never stopped his assault, and faced with the series of violent attacks, the old ancestor wouldn't dare to be negligent. Nevertheless, hovering within this yin-yang fish, the old ancestor was evidently more agile and sensitive to her surroundings. She moved so elusively that even the royal lord found it hard to hit her. 10 breaths after the yin-yang fish appeared, countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, while all the territory lords were wounded and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were struggling to save themselves. However, with the absolute advantage in numbers on their side, these powerful Black Ink clansmen eventually joined forces with the royal lord and besieged the old ancestor. Just then, the old ancestor, who was wearing mourning robes, flashed a cunning smile. The next instant, she sank into the yin-yang fish and disappeared. The secret technique that the royal lord sent out completely missed its target. Stunned, he soon turned to look in a different direction and widened his eyes. That was the left side of the royal city where 70% of the Black Ink clan army was located. The territory lords on the left side had watched as the old ancestor attempted to attack the Black Ink nest and subsequently got into a fight with the powerful Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the city. Although they wanted to help out, they could only remain in place as the human soldiers were still creeping closer to the royal city. They couldn't do anything else other than stand their ground. Little did they know that their inaction would soon bring them trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 5245, Silent Anger. The moment old ancestor Xianxia appeared among the Black Ink clansmen who were located on the left side of the royal city, the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were horrified. Earlier, they had witnessed the moves that the old ancestor had used, so they were acutely aware of how powerful she was. Therefore, the moment she appeared, the Black Ink clansmen around her promptly ran away. However, it was too late. The world force swirled around her and turned into a violent storm. As it spread out, the Black Ink clansmen around her collapsed. Following her appearance, the yin-yang fish, which was supposed to be on the right side of the royal city, appeared and engulfed the Black Ink clansmen in this place. All the Black Ink clansmen felt as though they were suffocating. If not for the fact that old ancestor Xianxia was under considerable strain trying to affect so many enemies across such a vast area, she would have been able to destroy all these 700,000 Black Ink clansmen on her own given enough time. Even the territory lords and the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples wouldn't be able to escape from her. Fortunately for them, the royal lord arrived swiftly. These two figures clashed again. This was their third battlefield, as they had been fighting against each other all around the royal city. The first battlefield was just above the royal city, where old ancestor Xiao attempted to destroy the black ink nest. After her plan was foiled, she had no choice but to head to the right side of the royal city, where she devastated the black ink clansmen stationed over there. After she was done with that, she somehow slipped over to the left side of the royal city and did the same thing to the black ink clan army here. Such roguish actions did not befit her status as the old ancestor. The royal lord was so furious that he almost went mad. He had previously battled old ancestor Xiao. During the exchange of moves, his only impression of this human was that she was insane, and this time, her insanity had gotten worse. This woman was aware that she would be at a disadvantage by fighting against the royal lord near the royal city, but she insisted on doing it just to destroy the Black Ink clan army. The royal lord almost had the urge to leave her alone and head straight to the human warships. He wouldn't be heartbroken regardless of how many Black Ink clansmen lost their lives. However, if too many humans were killed, the old ancestor wouldn't be able to take it. However, he did not dare act on this impulse, for if he did, this insane woman would surely seize the chance and head straight for the Black Ink nest. When that happened, even though he could cause a massive number of casualties to the humans, his Black Ink nest would be gone forever. He didn't care how many Black Ink clansmen were killed, but he could never let his Black Ink nest be destroyed. Therefore, he had to target the old ancestor no matter what. He could not allow her to move about freely. This put him in a passive position. Only 30% of the Black Ink clansmen were located on the right flank of the royal city, tasked with stopping the weaponized universe worlds from impacting the royal city, so it didn't require a lot of people. 30% would be enough. On the other hand, 70% of the Black Ink clansmen were stationed on the left side of the royal city, which was more than 2 times the number on the right. It was only natural that there were also more territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples around here. Now that old ancestor Xiao had shifted from the right side to the left side, the territory lords and the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples on the left side certainly wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Just like what had happened earlier, they charged towards the old ancestor in order to assist the royal lord. Old ancestor Xiao was in an increasingly perilous situation. Given the strength she had exhibited earlier, she would still be at a disadvantage even if she was in a one-on-one fight with the royal lord in this place. Not to mention that the royal lord had the assistance of these territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples now. Barely 30 breaths of time later, the yin-yang fish, which had come with the old ancestor, shattered and returned to chaos. This was a sign that the old ancestor no longer had sufficient energy to sustain her secret technique. She had to focus on dealing with the royal lord and the powerful Black Ink clansmen who had besieged her. However, she no longer had enough power to fend off all their attacks, which broke through her defenses and struck her seemingly frail figure, causing the light around her to flicker. Seeing that, the territory lords and the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples exerted more power with their attacks in an attempt to aid the royal lord in taking down the old ancestor once and for all. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to defeat a Ninth Order old ancestor. The moment the yin-yang fish fell apart, the void seemed to shake a little, and as the tremor spread, a shockwave was sent across the entire battlefield. All the Black Ink disciples temporarily fell into a dazed state. The powerful Black Ink clansmen were less impacted, but they still became sluggish for a moment. The old ancestor charged through the Black Ink army and broke through their blockade before dashing towards the depths of the void. After a brief moment of hesitation, the royal lord decided to chase after her. Just a moment later, the noise of the battle between these two most powerful masters was heard coming from the distance. The Black Ink clansmen, who were originally in an orderly formation, were all scattered and bruised now. After old ancestor Xiao kicked up a storm. Not only was their battle formation broken, but many of them had also lost their lives. The lives of the Black Ink clansmen below the feudal lords didn't matter. However, It was heart-wrenching to know that a number of Black Ink clansmen above the feudal lords were killed. Even some of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples had lost their lives. Just now, 2 of them were killed by the old ancestor, and including the one from the right flank, she had slain 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total. Such casualties should never have happened, regardless of how powerful the old ancestor was. As long as the Black Ink clansmen coordinated properly, and with the restraint from the royal lord, the old ancestor would never have achieved such results. However, the royal lord wasn't concerned about the life or death of his subordinates at all. While the secret techniques and divine abilities used by the old ancestor were ferocious, those used by the royal lord were even more savage. These Black Ink clansmen not only had to deal with the old ancestor, but they also had to be cautious about getting impacted by the repercussions of the royal lord's attacks. Although the battle didn't last a long time, the powerful Black Ink clansmen all felt extremely weary. Fortunately, these 2 sources of disaster had left. This was the kind of situation that should have taken place since the beginning. These 2 powerful masters should have gone to their exclusive battlefield and engaged in a life-and-death battle. Why did they drag the less powerful ones into their clash? However, before the Black Ink clan could take a breath, they were faced with a new crisis. The fleet of human warships was now closing in. Xianxia's towering figure stood at the bow of a battalion-class warship at the front of the fleet, and with a solemn expression, he reached out and summoned a hideous-looking saber that was taller than he was. He pointed the tip of the blade forward and ordered, "Kill!" At that instant, lights of secret techniques and artifacts flashed across the fleet of warships behind Xianxia and rained down fire on the royal city. Every human soldier of every squad on every warship silently took action at this moment. In this silent atmosphere, all of them infused their world force into the arrays and artifacts as they vent their burning fury on the Black Ink clan. The humans were enraged. They had witnessed what had happened to the old ancestor, and although they understood that everything she had done was to create a chance for them to launch an attack, when they saw that she had to deal with so many powerful Black Ink clansmen on her own while they were unable to help, they inevitably blamed themselves for not being strong enough. It wasn't until they got close to the royal city that they could vent their suppressed frustrations. This was technically their first real battle since the East-West Army departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, so they had to succeed at all costs. For this battle, they had been patiently waiting and getting prepared for the past several decades. The Black Ink clansmen still hadn't regained their senses from the earlier chaos when they were engulfed from the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering attacks. Although Che Kong had already detected it, and he had been giving orders, the Black Ink clan couldn't form an effective resistance as their army was currently still in chaos. The powers of the secret techniques and the artifacts devastated the Black Ink clan. Every attack was equivalent to an all-out move of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Every warship could send out 2 to 3 such attacks at once. So, with some 2,000 warships around, it was akin to 5,000 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters making a move all at once. The sight was truly magnificent. The Black Ink clansmen in the periphery were unable to resist such attacks. Engulfed in the colorful lights, they were eternally laid to rest. Before the 2 races even clashed, a massive number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives. After the series of attacks, there was a moment of silence. Several breaths of time later, the attacks of the same intensity shot forth again. After 3 rounds of intense attacks from the warships, a large number of Black Ink clansmen were either injured or killed. The Black Ink clansmen were terrified. It had been 30,000 years since they last fought with the humans, and over the past 30 years, although the humans had repeatedly harassed them, they would run away after launching a single round of attacks and achieving some small success. Hence, the Black Ink clan never had a taste of how horrible the human warships truly were. It wasn't until this day that they realized the humans were truly powerful. Faced with the continuous attacks, many Black Ink clansmen were consigned to oblivion without even the chance to resist. With the help of the arrays and artifacts on the warships, the humans were able to launch attacks on the enemy, while the Black Ink clan was unable to respond on the spot. That way, Most of the Black Ink clansmen were powerless to counterattack as they were struck by the barrage. Although the territory lords and the feudal lords did counterattack, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters certainly wouldn't sit back and allow the Black Ink clan to make a scene. While the fleet of warships was still creeping closer to the royal city, the powerful masters from the two races exchanged moves from a distance. The battlefield on the left side of the royal city was bustling with noise, while on the right side of the royal city, the Black Ink clansmen who had just endured the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord felt quite conflicted. This couldn't be helped, as the humans had greatly changed their tactics this time. In the past, when the humans launched a round of attacks on them, the universe worlds would arrive at the same time. But this time, while the human soldiers had clashed with the Black Ink clansmen on the left, the universe worlds still hadn't arrived at the right side. This forced 30% of the Black Ink clan army to remain idle, as they had to stay there to prevent the universe world from destroying the royal city. They could only watch as their clansmen on the left side were attacked, while there was nothing they could do to help. This was apparently the plan that the humans had come up with. A moment later, the human warships had already closed to just 1 million kilometers from the royal city. At such a distance, the two armies could now engage in close quarters combat. The continuous attacks from those warships finally stopped. This couldn't be helped, as the cultivators responsible for controlling the offensive arrays and artifacts on the warships were basically 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although they were fairly strong, and they could cast 7th Order attacks with the help of the arrays and artifacts, their heritage wasn't nearly as deep as real 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They couldn't possibly exert themselves to activate the powers of the arrays and artifacts continuously for an extended period of time. After such a long barrage, they had to slow down and restore their strength. Che Kong, who was extremely vexed, raised his arm and ordered, "Stop them. Do not let them get any closer to the royal city." Following his order, the Black Ink clansmen behind him charged forward. Martial Peak, Chapter 5246, gaining an advantage then running away. As the two armies clashed, both parties had to be menacing and bold. Certainly, neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan were less menacing or bold, especially when both parties were furious. What happened to old ancestor Xiao enraged the humans, while her actions infuriated the Black Ink clan. As these raging armies clashed, it was destined to be a brutal battle. Faced with the humans' onslaught, the Black Ink clansmen at the front were instantly killed. On the other hand, the defenses around the human warships at the front flickered. The secret techniques from both parties intertwined in the void and rained down on each other. For a battle of such scale, there was no need for specific targets. Everyone simply attacked the enemy closest to them. Both armies engaged in an intense struggle as soon as they came into contact. Such intense fighting was more than many Black Ink clansmen could take, resulting in massive casualties on their side. Even the human warships couldn't last forever under such wanton bombardment. After just 10 breaths of time, the 300 warships which formed the vanguard of the East-West Army's force had their shields turning dim. It was a sign that their defenses were on the verge of failing. On such a battlefield, if the defensive barriers around a warship were broken, the entire squad inside would have to face the Black Ink clan's wrath without protection. When that happened, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might stand a chance to flee, but those below the 7th Order would be doomed. Fortunately, they had already made arrangements. Without the need for anyone to give orders, the moment the cultivators realized that their warship was on the brink of breaking apart, they would retreat at full speed. As one warship withdrew, another would come forward to fill the gap. There were several thousand warships on the human side, so by cycling which ones were at the front of the assault, the East-West Army ensured they could deal the most damage while suffering the fewest losses as they crept closer to the royal city. As warships retreated, the same amount of warships would replace them from behind. By using this method, there were rarely any casualties on the human side as the two armies collided. During the second round of replacement, Dawning Light made it to the forefront. The members responsible for controlling the defensive arrays and artifacts madly pushed their world force and infused it into the arrays and artifacts so that their warship could last even a little longer. The ones in charge of the offensive arrays and artifacts quickly tried to restore their energy, which they had exerted during the opening round of attacks. Meanwhile, with Xianxia in the lead, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters vented their powers on the Black Ink Clansmen in front of them. The secret techniques they cast successfully killed many enemies. Bai Yi's skills in archery were especially intimidating in this kind of situation. Every arrow she shot could end a feudal lord's life. As her petite figure stood at the bow of the ship, her eyes radiated an unusual glow. It was apparent that she had activated an ice secret technique as she selected her targets. The warship of the Old Turtle Squad was not far from Dawning Light. The Old Turtles were renowned for their defensive capabilities, so this kind of situation was where they could make the best use of their skills. The entire warship radiated a glow which served as a barrier of defense like a thick tortoise shell, which could protect the soldiers beneath it. When Dawning Light replaced a withdrawing warship, the Old Turtle Squad had already been at the front, and even after some time had passed, their defenses showed no sign of weakening. It had to be said that even though the Old Turtles were slow, they were peerless when it came to their defense. Given such a characteristic, it would be hard for them to earn military merits in a search and destroy mission, but they could serve as the best shield for others around them in this kind of chaotic melee. The warships that had moved forward along with Dawning Light earlier had all been replaced. In fact, Dawning Light's shields were also on the brink of failing. Although the capabilities of Dawning Light were far greater than average squad-class warships, they were for all intents and purposes balanced. It was unlike the warship of the Old Turtle Squad, which had outstanding defensive and offensive strength but greatly reduced speed and maneuverability. Dawning Light naturally reached its limits sooner than the older Turtle's warship. Fortunately, both armies were already tangled up together, so Dawning Light didn't have to fully retreat. Like two torrents that collided, the universe seemed to have turned upside down as the void became destabilized. After the exchange of moves, with the battalion-class warships leading the way, the humans tore apart the defenses of the Black Ink Clan army. The warships from behind came forward and cast their attacks on the Black Ink Clansmen on both sides, further dividing up the enemy. Like a sharp blade, the human warships cut across the Black Ink Clan's lines and continued to move forward for several 100,000 kilometers until the enemy army had been split apart. Upon arriving at this spot, the battalion-class warship in the lead suddenly changed directions and charged forward. The other warships all followed it closely. The battalion-class warship was commanded by Xianxia. In order to carry out the plan on this day, this battalion-class warship was specially modified, and its members were also carefully selected. Ordinary squads were not comparable to it when it came to their offense and defense capabilities. Such a battalion-class warship could serve as the tip of the spear. Meanwhile, the other battalion-class warships, all commanded by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were located on the sides of the fleet. That way, with the protection of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they could ensure that the fleet wouldn't be broken up, allowing them to move together as a cohesive force. However, the price that the East-West Army had to pay was that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their freedom to move around. It wasn't hard for the Black Ink Clan to resolve this problem. They just had to gather enough power and specifically target one point of the fleet to break up the formation. Therefore, the humans had to bear some risk by using this tactic. With that said, in order to ensure the completeness of the fleet, they had no other choice. Only by acting this way could they limit the losses that they might suffer. The lives of the Black Ink Clansmen were valueless, but the humans couldn't afford to lose their men. Several decades ago, Xianxia had taken part in the North-South Army's fight against the Black Ink Clan. During that battle, he led two elite squads of the North-South Army. Using his golden crow cast the sun to cut a swath through the enemy ranks. As they dashed around the battlefield, they destroyed many Black Ink Clansmen to tip the balance in the humans' favor. What the East-West Army was doing on this day was basically the same. With that said, the scale of things was significantly larger than back then. At that time, Xianxia led two special operation squads on his own, but this time, all the soldiers of the East-West Army were taking action together, so it was tremendously more effective overall. The territory lords were dumbfounded. They initially thought that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would target them and head to another battlefield to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, it now seemed that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't have such an intention, as they steadfastly guarded the periphery of the fleet. If the fleet of warships sailed by the humans was compared to a grand dragon, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were like its scales. All the human soldiers had formed into a horrifying force. After old ancestor Xianxia stirred up chaos, the Black Ink Clan's formation had already collapsed. Although they had tried to reorganize themselves, it was not effective. Following the exchange of moves with the humans, their formation was broken up again. Wherever the human warships went, the Black Ink Clansmen were powerless to resist. Although the powerful Black Ink Masters had repeatedly made a move, their attacks were blocked by the Eighth Order Division commanders and the warships themselves. There was nothing they could do to achieve a breakthrough. In just a while, the Grand Dragon formed from human warships had torn the battlefield apart. The body of the Grand Dragon had surrounded about 200,000 Black Ink Clansmen. A bombardment of attacks rained from the warships and struck the Black Ink Clansmen who had been isolated. More and more of them continuously lost their lives. Suddenly, there came a moment when a blade light slashed across the void from the head of the fleet. Upon impact, the aura of a territory lord soon dissipated. The blade light came from Xianxia, who was leading the charge. When the blade light slashed out earlier, both humans and the Black Ink Clan felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. On the deck of Dawning Light, Kai was amazed. He had already heard that Xianxia was significantly more powerful than other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. When Xianxia was still the army commander of Blue Sky Pass back then, the territory lords would have their expressions change drastically upon hearing his name. It was said that 7 territory lords were killed by him in the past. Of course, that was just a rumor, and Kai had never seen Xianxia make a move like this before. It wasn't until this day that he finally witnessed the man's full strength. Xianxia could kill a territory lord with a single slash. Kai didn't think any other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were capable of doing that. Although it clearly wasn't easy for Xianxia to use such an attack, and the territory lord, who was surrounded by the fleet of warships, must be flustered, it went to show that he was truly formidable. After the attack, the battalion-class warship changed directions and led the fleet to break through the siege and head back to the forward base. The other warships had no choice but to follow. The arrangements they had made this time could only allow them to launch a lightning strike. If the battle dragged on, the Black Ink Clan would be able to reorganize and mount a proper counterattack. By then, the human army would be stuck in this quagmire. More importantly, the powerful Black Ink Clan masters could deal with their strategy just by targeting a specific spot of the fleet. The enemy hadn't thought of it because they were currently flustered and the battlefield was in chaos, so it was hard for them to unite at the moment. However, as time passed, the territory lords would realize this easy method to hit back. In fact, the territory lords had already regained their senses. Following Che Kong's order, the territory lords were ready to rally together and launch an attack on the human warships. On the other hand, the Black Ink Clansmen on the right side of the royal city had already started intercepting the universe worlds, so their hands would soon be untied. When the Black Ink Clansmen came over from the right side, the humans would have to deal with even more enemies. Therefore, Xianxia promptly decided that they had to retreat after gaining some advantage. Perhaps the territory lords were wary of Xianxia's power, so it was easier than what the humans had imagined when they broke through the siege. Nevertheless, the Black Ink Clan didn't seem to have the intention of letting the humans go so easily. As the warships retreated, the Black Ink Clan relentlessly pursued them. However, the humans knew that they would be vulnerable when withdrawing, and after dealing such a blow to the Black Ink Clan, the latter would surely be out for blood. The Black Ink Clan soldiers raced after the humans and bombarded the warships with a series of attacks. Faced with the Black Ink Clan's assault, the battalion-class warships circled back from the periphery to guard the rear of the fleet, forming a protective screen against the enemy's assault. It wasn't until the humans were 10 million kilometers away from the royal city that the Black Ink clan stopped pursuing them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5247, you noticed? The Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to keep chasing after the humans, for they were not certain if they had any hidden trump cards to play. If the humans launched a sneak attack on the Black Ink nest when the Black Ink clansmen were not around, they would be doomed. Therefore, despite his unwillingness, Che Kong still ordered them to stop their pursuit. As he watched the human warships leave, his face contorted with fury. It was rare that a battle between the two races of such a scale had ended so quickly. The reason the humans could achieve it was that they had to obey the leader's command no matter what. Wherever Xianxia was, that was where the fleet of warships would be heading. Therefore, the moment his battalion-class warships started retreating, the other warships followed suit without hesitation. There hadn't really been any grand strategies used in this battle. They simply relied on the excellent leadership of their commanders, the collaboration between several tens of thousands of soldiers, and a bit of luck. Only 1 hour had passed from the time the two armies clashed to the time the humans withdrew 10 million kilometers from the royal city. However, in just 1 hour, the humans had managed to cause the same number of casualties to the Black Ink clan as the total number of casualties for the past 20 years. There were even more casualties if they included what the old ancestor had done to the Black Ink clan earlier. After all, 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed by the old ancestor, and even more of them were injured. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses, it didn't mean no humans were killed. Under Xianxia's leadership, the fleet of warships had acted like a dragon that swam across the battlefield in an imposing manner. Nevertheless, the Black Ink clan was not weak. The defenses of some of the warships were shattered, and when that happened, the soldiers inside were instantly exposed to danger. While more and more Black Ink clansmen were killed on the battlefield, the sound of small universes collapsing was also heard. Casualties were inevitable, especially when one was trying to break through a siege and retreat. Although the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had brought up the rear on their battalion-class warships, they couldn't possibly ensure everyone's safety. There were times when they were powerless to save some of the soldiers' lives. The Black Ink clan hadn't achieved their goal of breaking the humans with a pursuit from behind, but to the humans, it was already a huge loss. It was a price they had to pay, though, and the leaders of the East-West Army had already expected such an outcome when they were coming up with this plan. Regardless, this plan had to be carried out. No war would end with no casualties. The differences were how many of them were killed and whether their deaths were meaningful. The leaders had already done their best to minimize the number of deaths. From beginning to end, the battle formation remained intact, though the shields of many warships had turned dim and numerous arrays were flashing and flickering. It was a sign that the arrays were on the verge of breaking. Xianxia, who was soaked in black blood, was standing on the deck of Dawning Light. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. The peace in the 3,000 worlds was in stark contrast to the brutality on the Black Ink battlefield. The trillions of people back in the 3,000 worlds didn't know that so many of the brightest cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises were constantly fighting against the Black Ink clan on such a battlefield, silently defending their homeland. Those who were killed on the battlefield would only have their names carved on the monument of heroes back in the Great Passes, so that their comrades would remember them. However, when their friends and relatives all passed away, only the names would remain. No one would really remember them then. Just then, Xianxia caught a whiff of a bodily fragrance as Feng Ying appeared beside him. He turned to look at her and asked with concern, "Is everyone all right?" Feng Ying replied, "No one is fatally wounded. Junior brother Yu suffered some damage to his small universe, so it will take him a few years to properly recuperate. One of Junior brother Ning's arms was torn off, but he managed to catch it, and it's now reconnected. He'll be fine after he fully recovers. The others have only suffered some flesh wounds." Xianxia nodded gently. The junior brother Yu that Feng Ying had mentioned was Yu Ziyu, who, along with Ren Bingbai, were the new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had joined them when the Dawn was expanded before this campaign. On the other hand, junior brother Ning Zhiqi, who was from Red Sun Paradise, was a longtime member of Dawn who had been around since the founding of the squad. He was also one of the Black Ink disciples that Xianxia had brought back from the Black Ink clan's territory back in the Blue Sky Theater. In this war, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were more severely impacted than the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters because they had to move around outside the warships to directly deal with the enemies. As long as the defenses of the warships weren't broken, those inside wouldn't be in any danger. However, even though the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had the warship's protection, once the warships were damaged, they would be exposed to even greater danger. That was because they were weaker than the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Dawn was a special operations squad. However, in the battle that lasted just 1 hour on this day, 8 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, including Xianxia, were all injured. One of Ning Zhiqi's arms was even torn off. It went to show how truly perilous this clash had been. With that said, it was because Dawn was located at the periphery of the fleet. Hence, they faced a greater pressure than other warships during the intense battle. I wonder how many people lost their lives. Feng Ying sighed all of a sudden. Xianxia fell silent, for the dead couldn't be resurrected. All the survivors could do was pay tribute to their sacrifice and move on. Strictly speaking, the humans had gained a massive victory today. That was because the number of Black Ink clansmen was several dozen times greater, but the difference in casualties between both sides was of an even higher ratio. Despite the landslide victory, no one felt elated when they returned. That was because this was the first real clash between the East-West Army and the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, and there would surely be even more brutal battles in the future. It wouldn't be too late to celebrate their victory when they finally destroyed all the Black Ink clan in this place and retook Great Evolution Pass. By then, they would also celebrate the occasion on behalf of the deceased. When they returned to the forward base, the injured started recuperating while the damaged warships were repaired. Xianxia said a few words to the members of Dawn, then headed to the mountain valley on his own. After spreading out his small universe, he waited for the old ancestor's return. This place was a restricted area in the forward base, so other than the 2 army commanders, even the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't come here. That was because this was the place the old ancestor would come to recuperate for many years to come. No one could disturb her. Violent energy fluctuations were still felt coming from the depths of the void, and it was apparent that the old ancestor and the royal lord were still fighting. More than 10 days later, the fluctuations suddenly stopped. Noticing this, Xianxia just waited patiently. As he had expected, a figure descended from the sky half a day later and touched upon his small universe. A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind, and the next instant, the old ancestor entered his small universe and landed beside him. The moment she landed on the ground, she almost lost her balance and fell. Xianxia promptly supported her weight, only to see that her face was horrifyingly pale and her clothes were soaked in blood. Some of the blood was red, while some was black. The red blood naturally belonged to the old ancestor, while the black blood was from the royal lord. Needless to say, they were mutually wounded again this time. With that said, it was the outcome that the old ancestor had deliberately tried to achieve. Here again, old ancestor Xiao looked up and saw the familiar log house in front of her. 100 years ago, she arrived here in this small universe when she turned into a 3-year-old child. It was the hunter who picked her up from the log house. Xianxia grinned. I was thinking that it might help with your recuperation when you recall the fond memories you had experienced here. That's why I've chosen this place. If you think it's not appropriate, we can go somewhere else. It's fine. I'll stay here. Old ancestor Xiao waved her hand. All right, I'll help you inside. Please relax your legs. Old ancestor Xiao couldn't help but shoot him a glare. Xianxia's words seemed to suggest that she was a frail old person. Although she was indeed in a terrible state, she was still a 9th Order old ancestor. Regardless of how horribly injured she was, she didn't need him to carry her into the house. As she secretly cursed at this smelly brat, she tripped over the threshold at the door. After Xianxia helped old ancestor Xiao take a seat on the bed, he hospitably walked to the side and poured her a cup of water. The old ancestor took the cup and chugged down the water, then asked with a frown, Don't you have any tea leaves? Xianxia shrugged. I'm too lazy to prepare some tea. Please make do with it. The old ancestor certainly wouldn't mind it. She tossed the cup back onto the table and let out a breath. I was too negligent. Upon hearing that, Xianxia furrowed his brows. Did you suffer a setback? Old ancestor Xiao shook her head. Not really. It's just that there's something that surprised me. Xianxia asked, what do you mean? With a worried expression, the old ancestor replied, the royal lord with wings on his back can make use of his black ink nest to strengthen himself. The humans were not aware of this. Even Xianxia, who had pretended to be a black ink disciple and lived in the black ink clan's territory twice, was unaware of this. Therefore, upon hearing what the old ancestor said, he was shocked. The royal lord can make use of his black ink nest, not only to heal, but also to directly strengthen himself. The old ancestor nodded in. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off. According to her plan, she would make sure that the royal lord would be half dead this time, even if she couldn't kill him, and she would do the same next time. By repeatedly harassing the royal lord, she would eventually take his life one day. However, the moment they exchanged moves, she realized that the royal lord could make use of his black ink nest power to increase his own strength, and not by just a small amount either. Xianxia soon realized something. Is that why you suddenly fell into a disadvantage not long after you clashed with the royal lord, even though you initially had the upper hand? When the old ancestor exchanged moves with the royal lord, Xianxia was on the deck of Dawning Light, so he could see what was going on above the royal city. Although he couldn't clearly see the battle, as he was too far away from the royal city, he was aware that the old ancestor was at an advantage at the start of the battle. Old ancestor Xiao nodded. Honestly, she was astounded when she realized that the royal lord's power had surged all of a sudden, for such information was not available to them in the past. Although the humans had been at war with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, they knew very little about their enemy, because the Black Ink strength was irresolvable previously. It was Xianxia who found out that the transmission of information was convenient between the Black Ink nests. Is that why you pretended that you hadn't fully recovered and held back some of your power? Xianxia asked. Old ancestor Xiao was slightly surprised. You noticed? Martial Peak, Chapter 5248, 20 years. When old ancestor Xiao was injured, she could make use of Xianxia's small universe to speed up her recuperation. On the other hand, the royal lord had his black ink nest, so it could be said that both of them had an external aid in this regard. However, in comparison, the humans were already aware that the royal lords could use their black ink nests to help with their recuperation, while the Black Ink clan did not know that old ancestor Xiao had a similar advantage. This simple disparity of information could be used to trick the Black Ink clan. From the royal lord's perspective, it had only been some 30 years since he started using the black ink nest to help with his recuperation, and he hadn't fully recovered. Needless to say, the old ancestor had to be recuperating as well. However, on this day, old ancestor Xiao appeared out of nowhere and launched an attack on the royal city. Moreover, she appeared to be at the peak of her power. This made the royal lord feel puzzled as he wondered how the old ancestor managed to recover so quickly. Therefore, the moment they exchanged moves, he was taken aback. Old ancestor Xiao's plan was simple, which was to make use of the fact that she had fully recovered to continuously suppress the royal lord. While she had fully recovered, the royal lord was still wounded. If nothing unexpected happened, she could exacerbate the royal lord's wounds after the fight. Then, she would come back and seek Xianxia's help. When her wounds had healed, she would look for the royal lord for their next fight. By repeatedly doing so, she believed that the royal lord wouldn't be able to take it anymore after 100 years, as his wounds would never heal properly. In the middle of his recovery, he would be injured by old ancestor Xiao again, which would exacerbate his condition as the days went by. In such a way, there would come a day when he would be defeated by her. By then, old ancestor Xiao could easily take him down without worrying that he would use some kind of secret technique that could drag her down with him. However, the moment she realized that the royal lord could make use of the black ink nest to strengthen himself, she knew that her plan wouldn't work. The royal lord indeed hadn't recovered, but with the Black Ink Nest's help, he could still display stunning power. Old ancestor Xiao could even feel that as long as they fought near the royal city, she would be at a disadvantage even if she went all out. Hence, upon that realization, she decided to hold back some of her strength and pretend that she was still wounded. Such a sudden change might have exposed her real condition, but to the royal lord, that was the way it should be, so the risks were minimal. After the previous battle, they were mutually wounded. Only 30 or so years had passed, and he was still recuperating, so how was it possible that the old ancestor had fully recovered? Then, the old ancestor decided on the spot to raise chaos on both sides of the royal city. Since she was unable to kill the royal lord, she decided to deal with the Black Ink clan soldiers to create a chance for the East-West army to slaughter the enemy. In fact, in order to make a scene on both sides of the royal city, the old ancestor had to pay a huge price. When she was dealing with the third Black Ink disciple, she was directly struck by the royal lord's attack. For the rest of the battle, she had to suppress her pain to make sure that no one noticed. Then, she decided to lure the royal lord away so that the latter couldn't keep drawing energy from the Black Ink Nest. When she reached the depths of the void and exchanged moves with the royal lord, she still held back some of her power to feign weakness and injury. In the end, the two top masters fought an intense, but not life-threatening battle. That was the reason she managed to retain her original form when she returned. One had to know that when she came back to the forward base previously, she immediately turned into a 3-year-old child, and it wasn't until much later that she regained her consciousness. It could be said that she was already in a better state this time. I thought I concealed it well. It never crossed my mind that you'd figured it out. The old ancestor thought that it was such a shame. Xianxia chuckled. I was fully aware of your condition because you recuperated in my small universe. However, the royal lord definitely wouldn't have noticed, so you don't have to worry about it. You have a point. The old ancestor nodded lightly. Now, it seems that the Black Ink Nests do not only help the Black Ink clan cultivate and heal, but they can also empower them as long as they are nearby. Knowing what she was trying to say, Xianxia asked, "Are you worried about Great Evolution Pass?" The old ancestor nodded. There are Black Ink Nests in Great Evolution Pass, so I suppose they might be able to help the territory lords strengthen themselves. Send a message to them and tell them to be careful and not invade Great Evolution Pass when they see an opportunity. Upon receiving the order, Xianxia replied, "Understood. I will report it to the army commanders." I'm exhausted, so I'll start healing now. Upon finishing her words, old ancestor Xiao sat down on the bed with her legs crossed. The next instant, her figure started shrinking. Barely several breaths of time later, she transformed from an adult to a young child that appeared some 7 or 8 years old. She looked just like the young girl in the marketplace in Inyang Pass when Xianxia saw her for the first time. It suggested that she was indeed in a better state than last time. Since the old ancestor had to recuperate, Xianxia left the log house respectfully. At the entrance of the valley where Xianxia had spread out his small universe, 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were responsible for standing guard, exchanged glances as they had received a message from Xianxia via divine sense. One of them nodded. "I'll inform the army commanders about it now." A moment later, aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, Lu Zhiping, and the others listened to the report from the 7th-order master. It was only then that they learned that the Black Ink clan could use their Black Ink Nest to strengthen themselves in combat. Then, they promptly told someone to head to Great Evolution Pass to share this piece of information with the North-South Army. Although the North-South Army wasn't supposed to launch an attack on Great Evolution Pass, they still had to immediately share such information with them. However, since it was a long journey, it would be at least a month later when the North-South Army received this intel. After the East-West Army's first clash with the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, they went on to coexist peacefully for the next 20 years. During this period of time, the humans never made a move. They had also stopped harassing the Black Ink clan with universe worlds. This silence only made the leaders of the Black Ink clan feel ill at ease. That was because it suggested that the humans were trying to accumulate enough strength before launching an even more violent assault than last time. The territory lords had the urge to take the initiative and launch an attack on the humans. However, the royal lord had given an order, so they wouldn't dare to make a rash move. In the beginning, with Che Kong as the leader, some of the territory lords still thought that it was better to defend the royal city than to launch an attack. Nevertheless, as time passed, even Che Kong felt that he had made a mistake by being too conservative. He should have derailed the humans' plan before they gained a strong foothold. Now that the humans had set up a forward base, and the royal lord was badly injured, there wasn't a chance for the Black Ink clan to initiate an attack. It was too late now, though, so they could only obey the royal lord's order and defend the royal city at all costs. No war broke out on the East-West Army's side for 20 years. On the other hand, over the past 20 years, the North-South Army had clashed with the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass on several occasions. There were about 700,000 Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, including more than 20 territory lords and about 58th Order Black Ink disciples. It was a force to be reckoned with. The Black Ink clan had made countless arrangements in Great Evolution Pass over the last 30,000 years, and given their collective power, it wasn't hard for them to deal with a mere 30,000 human soldiers. The North-South Army had never shown any intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass. Be it the irritable Ouyang Lai or the measured Mi Jinglin, they both knew that it was no different from asking for death if they tried to assault Great Evolution Pass in such a situation. The humans had limited manpower, so they couldn't afford to suffer any unnecessary losses. Therefore, the North-South Army had set up camp about 2 days' journey from Great Evolution Pass, just close enough to monitor the situation and ensure they could intercept any Black Ink clansmen that try to leave the Great Pass. This made the Black Ink clansmen feel vexed. After the battle at the Royal City 20 years ago, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass realized that they couldn't keep hiding in this place to enjoy the temporary peace. Once the Royal City was destroyed, they couldn't possibly stay safe in Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, after the Black Ink clansmen learned about the battle, they began trying to leave Great Evolution Pass and head to the Royal City to provide reinforcements. Given the fact that there were 700,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, more than 20 territory lords, and about 58th Order Black Ink disciples, if they went all out, the humans would not be able to stop them. However, if they really did that, it would be akin to giving up Great Evolution Pass. Certainly, Territory Lord Hong Di wouldn't agree to it. After all, his Black Ink nest was located in Great Evolution Pass, so this place was practically his domain. As such, over the years, the Black Ink clansmen had been trying to come up with a solution to this problem. On one hand, they had to retain control of Great Evolution Pass. On the other hand, they had to send some people to the Royal City to help their clansmen. For this reason, these Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass would try to circumvent the North-South Army and head to the Royal City every few years. Their first attempt took place half a year after the battle broke out in the Royal City. That time, they had sent about 400,000 Black Ink clan soldiers with more than 10 territory lords leading the way. They decided to set off on their journey from the back of Great Evolution Pass, even though that meant they had to make a large detour. The number of the Black Ink clansmen was the outcome of the territory lords' discussion. This number was neither big nor small, but they would be of great help to their clansmen if they managed to reach the Royal City while those that had stayed back were sufficient to protect Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans discovered their plan. Moreover, they seemed to have already expected it, as they despicably set up a lot of spirit arrays on the universe fragments where the Black Ink clansmen would have to pass by. When the Black Ink clan army arrived at the area that was full of those universe fragments, they were caught off guard by the spirit arrays that exploded all around them. The human soldiers, who were supposedly 2 days' journey from Great Evolution Pass, suddenly appeared from the depths of the void. The auras of dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters formed into a horrifying pressure and made them feel suffocated. Before both parties even clashed, the Black Ink clansmen had lost their will to fight. That was because they had already suffered a huge setback in the previous battle with the humans. Their exchange of moves this time couldn't be considered intense, and the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to retreat back to Great Evolution Pass. The North-South Army didn't go all out or initiate a pursuit this time, so both parties didn't suffer any major losses. After that, the North-South Army and the Black Ink clans skirmished on several occasions, each time only testing each other out as the leaders of both parties acted with restraint. The longest fight they ever had only lasted for half a day, after which they respectively retreated. The shortest fight only lasted a cup of tea's time. During these clashes, perhaps 10,000 Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives, while it was rare of any humans to be killed. After years of confrontation, the Black Ink clansmen finally came to the realization that they could not leave Great Evolution Pass and head to the Royal City to help their clansmen before they could destroy the human army at their doorstep. Given such a situation, they could only keep on confronting one another and wait for any turn of events in the Royal City. That change soon happened. 20 years had passed in the outside world, but the old ancestor, who had recuperated in Yang Kai's small universe for the past 80 years, had fully recovered once again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5249, Why is she so crazy? The injury that old ancestor Xianxia had suffered from was less severe this time, so it was easier for her to recover. However, this time, she only wandered around within Yang Kai's small universe, unlike the previous time when she experienced a kind of life she never had. Therefore, it took her 80 years before she could fully recover. The moment the old ancestor was done recuperating, the humans mobilized again. 20 years had passed in the outside world. Other than getting some rest, the East-West Army had also been preparing for the next battle, so that when the old ancestor recovered, they could launch an attack on the Royal City. Now, the time had come. After an order was passed down, 16 universe worlds that had been properly set up began accelerating from somewhere deep in the void and headed straight to the Royal City. In the meantime, the human warships started rising into the sky from the back of the forward base. Meanwhile, the old ancestor flew out towards the Royal City on her own. This time, she didn't take action along with the army. Instead, she decided to take the initiative to leave the forward base first. The same method wouldn't work twice, so the old ancestor decided to do something different this time and catch the Black Ink clan off guard. The Black Ink clansmen from the Royal City had been closely monitoring the humans' forward base. However, the enemy had not made a move for the past 20 years. The humans in action made them feel ill at ease, as though there was an invisible blade hanging above their heads. The suspense made them feel distressed. When the human warships circled around the forward base and appeared in the void, the feudal lords, who were responsible for monitoring the situation, instantly noticed it. They promptly reported it to their higher-ups, and the news soon reached Xianxia. He stepped out of the cabin of his large ship and looked out from the deck. The human warships were indeed approaching them from a distance. Without hesitation, he said to the female territory lord, who had been following him, "Keep monitoring the human soldiers. I'll return to the royal city to awaken the royal lord." The royal lord had previously suffered a loss because of the old ancestor's sneak attack. Therefore, when he returned, he told Xianxia that when the humans invaded the royal city next time, the latter had to immediately wake him so that he wouldn't be caught off guard again. He wouldn't have given such an order if he had a choice, as no Black Ink clansman was willing to be forcefully awakened when they were recuperating, for this would be disruptive to their recovery. This was especially true for a royal lord. Nevertheless, such drawbacks were inconsequential compared to the possibility of the old ancestor launching a sneak attack on him again. After all, when the old ancestor struck, the royal lord would immediately awaken anyway. Hence, he would rather let his subordinate wake him up first so that he could get prepared. Certainly, Xianxia wouldn't dare to disobey the royal lord's order. However, since the human warships had just taken off, it would take them at least half a day before they would reach the royal city. Therefore, he reckoned that he wouldn't have to wake the royal lord in a hurry. After he spoke to the female territory lord, Xianxia immediately headed to the royal city. Nevertheless, not long after he left, he abruptly turned around. A dangerous aura was rapidly approaching, one that caused Xianxia and the female territory lord's expressions to change drastically. The old ancestor was already on her way. This was something they had never anticipated, as they all thought that the old ancestor would take action along with the human army. So it surprised them that she had made a move first. By the time they realized that the human soldiers were mobilizing, the old ancestor had already arrived near the royal city. With no time to mull over what the old ancestor was up to, Che Kong roared, "Enemy attack!" The next instant, a phantom-like figure crashed into the Black Ink Clan soldiers who were just outside the royal city. As her violent world force surged, the entire void seemed to be boiling, as though a burning piece of iron had fallen into cold water. When one of the most powerful human cultivators flared up at the Black Ink Clan soldiers, ignoring her status completely, the damage she could cause was catastrophic. It was because there was practically no one who could stop her. Without the royal lord around, even the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were at risk of losing their lives. Thousands of Black Ink clansmen lost their lives every breath. With the petite figure as the center, the Black Ink clansmen around her melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Many feudal lords, and even some territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples lost their lives to this sneak attack. In just 10 breaths, some 50,000 Black Ink clansmen had been slaughtered. The Black Ink Clan's formation had descended into chaos as the Black Ink clansmen instinctively cast their secret techniques at the figure. But their attempts were all futile. More often than not, they accidentally injured their own allies rather than hitting the enemy. Some of the Black Ink clansmen were killed by their own clansmen instead of the old ancestor, which was quite miserable. 10 breaths of time was all it took for many Black Ink clansmen to be laid to rest forever. Meanwhile, the same amount of time was sufficient for the royal lord to come to his senses. The old ancestor's power had burst forth just outside the royal city. Therefore, the royal lord could clearly sense it even though he was in a state of deep slumber. Before the old ancestor could cause more chaos and casualties to the Black Ink clan, the royal lord furiously shot out of the royal city, his form engulfed in thick black ink strength. Infuriated, he went all out and struck at old ancestor Xianxia, forcing her back. A hint of redness flashed through her fair face, but it soon disappeared. Hovering in the void, she stared at the royal lord from a distance. Her alluring eyes seemed able to see through the black ink strength and take in the fury and puzzlement behind the royal lord's gaze. The royal lord was indeed furious and puzzled. He was furious because only 20 years had passed, but this insane woman came to harass him again, interrupting his healing just like last time. On the other hand, he wondered if all humans were so crazy. He was certain that this woman hadn't fully recovered, as during their exchange just now, he could clearly sense some fluctuations in her aura. Certainly, he couldn't exclude the possibility that the other party was hiding her true power. However, that was practically impossible. With the help of his black ink nest, he had only healed some 30% of his injuries over the last 20 years. This old ancestor, whose secret art was unique and had far harsher conditions to satisfy, had to be in an even more terrible state. She had provoked him twice when she was still injured. Apparently, while she was in a horrible state, she also wouldn't let her opponent enjoy any peaceful days. Why was she so crazy? Although they were mutually wounded in the last two fights, that didn't mean they couldn't still fight. However, if she kept doing this, their foundations would be damaged, even though they were respectively a royal lord and a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As he looked at the woman before his eyes, the image of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was in command of great evolution past 30,000 years ago, sprang to his mind. That person was equally mad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to drag the previous royal lord down with him, even after suffering a severe wound due to a sneak attack. It seemed that the humans were indeed a horrifying race. These two most powerful masters stared at each other from a distance. Although there wasn't an exchange of words or moves, the silent pressure made the Black Ink Clan soldiers too terrified to say anything. Gazing at the old ancestor, the royal lord asked, "What's the point of doing all this?" Although his question lacked any kind of context, the old ancestor understood what he meant. He felt that since both of them were injured, they should recuperate on their own and let the subordinates fight with one another. The result would be dependent on their subordinates' strength, and they shouldn't interfere. That would be fairer for both sides. What was the point of her provoking the royal lord when she was still injured? They would just end up being mutually wounded again, and none of them would gain any advantage. Upon hearing that, Xianxia put on a smile. Humans are weak, so we have no choice but to act a little crazy. As an old ancestor, I naturally have to put in more effort. Including this time, she had exchanged moves with the royal lord thrice, but it was the first time they had spoken to one another. The previous times, they directly clashed with one another without any attempt to communicate. The reason she was even willing to talk to him was that the East-West army was still on its way. If she could stall for time, it would be helpful for the humans who were planning to attack. As long as she was around, the Black Ink clansmen, whose formation had been disrupted, wouldn't be able to effectively reorganize themselves. The royal lord lowered his gaze. Since you know that humans are weak, why don't you pledge loyalty to the Black Ink clan? The humans are destined to be ruled by the Black Ink clan one day. You're one of the most powerful of the humans, so I'm sure you're aware of it. Old ancestor Xianxia snorted. Stop boasting shamelessly. What makes you think the Black Ink clan will rule over the humans one day? Since time immemorial, the Black Ink clan has never been able to step out of the Black Ink battlefield. As long as humans still live, we will never let you succeed. The royal lord shook his head. How obstinate. Old ancestor Xianxia refuted. We can never see eye to eye. The royal lord stopped persuading her as he turned to look at the human warships that were sailing towards the royal city from a distance. He then suggested by saying, for today's war, why don't we watch from the sides and not interfere? Honestly, even though he could derive energy from his Black Ink nest, he wasn't willing to fight with her today. That was because he hadn't recovered. Although he wouldn't be at a disadvantage by making use of the Black Ink nest's power, it would slow down his recovery considerably. Moreover, he didn't have the confidence to kill this woman, so the end result would only be a massive loss of resources and more wounds on his body. If he had the confidence to win, he would have directly made a move instead of talking to her. Although they had only exchanged moves a few times, he had come to realize that she was a difficult opponent to deal with. Upon hearing his suggestion, old ancestor Xianxia shook her head. No, since I'm here, I'll not watch the fight and do nothing. The royal lord snapped. Don't go too far. He had already conceded quite a bit to her by suggesting that they wouldn't have a hand in the battle on this day. After all, before he left the Black Ink nest, old ancestor Xianxia had killed several tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen, including some territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. He had decided not to settle accounts with her over this insult, but this woman still wouldn't agree to it. That was the reason he was enraged. The next instant, a puff of Black Ink strength appeared beside old ancestor Xianxia. The Black Ink strength turned into a contorted face as it howled in silence. Although the howl was silent, it was as though it could penetrate a person's mind and cause them to fall into a state of restlessness. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would freeze for a moment after getting struck. It was apparently the Royal Lord's move. The instant the strange secret technique was cast, the Royal Lord charged towards Old Ancestor Xianxia and pushed his palm. Old Ancestor Xianxia sneered. You said we should just watch from the sides, but you didn't hesitate to make a move. You're indeed a typical Royal Lord, aren't you? The Royal Lord snorted. Since you've already turned me down, all that's left to do is fight. Martial Peak, Chapter 5250, Intertwining Branches. This Royal Lord was a decisive person. He wasn't lying when he suggested that both of them should not interfere in the battle today. If Old Ancestor Xianxia had agreed to it, both of them would have kept their word. For powerful beings like them, even a simple promise could affect their fates. Hence, it wouldn't do them any good if they broke their word. However, the moment the Royal Lord was rejected by Old Ancestor Xianxia, he directly cast his secret technique. It was apparent that he was well prepared from the start. Just like what he had said, since his suggestion was rejected, there was no choice but to fight. As the two clashed, Che Kong and the other territory lords felt extremely frustrated, for the same scenario that happened 20 years ago repeated itself. Back then, the two top masters clashed with one another among the Black Ink clan soldiers, causing many deaths and throwing their formation into disarray. As a result, they were at a huge disadvantage when they were forced to deal with the human army immediately after. 20 years later, things were playing out exactly the same way. Fortunately, after the previous experience, the territory lords had come up with a plan to deal with this situation. After ordering their subordinates to back off, the more powerful Black Ink masters gathered together and charged the Old Ancestor in order to assist the royal lord. Again, Old Ancestor Xiao cast the secret technique that brought forth yin and yang from chaos. The next instant, the void was covered with a giant yin-yang fish. Even with the help of this secret technique, though, her momentum still appeared weaker than 20 years ago. Only a moment had passed since the beginning of the battle, but she had already been struck several times, and her world force trembled as a result. Fortunately, those strikes were from the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples, which was still bearable for the Old Ancestor. If she had been struck by the royal lord, she would have fallen into a terrible state. This sight confirmed the royal lord's suspicions. This woman indeed hadn't recovered. In fact, her injuries had worsened after she repeatedly provoked him. As a result, she appeared weaker than she was previously. On the other hand, even though the royal lord was also still wounded, he could make use of his Black Ink nest to strengthen himself as long as he was still close to the royal city. Moreover, most of the burden had been lifted off his shoulders as he had the help of many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. After exchanging moves for a while, Old Ancestor Xiao concluded that this couldn't drag on, or her situation would grow increasingly perilous. Therefore, she launched a feint before dashing out of the battlefield and heading towards the depths of the void. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples stopped in their tracks, but after hesitating for a moment, the royal lord decided to pursue her. He hesitated to give chase at first because his only real goal was to drive the Old Ancestor away. Since he had achieved this, he could just stay near the royal city. However, he knew that if he didn't keep an eye on that woman, she might launch a sneak attack on his army. To be safe, he decided to tie her down. That was because he was certain that if he didn't do that, this shameless woman would definitely target his subordinates who were guarding the right side of the royal city. When that happened, he would still have to confront her, so he figured it was better to just keep an eye on her from the start. Despite knowing that the Old Ancestor was intentionally trying to lure him away from the royal city so that he couldn't derive energy from his Black Ink nest, the royal lord had no other choice but to play along. In such a situation, he had the confidence to suppress the other party even without his Black Ink nest's help. After all, he had the advantage regarding recuperation. Nevertheless, he was annoyed by the woman who repeatedly provoked him. He decided that he would teach her a lesson this time, even if he had to pay a steep price. Che Kong let out a breath, for the two menaces had finally left. With that said, the matter wasn't over. The human army was still closing in on the royal city. Although there wasn't any anomaly on the right side of the royal city, the Black Ink clan knew that universe worlds had to be coming at them based on past experiences. Therefore, the Black Ink clansmen on both sides of the royal city could only reorganize themselves and stay alert. When the humans were close enough to the royal city, half a day later, the battle broke out. The humans still used the same tactic. With the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's protection, the fleet of warships turned into a long dragon as the warships flew in tight formation. Under Xianxia's leadership, the dragon freely flew around the battlefield. The Black Ink clan soldiers performed better than the previous time. Che Kong had a talent for leading an army, especially when it came to defense. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered a setback previously, Che Kong racked his brain and finally came up with a way to resolve this tactic. In fact, he had already thought of this solution before the previous battle ended. However, before he could organize his troops, the humans had retreated. Despite having a solution, he was unable to destroy the human army. This was a good chance for him. If Che Kong could use this method to destroy the dragon formed from warships, the humans would be the ones who suffer a loss this time. The solution he had come up with exploited the biggest shortcoming of this tactic that the humans used. Because the fleet of warships was in such a close formation, all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to scatter around the periphery, thus serving as the scales to provide the best protection. Since they were scattered around, though, they were unable to gather their strength together. The Blacking clan just had to come together and target a particular spot of this dragon in order to break up this formation. As long as a part of the dragon was cut off, the fleet of warships would no longer be able to sail smoothly across the battlefield. Just as the human warships cut across the battlefield as the dragon entrapped over 100,000 Blacking clansmen and slaughtered them, several territory lords and more than 10 8th Order Black Ink disciples secretly moved to one side of the fleet, using thick black ink clouds to cover their tracks. Soon, the violent attacks from about 20 powerful masters burst forth in an instant and struck the battalion-class warship closest to them. A clean-cut woman was standing on the deck of the battalion-class warship, a razor-sharp sword in her hand. As she wielded her weapon, the Black Ink clansmen around her were instantly killed. She was the Great Evolution Western Army's 2nd Division Commander Army, Xianxia. Despite being a woman, she was just as powerful as any man of the same order. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples had stealthily approached her ship, and on such a chaotic battlefield, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xianxia was unable to detect them until they attacked. As she turned her head, she saw the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering attacks coming right at her. Generally speaking, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was more powerful than a territory lord, but there wouldn't be a huge gap between them. At this moment, Xianxia was faced with attacks from nearly 20 masters in the same realm as her. Although she had the battalion-class warship's protection, she was unable to ward off such an assault. The warship being destroyed and all the people aboard being killed would be the only outcome possible, unless she immediately escaped. If she disregarded the lives of the human soldiers aboard the warship, she would stand a chance to survive. A territory lord might run away if they found themselves in such a situation, but an 8th Order Master would never do that. With that said, Xianxia remained unperturbed. Faced with the fatal attacks, she stabbed her sword down and shouted, "Bind!" However, the sword didn't penetrate the deck. Instead, it had mysteriously disappeared into the void. As the sword dissipated, a grand array suddenly appeared beneath her feet. The grand array almost covered the entire deck as its patterns lit up. At the same time, all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard the battalion-class warships around the Long Dragon seemed to have detected something, and they promptly formed different hand seals as world forces surged around them. Grand arrays with the same patterns as those aboard Xianxia's warship illuminated these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters shouted, "Set!" At that instant, dozens of these battalion-class warships around the dragon became linked to one another through a mysterious force. With a dispassionate expression, Xianxia stood at the bow of the warship like a flag. Faced with the horrifying attacks from the enemies, she remained calm and collected. As the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples watched in shock, the attacks, which should have reduced the battalion-class warship to dust and torn apart the human formation, did not yield any meaningful results. A brilliant light barrier condensed around Xianxia's battalion-class warship, one that appeared delicate, as though it would be shattered with a single touch. However, the moment the attacks struck the barrier, only a series of ripples were formed while the shield held strong. 3 breaths of time later, the impact of the attacks dissipated. Xianxia's battalion-class warship left along with the dragon, leaving behind the puzzled territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples as they exchanged glances. "A grand array," an 8th Order Black Ink disciple suddenly said. They used some kind of grand array to synchronize and link all the warships of those 8th Order Masters together so they could share the burden of our attacks together. Another 8th Order Black Ink disciple lamented. "It seems that the humans have invented some new things over the past 30,000 years. Before they were corrupted by Black Ink's strength, they had never heard that the humans could use such a grand array. This was clearly invented after they became Black Ink disciples. The defensive strength of this grand array was all but impenetrable. Although some 20 masters had joined forces, they still couldn't break this shield. It seemed that only the Royal Lord would be able to achieve that. The battalion-class warships of those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters already served as the dragon scales of the fleet, capable of fending off most of the Black Ink clan's attacks independently. With such a grand array connecting them now, their defense had become even sturdier. Faced with such a fleet of warships, the Black Ink clansmen had no idea what they could do. Stop dawdling and come up with a solution. A territory lord harshly snapped at them. Although 8th Order Black Ink disciples were fairly powerful, they were no different than slaves in front of these territory lords. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple who was the first to speak earlier bent his back. Don't worry about it, sir. The more powerful the array is, the more restrictions it has. If I'm not mistaken, those 8th Order Masters are no longer able to easily make a move after activating such a spirit array. In other words, they can only defend but not attack. Are you serious? The territory lord's eyes brightened when he heard that. In that case, it would be very good news to the Black Ink clan, as a lot of casualties on their side could be avoided. One had to know that those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could easily kill a massive number of Black Ink clansmen. As the territory lord looked up, he saw that the 8th Order Masters were indeed standing on the decks without showing signs of making another move. He reckoned that the Black Ink disciple didn't lie to him. It seemed that the humans couldn't have the cake and eat it too, as there was a serious drawback to this new grand array. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-51, Desperate Rush to the Royal City. The drawback to the humans was good news to the Black Ink clan. Now, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to make a move as they had to sustain the strange grand array. However, the Black Ink clan were not restrained at all. In other words, the 8th Order Masters were in a situation where they couldn't counterattack, and regardless of how powerful the grand array was, there had to be a limit. As long as the Black Ink clan continuously attacked, there would come a moment when this shield was shattered. Upon that realization, the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples stopped hesitating as they chased after the dragon and cast their secret techniques. On the other hand, after the humans activated the intertwining branches formation, their defense had indeed been boosted greatly, but their destructive power had also been considerably weakened. For that reason, the dragon could no longer rampage smoothly as it appeared somewhat sluggish now. They were efficient earlier, as the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could act freely to kill the enemy. Now that they were unable to use their secret techniques as they pleased, the humans appeared less intimidating. Besides that, as the powerful Black Ink clansmen relentlessly attacked the intertwining branches formation, the spirit array started showing signs of collapsing. Xianxia promptly led the human soldiers to retreat. The Black Ink clansmen chased after them and continued to attack. It wasn't until the humans were 10 million kilometers away from the royal city that the Black Ink clan stopped. Right then, the 16 universe worlds finally arrived. The 30% of the Black Ink army on the right side easily intercepted them, ensuring that the royal city was not damaged one bit. The Black Ink clan had suffered fewer losses this time than the previous battle, mainly because they were caught off guard by the humans 20 years ago. Now that they had put their guard up, they ended up in a better situation. Regardless, they had still lost several tens of thousands of troops, including many feudal lords. The humans had suffered some losses as well, but with the intertwining branches formation's protection, the damage was minimal. A few days later, the old ancestor and the royal lord returned to their own places and recuperated. After this battle, the human soldiers would launch an attack on the royal city every 20 years or so. Basically, the old ancestor would make a move first and lure the royal lord away. Following that, the two armies would engage in an intense battle. Unlike the Black Ink clan's rigid defense, the humans had many tricks up their sleeves. The intertwining branches formation underwent several improvements. In the past, it couldn't be easily stopped once it was activated, but now they could stop or start this grand array as they pleased. When the spirit array was running, the division commanders could connect their battalion-class warships and provide the best defense to the Long Dragon. The moment the Spirit Array stopped running, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could slaughter their enemies. As they effortlessly switched between defense and offense, the Black Ink clan found themselves powerless to deal with them. Also, the East-West Army wouldn't just launch an attack on the Royal City from the left side. In one of the battles, 20,000 soldiers from the East-West Army followed behind the more than 10 universe worlds and struck the Royal City from the right side. The Black Ink clans suffered immense losses during that clash. That was because they had been focused on monitoring the humans' forward base and failed to detect any mobilization of warships at the time. During that battle, while nothing major happened to the station, more than 10 universe worlds appeared out of nowhere and flew at the right side of the Royal City. The Black Ink clan forces on the right side of the Royal City certainly had no regard for these universe worlds. They had to deal with such a situation every 20 years, so they already knew how to quickly destroy these universe worlds. However, after they fully activated their powers and shattered these universe worlds, they were astounded to see the fleet of human warships appearing before them. They were caught completely off guard, and in just a few exchanges, many had lost their lives. On the other hand, 70% of the Black Ink clansmen had been paying close attention to the human encampment, but their wait was futile. It had been unusually silent at the enemy forward base, and it wasn't until the fleet of warships appeared behind the universe worlds that they realized the humans were already within striking distance. The humans had hidden behind the universe worlds this time, which was why the Black Ink clansmen were unaware of their presence. It was easily the most devastating battle for the Black Ink clan since they started confronting the humans outside the Royal City. Most of the Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the Royal City were slaughtered, with as many as 8 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples being killed as well. The Territory Lord and 8th Order Black Ink disciples did not hold their powers back when destroying the universe worlds. Therefore, the moment the humans surprised them, they were out of breath and couldn't respond promptly. As for the 70% of the Black Ink clan army on the left side, they quickly raced to the rescue, but they were unable to save their clansmen's lives. The humans never stayed for long and would always run away as soon as they gained some advantage. Before the Black Ink clansmen from the left side arrived, the humans had retreated. After the battle, Che Kong's unresigned roar reverberated across the Royal City. The two armies had clashed 5 times over the past 100 years, with both sides suffering some losses. Other than the feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples, there would be territory lords, 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and even 8th Order Division commanders who lost their lives in every battle. Although the humans had the incredible protection of the intertwining branches formation, the brutality of this war was beyond what any of them could have possibly imagined. As the war that the East-West Army was embroiled and intensified, things were similarly heating up on the North-South Army's side. When the East-West Army originally set up their forward base outside the Royal City, there were already 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers lying in wait. After years of war, there were still 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers. In fact, instead of a decrease, there had actually been an increase in their numbers. The reason they were able to achieve this was that they had a way to replace the dead Black Ink clansmen. However, the new soldiers were not comparable to the original Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clansmen originally outside the Royal City were the Territory Lord's elite subordinates, so they were all fairly powerful. On the other hand, the new Black Ink clansmen were the weaker ones who didn't get to be selected back then. Many elite Black Ink clansmen would be killed in every battle. As time passed, there were still 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers, but their collective power was no longer comparable to that in the beginning. It could be proven by looking at the number of casualties on the Black Ink clan side after every battle. As the Black Ink clan clashed with the humans, the number of casualties they suffered increased with every fight. It wasn't that the humans had become stronger. It was because the Black Ink clan's collective strength had become weaker. The humans' collective power had weakened as well. That was because there would be people who lost their lives in every war. However, they still managed to gain an increasingly bigger advantage. How was Che Kong supposed to stay calm and collected in such a situation? The Royal Lord had told him to defend the Royal City. With 1,000,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers under his command, he didn't even need to launch an attack. All he had to do was protect the royal city at all costs. If he couldn't even achieve that simple task, how was he supposed to face the royal lord again? Nonetheless, it was an undeniable fact that the collective power of the Black Ink Clan was on the decline. In order to change that, he had to get more elite Black Ink Clansmen to come to the royal city. Where was he supposed to get those elites from? In the entire Great Evolution Theater, other than the 1,000,000 Black Ink Clansmen outside the royal city, there were only those who were stationed in Great Evolution Pass. Other than hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, there were also over 20 territory lords and about 50 8th Order Black Ink disciples at Great Evolution Pass. If those soldiers could come to the royal city, the humans would certainly be defeated. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how much of a mistake it had been to leave many Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. If not for the fact that there were too many Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, the royal city wouldn't have fallen into such a state. However, it was the royal lord who told so many Black Ink Clansmen to stay in Great Evolution Pass, so the territory lords wouldn't dare to complain about it now. Through the Black Ink Nest Network, Che Kong told the Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to immediately head to the royal city. Upon receiving the order, Hong Di hurriedly started taking action. Although both of them were territory lords, Che Kong was the army commander of 1,000,000 soldiers that the royal lord had personally appointed. When the royal lord was recuperating, Che Kong would lead the Black Ink Clan in his stead, so Hong Di wouldn't dare to disobey his order. After the order was passed down, the Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass started getting prepared to leave. 500,000 soldiers would depart from Great Evolution Pass this time, along with some 20 territory lords. Zhicheng would be the leader of this expedition. Only 100,000 Black Ink Clansmen would be left behind to protect Great Evolution Pass. This time, the Black Ink Clan didn't make a detour. Instead, they headed straight towards the North-South Army's base. They knew that to assist their clansmen in the royal city, they had to destroy these humans before them. If they were ambushed by the humans on their way to their destination, a battle would be inevitable, and they might even fall into the humans' trap. This was exactly what Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan hoped would happen. In fact, the moment Chapu brought the news from the East-West Army with him, Mi Jingluan started making arrangements for this very scenario. He knew that as the East-West Army kept on using the same tactic, the Black Ink Clansmen in the royal city wouldn't be able to persevere forever. Once the royal city fell into a perilous situation, they would seek help from their allies in Great Evolution Pass. By then, regardless of whether they were willing to or not, the Black Ink Clan here would have to head to the royal city. The North-South Army had been getting prepared for almost a century for this moment. Over the past 100 years, other than clashing with the Black Ink Clan from Great Evolution Pass, the North-South Army spent their time extracting resources from everywhere instead of resting and cultivating. They had set up clusters of spirit arrays in various locations, and it could be said that regardless of which way the Black Ink Clan chose to head to the royal city, it wouldn't be smooth sailing for them. The universe fragment where the North-South Army was located had become especially sturdy. Although it didn't look special from the outside, Mi Jingluan had ordered a massive amount of spirit arrays to be installed, creating another fortified forward base. It wouldn't have mattered if the Black Ink Clan chose to stay in Great Evolution Pass, but if they dared to attack the human fortress, they would be greeted with innumerable traps. Compared to the war between the East-West Army and the Black Ink Clansmen in the royal city, it had been relatively peaceful between the North-South Army and the Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. Apart from the first battle where both parties had suffered immense losses, they had been acting restrained in all following confrontations. However, this time was different. In order to save the royal city, they had to wage a life-and-death battle with the North-South Army regardless of whether they were willing to do so. When the battle broke out, the humans were fully prepared. With the territory lords leading the way, 500,000 Black Ink Clansmen charged towards the universe fragment where the North-South Army was located. In that universe fragment, the soldiers of the North-South Army were ready for war. Before the Black Ink Clansmen could even get close to the forward base, the humans activated a myriad of spirit arrays and artifacts to attack the Black Ink Clansmen, immediately battering them from all sides. The forward base, where the North-South Army was located, could be considered a mini Great Pass. Although it was not as sturdy as a real Great Pass, the entire place was filled with arrays and artifacts that could be used to attack the enemy from a great distance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5252, Decisive Battle. 500,000 Black Ink Clansmen were just 5 million kilometers away from the universe fragment when they were struck by the storm of attacks from the arrays and artifacts. Under normal circumstances, such a barrage would be enough to drive these Black Ink Clansmen off, but this time was different. All the territory lords were aware of the severity of the situation with the royal city at risk of being destroyed. Therefore, regardless of the price they had to pay, they had to head to the royal city. Xianxia took the initiative by leading the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples to open up the way for the rest of the army. Faced with the intense bombardment, they steadfastly drew closer to the humans' base. The Black Ink Clansmen were still 5 million kilometers away from the forward base, but several tens of thousands of them had lost their lives in a short time. They were practically stepping on the corpses of their clansmen to advance, while the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples of the vanguard were all injured. This time, the Black Ink clan exhibited unwavering resolve. Faced with the continuous attacks from the arrays and artifacts, none of the territory lords and feudal lords backed down. Although the clansmen around them continued to pass away, they were determined to continue forward. That was because the territory lords knew that it was a price they had to pay. As long as they could get close to the humans and force them into a melee, they would gain the upper hand as they had numbers on their side. Although the skirmishes between both parties over the years had been intermittent and relatively tame, the Black Ink Clansmen were fully aware of the humans' true power. The humans numbered 30,000 when they first arrived outside Great Evolution Pass, but that number included several thousand specialists such as artifact refiners, array masters, and alchemists. Furthermore, after years of war, the humans had naturally suffered a number of losses. Now, the combat force they could mobilize totaled about 20,000. On the other hand, there were 500,000 soldiers on the Black Ink Clan side, with the number of top masters being equal to that of the humans. Therefore, even though the humans had their warships to rely on, they didn't have any kind of significant advantage. These 500,000 Black Ink soldiers sacrificed many of their comrades before finally getting close to the forward base. However, the moment they landed on the universe fragment, they were dumbstruck. That was because this forward base, which was full of humans before, was completely empty now. Regardless of where they looked, they couldn't find a single human on this large universe fragment. Besides that, the artifacts that served as the array cores were gone as well. What was left behind were the large number of arrays that couldn't be taken away. The territory lords promptly scanned the surroundings with their divine senses, but as far as they could tell, the humans were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? The territory lords were puzzled. How did all the humans retreat in such a short time without leaving any traces behind? Even the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who had a deep understanding of what the humans were capable of, couldn't explain it. After all, it had been 30,000 years since they were corrupted by Black Ink strength. Purifying Black Ink battleships and universe arrays only appeared after Xianxia arrived, so how were they supposed to know the secrets behind them? Damn it! One of the territory lords roared and stomped his foot on the ground. As his violent force burst forth, the entire universe fragment shook a little. Don't! Xianxia quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late. A dangerous aura suddenly engulfed the entire universe fragment. Following that, the arrays that remained lit up and connected with each other. After just a moment, the universe fragment was covered in a massive grand array. Just as the Black Ink Clansmen shot into the sky to escape, the universe fragment detonated. An intense destructive force swept out, battering all the territory lords. After the shock wave subsided, Xianxia gazed around with a dark expression, only to see that the universe fragment was completely gone. Following this turn of events, more than 10,000 Black Ink Clansmen, who had landed on the universe fragment to investigate, lost their lives. Those were mostly high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Although the Black Ink clan hadn't suffered immense losses, they were frustrated. Regardless, Xianxia was glad that the universe fragment wasn't that big. Out of an abundance of caution, he didn't let a lot of Black Ink clansmen land on the universe fragment. Otherwise, there would have been many more casualties. Xianxia turned to glower at the territory lord who stomped his foot back there. That territory lord was furious out of shame as he roared, "I must kill them, all of them." Barely 2 days had passed since these 500,000 Black Ink clansmen departed from Great Evolution Pass, but 10% of them had already perished. Despite knowing that there were certainly more traps ahead of them, the remaining 450,000 Black Ink clan soldiers had no choice but to keep moving forward. Xianxia wasn't a fool. If he was, he wouldn't have promptly decided to run away from Wind and Cloud Pass back then. A foolish territory lord would never live long. As he clashed with the North-South Army over the years, Xianxia came to realize that the enemy had a leader who was particularly good at devising tactics and laying out plans on the human side. Faced with such an opponent, he had to be extremely careful. Therefore, after the Black Ink clansmen set off again, they no longer moved in a straight line. Instead, they kept making detours. Even Xianxia himself didn't have a particular direction in mind. That way, he could ensure that the army wouldn't fall into the traps that the humans had set up. They were especially wary of areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments. When they came across such places, they would steer clear. That was because they had suffered from a similar setback already. 3 days later, the humans were still nowhere in sight, and the scouts that the Black Ink clan had sent out couldn't find anything. It was as though the human soldiers had vanished into thin air. However, Xianxia knew that the humans wouldn't give up so easily. They had to be hiding somewhere, waiting to launch a sneak attack on them. Again, they circled around an area that was full of universe fragments. However, without a warning, light burst forth from the void itself. In an instant, numerous glowing objects appeared and connected with one another to form a grand array, cutting the Black Ink clan army in half. The sudden change caused the Black Ink clansmen who were moving forward in an orderly manner to descend into chaos. Right then, the humans appeared out of nowhere. No one knew where they had been hiding. It was as though they had simply manifested from nowhere. The warships charged forward and rained a series of attacks on the split-up Black Ink clan soldiers. 1 hour after the battle began, the humans retreated. By the time the Black Ink clan army was done reorganizing itself, the humans were gone. If the humans had left any later, the Black Ink clan could have rallied together and dealt a heavy blow to them. Although Xianxia was vexed, he wouldn't dare to tell the others to pursue the humans. No one could be certain whether there were any traps set up on the route the enemy had retreated. Xianxia would appear useless if they fell into the humans' traps again. Ordering the Black Ink clan soldiers to pull themselves together, Xianxia continued their forward march. Similar ambushes repeatedly over the next 10 days. Regardless of how hard Xianxia tried to suppress his fury, he was on the brink of flaring up. There was one thing he just couldn't understand. He had been ordering random changes in the army's marching direction all this time, leading to them taking 10 days to cross a distance which could normally be traversed in just 5. However, they had still repeatedly fallen into traps that the humans had arranged. There was no way this was a mere coincidence, nor was it possible that the humans had accurately speculated about the route they would take. After all, even Xianxia had no idea about the next direction he would lead the army towards, so how were the humans supposed to figure it out? There was only one possibility that could explain such a situation. The humans had simply set up a tremendous amount of traps in various places between Great Evolution Pass and the Royal City. Although the Black Ink clan army kept changing directions and successfully avoided some traps, they would inevitably fall into others. Upon that realization, Xianxia couldn't help but groan. If that was true, the number of traps that the humans had arranged must be astronomical, as was the amount of resources they had consumed to make such a thing possible. However, considering the fact that the humans had occupied a forward base outside Great Evolution Pass for 100 years, keeping the Black Ink clan contained there all this time, it wasn't necessarily impossible for them to pull this off. There was also another thing that bothered Zhicheng, though. When he told the soldiers to circumvent areas that were full of universe fragments on several occasions, they would always come across the traps that the humans had arranged. In that case, the humans must have anticipated his thought process and done the opposite. Instead of setting up traps inside the areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments, they had done so in their periphery. In other words, the areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments were actually safe zones. Upon that revelation, Zhicheng thought of a solution. Zhicheng had started with 500,000 soldiers and still had many of them with him. It had been 1 month since they departed from Great Evolution Pass, but they had only crossed about 30% of the distance to the royal city. This couldn't be helped. Even though they had avoided many of the traps the humans had set up, they had also wasted a lot of time. If they had headed towards the royal city in a straight line, they would have arrived at their destination in a little over a month. Over the past month, the Black Ink Clan soldiers had clashed with the humans on multiple occasions. Presently, only 400,000 of them were left. All the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were alive and kicking, but many of the feudal lords had lost their lives. In the void, the Black Ink Clan army continued heading toward the royal city. Meanwhile, the warships of the North-South Army were hiding in an area that was full of universe fragments. With the help of the warships, the humans' mobility and speed were superior to those of the Black Ink Clan. Therefore, the North-South Army could always stay 1 step ahead of the Black Ink Clan army and set up obstructions. The universe arrays on the 2 purifying Black Ink battleships could ensure that if their speculation about the direction that the Black Ink Clan was heading was wrong, they could quickly redeploy their forces. Presently, aboard one of the purifying Black Ink battleships, Mi Jinglun, Ouyang Lai, and the other 8th Order Division commanders had gathered together. With a solemn expression, Mi Jinglun said, "If we're lucky, the Black Ink Clan's reinforcements will pass by this place. This is where we will engage them in a decisive battle." "Have we used up all our prior arrangements?" Ouyang Lai asked. He wasn't interested in managing the affairs of the army, so he let Mi Jinglun make all the decisions. What he excelled at was fighting powerful Black Ink clansmen and killing them. Even though he knew a thing or two about the setups that the North-South Army soldiers had built, he didn't know as much as Mi Jinglun did. Mi Jinglun shook his head. "We set up countless traps, so how is it possible that they were all used up? Only 20% to 30% of them have been used, but we expected this outcome when we started making those arrangements. However, there's nothing else beyond this point." This couldn't be helped. Although the North-South Army had spent 100 years and consumed a massive amount of resources to set up innumerable traps in the void, they couldn't possibly build traps all the way from Great Evolution Pass to the Royal City in such a short amount of time. This was already the best they could do. If the Black Ink Clan army successfully crossed this point, there would no longer be any dangers ahead of them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5253 Good. Regardless of whether the North-South Army was willing to do it or not, they had to fight a life-or-death battle with the Black Ink Clan army here, where all the traps ended. Whatever the price they had to pay, they had to stop the Black Ink Clan reinforcement from reaching the Royal City in order to ensure that the East-West Army's plans wouldn't be thwarted. If they let the Black Ink Clan break through their blockade and go to the Royal City, the East-West Army's plans would be foiled. In the worst-case scenario, the East-West Army would be pincered by the enemy, and when that happened, they would be doomed. There were 2 human race armies in the Great Evolution Theater. The East-West Army had their mission, which was to invade the Royal City. The North-South Army had their own task as well, which was to intercept the Black Ink Klansmen garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass. It was a task they had to accomplish no matter the cost. The North-South Army wasn't trying to stall for time in the past month. Rather, they were trying to weaken the Black Ink Clan's power. After all, 500,000 Black Ink Klansmen was a force to be reckoned with. The North-South Army wasn't powerful enough to destroy such an army. Over the past month, they had made use of the traps they had set up and clashed with the Black Ink Clan on several occasions, but they still hadn't achieved their goal. Although there was a decrease of somewhere between 20% and 30% in the number of Black Ink Klansmen, there were still about 400,000 of them. For the North-South Army, It was hard to stop such a force which was determined to rescue the royal city. This battle is different from those in the past. Many people will lose their lives. Mi Jinglin lifted his gaze and looked at Ouyang. A nonchalant Ouyang replied, "Are we humans even afraid of death? We already expected this outcome when we formed the Great Evolution Army. I'm sure the soldiers are aware of it as well." Mi Jinglin nodded. In the end, strength is what it takes to win a war. Strategies are just the icing on the cake. An impatient Ouyang said, "Let's not belittle ourselves and overestimate the enemy's power. Just tell us what we should do and keep it simple. I do not understand complicated strategies anyway." Mi Jinglin put on a helpless smile. After giving a thought, he said grimly, "There's only one way to win this battle." "What is it?" All of them gazed at him. With a solemn expression, Mi Jinglin went on to say, "We must prioritize killing the most powerful Black Ink Masters. It would be best if we could kill several territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples at the outset of the battle, so that we can intimidate the Black Ink clan and make the territory lords flustered. That way we might be able to stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. It wasn't easy to kill the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. As 8th Order Division commanders, they were certainly more powerful than the territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples. However, in a real fight, while it was easy for them to get the upper hand, it was hard for them to take their opponents' lives. In order to accomplish this, they would also have to pay a huge price. Mi Jinglin didn't say it clearly, but everyone present knew what he meant. This battle would be significantly more dangerous than the ones they'd had fought in the past. The North-South Army had stopped the Black Ink clan from heading to the royal city before. However, at that time, the royal city wasn't in a perilous situation, so the territory lords were not determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Generally, after they suffered a setback, they returned to Great Evolution Pass. This time was different. The royal city was at risk of being destroyed, so the territory lords wouldn't give up as long as there was still a chance. In order to crush their hopes, the humans had to deal a devastating blow to them. Dealing a crippling blow to the enemy would require significant sacrifices. Ouyang guffawed. "Since you already have a plan, why did you look miserable earlier?" "That's easy. I'll take the lead and kill a territory lord first." Gazing at him, Mi Jinglin shook his head. "Brother Ouyang, you're the army commander of Great Evolution Southern Army, so you can't put yourself at risk." Ouyang refuted him with a smile. "That's nonsense. Although I'm an army commander, I know nothing about strategies and military affairs. All I have is brute strength, so whether I'm around or not makes no difference in the long run. With you in charge of the North-South Army, that will be enough." "Brother Ouyang." Before he could finish speaking, Ouyang interrupted him by lifting his hand. "Brother me, stop trying to dissuade me, or you'll look petty. I've just said that we're not afraid of death. When the time comes, I'll lead the charge as an army commander. Those at the top must set an example for the rest to follow." The moment he finished speaking, an old man stepped forward as he ran his fingers through his beard. "I'm an old man who no longer has a future, and I've always wanted to end my life in the most splendid way. This is a good opportunity. Count me in for killing a territory lord." A move Mi Jinglin glanced at the old man, Senior Brother Chung. Senior Brother Chung had helped him a lot in the past. When Mi Jinglin arrived at the Black Ink battlefield as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master back then, Senior Brother Chung was the squad leader of his squad. It was Senior Brother Chung who had repeatedly saved him from life-and-death moments. Without him, Mi Jinglin wouldn't even be alive today. Many years had passed, and Senior Brother Chung was no longer as energetic as when he was young. However, he never forgot about why he came to the Black Ink battlefield in the first place, which was to destroy the Black Ink clan. Senior Brother Chung cupped his fist and said, "This Chung would like to accept the challenge of killing a territory lord at the outset of the battle. I'll not disappoint you, Army Commander." Mi Jinglin clenched his teeth and exerted so much force with his hand that he almost broke the feather fan that had been with him for so many years. But in the end, he said with difficulty, "Good." Senior Brother Chung put on a smile. "Many thanks, Army Commander. After he sat back down, another person rose from the chair. I've been practicing a certain sword technique for 5,000 years. The moment I unsheath my sword, even a territory lord can't fend it off. I'd like to accept the challenge of killing a territory lord. Good. Another division commander then stood. She was a middle-aged woman who said smilingly, "This mistress isn't as powerful as the two senior brothers, but I have a secret technique that I've never used before. This time, I can seize the chance and try it out on a territory lord. Please count me in, Army Commander." Good. No one is comparable to Bright King Cave Heaven when it comes to killing enemies at all costs. I'll make the first move. Good. For every good that Mi Jingluan spoke, a bit of energy seemed to have left him. It had been 100 years since he took charge of the North-South Army, but he had never felt more heartbroken than this day. However, he knew that in order to stop the 400,000 Black Ink clansmen who were determined to reach the royal city, there was a price to pay. Hasty footsteps were heard approaching at that moment, and a person soon entered the room and cupped his fist. "Sirs, a scout has returned and reported that the Black Ink clan army will arrive in 2 hours." A glint flashed through Mi Jingluan's eyes. They're really coming this way. A while back, they had speculated on which route the Black Ink clan army would follow to reach the royal city. Although Zhichong believed that he was constantly changing directions in a random manner, and the humans would not be able to anticipate his movements, there were still some regular patterns in reality. These regular patterns had something to do with his unconscious habits, and even he was unaware of it. Nevertheless, humans could make a deduction based on this information. Mi Jingluan and the others had drawn out several possible routes, but they eventually concluded that the Black Ink clansmen would most likely pass by this place. To be safe, the other purifying Black Ink battleship was waiting at the next most likely route. That way, even if the Black Ink clan went another way, the North-South Army could promptly rush over. If the Black Ink clan didn't head in either direction, the humans would have no choice but to fight with them head-on. Now, it seemed that the humans were in luck. "Tell those from the other side to return," Mi Jingluan ordered. "Yes." The person respectfully left to carry out his orders. Mi Jingluan glanced at the other 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "The battle is about to take place, and you know all the arrangements there are. There's only one thing I'd like to remind you of." After sweeping a glance over them, he cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Please take good care of yourself." Ouyang Lai grinned. "Don't worry about it. Killing some Black Ink clansmen is no big deal." Mi Jingluan parted his lips, but he didn't know what else he should say. Ouyang Lai patted his shoulder and left the room. Since the battle was only 2 hours away, he had something to say to his good-for-nothing disciple. The other 8th Order Division commanders left one by one, until eventually Mi Jingluan was left alone on the purifying Black Ink battleship. The following 2 hours were quiet as the scouts at the front line kept sending information back. What surprised Mi Jingluan was that the Black Ink clan didn't circumvent the region where the humans were located, despite it being an area filled with universe fragments. Instead, they were coming straight in this direction. It seemed that the commander of the Black Ink clan army had realized something, which was why such a bold decision was made. That was actually a wise decision, as in truth, the North-South Army had set up traps all around the periphery of many regions filled with asteroids and universe fragments. Regardless of which way the Black Ink clan army passed by, they would inevitably fall into some traps. Only by directly passing through the asteroids and universe fragments would they avoid them. However, the North-South Army happened to be hiding in this area of universe fragments. With the help of these universe fragments, the human soldiers could perfectly conceal themselves, then emerge from their hiding spots and attack the Black Ink clan soldiers when the time was right. Other than that, they could also make use of the complicated terrain to deal with the enemies. It could be said that as the humans had to face the Black Ink clan, who had significantly more people on their side, this area of universe fragments was the best possible battlefield. Now, the Black Ink clan soldiers were coming to this place. Although they could avoid the traps that the humans had set up in advance, they had inadvertently selected a terrible battlefield. The concealment arrays on the warships were activated, and with the help of the universe fragments, the humans hid themselves in preparation. On the ship's deck, Mi Jingluan watched as the Black Ink Clan scouts entered the region of universe fragments. Although they were supposedly just scouts, there were close to 100,000 of them. The rest of the Black Ink Clan army followed closely behind them. Apparently, the leader of these Black Ink Clansmen knew that if the humans were really hiding in this place, the scouts would be doomed if there were too few of them. In that case, a large number of them should directly barge into the place to intimidate the enemy. The formation of several 100,000 soldiers was very long, so it took them an hour before all of them entered the universe fragment field. Although the scouts had been looking around, they found nothing. Mi Jinglun closed his eyes and waited patiently. Finally, there came a moment when he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his feather fan. He didn't seem to have exerted any force with his hand. However, the moment the feather fan pointed forward, the silent region filled with universe fragments suddenly erupted with noise. The arrays on the warships started running, and all kinds of lights started shining as various secret techniques and artifact attacks shot towards the Black Ink Clan soldiers. Xianxia, who was leading the army forward, was stunned. Based on his speculation, an area that was full of asteroids and universe fragments should be safe, so he hadn't anticipated stepping right into a place where the humans were hiding. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-54, only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The shock only lasted for a brief moment, though, as Xianxia soon grit his teeth and focused. Since they departed from Great Evolution Pass 1 month ago, they had gone through a lot of hardships because of the humans. They would always fall into a trap, after which the humans would appear out of nowhere and attack them. By the time they managed to reorganize themselves, the humans would have retreated. The Black Ink Clan had suffered a lot of setbacks, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. There were no traps this time, but the humans had taken the initiative to come at them. Rather than falling into the humans' ambush, the Black Ink Clan army had actually barged into their hiding place. After all, it wasn't like 20,000 humans could encircle and besiege them. Xianxia was determined to make the humans pay the price for what they had done on this day. He thus roared, "Kill!" The moment he gave the order, he felt a ferocious aura locking onto him. He was astounded by the aura that was filled with murderous intent. Both armies had been fighting against each other for the past 100 years, and the territory lords and 8th Order Division commanders had gotten into several fights, so they knew a thing or two about each other. Xianxia instantly felt a sense of familiarity when the aura locked onto him. If he wasn't mistaken, it belonged to an extremely powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It seemed that the other party had realized Xianxia was the leader of this army, so he directly targeted him. Xianxia had exchanged moves with this man before and had no choice but to admit that he was no match for him if they were in a one-on-one fight. So the moment he detected this aura, Xianxia promptly retreated. At the same time, the Black Ink Clan soldiers charged forward to protect him. Xianxia wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't directly clash with the other party at this point. The biggest advantage the Black Ink Clan had was the large number of people they had on their side, so he certainly would make use of it to deal with this opponent. With the help of the soldiers around him, Xianxia would be safe for a while. Even if they couldn't stop this enemy, they would be able to weaken him. By then, Xianxia would have a way to deal with this powerful opponent. When he looked up, he saw that there was a man with red hair charging towards him. The person's world force had been pushed to the limit, and his entire figure was aflame. Even the space around him warped as he flew forward. Besides this man, there were also other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that dashed out from the human side in a menacing manner, all of them exuding a thick murderous intent with determination written all over their faces. Xianxia felt his heart clenching as he wondered what was going on with the humans today. One of them was covered in a layer of golden blood mist, which was a sign that he was drawing on his vitality to boost his strength beyond its normal limits. One figure was engulfed in brilliant sword light as he shot forward. Another figure appeared to be sauntering casually across the void, but he had already appeared among the Black Ink Clansmen after taking only one step. There was another figure that dashed out with a thin smile on her face as she formed a complex set of hand seals, flower petals swirling around her. There wasn't any delay at all. The moment the humans launched an attack, the figures that exuded Eighth Order, Open Heaven Realm auras instantly appeared among the Black Ink Clan soldiers. Wherever these figures went, the Black Ink Clan soldiers collapsed. Although there was a massive number of people on their side, they were unable to stop these figures' rampage. The thousands of Black Ink Clansmen in front of Xianxia formed a fairly powerful screen as they included about 20 feudal lords. Such a group should supposedly be able to ward off an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master for at least a short time. However, the moment the man with red hair whose figure was burning arrived, these thousands of Black Ink Clansmen were simply unable to stop. The red-haired man didn't even make a move, as just the flames around his figure were enough to destroy any Black Ink Clansman that got too close. It wasn't certain what the secret behind these flames were, but the moment any Black Ink Clansman came into contact with them, they started burning and howling in pain. The next instant, the red-haired man reached Xianxia and realization struck him. "Are you insane?" Xianxia exclaimed. This couldn't be helped, as he finally figured out what was wrong. The red-haired man was burning his own blood essence. This was a technique that was unique to human cultivators, and Xianxia had heard about it from the Black Ink disciples before. The blood essence of a human cultivator was precious, as it was the foundation of their vitality that had been accumulated over a very long time. No human would burn their blood essence if they had a choice. They would only do so during a life-or-death moment. Even though the cultivator could significantly increase his or her strength for a short time by burning their blood essence, the drawbacks of doing so were immense. It was certain that this man would be seriously weakened, and in the worst-case scenario, his foundation would be damaged, causing his cultivation to drop. The battle had just begun, but the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before his eyes had already started burning his blood essence. What else could it be if he wasn't out of his mind? It was just the beginning of the fight, and this human wasn't in any kind of perilous situation, nor was there a benefit he had to obtain at all costs. Xianxia couldn't figure out the reason that compelled this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to act this way. Despite that, he knew that he had run out of luck. Xianxia was already no match for the other party in a one-on-one fight to begin with, and now the latter had increased his strength by burning his blood essence. So how was he supposed to ward him off? If this wasn't the case, the thousands of Black Ink Clansmen Xianxia was using as a shield wouldn't have proven completely useless. The instant Xianxia finished speaking, Ouyang lifted his hand and summoned a delicate-looking sword into his grip. It was hard to imagine that a masculine man like him would be using such a delicate-looking sword, but that was indeed the case. This sword was his natal artifact, so he wouldn't show it to others unless it was necessary to do so. That was because he too felt that this artifact didn't match his image. It was somewhat of a mismatch for a burly man with flaming red hair like him to hold such a delicate-looking sword. In fact, he hadn't used this sword for a very long time. The reason he even summoned this sword now was that he had to kill his enemy no matter the cost. Ouyang was a completely different person when he had a sword in his hand. As he was holding his sword, the aura around him became extremely sharp. His entire figure seemed to have transformed into a sword that was about to be unsheathed. The intimidating sword intent caused Xianxia to feel a chill running down his spine. The flame around Ouyang soon engulfed his sword. The next instant, sword chi burst forth and engulfed Xianxia. The red-haired man didn't hold back anything as he unleashed a series of fatal attacks in quick succession. Xianxia felt his soul leaving his body. He could feel that this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was set on killing him. This red-haired man had already started burning his blood essence the moment he appeared, and he didn't seem to have the intention of defending himself. It was apparent that he was determined to kill his opponent regardless of the costs. What was the point of him doing this? Xianxia had no idea how horrifying an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was determined to kill could be in the past, but he knew now. Although Xianxia fully pushed his own power, he was still no match for the other party. In just several breaths of time, he fell into a complete disadvantage. Faced with the opponent's attacks, he could only defend himself in a fluster. Battered, he continuously lured the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to the surrounding weaker Black Ink clansmen in the hopes that these soldiers would help him turn things around. Ouyang Lai followed closely behind him. The flickering sword lights caused Xianxia's black blood to scatter across the void. However, Ouyang Lai was also impacted by the attacks that were coming at him from all directions. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Just then, a menacing sword intent pervaded a particular area of the battlefield. The sword intent was unimaginably powerful. As the sword intent spread out, a dazzling sword light emerged. The next instant, a person's voice reverberated across the place. Butterfly transformation. Instantly, the aura of a territory lord rose up wildly before fading away forever. Aboard the purifying black ink battleship, Mi Jingluan stood on the deck as he watched the sword light that had exploded. It was the strongest sword technique he had ever seen in his life. The sword technique had surpassed the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and almost reached the threshold of the 9th Order. It was a sword technique that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had practiced for 5,000 years, and the moment it was cast, only a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could ward off. It was the most splendid light in the world. Mi Jingluan bent his back to salute the person. The moment the terrifying sword light exploded, the aura of a territory lord disappeared. The next moment, a large number of Black Ink clansmen lost their lives. Following that, the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was felt. Xianxia, who was bombarded with Ouyang Lai's attacks, felt his face turning pale in an instant. The territory lord who had just lost his life was as powerful as he was. In fact, due to his rather unique constitution, he was even slightly stronger. However, just 10 breaths after the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had launched their attacks, that territory lord had already lost his life. He was probably the first territory lord who had lost his life so quickly after the beginning of a battle between the two races. Xianxia wouldn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to him if he were the one who had to deal with that sword attack. All of a sudden, he realized that the red-haired man before his eyes wasn't so savage after all. The sword light seemed to be even more oppressive. Following that, it was as if a chain reaction was set off on the battlefield. All sorts of profound and powerful secret techniques burst forth. Forget the Black Ink clan, even the humans had never seen such a wide display of powerful and abstruse secret techniques before. These are the secret techniques that one would only use in life-or-death moments, so they wouldn't easily show them to others. One could take in everything from the purifying Black Ink battleship, so Mi Jingluan could clearly see all the secret techniques that exploded on the battlefield. Somewhere on the battlefield, a gigantic blood-colored flower suddenly blossomed and covered the void. A familiar aura exuded from the blood-colored flower. It was transformed from the blood essence of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The moment the blood-colored flower petals closed up, not only did it entrap thousands of Black Ink clansmen, but also a territory lord. When the blood-colored flower reopened half a cup of tea's time later, there was no one that was alive inside. Only warm corpses lying on the flower stamen. In another place on the battlefield, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King, Cave Heaven summoned his divine manifestation and transformed into a giant. His vitality surged as he rampaged around the battlefield, slaughtering the enemy. On the other hand, senior brother Chung actually spread out his small universe and trapped 10,000 Black Ink clansmen inside of it. As his world force undulated, he battled a territory lord and an 8th Order Black Ink disciple all on his own. In a different place, Ouyang Lai was besieged by the Black Ink clan soldiers, but he was still able to gain the upper hand over the territory lord with his flaming sword in hand. With the help of their warships, the 20,000 soldiers of the North-South Army threw all caution to the wind as they attacked the Black Ink clan soldiers. The auras of powerful masters swiftly withered in different parts of the battlefield, shining like the most splendid lights in the last moments of their lives. The lights were so dazzling that one present today would never forget this sight for the rest of their life. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-55, Seeing Them Off. Overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching feeling, Mi Jinglin gently closed his eyes. When his eyes reopened, the world force around him surged. As he stomped his foot on the deck, he drove the gigantic, purifying black ink battleship towards the battlefield. There wasn't a need for him to stay outside of the battlefield and give orders. The North-South Army, from the weakest of soldiers to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were not afraid of death, so how was it possible that they would lose this battle? He also had to leave his own mark in this war. As an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wasn't just an army commander who was good at strategizing, but also a fighter who could kill the enemy. From the outset of the battle, the Black Ink Clan army had descended into chaos. None of them could have expected that the humans would be so resolute this time. A territory lord was killed by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master barely 10 breaths after hostilities broke out. That was a territory lord, not an insignificant low-rank Black Ink Clansman. How was it possible that he was killed so soon? Although the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master also lost his life moments later, he still managed to kill thousands of Black Ink Clansmen before his death. Powerful territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples subsequently lost their lives. The brutality and intensity of the battle this time was far beyond the Black Ink Clan's imagination. It was the same case for the humans. There had never been a battle where they had suffered such immense losses so quickly. Even when the North-South Army arrived at the Great Evolution Theater for the first time more than 100 years ago and stopped the Black Ink Clan reinforcements from leaving Great Evolution Pass, there were not so many casualties. During that battle, only a small number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives, and even then it happened gradually over several days. This time was different. It had only been 2 hours since the start of the battle, but 7 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen. If the war dragged on, there would surely be even more casualties. Those 7 fallen Eighth Order Masters brought 7 Territory Lords, 3 Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples, and several tens of thousands of Black Ink Clan soldiers down with them. Those who lost their lives on the battlefield were the seniors and elders of the soldiers still fighting. They had taken good care of them and taught them invaluable lessons in the past. Now that they were gone, the young had to take up the responsibility. The human soldiers were so furious that their eyes had reddened. The death of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters changed the situation on the battlefield. All humans, regardless of their cultivation and status, went all out to destroy the enemy, not caring about their own safety at all. 20,000 humans had to face some 400,000 Black Ink Clansmen. Despite the huge difference in numbers on both sides, the humans were still able to get the upper hand over the Black Ink Clan army. That was because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had sacrificed themselves to intimidate the enemy, and all the human soldiers were united as one. More and more territory lords and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives on the battlefield, while many warships were shattered and engulfed in flames. Universe fragments exploded into dust as the battlefield descended into mayhem. These several 100,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers had entered this field of universe fragments in an orderly manner, but as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged and dealt a heavy blow to them, their formation immediately collapsed. Suddenly, there came a moment when a huge commotion broke out. That was because Zhu Chong was killed. He was the de facto leader of the Black Ink Clan army, so when he was around, the territory lords would obey his orders. Now that he was gone, none of the territory lords had the necessary authority to command the rest of the Black Ink Clan army. Every territory lord had their own thoughts. In such a situation, those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were like starving wolves. Their powerful auras had locked onto the territory lords, and they were determined to kill them at all costs. This was no laughing matter. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had proven their determination already. Faced with these flares, the territory lords felt chills running down their spines. They could only tell their subordinates to surround them and protect them from the crazed Eighth Order Masters. With more Black Ink Clansmen becoming defensive, there were fewer people fighting back. On the battlefield, the human warships charged around as secret techniques and artifacts were continuously shot off, each attack killing more enemies. The number of Black Ink Clan soldiers was rapidly decreasing, and it was the same case for the human warships. In this battle, both parties had paid an almost unbearable price. The battle lasted for 3 days. Finally, there came a moment when the noise on the battlefield died down. Both parties backed down and confronted each other with a distance of several 100,000 kilometers between them. Most of the universe fragments were gone, shattered by the fallout of the clash between the two armies. With the shattered universe fragments as the background and the purifying black ink battleship boldly situated at the front of the fleet, the surviving humans formed up with their warships. Smoke billowed from those warships, and the arrays were heard crackling and exploding. Some of the warships looked so dilapidated that it was as though they would break apart with just a touch. Despite that, these warships that had gathered together were intimidating to the enemies. Several 100,000 kilometers away, the territory lords and their subordinates had also come together. There were still significantly more people on their side, but faced with the humans' intimidation, the Black Ink Clan soldiers were engulfed in wariness and fear. After this battle, the Black Ink Clansmen became truly afraid. They finally had a taste of how mad and fearless the humans could be. Even the Eighth Order Masters, whose lives were incredibly precious, were willing to drag the territory lords down at the cost of their own lives. So what wouldn't the humans dare to do? These humans were simply insane. The reason that the remaining territory lords survived wasn't that they were stronger than the territory lords who were killed. It was just that they were luckier, as they hadn't been targeted by those crazed Eighth Order humans. None of the territory lords, who were targeted by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for death, had survived. After the unimaginably intense battle, the survivors from both sides confronted each other from a distance. In such a tense atmosphere, they greedily enjoyed the rare peacefulness. The territory lords secretly communicated with each other using their divine senses. The humans had no idea what they were talking about, but it was apparent that they were discussing whether they should fight or retreat. To the Black Ink Clansmen, there was no doubt that rescuing the royal city was important. If the royal city was destroyed, none of these Black Ink Clansmen would survive for long. This was the reason 500,000 of them departed from Great Evolution Pass upon learning about what had happened in the royal city. It could be said that only the minimum number of people were left behind to protect the Great Evolution Pass. Most of them had set off to rescue the royal city, which went to show how determined they were. However, they were intercepted halfway and had suffered tremendous losses. If they still insisted on heading towards the royal city, another battle would be inevitable. The humans had made it clear that they would go to any lengths to stop them from moving forward. Considering the level of madness that the humans had exhibited, if another battle broke out, these remaining Black Ink Clansmen wouldn't be able to break through their blockade. Even though most of the humans would lose their lives, none of the Black Ink Clansmen would survive. So, should they keep moving forward? That was the question that had been troubling the territory lords. There was no doubt that the royal city was important, but if they lost their lives here, everything else would no longer matter. Therefore, after a brief exchange of words, the territory lords came to a consensus. They had decided to return to Great Evolution Pass. It was the second time they decided to retreat to Great Evolution Pass. The previous time was some 100 years ago. At that time, the royal city wasn't in a perilous situation, and the humans were not so resolute yet. It was the same case for the Black Ink Clan. This time was different. All the territory lords knew that if they retreated this time, they would forever lose the courage to leave Great Evolution Pass again. They would live or die with Great Evolution Pass. This was a difficult decision to make. However, things had come to such a point where they no longer had a choice. Although the Black Ink Clansmen had decided to retreat, they did not scatter about. Instead, with the coordination from the territory lords, they withdrew in an orderly manner. They were worried that the humans would pursue them while they were retreating, as they had experienced such a thing before. Therefore, they had to keep their formation intact so that they would be able to deal with the possible attacks from the humans. On the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jingluan was slightly pale. The blood on his clothes had dried up, and many parts of the purifying Black Ink battleship were damaged. During the intense battle earlier, no one could ensure that they would be safe or that their warships would remain intact. The only difference was how severe their injuries would be and how damaged their warships would become. The feather fan in Mi Jingluan's hand had turned dim. He had been waiting for the Black Ink clansmen to make a decision. When he saw that the territory lords finally led the remnants of the Black Ink clan army in the opposite direction, he let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, if the Black Ink clan soldiers insisted on moving forward, the humans would have no choice but to engage them again. It wouldn't be hard for them to stop the surviving Black Ink clan soldiers, but the question was how many from the North-South army would still be alive after the dust settled. These courageous soldiers knew that they might lose their lives at any moment on the battlefield, and it was the same for the Eighth Order Masters. All of them had proven this in the battle earlier. As an army commander, Mi Jingluan hoped that he would lead more people to see the day when Great Evolution Pass was retaken while they were still alive instead of letting their names become mere memories on the Monument of Heroes. That would be meaningless. He pointed his feather fan forward and said gently, "Let's see them off." Despite his small voice, his order carried across all the warships. All the soldiers could clearly hear him. As the purifying Black Ink battleship slowly moved forward, the dilapidated warships followed closely behind it. The territory lords were astounded. When they realized that the human warships were moving as well, they thought that the humans were not willing to let them go. This made the territory lords furious. They had already disobeyed the order to rescue the royal city and decided to return to Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans were still not willing to let them go. Were they so determined to kill them here? At that instant, the Black Ink clan soldiers broke into a commotion while the territory lords hurriedly suppressed them and ordered them to stay vigilant. Soon, though, they realized that the humans didn't intend to fight. Instead, the humans were just following them with a distance of several 100,000 kilometers between both parties. The distance made the territory lords feel uneasy. After all, it wasn't really a safe distance. The humans could make use of the warships to launch an attack on them at any moment. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't like they could tell the humans to back further away. That would just make them appear weak. With that said, by doing this, the humans had sent a message to them. They would watch them return to Great Evolution Pass. So, they shouldn't even think about making a detour and heading to the royal city. Upon that realization, the territory lords were torn between tears and laughter. They wondered who the army commander of the human soldiers was. That person was just too cautious. Marshal Peak, Chapter 5256, Honored Master, you're quite miserable. Since the humans wanted to watch them return to Great Evolution Pass, there was nothing that the Black Ink clan could do other than tacitly agree to it. So what if they don't agree? It wasn't like they were willing to fight with the humans again, either. In such an awkward atmosphere, these two surviving armies slowly moved towards Great Evolution Pass. Under Xianxia's leadership, it took the Black Ink clansmen 1 month to arrive at this place. But it wasn't so troublesome when they returned. They just had to go back in a straight line. So it only took them 10 days to arrive at their destination. With that said, it wasn't smooth sailing on their way back. Over the past 100 years, the North-South Army had set up a massive amount of traps around Great Evolution Pass in all directions. Under Xianxia's leadership, the Black Ink clan soldiers kept changing directions, so they had only triggered some 25% of the traps. In other words, there were still at least 70% of the traps still left behind. By going back to Great Evolution Pass in a straight line, the Black Ink clan soldiers were bound to trigger some of those traps. Every time they triggered these traps, some of them would lose their lives. Although the territory lords had been vigilant, it was impossible for them to avoid these things. Nevertheless, they were relieved that when they were caught by these traps, the humans didn't show any intention of attacking them. They only watched from behind in silence. It could be said that the journey back to Great Evolution Pass was paved with blood and tears for the Black Ink clansmen. When the Black Ink clan retreated, some of the humans remained behind at the site of the battle. Mi Jingluan had told some of them to stay, so that they could clean up the mess and look for any survivors. Gong Lian was one of the people who stayed. That was because Mi Jingluan didn't sense Ouyang Lai dying in the battle. After he killed Zhicheng, Ouyang Lai's aura indeed disappeared all of a sudden, but that wasn't the same as him being killed. Therefore, Mi Jingluan had a reason to believe that Ouyang Lai was still alive. Perhaps he was just badly injured, so he didn't even have the strength to return to the purifying black ink battleship. He had most likely played dead and was now hiding somewhere. Gong Lian was the best person to handle this matter because he was Ouyang Lai's legacy disciple. No one in the world was more familiar with Ouyang Lai than he was. The area of shattered universe fragments was now filled with the debris of warships, broken limbs, and hashed meat. The entire void was also full of black ink clouds. Gong Lian agilely moved around the shattered rocks and debris. When he found human soldiers who were still alive, he would pull them out and send them to a safe place. Eventually, there came a moment when he saw a headless corpse. It was the corpse of a territory lord. An aura that was familiar to Gong Lian had been left behind on the wounds. It was the trace of Ouyang Lai's sword sheath. Since this territory lord was killed by Ouyang Lai, he should have been the commander of the Black Ink clan army. After staring at the corpse for a while, Gong Lian became at ease and let out a breath. He then said, "Please come out, honored master. You're no longer a child, so please stop hiding." However, no reaction was felt coming from the corpse. Gong Lian frowned. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly moved forward and activated his power before slashing across the corpse with his palm. Although the territory lord's corpse was still sturdy, it couldn't possibly bear Gong Lian's attack. A big cut was formed on the corpse's stomach, after which a battered figure fell out of it. Gong Lian promptly supported this figure, only to see that Ouyang Lai's face was as pale as a white sheet. His eyes were dyed black, and no part of his skin was intact. His aura was extremely weak, like a candle amidst a storm that might go out at any moment. Although Ouyang Lai had managed to kill Xianxia by burning his blood essence during the battle, his opponent wasn't a weakling. He was injured by Xianxia's final desperation move. Furthermore, he was struck by the backlash of burning his blood essence. Surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, Ouyang Lai didn't even have a chance to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Therefore, he promptly decided to activate a secret technique to conceal his figure and actually hid inside Xianxia's corpse. That was how he managed to keep himself alive. It was also thanks to Xianxia's huge figure that he could actually hide inside it. "Honored master, you're quite miserable," Gong Lian exclaimed, glaring at this good-for-nothing disciple. Ouyang Lai snapped, "Brat, if you had come any later, I would have killed myself." Gong Lian chuckled. "Since you still have the strength to curse at me, it shows that you're just fine." Ouyang Lai's eyes became a shade darker as he hurriedly said, "Bring me back to the purifying Black Ink battleship right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a secret technique and passed out, his head slumping to the side. With a solemn expression, Gong Lian released his divine sense and sent a message to his companions, who were looking for survivors nearby. Then he lugged the unconscious Ouyang Lai with him and flew towards the fleet of warships. He could feel that his honored master was in a perilous situation. Other than the fact that Ouyang Lai had been struck by the backlash of burning his blood essence, he was also invaded by Black Ink strength. He might turn into a Black Ink disciple at any moment. Hence, he wasn't joking when he said that he would kill himself. Ouyang Lai would definitely commit suicide before he was completely corrupted by Black Ink strength. Although the humans now had a way to dispel Black Ink strength, he knew that his disciple would be the one looking for him, so he was worried that he might accidentally kill his disciple after he lost his mind. Fortunately, Gong Lian came to his rescue in time. Gong Lian moved forward at the speed of lightning. After all, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he was also injured during the battle, his foundation hadn't been harmed. Barely one day later, the pair reached the fleet of warships, and Gong Liang brought his honored master to the inner hall of the purifying Black Ink battleship. Mi Jingluan breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. Many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives during the battle. All the others who had requested to kill territory lords had perished, but at the very least, Ouyang Lai, the Southern Army commander, had returned alive. After dispelling the black ink strength from Ouyang Lai's body and settling him down, Mi Jingluan returned to the deck and watched the Black Ink Clan army return to Great Evolution Pass. It took the Black Ink Clan 10 days to retreat to Great Evolution Pass, and many of them had lost their lives along the way. The North-South Army also returned to where the Universe Fragment where their forward base was once located. The forward base, which had once been bustling with noise, was now a cloud of debris. Senior Brother Chung was no longer around to give them valuable lessons, and many familiar faces were gone for good. As Mi Jingluan recalled the previous battle, he could still remember the glorious moments before each of their deaths. All of their sacrifices had not been in vain. They had managed to ensure that the East-West Army wouldn't be pincered by the enemy. The Black Ink Clan reinforcements were intercepted before they could arrive at their destination, and they had suffered immense losses. Many of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples had been slain. The humans were united as one and doing their best to stop the Black Ink Clan army, forcing them to return to Great Evolution Pass. The news was passed on to the royal city through the Black Ink Nest. Che Kong was furious as he argued with Hong Di, who was in charge of Great Evolution Pass, through the Black Ink Nest despite being separated by a distance of billions of kilometers. He accused Hong Di of being useless and urged him once again to immediately come to the royal city. However, there was nothing Hong Di could do. Although he wanted to save the royal city as well, he was powerless to do so. After the previous battle, their collective might have been significantly weakened, and about half of the Black Ink Clan soldiers had lost their lives. Even many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed. When there were still 500,000 soldiers on their side, they were already unable to break through the humans' blockade. Even if they went all out now, they wouldn't be able to leave Great Evolution Pass. He certainly knew that the royal city was in a perilous situation, but there was nothing he could do. Before, the Black Ink Klansmen might have been able to leave Great Evolution Pass, and as long as they were determined enough and not afraid of the losses, they might be able to break through the humans' blockade. Now that many of them had lost their lives, though, they were trapped inside Great Evolution Pass. There was no way out for them other than defending Great Evolution Pass. However, could they really keep Great Evolution Pass? That was the question every territory lord had in their mind. There had only been 30,000 soldiers on the human side, but they had managed to toy with and repel nearly 1 million Black Ink Klansmen for over 100 years. While the Black Ink Klansmen were not aware of it, their strength was gradually weakened, and when they finally came to that realization, it was already too late. If they wanted to leave Great Evolution Pass, there would only be one chance: if the humans suddenly lost their minds and decided to attack them. Given the humans' current power, if they decided to invade Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink Clan could make use of the arrangements they had built up over the past 30,000 years to destroy them. Only by doing so would they be able to remove the obstacle in front of them and head straight to the royal city. Unfortunately, the humans didn't seem to have the intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass. Apparently, they knew that it was unrealistic for them to launch an assault given their current power. Therefore, after returning, they set up a new forward base and began resting and recuperating. 10 years after the Black Ink Klansmen retreated to Great Evolution Pass for the second time, an intense battle broke out outside the royal city. Both the East-West Army and the Black Ink Clan army were familiar with such battles by now, because over the past 100 years, a battle of such a scale would take place every 20 years. Every time, the old ancestor and the royal lord would end up being mutually wounded. The humans would retreat in a hurry after winning some advantages. Then the Black Ink Clan soldiers would chase after them for a bit. It was an endless cycle that never seemed to change. The Black Ink Clan had become desensitized to this routine. They had already expected that the battle would happen, and they were well prepared. There were no longer 1 million Black Ink Clan soldiers around the royal city, but there were still about 700,000 to 800,000 of them. Although the Black Ink Nest could continuously replenish the manpower for them, it wouldn't be able to efficiently do so if there were too many losses. Furthermore, all the power of the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest was used to help with the Royal Lord's recuperation. For that reason, the birth of new Black Ink clansmen was delayed. Although there were a lot of Black Ink clansmen, only half of them had any kind of usable strength. Some Black Ink clansmen lost their lives in every battle, and as time passed, the collective might of the Black Ink clan army gradually weakened. This time, the battle broke out as usual. The old ancestor took the initiative to raise chaos among the Black Ink clan soldiers. Then, the royal lord raced out of the Black Ink nest, and the two of them clashed far away from the royal city. The human soldiers struck from the left side of the royal city, and a large number of universe worlds flew in from the right. The humans had been using the same tactic again and again over the years. The Black Ink clan knew fully well how to deal with them by now, so both parties were now equally matched during the battle. Based on past experiences, they just had to fend off the humans for half a day, and the latter would retreat. However, this time, many territory lords felt that something was off. The humans seemed to be prioritizing defense this time. They were the attackers, so it was puzzling that they focused on defending themselves. Nevertheless, that was indeed the truth. After making contact, the Black Ink clansmen realized that the humans were indeed determined to defend themselves this time. In that case, they were less intimidating to the Black Ink clan. But why? Martial Peak, Chapter 52-57, Accumulated Advantages. While the Black Ink clansmen were puzzled, an unusual energy fluctuation was felt coming from the depths of the void. The direction was where the two top masters were clashing. Although they had gone to a battlefield that was far away from the royal city, the fallout of their battle was still transmitted to this place clearly. Therefore, both the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords could sense what was going on over there. Basically, the two top masters were equally matched every time they fought, and neither of them could gain the upper hand. They would always end up being mutually wounded. However, something was different this time. Suddenly, the old ancestor's aura spiked, and the strength and the intensity of her attacks increased dramatically. On the other hand, the royal lord's aura weakened by the breath. The realization horrified the territory lords. The outcome of the old ancestor and royal lord's battle would critically impact the outcome of the entire war. The two of them had always been equally matched, so why was the royal lord suddenly at such a massive disadvantage today? His weakening aura proved this point, and it was not a good sign for the Black Ink clan. Initially, the territory lords prayed that the royal lord was simply caught off guard somehow and found himself temporarily at a disadvantage. After all, when these two masters fought, there were naturally times when one of them appeared stronger. Every now and then, one of the two would use a powerful secret technique, granting them a slight edge in momentum. However, this kind of situation never lasted long, and they would soon return to a state of equilibrium. Nevertheless, as time passed, the territory lords realized that something was terribly wrong. The royal lord's aura continued to weaken, and there were no signs of him turning things around. There was no doubt that he was being completely suppressed now. On the other hand, the old ancestor's aura stopped surging as it had already reached its peak, a kind of pinnacle that the Black Ink clan had never felt before. The territory lords had no idea what was happening between these two top masters, nor did the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples understand what was going on. However, the difference between the two auras made it clear who was winning. Compared to the old ancestors' dominance, the royal lord's performance was the exact opposite. All the human warships were connected as one, and all their defensive arrays were fully activated. With the help of the intertwining branches formation, the entire fleet was wrapped in a powerful defensive barrier. As a result, the human army's attacks were weak, but their defense was impenetrable. Furthermore, they maintained a high degree of mobility, so the bombardment of attacks from the Black Ink clan could not harm the humans at all. The anomalies, such as the humans' unusual tactics, the old ancestors' sudden dominance, and the royal lord's weakening aura threw the Black Ink clan into a fluster. The territory lords faintly realized what was happening, and following Che Kong's order, the Black Ink clansmen hurriedly increased the force behind their attacks on the human warships in the hope that they could achieve a breakthrough. Nevertheless, their attempts were futile. Then came the moment when the world force in the distance erupted, after which the royal lord's aura took a sharp dive. A terrified Che Kong turned to look in that direction, then passed down an order. The next instant, a few territory lords led 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers out of the battlefield towards the place where the top masters were fighting. It was at that moment that the humans, who had always been on the defensive, suddenly launched an all-out attack. As the spirit arrays were activated, countless secret techniques and artifact attacks were shot from the fleet of warships and struck the Black Ink clan soldiers. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, far from the royal city, 2 figures were flying forward, one escaping, one chasing. The person in front was covered in thick black ink strength. It was the royal lord. There were originally 2 black wings on his back, but only one of them remained now. The other one seemed to have been ripped from his body. The wound was still splattering out black blood, with raw flesh being exposed to the void. He looked extremely miserable. As the royal lord escaped, a look of terror filled his face. This couldn't be helped, though, as the opponent that was supposed to be his equal suddenly exhibited a power that far surpassed his own. How was it possible that he could remain calm and collected? He had never suffered from such a huge setback since his ascension to the rank of territory lord. Over the years, he had clashed with many powerful human cultivators, and he even successfully launched a sneak attack on an old ancestor 30,000 years ago after he became a royal lord. As he collaborated with another royal lord, they managed to kill that old ancestor. Therefore, he had always felt that the humans were nothing much. On this day, though, the old ancestor who had been in a confrontation with him for more than 100 years suddenly experienced an unprecedented surge in strength. It wasn't until this moment that he realized what was going on. It wasn't that he was weaker than the old ancestor. If both of them were at their peaks, he wouldn't have been so battered even if he was slightly weaker. However, since he was injured by this old ancestor for the first time back then, his wounds had never properly healed. What's more, he would be injured again and again every 20 years. Before his old wounds could heal, new ones would be inflicted. The same thing repeatedly happened over the past 100 years, and so his injuries had only exacerbated. Initially, he thought that it was the same case for the human old ancestor. If the information given to him was correct, it was extremely difficult for this female old ancestor to recover from her wounds. So how much could she recover in a mere 20 years? Over the years, the old ancestor would always appear to be injured whenever they fought, resulting in them indeed being equally matched. It wasn't until this day that he realized he had been deceived. The old ancestor had fully recovered, not just this time, but every time in the past when they clashed. She just pretended to be wounded so that he would drop his guard. As they engaged in intense fights over the years, she gradually ensured that his injuries only deepened. After accumulating such a huge advantage, she finally bared her bloody fangs today. Both of them were supposedly equally matched, but one of them was in peak condition while the other was plagued by numerous heavy injuries. There was no doubt about who would win such a fight. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just about deciding victory or defeat, but what the royal lord was terrified of was that since the old ancestor had patiently spent 100 years laying out this trap for him, her intention definitely wasn't just to injure him again. What she was after this time was his life. An old ancestor would only exercise such patience and prudence in order to kill a royal lord. Presently, he was remorseful of his own fallibility. He should have figured out that this woman wasn't as badly injured as he thought. He also shouldn't have left the royal city and followed her to such a distant battlefield. More than anything, he was resentful of the royal lord from the Inyang theater who had misled him. If not for the fact that he completely trusted the information she had given him, he wouldn't have fallen into such a pitiful state. Regardless, it was pointless to cry over spilled milk. Now, he had to focus on how he could escape from the old ancestor and return to the royal city. As long as he could return to the royal city, he could make use of his black ink nest to repel his opponent. With it, he would have the capital to fight back. However, his chances were slim. The old ancestor had been preparing for this moment for more than 100 years, so she certainly wouldn't give him a chance to flee. Proof of this was that at the start of the fight, she had lured him somewhere much further away from the royal city than normal. Now, in his current state, It would take him at least an hour to return to the royal city. An hour was more than enough time for the old ancestor to cut off his head. While he was running away, he felt horrifying secret techniques coming at him from behind. Although he had been trying his best to dodge and resist, every time he was struck, his strength sank even further. Behind him, old ancestor Xianxia was relentlessly chasing after him. As she performed different hand seals, she cast secret techniques that she had never displayed before. Her expression was calm. She didn't show any elation or expectation about killing a powerful foe of the same caliber. That was because she knew that everything was still uncertain before the last moment came. Even the territory lords and feudal lords had methods to save their lives at the critical moment, not to mention that she was after a royal lord. If he didn't still think he had a chance to survive, instead of fleeing, he would have turned around and tried to bring her down with him. Although she had been patient over the years waiting for this day, and had made a lot of prior arrangements, she didn't have the confidence that she would succeed in the end. She could only do her best and let the heavens make the decision. However, from the looks of it, it was highly likely that she would succeed. Presently, several territory lords were leading 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers over from the royal city to assist the royal lord. The human soldiers also chose to strike at that moment. Just by looking in the direction the detachment of Black Ink clan soldiers was heading, Xianxia knew where they were going. If everything went well, this would be the final battle here at the royal city. The old ancestor was the key to winning the war, so the humans definitely couldn't let those Black Ink clan soldiers disturb her. Therefore, under Xianxia's leadership, the human warships did their best to intercept them. On the other hand, Che Kong led even more Black Ink clan soldiers to stop the humans. As both parties clashed, the originally dry battlefield was filled with rivers of blood as countless people on both sides lost their lives. In the end, the East-West Army was unable to stop the detached force from the Black Ink clan. Although they had done their best, there were too few people on their side. With Che Kong and his army restraining the humans, the territory lords still managed to leave with those Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers. During the intense battle, both parties used all sorts of amazing secret techniques and divine abilities. Be it the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were already aware of it or the territory lords who had figured it out, they knew that this clash would determine the future trend of the entire Great Evolution Theater. None of them would hold back their powers in such a fight, all of them bringing out their hidden trump cards in hopes of settling things here once and for all. 1 hour later, in the depths of the void, the royal lord's injuries had grown worse. Faced with the old ancestor's relentless attacks, he was unable to keep himself safe, even though he had focused all his efforts on defending himself and escaping. If this dragged on, he would perish before he returned to the royal city. He had never expected that he would be so close to death one day. Since the day he became a royal lord, he had always believed that he had become immortal and indestructible. However, only 30,000 years had passed, and it was just the first war he had against an old ancestor on his own. It never crossed his mind that this female old ancestor would have the capability to kill him. Compared to others, he had only been a royal lord for a very short time. The royal city was within his sight, and as long as he persevered for a while more, he could connect with his Black Ink nest and make use of its power. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to have that chance. Just as dejection was setting in, he saw a large number of Black Ink clansmen coming to his rescue from the royal city. At that, he was ecstatic. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-58, Miserable Royal Lord. The human language was an art. Both races had been in a confrontation with each other for countless years, and although the Black Ink clan looked down on humans, thinking that they should become their subordinates and slaves, they were constantly being influenced by the human race. For example, the humans' habits and sayings had subtly influenced the Black Ink clan over the years. The royal lord had heard an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple say that every cloud has a silver lining, and there's always a way out. At that time, he dismissed it, thinking that it was something only a loser would say, and it was complete nonsense. However, he finally realized that there was some truth in the saying after all. At the most critical moment, some territory lords, and several tens of thousands of Black Ink Clan soldiers were coming to his rescue. It seemed there was a silver lining for him. Behind him, the old ancestor's attacks became even more aggressive. It was apparent that she had spotted those Black Ink Clansmen as well. She wanted to kill the royal lord before they could join together, but she was unlikely to be able to achieve that goal in the time allotted. Still, given the current state of affairs, it was unrealistic to think that these few Black Ink Clansmen could stop the old ancestor. Although there were some territory lords, 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, and several tens of thousands of Black Ink Clan soldiers, that was not nearly enough to block the old ancestor if she was determined to break through their lines. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, the royal lord released his divine sense and secretly sent an order to the territory lords who were coming towards him. The territory lords were startled for a moment before resolve filled their faces. Thick black ink strength started billowing from the territory lord bodies, while the Black Ink Clan soldiers had already done so before the territory lords acted. Endless black ink strength formed into a gigantic black ink cloud. As black ink strength rapidly left their bodies, the territory lords and their subordinates felt their vitality weakening by the breath. To Black Ink Clan, black ink strength was their foundation, just like what World Force was to Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a crazy act was no different from an Open Heaven Realm Master shattering their own small universe. In the best-case scenario, their cultivation would regress, and in the worst-case scenario, they would directly lose their lives. Usually, no Black Ink Clansman would be willing to do such a thing. However, since it was the Royal Lord's order, the territory lords could only oblige, not to mention the Black Ink Clansmen below the territory lords. The moment the Royal Lord's order was passed down, the lower-ranking soldiers started wantonly releasing their black ink strength. They were clearly more obedient than the territory lords, so they had taken action sooner. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples dashed out of the huge black ink cloud and rushed over to the Royal Lord's side. Although they were black ink disciples whose small universes had been corrupted by black ink strength, the black ink strength in their bodies was impure. Hence, it couldn't support the secret technique that the Royal Lord was about to cast. That was the reason they didn't have to imitate the territory lords. The Royal Lord hoped that these 8 would be able to stall the old ancestor, at least for a while. At that instant, with the territory lords taking the initiative, black ink strength billowed from several tens of thousands of Black Ink Clansmen and formed into a black ink cloud, inside of which more and more of them perished. Meanwhile, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples skirted past the Royal Lord and clashed with the old ancestor. If these 8 were ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would have been able to handle an old ancestor for a brief moment by joining forces. However, they were just black ink disciples, and even though they were in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, they were even weaker than territory lords as they had forcibly exceeded their innate limits. It could be said that they were the weakest Eighth Order Masters possible. Such beings wouldn't be able to intercept an old ancestor even if they joined together. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple at the front only managed to wield his sword once before he was beheaded by the old ancestor. Blood spurted from his neck, and the headless corpse was blown away by the impact. The attack he had cast only caused a flesh wound on the old ancestor's figure. In order to break through the blockade of these Eighth Order Black Ink disciples in the shortest time possible, old ancestor Xianxia focused all her efforts on attacking and didn't bother defending herself at all. That was because she knew that if the battle dragged on, the Royal Lord might be able to turn things around, and all her previous efforts would all go to waste. She then landed a palm on an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple, which caused his figure to tremble and his world force to become a mess. It was obvious that his small universe had been struck. The old ancestor didn't even spare him a second glance. As she brushed past him, this Eighth Order Black Ink disciple exploded in a blood mist. Seeing that, the other Eighth Order Black Ink disciples turned pale. When they fought with the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the East-West Army back then, they already realized that there was a wide gap between their strengths. Although it was a big difference, it wasn't enough to make them feel despondent. It wasn't until this moment that they realized they were completely powerless to deal with the old ancestor. Nevertheless, as black ink disciples, they could only obey the royal lord. Even the territory lords were willing to sacrifice themselves to assist the royal lord, let alone them. Therefore, after the two black ink disciples were killed, the rest of the black ink disciples didn't hesitate to activate their powers and spread out their small universes to cover the void. Every small universe was like a cage, and in order to leave, the old ancestor could only shatter these small universes. This was the only way they could think of to slow the old ancestor down. The moment these eighth-order black ink disciples spread out their small universes, old ancestor Xianxia, whose expression had always been calm and indifferent, couldn't help but appear sorrowful and dejected. If there was a chance, she would rather bring these black ink disciples back and dispel the black ink strength from their bodies instead of killing them. However, she knew these black ink disciples could no longer be saved even if they were brought back to the human side. Without the black ink strength support, their small universes couldn't accommodate their cultivation, and they would inevitably explode. Perhaps death was the best release for them. A glow radiated around the old ancestor's figure, and her world force surged madly. She directly broke the first small universe that served as the cage, then the second, then the third. When she broke through their blockade, the eighth-order black ink disciples behind her, who were seated with their legs crossed, had become extremely frail. The illusory phantoms of their small universes were broken, and their world forces were madly escaping from their bodies. Their small universes had been shattered by the old ancestor. When their world forces were gone for good, they would lose their lives, unless they had a way to repair their small universes before that. Nevertheless, even if they immediately consumed profound spirit fruits, their small universes still wouldn't be fixed. After the old ancestor broke through their blockade, the small universes of these black ink disciples had become shattered like broken mirrors. The black ink disciples' efforts were not in vain, though. Although they had only managed to stall the old ancestor for a few breaths of time, the royal lord had used a secret technique to swallow the black ink cloud that was formed from the black ink strength of the territory lords and black ink clan soldiers. The royal lord, who was originally listless and weak, became energetic all of a sudden. However, he had no intention of fighting with old ancestor Xianxia. Instead, he put all his renewed strength into escaping towards the royal city. Although he was now in a better state after consuming so much black ink strength, that was not his own power and was thus somewhat incompatible with him. He wouldn't have used this secret technique if there was any other way around the current crisis. As long as he could return to the royal city, though, he could make use of the black ink nest to repel the old ancestor. That was the power he could control as he pleased. The moment old ancestor Xianxia broke through the blockade of the several eighth-order black ink disciples, she saw the royal lord trying to run away. Certainly, she wouldn't allow that to happen. On her left palm, Yin and Yang were born, and on her right palm, chaos manifested. As she clasped her hands together, her eyes turned blood red. The next instant, she thrust a single finger at the royal lord who was running away. Although she didn't seem to have exerted much force with her finger, the royal lord was shaken to his core. Without hesitation, he turned around and released all the black ink strength he had just consumed. That black ink strength turned into a violent torrent that struck towards the old ancestor. As the brutal forces clashed, the royal lord felt a profound power breaking through the black ink strength and piercing his chest, causing black blood to burst from a fresh wound. What terrified him was that there was a strange power festering in his wound that he could not expel. His aura plunged again, and he became even weaker than before. Just as he thought he would lose his life, he lifted his gaze and saw that the old ancestor had become far less intimidating. He was elated, thinking that even though the secret technique he was struck with was incredibly powerful, it wasn't easy for the old ancestor to use it. Seizing the chance, he promptly escaped. Old ancestor Xiao froze in the same spot for a moment, then gritted her teeth and continued chasing after him. Behind them, The corpses of the territory lords and Black Ink Clan soldiers hovered in the void. Usually, these territory lords and several tens of thousands of Black Ink Clan soldiers wouldn't all pass away. Although they had released their Black Ink strength for the royal lord to consume, some of them would have survived. However, be it the feudal lords or even territory lords, the royal lord did not hesitate to absorb all their Black Ink strength. As he fully activated his power, he drew out every bit of Black Ink strength in their bodies. It could be said that these territory lords and Black Ink Clan soldiers were killed by the royal lord. They had paid a huge price just to give him a chance to flee. Outside the royal city, the East-West Army and the Black Ink Clan army were still locked in an intense battle. The humans had gained the upper hand, so there was no doubt that the Black Ink Clan soldiers were on the losing side. There were two reasons why it turned out this way. Firstly, the Black Ink Clan army had scattered around. On the left side of the royal city, they had to intercept the human soldiers, while some of them had to stay on the right side of the royal city to deal with the incoming universe worlds. Moreover, some territory lords had brought a number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers to rescue the royal lord. For that reason, only 400,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers were fighting the humans right now. Secondly, the Black Ink Clan's collective strength had significantly weakened over the years. These 400,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers were not comparable to the ones from Great Evolution Pass that the North-South Army had clashed with. The Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were all elites. However, the ones outside the royal city were made up of many replacements for those killed in previous battles, so their average power had plunged. Furthermore, there were dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who took part in this fight, so the Black Ink Clansmen were unable to resist the humans even though they had the advantage in numbers. In such a situation, something that was terrifying to the Black Ink Clan happened. Their pillar of strength, the Royal Lord, was returning from the void, looking completely bloody and battered. Presently, the Royal Lord was in a miserable condition. Black blood continuously spurted out of the wound on his chest, and while there were originally 2 wings on his back, only one of them was left now. Forget the humans, even the territory lords had never seen the Royal Lord so feeble before, which went to show that he had suffered a huge loss in his fight against the old ancestor. The Royal Lord hadn't returned to the royal city, but as soon as he entered the range of his Black Ink nest, he connected with it and madly drew energy from it. The next instant, old ancestor Xiao's figure appeared, and the 2 top masters clashed above the royal city. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-59, Consecutive Kills. Violent explosions burst forth as the World Force and Black Ink strength clashed. The space around the royal city warped and cracked under the weight of the clash. Although these 2 top masters had exchanged moves on several occasions near the royal city over the past 100 years, the battle on this day was by far the most intense. Both the humans and Black Ink Clansmen were acutely aware that this was a life-and-death battle. What terrified the Black Ink Clansmen was that even though the royal lord had the support of the Black Ink nest, he was still at a clear disadvantage. This was hard for the Black Ink Clan to accept. One had to know that, with the Black Ink nest's help, the royal lord could use a much greater power than normal. It could be said that as long as the royal lord was within the Black Ink nest's range of coverage, no old ancestor would be a match for him. However, it was the complete opposite now. There was nothing wrong with the Black Ink nest. Over the years, whenever a battle broke out, there would always be 2 or 3 territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples who stayed back to prevent the humans from launching a sneak attack and ward off the fallout of the battle between the 2 top masters so that the high-rank Black Ink nest wouldn't be harmed. At the same time, countless resources would be poured into the Black Ink pool to be turned into energy and absorbed by the Black Ink nest. The Royal Lord was the problem here. His injuries were too severe, so even though he had the Black Ink nest help now, he still couldn't match the old ancestor. If the Royal Lord was killed, how would the rest of the Black Ink Clansmen survive? After a brief moment of fear and unease, the Black Ink Clan soldiers became even more fierce. The fact that the Royal Lord was at a disadvantage didn't make them lose the courage to resist. Instead, their survival instincts had been ignited. The leaders of the East-West Army sensitively noticed this. Xianxia and Lu Jiping promptly ordered the human soldiers to put more emphasis on defense so that they could persevere in a prolonged fight with the Black Ink Clan soldiers. Profound forces undulated as the two armies clashed. Impacted by the battle between the two top masters, the void itself became shattered. The royal lord was in an increasingly battered state. Although he was at a disadvantage, with the help of the Black Ink Nest, he was still someone who was difficult to deal with. The old ancestor had launched several fatal attacks, but her attempts proved futile. Instead, she was almost badly injured when the royal lord seized a chance to counterattack. This made her realize she had to be extra careful when dealing with this opponent. She knew that a royal lord was the most powerful master in the Black Ink Clan who was on an equal footing with an old ancestor, so it wasn't easy to kill one. Nevertheless, this chance was hard to come by. She had spent 100 years trying to shape the outcome of the war, so it would be such a shame if she failed at the last moment. Therefore, she had to give it a shot no matter what. 1 hour later, old ancestor Xiao finally found a chance. Just as the Black Ink Nest seemed to stop operating smoothly for a brief moment, she cast a divine ability at the royal lord. An unprepared royal lord was struck by the divine ability, and in an instant, he was engulfed in a dazzling light. At the same time, old ancestor Xiao grunted as blood spurted from her lips. It wasn't a pretense this time. When she exchanged moves with the royal lord in the past, she showed signs of being injured on several occasions, but those were mostly just acts she put on. This time, she was really hurt. The moment she made a move, the royal lord also sent out a fatal attack at her. Instead of dodging the attack, she endured it so that she wouldn't miss the chance to kill her opponent. As the light went out, though, the royal lord's figure was revealed. A hint of disappointment flashed through old ancestor Xiao's eyes. The divine ability did not yield the result she had hoped for. Although her opponent had become even weaker, he was still able to fight. If she kept pressuring the royal lord, he would be forced to engage in a mutually destructive battle. By then, she might not be able to survive. It should end here. She secretly sighed. It had been 100 years since she started preparing for this day, so it was such a shame that she eventually couldn't succeed. With that said, it wasn't a terrible outcome. At the very least, they had achieved the goal that Xianxia had set before they departed from Wind and Cloud Pass. The two top masters tacitly agreed to stop fighting all of a sudden, which directly influenced the two armies that were locked in an intense battle. The Black Ink Clan soldiers were still puzzled, but the humans had already expected this outcome. Therefore, the moment old ancestor Xiao ceased her attack, the human warships started retreating. Considering the fact that the old ancestor was watching them, the Black Ink Clan soldiers wouldn't dare to pursue the humans and could only let them leave even after suffering so much at their hands. A moment later, the humans were already several 100,000 kilometers away. Although many of the warships were damaged, the humans were still a menacing force and certainly had the strength to engage in another bout. Behind the humans was the old ancestor who stood there in silence. She didn't make a move, nor did she retreat, as though she was waiting for something. In such silence, the Black Ink Clan army felt smothered, as though a mountain was pressing down on them, causing them to be ill at ease. Time passed by slowly. A moment later, the Black Ink Clan soldiers broke into a commotion. This couldn't be helped, as more than 10 universe worlds that were full of arrays came flying at the royal city. Presently, they could already see the gleaming arrays on those universe worlds, so that they would arrive in no time. About 30% of the Black Ink Clan soldiers were still on the right side of the royal city, as they didn't take part in the previous battle. Their job had always been to intercept the universe worlds. That had never changed. In fact, they had done an excellent job. Other than the first time when they accidentally let a fragment of a universe world strike the royal city, they managed to stop all the universe worlds in the following battles. However, they had also paid a huge price for this. Sometimes, these universe worlds would come quickly. They arrived at the royal city almost at the same time as the humans. Sometimes they would be late, not appearing until the humans retreated. This was apparently part of the human strategy, which was to use these universe worlds to restrain the Black Ink Clan soldiers. The humans already had fewer people on their side to begin with, so if they let the Black Ink Clan consolidate all its forces, it would be a tough fight for them. It was the slowest this time since the humans started using universe worlds to attack the royal city. It wasn't certain whether it was coincidental or intentional. Both armies had stopped attacking each other, and the two top masters had halted their fight. It wasn't until this moment that these universe worlds finally arrived. Without any disruption, it wouldn't be hard for these Black Ink Clansmen to intercept the universe worlds. Therefore, the moment the universe worlds appeared, the Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink Disciples, who had stayed on the right side, started taking action. A Territory Lord was the first one to charge forward, but as soon as he made a move, he felt a dangerous aura engulfing him. The next instant, an immense force exploded in his mind, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his head which froze him on the spot. Knowing that he had been attacked, the Territory Lord was astounded. Moreover, the attacker was none other than the old ancestor, who had remained unmoving and silent while hovering in the void. The Territory Lord didn't understand why the old ancestor had used her spiritual energy to attack him, as her opponent was supposed to be the Royal Lord. The two top masters were confronting each other in silence. So, supposedly, when one of them made a rash move, the other would surely react. Therefore, even though the Territory Lord was astounded, he wasn't afraid. That was because he believed that the Royal Lord would save him. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong. The Royal Lord just stood there and stared at the old ancestor in silence. The next moment, she charged towards the Territory Lord who had been affected by her soul secret technique and extended her hand, after which she easily beheaded him. Black blood started spurting out of the Territory Lord's neck, while old ancestor Xianxia swiftly returned to her original spot with a head in her hand. The widened eyes of this head suggested that the Territory Lord was unresigned before his death. In the blink of an eye, a powerful Territory Lord had lost his life. The other Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink Disciples, who were about to make a move, froze and stared vigilantly at old ancestor Xianxia, worried that she would kill them as well. Soon, they were relieved that old ancestor Xianxia stopped making another move after killing the first Territory Lord. She remained standing there. If not for the fact that there was a headless corpse on the battlefield and old ancestor Xianxia was holding a fresh head in her hand, all the Black Ink Clansmen would have thought that it was just an illusion. They were all puzzled. They didn't understand why the old ancestor had made a move all of a sudden. Since the battle had ended, why did she kill a Territory Lord at this point? They were even more perplexed at the fact that the Royal Lord didn't react to it at all. Given his power, it wouldn't be hard for him to stop the old ancestor. However, he was just standing there doing nothing. The universe world were rapidly approaching, so if they didn't stop them now, it would be too late. They would be the ones facing the Royal Lord's wrath if the royal city was damaged. Therefore, even though these Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink Disciples were wary, they had no choice but to fulfill their duty. However, the same thing happened again. The moment they made a move, they were engulfed in a great sense of danger, which caused them to be rooted to the spot. At the same time, the old ancestor had disappeared. Old ancestor Xianxia reappeared a moment later, as though she had never moved at all, but there was another head in her grasp. A strange noise that suggested that another Territory Lord had lost his life was heard coming from the Black Ink Clan side. This horrified the Black Ink Clan soldiers. The two people who were killed were Territory Lords. The old ancestor had consecutively made a move and easily beheaded two Territory Lords. It suggested that without the Royal Lord stopping her, the old ancestor could kill anyone as she pleased, even though she was injured. What puzzled them was that the Royal Lord still didn't react. However, after the old ancestor made a move twice, they finally realized something. The Territory Lords that she had killed were the ones who took the initiative to intercept the universe worlds. By specifically targeting these two Territory Lords, the old ancestor had sent a clear message. She would kill anyone who dared to make a move. What was she trying to achieve? Was she determined to stop them from intercepting the universe worlds? Could they only watch? That was outrageous. The Royal Lord, who had been silent since his return to the royal city, couldn't take it anymore as he roared, "Don't go too far." Old Ancestor Xiao turned to look at him with a pair of dispassionate eyes. Then, the next instant, she made a move again. Having experienced what just happened earlier, the Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were wary of whatever the Old Ancestor did. Seeing her disappear, they hurriedly raised their guards. Most of the Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples would be safe, but there would always be someone who was unlucky. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5260, I'll do whatever I want. There were no noises that suggested there had been a fight. When Old Ancestor Xiao reappeared in her original spot, she had grasped the Territory Lord in her hand. This time, it was a Territory Lord who was alive and kicking, not just a head. Although the Territory Lord was several times larger than Old Ancestor Xiao, who didn't seem to exert much force with her hand, he was unable to struggle out of her grasp regardless of how hard he tried. Old Ancestor Xiao gazed at the furious Royal Lord and lifted her blemish-free chin in a provocative manner. "I'll do whatever I want." Saying so, she exerted more force with her hand. As her world force surged, a horrifying pressure squeezed the Territory Lord. Soon, the Territory Lord's figure contorted and a series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. With a horrified look, he struggled fiercely as he looked in the Royal Lord's direction, pleading with him, "Sir Royal Lord, save me." A hint of conflict flashed through the Royal Lord's eyes, but he soon decided not to make a move. Countless soldiers of both races watched as the Old Ancestor, who was standing between the two armies, squeezed the Territory Lord to death with her world force. Under such immense pressure, the Territory Lord eventually exploded, his blood and flesh scattering about. The Black Ink clansmen were infuriated, but deep down, they were also terrified. The Old Ancestor had repeatedly made a move and killed 3 Territory Lords, which went to show how domineering she was. On the other hand, the Royal Lord only watched from the side without doing anything. They were in an awkward situation. No Royal Lord was willing to see his Territory Lords being slaughtered without even trying to save them, for that would have a huge impact on his authority. The only reason he would not act was simply because he was unable to save his subordinates. It seemed that the Royal Lord was more severely injured than the Territory Lords thought. Therefore, even though the Old Ancestor killed 3 Territory Lords and taunted him in such a provocative manner, the Royal Lord could only choke down the insult. The Territory Lords wouldn't dare to move a muscle. Without the Royal Lord's help, they wouldn't be able to fend off the Old Ancestor who was determined to kill regardless of how careful they were. Since the Territory Lords remained unmoving, their subordinates wouldn't dare to make a move either. Everyone was just standing in the same spot, so anxious that it was as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Even though they didn't make a move, though, the universe worlds wouldn't stop approaching the royal city because of that. More than 10 breaths after the 3rd Territory Lord died, the universe worlds arrived. Given the close proximity, if they still didn't take action, the 30% of the Black Ink clan soldiers stationed on the right side of the royal city would be hit. By then, not only would they be injured or killed, the royal city would also be devastated as well. Regardless of whether they made a move or not, they would be doomed. A Territory Lord finally couldn't take it anymore as he cast a violent secret technique at the universe worlds. At the same time, he remained vigilant against the Old Ancestor. What surprised him was that even though the Old Ancestor had locked onto him with her aura, she didn't attempt to kill him. This made him feel ecstatic, as though he had just escaped from death's door. With such a precedent, the other Black Ink clan soldiers also started taking action. At that instant, countless secret techniques formed into a black torrent that bombarded the universe worlds. Still, the Old Ancestor remained unmoving. Seeing that, the Black Ink clan soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to them that as long as they stayed in the same spot instead of moving, the Old Ancestor wouldn't kill them. However, the truth was different. The Old Ancestor had been patiently preparing for this day for the past 100 years. Every time she clashed with the Royal Lord, she had to pretend that her injuries hadn't healed while also suppressing some of her power so that the Royal Lord wouldn't discover the truth. It wasn't easy to deceive a Royal Lord, So it had been a constant struggle for old ancestor Xianxia for the past 100 years. The advantage she accumulated over the years was perfectly hidden by the old ancestor, and when there was finally a chance, she unleashed her full might against her opponent. For the first time in her life, she saw hope to kill a royal lord, and if not for the territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers who rushed over from the royal city earlier, she would have succeeded. As long as the royal lord died, no one else would be a match for her, and the humans would soon fully occupy the great evolution theater. Such a victory had never happened before in history. Initially, she had the chance to set a precedent for the entire human race, but her plan was foiled by those territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers. Although many of the territory lords, 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and Black Ink clan soldiers lost their lives in the process, old ancestor Xianxia was still displeased. Since she was unable to end the royal lord's life, it was pointless no matter how many territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers she killed. It could be said that she had been vexed since these territory lords led the Black Ink clan soldiers to lend the royal lord a hand. 100 years of effort had gone to waste because of them, and there wouldn't be such a chance again in the future. After suffering such a setback, the royal lord would always be wary of her. When the royal lord returned to the royal city and exchanged moves with her, she knew that there was no longer any hope to kill him, unless she was determined to perish together with him. Although she was unable to kill the royal lord, she could vent her anger on some of these annoying territory lords. The royal lord wouldn't dare to stop her, nor was he able to do so. Therefore, he could only watch in silence. In fact, he even hoped that old ancestor Xianxia would kill more territory lords. Although the royal lord had no idea what kind of an amazing secret technique that old ancestor Xianxia had used to kill a territory lord in the blink of an eye, after using it 3 times, he was certain that this secret technique had to be quite energy-consuming. That was because even though she was an old ancestor, she couldn't possibly behead a territory lord with no effort. He was just as powerful as an old ancestor, so he had the confidence to make such a judgment. That was because it also wasn't possible for him to kill an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with ease, unless he used his royal lord's secret technique that would only be used in moments of extreme need. However, once the royal lord's secret technique was cast, the royal lord himself would be significantly weakened for a time, which was a huge drawback on the battlefield. Therefore, the royal lords never used this trump card unless absolutely necessary. After the previous battle, the royal lord was injured and had fled back to the royal city in a fluster. But it wasn't like old ancestor Xianxia was completely unharmed. If she repeatedly used this secret technique, she would soon run out of stamina, giving him an opening to get his revenge. However, he couldn't tell the territory lords about his speculations, nor could he order them to provoke the old ancestor. Therefore, he could only watch in silence. Old ancestor Xianxia never made a move again. She had naturally figured out what the royal lord was plotting. Moreover, if she continued to make a move at this point, it would be no different from forcing the royal lord to engage in a life-or-death battle with her. After all, the royal lord wouldn't allow the royal city to be destroyed no matter what. That was because his Black Ink nest was in the royal city and was of critical importance to him and the entire Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. In this silent exchange, the 2 top masters each tacitly made a concession in order to not shatter the last sliver of calm. The price that the Black Ink clan had to pay was the lives of 3 territory lords and the trouble that ensued. The universe worlds were menacing, so although the Black Ink clan soldiers had done their best to intercept them, they had missed the best opportunity to act because of old ancestor Xiao's intimidation earlier. The moment the universe worlds were shattered, the explosions of the installed arrays covered the void and universe fragments of varying sizes rained down on the royal city. Countless Black Ink clan soldiers lost their lives as the royal city trembled under the impact. It was apparent that the Black Ink clan soldiers on the right side of the royal city were unable to ward off these universe worlds completely. Following Che Kong's order, the soldiers that had just clashed with the humans on the left side went over to help. Fortunately, both the old ancestor and the humans didn't react to this. As the Black Ink clan soldiers rallied together, they finally managed to stop all the universe worlds. Several tens of thousands of Black Ink Clan soldiers were killed in the process, and the universe world where the royal city was located was severely damaged, losing as much as 30% of its landmass. Many structures in the royal city had been leveled. Only the royal lord's black ink nest remained perfectly intact. That was because there had always been several territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples guarding the Black Ink nest. Regardless of how intense the battle between the races was, they would never move from their posts or let anything harm the Black Ink nest. The noise slowly died down. The Black Ink Clan army was completely battered. After staring at the royal lord for a while, old ancestor Xiao curled up her lips and sneered. Then, she turned around and shouted, "Withdraw!" Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia passed down an order loudly through his divine sense, "Retreat." The human warships turned around and headed to the forward base while behind, the Black Ink Clan soldiers let out a breath of relief. The battle had finally ended. On the deck of Dawning Light, Xianxia sighed. Before the battle started, he had received a secret order from Xianxia to charge toward the royal city and destroy the Black Ink nest if there was a chance. Even though it was a high-ranked Black Ink nest, it had almost no defensive strength. Given the fact that Xianxia was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as long as he got close enough, he could easily destroy it. He was the best suited for this job because he was a master of the Tao of Space. Since the start of the war, Xianxia had been looking for such a chance, but there was never an opportunity for him to make a move. Given his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation now, it wasn't hard for him to get close to the Black Ink nest using instantaneous movement, but he couldn't defeat the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on guard there. As soon as he appeared, he would be killed by them before he could damage the Black Ink nest. It had been almost 150 years since the East-West Army arrived in the Great Evolution Theater. Over the years, the East-West Army had clashed with the Black Ink Clan on 8 occasions, and each time they managed to kill a lot of their enemies. It could be said that in this war they were very close to success, but they ultimately didn't manage to achieve their goal. As old ancestor, Xiao would always recuperate in Xianxia's small universe. He had access to information that the average soldiers wouldn't. Therefore, he was aware of the ultimate plan, so the moment he saw the injured royal lord returning to the royal city, he knew that the plan wouldn't succeed. However, the end result wasn't terrible. The Black Ink Clan soldiers responsible for protecting the royal city were practically half dead now, with more than half of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples having been killed. If not for the fact that the royal lord could make use of the Black Ink nest to strengthen himself, they could have easily destroyed the royal city. Unfortunately, the royal lord had returned alive. With the Black Ink nest's help, he still had the capital to drag old ancestor Xiao down with him in death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5261, I want these 3 people. During a chat with Xianxia, old ancestor Xiao mentioned that Xianxia had come up with a strategy for the Great Evolution Army shortly after they departed from Wind and Cloud Pass. In short, they had to beat the Black Ink Clan to a half-dead state before occupying Great Evolution Pass. That way, they would have ample time to recuperate and restore the Great Evolution Pass. If they managed to reoccupy Great Evolution Pass, but didn't have time to make it operational again, what could they do to protect themselves if the Black Ink Clan decided to start a war with them all of a sudden? After 100 years of effort, the fall of numerous 8th Order Division commanders, and the deaths of many 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they finally managed to achieve this first objective. Now, the goal that Xianxia had set had been achieved, so their next step would be to retake the Great Evolution Pass. That was the very reason that the Great Evolution Army was founded. After returning to the forward base, the humans started getting some rest. However, it wasn't possible for the Black Ink Clan to do so, especially the Royal Lord. The moment he realized that the opponent he had dealt with for over 100 years had been deceiving him this entire time, there was no way he could quietly recuperate inside his Black Ink nest with peace of mind. That was because he couldn't be certain about how well the old ancestor had recovered or whether she would launch another attack on the royal city again in short order. In order to prevent such an incident from happening, He had to remain awake on alert at all times. In this situation, he couldn't fall into a state of slumber to recover and could only rely on the black ink nest's power to slowly heal his wounds. However, this kind of recuperation was significantly less efficient than falling unconscious inside the black ink nest would be. If he could sleep inside his black ink nest, he would fully recover within a couple hundred years. However, given his current situation, he still wouldn't be fully healed after 1,000 years. The old ancestor had indeed put him in a tight spot. The East-West Army had returned to their forward base, but this time, they didn't have much time to recuperate. The leaders had given an order that they could only remain in the forward base for 10 days before they would set off to Great Evolution Pass and join up with the North-South Army, who had been keeping the Black Ink Clan Army over there at bay. They had to get prepared for the final battle to retake Great Evolution Pass. The soldiers had been waiting for this day for over 100 years. The moment they joined the Great Evolution Army, everyone thought that they would clash with the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass when they arrived at the Great Evolution Theater. They had the confidence that they would engage in a life-and-death struggle and eventually come out the winners. However, as soon as the East-West Army arrived, they directly headed to the Royal City and went on to clash with the Black Ink Clan there for nearly 150 years. With that said, the outcome of the war proved that the army commanders had made the right decision. Now, the East-West Army had beaten the Black Ink Clan in the Royal City to a pulp, so it would be far easier for them to retake Great Evolution Pass. It would take them at least a month to arrive at Great Evolution Pass, which was why after such a vicious battle the soldiers were given 10 days to get some rest and recover. Otherwise, the higher-ups would have ordered the East-West Army to immediately set sail for Great Evolution Pass after retreating from the Royal City. While the soldiers were recuperating, they were also reorganizing themselves. When they departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, there were 30,000 soldiers and 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were a lot of powerful masters on their side. However, after 150 years of war, only 20,000 of them were still alive. 10,000 of them had been killed outside the Royal City, most of the time without leaving a corpse behind. About 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had also lost their lives. That was the result of the East-West Army focusing on defense in every battle. If they were set on attacking the enemy without defending themselves, there would have been far more casualties. Although some humans would be killed in each battle, the number of casualties on the Black Ink Clan side would always be dozens of times more than that of the humans. Every squad had suffered some losses, with some of them having been wiped out entirely. Therefore, it was necessary to do some reorganization. Otherwise, they couldn't ensure that every squad could operate effectively. They had experienced this kind of reorganization twice in the past. However, the previous two personnel shuffles had nothing to do with Dawn. Dawn was significantly more powerful than an ordinary squad, and Xianxia was especially outstanding, able to kill feudal lords in one move. Therefore, even in pitched battles, Dawn had always suffered very minimal losses. In this regard, even the Old Turtle Squad, which always emphasized defense, was no match for Dawn. During the second reorganization, the Old Turtles had been forced to recruit several new members. In the past, none of the members of Dawn were killed, but this time was different. The battle that had just ended was completely different from the ones in the past when it came to its level of danger and intensity. Although Xianxia had killed many enemies, he couldn't ensure everyone's safety on the chaotic battlefield. Ning Qizhi was badly injured, while Chitai Chu had lost his life. Chitai Chu was the first member of Dawn to be killed in battle against the Black Ink Clan since the Special Operations Squad's founding. He was also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Chitai Chu was one of the original members of Dawn. Back then, Xianxia was the one who brought him back from the Black Ink Clan's territory. When Dawn was established, Xianxia selected him to be one of the members. Over the years, they had experienced countless life and death moments together, so Chitai Chu had become an indispensable part of Dawn. His death made Xianxia feel heartbroken, and none of Dawn's members were in the mood to celebrate their recent victory. Some of the female members were extremely sorrowful. Chitai Chu was an experienced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was a mild-tempered person who never hid any secrets when it came to his knowledge of cultivation with the juniors. Whenever war broke out, he would always take good care of all the members. It could be said that of all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Dawn, he was the most popular. One of the female Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had wanted to become his Tao partner, but he pretended to know nothing because he was a senior to her. Although they knew that death was part and parcel of life, they still couldn't help but feel downcast when someone close to them passed away. Chi Tai Chu was the only member of Dawn who was killed. The Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all fine. Dawning Light's powerful defense and mobility ensured everyone's safety in every war. If there came a day when Dawning Light was destroyed, all of them would likely lose their lives. At this moment, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the Purifying Black Ink battleship was standing in front of Xianxia as he said, "Please have a look at this list, Brother Yang. Just tell me if you need any new members." The commanders were the ones who made most of the arrangements. However, considering the fact that the soldiers might have friends they would like to fight alongside with, such a list was produced. The squad leaders were entitled to select new members first. If the squad leaders didn't select anyone, the division commanders would make the decisions for them. After taking the list, Xianxia took a brief look at it and said, "Only one member of Dawn was killed this time. It doesn't really affect our collective power, so we don't really need any new members. Please take this list to the other squads." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master smiled and nodded. "The members of Dawn are lucky to have your protection." This Seventh Order Master was the adjutant who visited every squad leader with a list whenever there was a reorganization in the past. But it was the first time he came to see Xianxia. In other words, it was the first time there was a casualty in Dawn over the course of 150 years of war. There was no doubt that the members of Dawn were all elites, but it also had something to do with the fact that Xianxia was abnormally powerful. This man had earned his respect. No other squads in the East-West Army were like Dawn, and no one was clearer than him about this because he was always the one who delivered this list, so he was fully aware of the number of casualties in each squad. Xianxia shook his head. Just when he was about to pass the list back to him, he halted for a moment and asked, "Can I select anyone from this list?" The person nodded. "The army commanders have ordered that the people on the list can be selected by the elite squads first. Squad leaders like you can select anyone from the list. You can select several people as long as it doesn't exceed the limit of your squad." Then he asked curiously, "Have you changed your mind, Brother Yang?" Without saying anything, Xianxia activated his divine sense and left some marks in the jade slip. Then he passed it back to him and said, "I want these 3 people." After taking the jade slip, the man looked into it and nodded. "There are always fewer than 50 people in Dawn. Including these 3 people now, your squad has exactly 50 people. Good, I'll go to the next squad now." Then he cupped his fist and left. After he was gone, Xianxia turned to look at Feng Ying. "I'll be right back." Feng Ying nodded. Xianxia then released his divine sense. A moment later, he dashed forward in a particular direction. There was a severely damaged warship on a barren piece of land. Sparks were seen flying in all directions as artifact refiners and array masters were busy repairing the warship. Every time the soldiers returned from the battlefield, artifact refiners and array masters would be swamped with work. That was because they were responsible for repairing the damaged warships. The state of this warship showed how dangerous the previous battle was. Minced meat and blood were seen everywhere on the warship. Most of it belonged to the Black Ink clan, but some of it was from the humans. The warship was in such a horrible state that it was practically irreparable. At this point, the warship should have been salvaged for parts and materials, as repairing it would be more costly than simply building a new one. 3 blood-soaked figures were standing near the warship. They were just standing there in silence, which was in stark contrast to the artifact refiners and array masters who were busy repairing the warship. The 3 of them were staring forward with hollow eyes and expressionless faces. As a breeze whisked past, Xianxia appeared beside them. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he swept his gaze around. Although he knew that every battle with the Black Ink clan was perilous, and some of the squads would be completely wiped out, No one had energy to pay attention to such matters on the battlefield. Now that they had returned from the battle, just by looking at this damaged warship, Xianxia could imagine the heroic figures who had fought and died together with it. Although they had passed away, they had done the humans proud. The three people standing here were respectively 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After a moment of silence, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly said, "I've killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises before." Xianxia nodded gently. "I know. Back then, many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises were indeed killed by Blood Crow. After that, he fled to the Shattered Heaven and managed to recruit a lot of subordinates. He had also made things difficult for the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises on several occasions. During that period of time, he had killed many who were training in the Shattered Heaven. It could be said that Blood Crow had many enmities with the cave heavens and paradises. I didn't willingly come to the Black Ink battlefield. Compared to being imprisoned for life or simply being killed, I could only choose to come here. Although I have to deal with the Black Ink clan, there was hope for me to survive. Therefore, when that old man from Bright King Cave Heaven asked me whether I wanted to live or die, I didn't hesitate to decide that I would come to the Black Ink battlefield." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5262, Possible to retake Great Evolution Pass without any losses? This was a sensible choice. Back then, Blood Crow was captured by elder fishermen from Bright King Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven and subsequently imprisoned in their sect. Considering the fact that his cultivation and experience was hard to come by, it would be a shame to kill Blood Crow outright. Therefore, he was given a chance to come to the Black Ink battlefield. The Black Ink battlefield was unlike other places. Here, the humans only had one enemy, which was the Black Ink clan. Grudges from the past would be put aside, and those from Bright King Heaven were not worried that Blood Crow would try to escape or betray them. Other than doing his best to kill the enemy in order to stay alive, he had no choice. "Young boy, you know that my years of effort all went to waste because of what you did back then, right?" Blood Crow suddenly turned to look at him, as though he was still displeased with the latter over what had happened in the past. Xianxia grinned. "If I hadn't ruined your plan, I wouldn't have become what I am today." Blood Crow slowly shook his head. "I suppose this is simply my fate. In my previous life, the 8th Order was my limit. I was unresigned when I was about to reach my predestined time of death, so I spent the rest of my life making special arrangements. If everything went well, I could have been reborn as someone with the potential to ascend to the 9th Order. However, life is indeed full of uncertainties. Who would have thought that a freak like you would show up and wreck everything?" Xianxia tooted. "I will never overlook injustice and evil." Blood Crow nodded. "Whenever I see you, I have a strong urge to kill you. Likewise, whenever those disciples from the cave heavens and paradises found fault with me, I never went easy on them. Their blood essence could help increase my cultivation anyway." The Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture was a special secret art. Even though it bore the name Great Evolution, it had nothing to do with Great Evolution Paradise. Instead, it worked in similar ways as Wu Kuang's Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. It could be said that these two secret arts were the most amazing ones Xianxia had ever come across since he began cultivating. However, in his opinion, the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture was still inferior to the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. Xianxia had dabbled in both secret arts, so no one had a clearer understanding of these two than him in terms of their strengths and differences. "I'm sure they were aware of my background and the grudges I had with the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises in the past," Blood Crow continued. He was obviously talking about the members of his original squad. "Some of them gave me the cold shoulder. Some of them secretly dismissed me. There were also those who made things difficult for me and snatched my military merits." Blood Crow spoke in a dispassionate tone. He was talking about his own affairs, but it was as though it had nothing to do with him. But so what? I have my own ways of doing things, and it has nothing to do with others. If not for the unique environment of the Black Ink battlefield, I wouldn't have fought alongside these brats. Upon hearing that, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him glowered. Unfazed, Blood Crow lowered his gaze and continued. What's really laughable, though, is that those who dismissed me and found fault with me were also the ones who sacrificed themselves to save my life. I survived, while almost all of them died. He turned to look at Yang Kai. Don't you think they're foolish? Without waiting for Yang Kai's response, he continued, saying, they're extremely foolish. They all cultivated for so many years to reach where they were. What was the point of all of that if they just threw their lives away in the end? Yang Kai replied in a calm manner, they're indeed foolish. You think so too? Blood Crow looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai nodded. Weren't they foolish by sacrificing themselves for others? Blood Crow nodded in agreement. After a while, he asked, is this what you told me back then? On the battlefield, grudges of the past no longer matter, and we're all brothers and sisters. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. You're older and more experienced than me. At one point, you were even stronger than me. So why even ask me this question? Hearing that, Blood Crow fell silent. After standing there for a while more, Yang Kai said, we'll set off for Great Evolution Pass in 8 days, so get some rest now. We might need to fight the Black Ink Clan again when we arrive. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, Lu Jiping, and the others had gathered together. The old ancestor was present as well for once. Although she was wounded during the fight against the royal lord, her injuries weren't severe. Considering the fact that the army would leave for Great Evolution Pass soon, she didn't find Yang Kai to spread out his small universe for her to recuperate. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spoke up. We'll set off for Great Evolution Pass in 8 days. I suppose the army will be fully reorganized by then. Excluding the 3,000 artifact refiners, array masters, and alchemists, we have 16,000 to 17,000 soldiers remaining. Things are not looking bright on the North-South Army side either. In order to stop the Black Ink clansmen stationed at Great Evolution Pass from heading to the Royal City, they directly clashed with some 500,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, and many of them died in battle. Although the Black Ink clan forces over there are significantly weaker now, they still occupy Great Evolution Pass. They have been fortifying Great Evolution Pass for the past 30,000 years, so we must not underestimate them. I'm worried that it will be a tough fight to retake Great Evolution Pass. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded with solemn expressions. Although they already knew that there would be a lot of casualties when the Great Evolution Army was founded, it never crossed their minds that the most difficult and deadly problem would be retaking Great Evolution Pass. While the Black Ink clan soldiers from the Royal City were beaten to a half-dead state by the East-West Army, they still had to deal with those from Great Evolution Pass. Upon hearing that, Lu Jiping put on a smile. Perhaps we can retrieve Great Evolution Pass without any losses. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were surprised to hear what she had said. The person who spoke earlier asked anxiously, what do you mean by that, Senior Sister Lu? Will the Black Ink clansmen return Great Evolution Pass to us without a fight? Upon finishing his words, he became startled for a moment and fell into his thoughts. Realizing something, another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master said, that might be possible. The humans were already aware that the Black Ink clan could instantly relay information through their Black Ink nests, so those stationed at Great Evolution Pass must already know what had happened here at the Royal City. The Royal Lord was badly injured and was almost killed by the old ancestor. Countless Black Ink clan soldiers were either killed or injured, so they were no longer able to engage the humans away from the Royal City. If the East-West Army swaggered towards Great Evolution Pass now, and this piece of news was sent from the Royal City to Great Evolution Pass through the Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clansmen over there would certainly be flustered. After all, the East-West Army had an old ancestor with them. Although the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, garrisoned a large army there, and built up a lot of defenses, there was no way to tell if that would be enough to resist a human army with an old ancestor assuming command. When Great Evolution Pass was conquered, all the Black Ink clansmen there would surely be executed. From the Black Ink Clan's perspective, if they found out about this news, they would certainly abandon Great Evolution Pass and run for their lives. It was no different from waiting for death by staying in Great Evolution Pass. Upon that realization, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became excited. Now, it seemed that the battle outside the Royal City was indeed the last of this war. It wouldn't be hard for them to retrieve Great Evolution Pass. They just had to put on an act. One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Damn!" Lu Zhiping looked smilingly at him. "What's wrong, Junior Brother Fong?" Junior Brother Fong explained, "The Black Ink Clansmen at Great Evolution Pass can find out about what happened in the Royal City through the Black Ink Nests, but the North-South Army don't have access to such information. If the Black Ink Clan abandons Great Evolution Pass and tries to run away, will the North-South Army think that they're desperately trying to rescue the Royal City? When that happens, the North-South Army will certainly try to stop them. Given the North-South Army's current situation, casualties will be inevitable if they clash with the Black Ink Clan." Another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded. "You have a point. We have to inform the North-South Army about this as soon as possible. Where's Xianxia? Tell him to come over now. Since he's a master of the Tao of Space, he should be able to reach Great Evolution Pass in 8 days if he goes all out." Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them wouldn't dare to say that they could arrive at Great Evolution Pass in 8 days from the Royal City. Other than Xianxia, who was an expert in the Tao of Space, only the Old Ancestor could achieve that. Although the Old Ancestor wasn't badly injured, they certainly wouldn't dare to ask her to be a messenger. Therefore, this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master instantly thought of Xianxia. There were a lot of Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the East-West Army, but only a small number of them were worth the attention of these Eighth Order Division commanders, and Xianxia was undoubtedly the most outstanding among them. However, Lu Zhiping just replied with a smile, "Don't worry about it." In fact, before the battle even started, Senior Brother Xiang had sent Li Xing to head to Great Evolution Pass to inform the North-South Army about it. I suppose he should be with the North-South Army by now. Li Xing was Xiangshan's adjutant, as well as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was the best choice to inform the North-South Army about this piece of news. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were startled for a moment before turning to look at Xiangshan. In response, Xiangshan nodded lightly to show that it was indeed the case. Admiration was written all over Junior Brother Fong's face. "You're indeed far-sighted, Senior Brother Xiang. You've already expected this outcome while we've only thought about it now. We're no match for you when it comes to military strategy." Xiangshan waved his hand. "Please don't be overly humble, Junior Brother Fong. You didn't think about it because you're not in my role. If you were the army commander, you would have expected the outcome as well." With a helpless smile, Junior Brother Fong shook his head. "I can never assume your role. There are so many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here, but none of us have enough authority to be the army commander. You're the only one we can depend on." The other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. Initially, Xiangshan's authority came from the fact that he was appointed to be the army commander by the Old Ancestors. But now, he had earned their respect by proving his worth. There were 4 army commanders in every Great Pass, so there were more than 400 army commanders in over 100 Great Passes in total. However, only a small number of them were a match for Xiangshan when it came to their capabilities. Meanwhile, a visitor arrived at a new universe fragment where the North-South Army had re-established their forward base. Upon getting permission, Li Xing strode into the purifying black ink battleship and saw an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was clad in scholar's robes with a feather fan in his hand. Knowing that this person was the army commander of the Northern Army, Mi Jingluan, Li Xing saluted him. Although he had never met Mi Jingluan before, he had heard a lot about him, as he had always been by Xiangshan's side. The latter had repeatedly mentioned Mi Jingluan over the years, saying that Mi Jingluan was on par with, if not slightly better than him, when it came to devising strategies. Certainly, Li Xing wouldn't believe it. Over the years, he had witnessed the arrangements that Xiangshan had made on the battlefield, and his strategies were all top-notch. To him, Xianxia's resourcefulness and foresight were practically peerless. So how was it possible that there was someone in the world who was more talented than he was? Li Xing believed that Xianxia was just being humble when the latter complimented Mi Jingluan in such a way. Other than Mi Jingluan, there was another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the hall. His hair was fiery red, but his face was as pale as a piece of white paper. Martial Peak, Chapter 5263, Mi Jingluan's Inference. This red-haired 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was the army commander of the Southern Army, Oyanglai. It was said that he was a hot-tempered person. 10 years ago, he killed a territory lord in the battle against the Black Ink clan. However, he was also badly injured and almost died during the fight. It seemed that he still hadn't recovered, even though 10 years had passed. This was understandable. As the more powerful one became, the harder it was to recover when they were injured, so it could be imagined how long an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would take to recover from a near-death experience. One had to know that it always took the old ancestor at least decades to recuperate. On the other hand, since the day that the Royal Lord was first injured by the old ancestor, he had never fully recovered, and that was over 100 years ago. Besides these two army commanders, there were other 8th Order Division commanders from the North-South Army in the meeting hall. Li Xing saluted all of them one by one. Presently, Oyanglai was seated on a chair. Before Li Xing could say anything, he asked, "What's going on over there? Has the East-West Army launched the final attack on the Royal City?" Over the years, the East-West Army and North-South Army would contact each other from time to time. However, due to the great distance, it would take a person an average of 2 months to travel back and forth between the two armies, so their exchanges of information were not frequent. Only when one side had made a major decision would a messenger be sent to inform the other party about it. Li Xing's arrival suggested that he had something important to report. Perhaps it had something to do with the final battle against the Royal City, which was why Oyanglai asked that question. Li Xing bent his back and replied, "Marshal Uncle Ouyang, when I departed, the battle had yet to begin, but they were in the midst of final preparations. If I'm not mistaken, the East-West Army should be engaged in an intense battle with the Black Ink clan as we speak. It's even possible that the war has already ended." With a smile, Mi Jingluan asked, "In your opinion, will the East-West Army achieve its objective this time?" Li Xing nodded yes. Mi Jingluan arched his brow. "Since you're so confident, it seems the situation over there is quite favorable. I suppose they've already won the fight. Well, with senior brother Xiang in charge, there's no way the Black Ink clan are a match for him." Oyanglai pursed his lips. "Since the East-West Army has won, why did Xianxia tell you to come over?" Since the beginning, Oyanglai had always had some complaints against Xianxia. This couldn't be helped, as the East-West Army was responsible for invading the Royal City, thus allowing them to earn a massive amount of military merits. On the other hand, the North-South Army had to stop the Black Ink clansmen from leaving Great Evolution Pass. It certainly wasn't as fun as attacking the Royal City like the East-West Army had done. Li Xing replied, "Sir Xiang told me to come over to inform you that you have to be careful of what the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass might do soon." After giving it a thought, Mi Jingluan nodded. "We indeed have to act prudently. If the Black Ink clan at the Royal City are really defeated, those from Great Evolution Pass will surely become nervous when they learn about it. Now, they're only left with 2 options. They either defend Great Evolution Pass to the last man, or run for their lives." At this point, he had figured out Xianxia's intention, so I suppose senior brother Xiang wants us to just watch and do nothing if the Black Ink clan tries to flee from Great Evolution Pass. Li Xing was slightly surprised at the speed of Mi Jingluan's inference, but soon nodded and replied, "That was indeed Sir Xiang's intention." Oyanglai asked, "Do you think the Black Ink clan will abandon the pass?" Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Do you think they would rather sit and wait for death? If I'm not mistaken, after the war, the East-West Army will take a short rest at their base before setting off in a high-profile manner, so that the Black Ink clan from the Royal City notice it and promptly send word to Great Evolution Pass." Then, he turned to look at Li Xing and asked, "Is this Brother Xiang's arrangement?" Admiration was written all over Li Xing's face as he replied, "That is indeed his arrangement." Before I departed, Sir Xiang told me to pass on his word that the army would rest for 10 days after the victory. After that, they will set off for the pass. He wants the North-South Army to pay close attention to what the Black Ink Clan from Great Evolution Pass do. If there is an anomaly, it suggests that the East-West Army has won the battle, while it's the opposite if the Black Ink Clan do nothing. Before he came to this place, Li Xing thought that Mi Jingluan was overrated. Now, it seemed that this Northern Army commander was indeed talented in military strategy. At the very least, he was an intelligent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have figured out Xiangshan's intentions so swiftly. Yang Lai frowned. Do we just let the Black Ink Clan go if they flee from Great Evolution Pass? Mi Jingluan explained. We're unable to stop them even if we wanted to. There's a lack of manpower in the North-South Army now, so if the Black Ink Clan are determined to escape from the pass, it won't matter if we don't stop them. However, if we do try to get in their way, it will certainly be a tough fight. When that happens, even more of our soldiers will lose their lives. Nobody wanted to experience the battle that took place 10 years ago again. During the battle, half of the North-South Army soldiers were killed while a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters willingly sacrificed their lives just to stop the Black Ink Clan army from reaching the Royal City. Even the army commander of the Southern Army, Yang Lai, had almost lost his life. An 8th Order Division commander furrowed his brows. There are a lot of Black Ink Clansmen in the pass right now. At least 20 to 30 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples, as well as 250,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers. If we just let them return to the Royal City and join forces with the Black Ink Clan army there, it will be a huge problem in the future. Mi Jingluan said with a smile, we have to be patient in order to achieve our goal. Think about it this way. If the Black Ink Clansmen flee from Great Evolution Pass, it's no different from giving the place back to us for free. Isn't it wonderful that we're able to retake Great Evolution Pass without having to fight again? As for the future, once the crusade begins, why will we have to fear the forces at the Royal City? The reason they had to retake Great Evolution Pass was to prepare for the crusade, which would take place in the future. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were aware of it, and they also knew that the humans had a trump card to use against the Black Ink Clan. In fact, they had already developed this weapon, but they were still not able to mass-produce it. Moreover, they couldn't reveal it at this point, so they never used it when trying to retake Great Evolution Pass. However, once the crusade began, this weapon would surely be of great use. By then, destroying the Royal City would be a simple matter. When Li Xing looked at the confident Mi Jingluan, he felt as if the latter was another Xianxia. He thought that resourceful senior experts like them could always see things that others were not able to see. In this regard, Mi Jingluan and Xianxia were very similar. Let's just wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, the Black Ink Clan will send over an envoy within 10 days. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were astounded upon hearing that, as they had no idea why Mi Jingluan had made such a judgment. Li Xing was equally puzzled. The blood feud between the two races had been ongoing for countless years, and every time they clashed, both sides were determined to annihilate each other. There had never been a reason to send envoys to another side before. However, since Mi Jingluan had said so, he must have a reason to come to this conclusion. After passing on Xiangshan's words, Li Xing was supposedly free to return to the East-West Army at any time. Nevertheless, he decided to stay out of curiosity. He wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan, who was so highly regarded by Xiangshan, had accurately predicted the future. It would be an eye-opener if the Black Ink Clan really sent an envoy to this place. In the East-West Army's forward base, the reorganization was completed within 10 days. The more complete squads were reinforced by the ones who had lost more members. Presently, Xianxia was standing on the deck of Dawning Light and looking out towards the void. The army was ready to set off. Just then, 3 people with different auras rushed over from a distance. They were respectively 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 3 of them came to a stop in the void, and the person at the front eyed Xianxia for a moment before cupping his fist. Western Army, 2nd Division, Wind Battalion, 3rd Squad, Blood Crow. When Chengjing, Zhang reporting for duty, Yang Kai nodded and ordered solemnly, "Get on board." The next instant, Blood Crow led the 6th Order Wen Chengjing and 5th Order Zhang Yang to land on the deck. The purifying black ink battleship slowly rose into the sky as a loud voice reverberated in all directions. "Set sail." "Set sail." Yang Kai waved his hand and ordered. The arrays on dawning light activated, and the fleet of warships charged towards the void. On one of the warships, Grandmaster Ma Fan looked in Great Evolution Pass direction and started weeping. He had been waiting outside the royal city for 150 years. Now that he could finally head to the place where his ancestors and seniors fought the enemy, he was overwhelmed by a sense of sorrow and agitation. The human army's movements horrified the Black Ink Clan soldiers outside the royal city. One had to know that the two armies had clashed barely 10 days ago, and during that battle, the royal lord had been beaten half dead, and many of the Black Ink Clan soldiers were either killed or injured. At the end of that battle, the human old ancestor even put on a display of killing 3 territory lords right in front of the royal lord, with the latter not daring to stop her. Were the humans preparing to raise a storm again after just 10 days? The territory lords were deluged with a sense of unease, and the lower Black Ink clansmen broke into a commotion. However, what surprised them was that the humans did not head towards the royal city. Instead, they seemed to be heading in a different direction. All of them could clearly feel the old ancestors' powerful aura coming from the fleet of warships. A myriad of expressions came over Che Kong as he looked in the direction the humans were heading. As he thought of a possibility and realized that something was off, he promptly looked for the royal lord. Presently, the royal lord's face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Moreover, he was in a terrible mood. This couldn't be helped. Even though the humans had retreated 10 days ago, the old ancestor had faintly locked onto him with her will from a distance, forcing him to remain vigilant this whole time. In such a situation, he wasn't in the mood to recuperate, nor did he dare to do so. However, on this day, he realized that the old ancestor's aura was moving further away from him. As he released his divine sense, he soon understood the situation. Che Kong arrived at his place at this point. Before he could speak, the royal lord ordered, "Inform the army at Great Evolution Pass to leave and return to the royal city." Upon hearing that, Che Kong was astonished. "Are we abandoning Great Evolution Pass?" The royal lord shook his head. "Since the old ancestor is personally heading to Great Evolution Pass, there's no way they can hold it." Che Kong had already speculated that the human army was marching towards Great Evolution Pass. Now, it indeed seemed to be the case. He thus bowed his head. "I'll send them a message now. However, there are some human soldiers outside Great Evolution Pass. I'm worried that they might not have a chance to come back." The royal lord shook his head again. "The humans will not intercept them again. Just inform them about it." Although Che Kong had no idea why the royal lord had made such a judgment, he could only oblige. Just when he was about to leave the place, the royal lord suddenly said, "Tell those from Great Evolution Pass to make a detour. They must not run into the old ancestor on their way back." "Yes," Che Kong replied and left. After he was gone, the royal lord closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely vexed. Despite having a huge advantage in terms of the number of soldiers and holding the geographical advantage, they were eventually defeated by the humans, who now had the last laugh. On the other hand, a royal lord like him could only hide in the royal city, not daring to show his face. The root cause of the problem was that he had underestimated his opponent, thinking that the old ancestor, just like him, was still injured every time they clashed in the past. It never crossed his mind that the cunning old ancestor had fully recovered each time. This was the kind of humiliation he could never wash away for the rest of his life. Martial Peak, Chapter 5264, Reaction from Great Evolution Pass Black Ink Clan. The East-West Army departed from the base and headed to Great Evolution Pass. If everything went well, they would arrive at their destination in 1 month. After 10 days of reorganization, it could only be said that the soldiers were able to move and fight again, but they hadn't fully recovered. The injured soldiers were still recuperating in the warships of their squads. Meanwhile, the array masters and artifact refiners were moving between the warships to repair the artifacts and arrays. They were swamped with work. Wen Chengjing and Zhang Yang, who were new to Dawn, soon familiarized themselves with the other members. Feng had assigned some work and duties to them. On the other hand, Blood Crow, who didn't seem to get along well with the others, was standing on the deck on his own. It wasn't certain what was on his mind. Xianxia didn't intend to interfere. It was impossible to expect that Blood Crow could get along with the others. His background, experiences, and temperament meant that he was unable to do that. However, Blood Crow was already different from his past self. Xianxia could detect that. In the past, Blood Crow was forced to come to the Black Ink battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clan. But now, he didn't battle against the Black Ink clan just because he had to. It also had something to do with his Dao heart. Even though his life was saved by the members of his previous squad, he might not necessarily be grateful to them. Instead, he might think that those who were killed in his stead were foolish. Regardless, it was an indisputable fact that his life was saved. He didn't have to be grateful, but he did have to repay their favor. This was his Dao. In the cabin, after examining Ning Qiji's body, Xianxia said, "Just get some rest for the time being. Even if there's a battle, don't make a move." In the previous battle, Chitai Chu was killed while Ning Qiji was terribly injured and his small universe was damaged. If not for the fact that Xianxia had come to his rescue in time, his small universe would have been shattered. If that happened, Chitai Chu wouldn't have been the only one who died that day. Although Ning Qiji had survived, his small universe had cracked. Fortunately, Xianxia had profound Yin spirit fruits on him. When he was in Blue Sky Pass back then, he had intentionally planted some profound Yin fruit trees and a massive amount of herbs that could be used to refine purifying black ink pills in his small universe. They were planted in his medicine garden where Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, the two with spirits, would tend to them. Those herbs would easily grow to maturity under their care. Furthermore, the flow of time in his small universe was much faster than that in the outside world. More than 1,000 years had passed since then, so the profound Yin fruit trees in his small universe had borne fruits. Xianxia had handed 90% of them over to Army to be used by the other soldiers while he kept 10% just in case of emergencies. Profound Yin spirit fruits were the only spirit fruits the humans had found that could repair broken or incomplete small universes. That was the reason Ning Qiji's life was saved. Although the profound Yin spirit fruit had an amazing effect, it would take a long time before his small universe was fully repaired. Before that, he was unable to use his world force, or his injury would exacerbate. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Ning Qiji nodded, but he didn't feel any sense of relief. Chitai Chu had lost his life. In Dawn, Chitai Chu, Ning Qiji, and Shen Ao were former Black Ink disciples that Xianxia had brought back from the Black Ink clan side. They were friends who had shared countless life and death moments together on a battlefield. Now Chitai Chu was no longer there to drink wine and talk about the martial Dao with the other two. Xianxia gently patted his shoulder and turned around to leave. The moment he left the cabin, he saw the gloomy-looking Blood Crow standing on the deck on his own. Without intending to talk to him, Xianxia returned to his room to get some rest. As soon as he opened the door, he batted his eyes in stunned silence. A moment later, he gently stepped back and closed the door. Before he could close the door, though, a voice called out, "Come in and have a talk with me." A helpless Xianxia tooted and opened the door again. Upon entering the room, he saluted the person who was seated on his bed, Old Ancestor. No one knew when Old Ancestor Xiao had arrived aboard Dawning Light. However, given her 9th order cultivation, no one could detect her presence if she wanted to conceal it. Old Ancestor Xiao shot him a glance and teased him by saying, "What's wrong? Are you worried that there will be rumors about us? Is that why you left the door open?" Xianxia promptly shook his head. "That's definitely not the case." Old Ancestor Xiao snorted. A concerned Xianxia asked, "How are your injuries? Do you need a place to recuperate?" Upon hearing that, Old Ancestor Xiao waved her hand. I don't need to recuperate for now. We'll talk about it when we settle down. Moreover, I wasn't badly hurt in the previous battle. A curious Xianxia asked, "Why are you here then?" Obviously, the old ancestor wouldn't have come all the way here just to have a chat with him. Without beating around the bush, old ancestor Xiao extended her hand. "Give me a few sets of space beacons." The two of them had lived together in Xianxia's small universe for hundreds of years now and frequently chatted with each other. On occasion, Xianxia would mention the methods he had developed in the Tao of space, hoping the old ancestor might be able to give him some insights or inspiration. That was why she was aware of the existence of his space beacons. Xianxia didn't ask why she needed the space beacons and just fished out a few sets and passed them to her. After taking the space beacons, the old ancestor directly disappeared. Xianxia batted his eyes once and realized that she was already nowhere to be seen in the room. Soon, though, he heard the old ancestor's voice. "Tell your squad to relax. There won't be a battle when we arrive at Great Evolution Pass." Upon hearing that, Xianxia was stunned. He thought that the reason they set off to Great Evolution Pass was to launch the last battle against the Black Ink Clan to retake it. However, the old ancestor's words seemed to suggest that they could get Great Evolution Pass back without a fight. Would the Black Ink Clan unconditionally surrender Great Evolution Pass to them? Xianxia frowned, but as he pondered on the issue, he soon realized the crux of the matter and figured out why she had said as much. Even though it was no different from letting the Black Ink clansmen from both sides join forces, it was still of greater benefit to the human soldiers at the moment. Xianxia had no idea about the North-South Army situation, but the East-West Army had just gone through an intense battle. If they fought again after such a short time, there would surely be massive losses. If they could retake Great Evolution Pass without a fight, they could prevent a lot of unnecessary sacrifices. As for the reason that the old ancestor wanted some space beacons from Xianxia, after giving it a thought, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the Royal Lord for a moment. Perhaps in the years to come, the Royal Lord would not be able to recuperate with peace of mind. In the North-South Army's base, Li Xing was given a room. By activating the spirit arrays, he could cultivate at ease without worrying about any interruption, unless the room itself was attacked. However, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate. The reason he didn't immediately return to the East-West Army's side after completing his task was that he wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. At the same time, he wanted to know the outcome of the war on the East-West Army side. He had learned a lot of secrets from Xianxia, so he knew that it wouldn't be hard for the East-West Army to win the battle. However, it remained uncertain whether the old ancestor would be able to kill the Royal Lord. Before the outcome was clear, no one could be certain that there wouldn't be a sudden turn of events. It wasn't hard to find out whether the East-West Army had won the battle. They just had to observe the reaction of the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, Li Xing had been staring in Great Evolution Pass direction in an attempt to find out what was going on over there. Nevertheless, the Great Pass was too far away for a mere 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to get a clear look. Regardless of what the Black Ink clan were doing over there, he was unable to tell. One day, he suddenly saw a ray of light rushing over from Great Evolution Pass direction. Li Xing's eyes brightened as he knew that it should be one of the people from the North-South Army responsible for monitoring Great Evolution Pass. Since the person was coming back in a hurry, he must have some news to report to the higher-ups. As expected, after the person returned, he directly landed on the purifying Black Ink battleship. Li Xing had the urge to find out more, but he was worried that it would be awkward for him to do so. After all, he wasn't from the North-South Army, so he didn't have the right to head to the purifying Black Ink battleship as he pleased. After waiting for some time, he saw the person emerging from the purifying Black Ink battleship, so he promptly went over to stop him and cupped his fist. "Please wait, senior brother." That person was also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and as he lifted his head and recognized him, he asked with a smile, "Brother Li from the East-West Army?" Li Xing nodded, then quickly asked, "Senior brother, is there any news about the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass?" The 7th Order Master hesitated for a bit, but reckoning that it wasn't really a secret, he replied, "Indeed, Brother Li. Just now, we detected some unusual movement from Great Evolution Pass. There seemed to be a commotion. However, due to the Great Pass barrier, we were unable to find out what was going on regardless of how hard we tried. If it's just like the information you've brought to us, the East-West Army should have won the battle. The Black Ink clansmen, there must be feeling uneasy now after learning the news from the royal city. Li Xing became excited. That has to be the case. The Seventh Order Master said with a smile, I share the same sentiment, so I came back in a hurry to report it to the two army commanders. Brotherly, I have to return to continue monitoring Great Evolution Pass, so I'll take my leave now. Saying so, he cupped his fist and left the place. Li Xing, who had been anxious recently, finally relaxed. Since the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass started making a move, it suggested that those from the royal city were defeated. In that case, the East-West Army must have successfully carried out its plan. In other words, they had won. Therefore, he no longer had to return to the East-West Army. According to the plan, if the East-West Army won the war, they would soon come over and join up with the North-South Army. As such, Li Xing just had to wait here and could also find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. After bidding Li Xing farewell, the Seventh Order Master headed straight in Great Evolution Pass direction. A few hours later, he landed on an asteroid where there were two other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. One of them was seen with demon chi swirling around his figure. It was obvious that he was from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven. On the other hand, it was difficult to figure out the other person's background. However, he was clad in a green robe, and his aura felt natural and pure. Presently, one of these Seventh Order Masters was seen with a golden left pupil. Apparently, he had activated the demon Eye of Annihilation. It wasn't certain what kind of an amazing secret technique the green-robed Seventh Order Master was using, but his eyes had turned amber, and a flash of light was seen flowing behind his gaze. They were seated in two different places as they stared in Great Evolution Pass direction in an attempt to find out what was going on over there. There were countless talents in the cave heavens and paradises, so it wasn't hard to get two people who had cultivated secret techniques to monitor Great Evolution Pass. The three of them were in the same group. Two people were responsible for keeping an eye on Great Evolution Pass, while the remaining one served as a runner to report any findings to the higher-ups. There was a clear division of tasks. A moment later, the disciple from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven grunted all of a sudden. At the same time, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, whose eyes had turned amber, batted his eyes. It was apparent that they had discovered something. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5265, waving the white flag. The disciple from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven suddenly said, There are some Black Ink clansmen coming over from Great Evolution Pass. How many are there? The Seventh Order Master, who had just returned to this place, asked anxiously. It would be bad news to the humans whenever the Black Ink clansmen left Great Evolution Pass. Every time they did that, there would be a fight with the North-South Army, though the enemy would always be defeated. Therefore, the Seventh Order Master became nervous upon learning that some Black Ink clansmen had left Great Evolution Pass. The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven replied, There are only a few dozen of them. The green-robed Seventh Order Master arched his brow. It seems that Senior Mi's speculation was right. They appear to be the Black Ink clan's envoys. Since they were asked to monitor Great Evolution Pass, Mi Jingluan had told them the reason they had to do so. Just like Li Xing, they were previously puzzled. The blood feud between the two races on the Black Ink battlefield was practically irresolvable. They would always engage in a life-and-death fight every time they clashed, so no envoys had ever been sent to the other side before. They thought that such a thing was unlikely to happen. However, since Mi Jingluan had said so, they wouldn't dare to doubt it. Now, several dozen Black Ink clansmen were indeed coming over from Great Evolution Pass, and it was apparent that they were not looking for trouble. The only reasonable explanation was that they were the expected envoys. Do we act according to the plan? The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven raised his brow. The green-robed Seventh Order Master nodded, and, however, we're not sure how many feudal lords there are. If there are too many of them, we might suffer a setback instead. The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demons, Cave Heaven, grinned. Don't worry. Senior Me said that even if we make a move, they won't have the nerve to fight back. There's nothing to worry about, even if there are territory lords among them. After all, to them, we still have no idea about the outcome of the war at the Royal City. The other two nodded, then activated their secret techniques to cover their figures up and hide their auras. At the same time, they sent a message back to the forward base. Soon, several human warships secretly set out to ambush the enemies. After departing from Great Evolution Pass, the several dozen Black Ink Clansmen rushed forward, and it only took them about half a day before they arrived somewhere near the asteroid field. At this point, the humans could easily figure out how strong these Black Ink Clansmen were. There were only a few feudal lords, while the rest were all high-ranked Black Ink Clansmen. No territory lords were present. It seemed that the territory lords were truly afraid of death. They were obviously worried that the humans would attack them if they came over all of a sudden. Therefore, they sent some feudal lords first to test the waters. Since there wasn't even a single territory lord, the humans who were hiding nearby became at ease. Just as the Black Ink Clansmen were about to pass by the asteroids, the arrays on the warships activated. At the same time, secret techniques and the powers of artifacts rained down on these Black Ink Clansmen. Violent energy fluctuations suddenly exploded. Engulfed in a great sense of danger, these Black Ink Clansmen, who were already apprehensive to begin with, were terrified. Flustered, they hurriedly dispersed. However, under the intense barrage, these Black Ink Clansmen were not spared from misfortune. In an instant, half of them perished. Before they even managed to steady themselves, the human warships had revealed themselves. Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leapt out and cast their secret techniques at the enemies. The feudal lord in the lead dodged the attacks with difficulty while exclaiming, "Wait! We're not here to fight. Territory Lord Hong Di has ordered us to come here for peace talks with you all." His loud voice reverberated across the void. Naturally, the human soldiers didn't bother to respond to him and dismissed his words as nonsense. It seemed that just like what Mi Jingluan had expected, these Black Ink Clansmen wouldn't dare to counterattack even if they were attacked. As such, the humans became even more ruthless with their assault. These poor feudal lords had survived several clashes with the North-South army, so it could be said that they were elites among the Black Ink Clan. Nevertheless, at this moment, they could only dodge an embarrassment. Things would only get worse if they kept avoiding the attacks, though. And by the time these feudal lords realized that the situation could not be salvaged and wanted to counterattack, it was already too late. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since the human soldiers started attacking, but these several dozen Black Ink Clansmen were almost wiped out. Before his death, the Black Ink Clansman at the front exclaimed, "We're really here to discuss peace." The humans had never responded to him since the beginning, so he was extremely vexed right until his death. Although they knew that these Black Ink Clansmen were indeed here for a peace talk, none of the humans had any pity for them. That was because they knew that these Black Ink Clansmen must have killed humans before. On the walls of Great Evolution Pass, the territory lords were standing alongside one another as they looked into the distance. When they saw that the several dozen Black Ink Clansmen were all killed, their expressions turned gloomy. Even though they were fairly certain that these Black Ink Clansmen would end up in a horrible state, none of them had expected that the humans would be so ruthless. With that said, the outcome wasn't surprising. There was a blood feud between the two races that stretched back countless years. When one side suddenly wanted to talk peace, the other side certainly wouldn't easily believe them. It was expected that they would simply attack. It was for this reason that the territory lords didn't show up in the first attempt. They only sent some feudal lords and high-rank Black Ink Clansmen as a test. The situation was apparently more troublesome than they imagined. Hong Di said grimly, "In such a situation, does any one of you have a solution? At a minimum, we have to establish contact with the humans before we even think about a peace talk." If they couldn't open a dialogue with the humans, it would be pointless to send more Black Ink Clansmen over. The territory lords fell silent. The incident earlier showed that the humans would immediately attack when they saw Black Ink Clansmen leave the Great Pass. There was no room for communication, so how were they supposed to discuss anything? When they learned that their brethren at the royal city were defeated and the royal lord was horrendously injured, they were quite flustered. Over the past 100 or so years, the human soldiers would attack the royal city every 20 years. The Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass were aware of this. After all, it was easy to transmit information through the Black Ink nests. Over the years, even though those from the royal city would always suffer some losses in each engagement, the losses were not critical. The royal lord and the old ancestor were equally matched, with neither being capable of killing the other. Therefore, they were puzzled as to why the situation had suddenly become so abysmal at the royal city. After some inquiries, they learned that the human old ancestor had been concealing the fact that she could recover far faster than anticipated. Over the years, she repeatedly exacerbated the royal lord's injuries, never giving him time to fully heal, while she would make a complete recovery. Finally, after 100 years of plotting, she dropped the pretense and forced the royal lord to flee back to the royal city in embarrassment. Although the human soldiers had returned to their forward base, things were not looking good on the royal city's side, and those from Great Evolution Pass were worried that the royal city would really be destroyed by the humans. Then they received a piece of news that horrified them. Barely 10 days after the great battle ended, the human army left the forward base they had garrisoned in for over 100 years and headed in Great Evolution Pass direction. That was some shocking news. There is already a human army at Great Evolution Pass doorstep, one that had stopped them from leaving this place on multiple occasions. If the human soldiers from the royal city joined up with them, the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass would be doomed. Furthermore, the old ancestor was with the approaching human army. It could be said that the moment the human armies joined forces, death would become certain for the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass. The territory lords were all incredibly flustered. Fortunately, there was an order from the royal city that told them to evacuate Great Evolution Pass. Although Hong Di was unwilling to abandon his territory, he could only do so in order to save his life. However, they still had to come up with a way to leave Great Evolution Pass. Over the years, the humans would be instantly alerted the moment the Black Ink clan made a move. Therefore, if they rashly left Great Evolution Pass, the humans might misunderstand their intentions, and then a battle would be inevitable. After pondering on the issue, the territory lords concluded that their best option was to negotiate a temporary ceasefire with the humans first. That was why the several dozen Black Ink clansmen were sent out. To them, they had the advantage of knowing things that the humans didn't. They were aware of what had happened at the royal city, while the humans might not necessarily know it. Hence, they could make use of this advantage to achieve their objective. If the humans found out that those from the royal city were defeated and that a fleet of human warships was coming over to join them, they might not be willing to discuss peace at all. From a human's perspective, it would be a wise move to stop the Black Ink clansmen from leaving Great Evolution Pass and wait for the arrival of their reinforcements before joining forces and wiping them out. Therefore, a peace talk had to be held and concluded before the human soldiers from the two sides established contact. Otherwise, the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass would be doomed. Hong Di swept a glance over these silent territory lords and cursed at them in his mind, thinking that they were all useless when their help was needed. Hence, he could only turn to his 8th Order Black Ink disciple, Zhou Qi. Since you're a human, do you have a suggestion to deal with this situation? Black Ink's strength was seen swirling around the 8th Order Black Ink disciple named Zhou Qi. His neck was full of abscesses where black pus was seen oozing out. Not only did this person look hideous, his body also stank. It was as though he was a rotten corpse. His smell couldn't be isolated using any secret techniques, so all the Black Ink clansmen and the other 8th Order Black Ink disciples stayed far away from him. Upon hearing Hong Di's question, Zhou Qi bent his back and replied, "Sir, when I was younger, I happened to wander around a universe world where I saw two human armies clashing with one another. When the losing side wanted to surrender, they would send a group of people to the other side waving a white flag. When the people on the other side saw the white flag, they knew not to launch an attack. Why don't we try that?" Raising a white flag? Hong Di was surprised as he had never heard of it before. Another territory lord asked his own 8th Order Black Ink disciple, "Is that true?" After pondering on it for a moment, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple replied, "I've heard of it before. However, every universe world has its own unique customs, so it might not be a universally accepted sign. I'm not sure if it'll be effective on the human soldiers over there." Hong Di nodded. "We'll give it a try to find out if it's effective. Give me a white flag." Following his order, the Black Ink clansmen started getting prepared. A while later, a white flag was made. The white flag was truly gigantic, as though they were worried that the humans wouldn't be able to see it. A moment later, another group of Black Ink clansmen departed from Great Evolution Pass. The feudal lord at the front raised the white flag and headed toward the North-South Army's forward base, while feeling incredibly apprehensive. On the monitoring asteroid, the two 7th Order Masters who cultivated secret techniques immediately spotted this new group. The 7th Order Master from Myriad Demons, Cave Heaven, couldn't help but break into laughter. "They're coming over with a white flag. Are we going to attack?" "So what if they're coming over with a white flag? Just kill them all." A certain squad leader rolled up his sleeves as he was ready to kill. "I don't think that's a good idea." The 7th Order Master, who was responsible for passing on information, shook his head. "The higher-ups have made it clear that we have to eventually negotiate with the Black Ink clan. It's reasonable for us to say that we did not know their intentions when we killed their first group of envoys. But now that they've made such an obvious gesture, waving a giant white flag, we might ruin the army commander's plans if we still make a move." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5266, A Suitable Place. A cornered animal would strike back at all costs if it was pushed into a hopeless situation, no matter how timid it may be. Earlier, the humans had killed a group of Black Ink clansmen, which was fine if all they wanted was to destroy the enemy. However, if they repeatedly killed the Black Ink clan's envoys and eliminated any hope of negotiation, that would be disastrous for them as well. Therefore, upon hearing what the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master said, the others nodded in agreement. "I'll make contact with them." Saying so, the 7th Order Master emerged from his hiding place, stood there in the void, and looked condescendingly at the group of Black Ink clansmen. From afar, the feudal lord at the front spotted this 7th Order Master. He was initially anxious, but upon seeing the person's actions, he relaxed slightly. He had seen what had happened to the previous group of his clansmen. Therefore, after taking on the task, he was worried that he would also perish just like them. However, since a human was willing to show up and not immediately attack, it meant that they had figured out their intentions. Now, it seemed that raising a white flag was indeed useful. Half a day later, with the feudal lords leading the way, these Black Ink clansmen arrived somewhere near the asteroid. Only one 7th Order Master had shown up on the human side, while the others remained hidden nearby. Despite being alone, this human gave off a domineering air. These Black Ink clansmen stopped at a spot that was 100,000 kilometers away from the 7th Order human. The feudal lord, who was holding the white flag, gave a hint to the 7th Order Black Ink disciple beside him. The latter took a step forward and cupped his fist. "May I know your name, senior brother?" The 7th Order Master glanced at this Black Ink disciple and let out a sigh. He saluted him back and replied, "Clear Mind, Cave Heaven, Mu Tian Zong." He wouldn't have been so polite if it was a Black Ink clansman who asked him this question. However, the one who spoke was a Black Ink disciple. His appearance suggested that he could no longer be saved, but he used to be a human. After all, he was not willingly corrupted by Black Ink strength. Every time the humans came across such Black Ink disciples on the battlefield, they wouldn't hesitate to kill them. That was because death was the only release for these Black Ink disciples. Nevertheless, in such a situation, it wasn't appropriate for this 7th Order Master to give them the cold shoulder. This Black Ink disciple used to be a part of the human race, and he had fought against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield before. The leading feudal lord was apparently a clever one, as he let this Black Ink disciple speak while he remained silent. There was no doubt that it was a wise decision. The 7th Order Black Ink disciple nodded. "Great Evolution Pass, Lien Su." Without beating around the bush, Mu Tianzong asked, Why has the Black Ink clan come all the way here, waving a white flag? Lien Su replied, Senior brother, the Black Ink clan of Great Evolution Pass would like to hold peace talks with the humans. The reason we have a white flag with us is to show our sincerity. A peace talk? Mu Tianzong arched his brow, as though he was surprised. The blood feud between the two races is irresolvable. Do you think we'll believe that you want to suddenly discuss peace? Lien Su replied, It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What matters is whether the army commanders and the division commanders will believe it. He basically implied that this Seventh Order Master had no right to decide how the matter should be handled. Mu Tianzong stared back at him and snorted. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had made the right decision by letting a Black Ink disciple deal with this matter instead of doing it themselves. After all, Black Ink disciples had a far better understanding of the human race. The Black Ink disciple Lien Su went on to say, Over the past 100 years, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass have repeatedly clashed with the army you belong to, and both parties have suffered immense losses. Now, the Black Ink clansmen are stuck in Great Evolution Pass while the humans don't dare to attack rashly. Further confrontation will only drain our strength and waste our time. Now, the Black Ink clan are willing to return Great Evolution Pass to the humans. It's just that we don't know whether the humans are willing to accept it. Hearing that, Mu Tianzong secretly sneered. The truth was that the Black Ink clan at the Royal City had been defeated, and those garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass had no choice but to abandon this place. However, this Black Ink disciple spoke in a way as though the Black Ink clan were doing the humans a favor by giving Great Evolution Pass back to them. Did they think that the North-South Army had no idea what had happened at the Royal City? Just like what Mi Jingluan had expected, the Black Ink clan thought that the humans did not know what transpired at the Royal City, so they wanted to take advantage of it. Despite knowing what was going on, the Seventh Order Master pretended that he knew nothing as he appeared surprised. The Black Ink clan are going to just give Great Evolution Pass back to us. Lien Su nodded. Great Evolution Pass originally belonged to the human race. Now, we're just returning it to you. What are the Black Ink clan's conditions? Mu Tianzong appeared tempted. There's no way they will give it back to us for free. It's not like they're kind-hearted people. Lien Su replied with a smile. There are indeed some conditions. However, it's pointless for us to discuss this. The leaders of the two races will have to meet to make a decision. Mu Tianzong furrowed his brow slightly before nodding. You have a point. In that case, give me a moment. I'll relay a message to the higher-ups. Saying so, he fished out a communication bead and activated his divine sense to get in touch with those of the forward base. These apprehensive Black Ink clansmen waited in silence, especially the feudal lord who was holding the white flag. He had a feeling that some people were watching him from the shadows, which made him feel uneasy. A moment later, Mu Tianzong lifted his head and said, We've received an order. Since the Black Ink clan wants to hold peace talks, tell the territory lord who can make decisions to come over. The army commanders and division commanders will speak with him. It seemed that Lien Su had already expected this, so he shook his head with a smile. That's not appropriate. If Sir Territory Lord comes all the way here, and the army commanders and division commanders intend to kill him, he might not be able to keep himself safe. Mu Tianzong scoffed. You used to be a human, so you should know that we don't go back on our word. Lien Su refuted. I also know that deception is an essential tool to achieve one's goal on the battlefield. Mu Tianzong asked impatiently, What do you think we should do, then? Give me a moment, senior brother. Saying so, Lien Su turned to look at the feudal lord with the white flag and used his divine sense to communicate with him. Mu Tianzong had no idea what they were talking about, but the feudal lord kept nodding his head as though Lien Su was actually the leader here. The feudal lord was probably flustered as numerous murderous intents had locked onto him, so he wasn't in the mood to mull over anything. Therefore, he just let Lien Su make the decision. A moment later, Lien Su said, I think that the leaders of the two races should meet at a neutral location to prevent either side from having ill intentions. What do you think, senior brother? What do you think a suitable place would be? Mu Tianzong asked. Lien Su replied, "A million kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass." The distance was still within range of the arrays set up at Great Evolution Pass. The reason Lien Su had made this offer was to give the humans room for negotiation, but surprisingly, Mu Tianzong directly agreed to it. Good. A million kilometers out from Great Evolution Pass it is. His prompt reply startled Lien Su as he asked in shock, "Don't you have to get the approval of your higher-ups, senior brother?" A confident Mu Tianzong replied, "The army commanders have given me authority to make the decision." He really had gotten this permission when he contacted those at the forward base just now. Mi Jingluan had already expected this kind of outcome, so he told Mu Tianzong to just agree to any place that the other party proposed because he was certain that regardless of where the peace talk was held, the Black Ink clan wouldn't dare to initiate hostilities. What's more, by granting a concession here, they could be more aggressive during the actual negotiations. Lien Su wasn't sure if he should believe what he was hearing. However, things had come to such a point where he could only believe this Seventh Order master. No one could have expected that the location of the peace talk would be so easily decided, especially the feudal lord at the front. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass with a white flag in his hands, he still felt like he was dreaming. When he reported the outcome to Hong Di and the other territory lords, they were all surprised. They had never expected that the humans would be willing to hold peace talks just 1 million kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass. How confident must the humans be to agree to it? Or did they have other arrangements? Back at the forward base, Mi Jingluan stepped out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. The 8th Order Division commanders behind him were boisterous. Some of them wanted to tag along while some of them wanted to sail the fleet out to put pressure on the Black Ink clan. After all, the location of the peace talks was too close to Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan played any kind of trick, the humans would suffer greatly. Mi Jingluan just let them keep making noise. It wasn't until they gradually fell silent that he said, "I don't need anyone to come with me, nor do we have to sail the fleet out to that place. This me alone will be enough." Seeing that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were about to raise a fuss again, Mi Jingluan stopped them by saying, "Don't worry. The Black Ink clan won't dare to make a move this time." Ouyang Lai refuted, "Regardless of whether they will make a move or not, I'm going with you." With a helpless smile, Mi Jingluan replied, "You haven't recovered yet, so what good will you coming with me do?" Ouyang Lai said, "I'm fine. Even if there is a fight, I won't be a burden to you." Mi Jingluan shook his head. "Just stay here and recuperate. You're hot-tempered, so it might not be a good thing if you tag along." Ouyang Lai pursed his lips and replied in a muffled voice, "I'll just keep my mouth shut when we get there." "Do you really want to come with me?" Mi Jingluan gazed at him. Ouyang Lai snorted, "You and I are equal in rank. You can't stop me from coming." Mi Jingluan rubbed his forehead. "Fine. You can come with me, Brother Ouyang." The 8th Order Masters broke into a commotion. It was already inappropriate that Mi Jingluan wanted to go there on his own, but now that the two army commanders were leaving at the same time, the North-South Army would be leaderless if the Black Ink clan decided to kill them both. Seeing that they just wouldn't keep their mouths shut, Mi Jingluan eventually gave an order as the army commander and made them shut up. A moment later, two figures shot into the sky and headed in Great Evolution Pass direction. Somewhere in the forward base, a dazed Li Xing watched them leave with a great sense of admiration in his heart. The Black Ink clan really wanted to hold peace talks with the humans. How strange was that? He couldn't believe his ears when he first heard about it. The reasons he decided to stay were that, first of all, he didn't have to return to the East-West Army's side, and secondly, he wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. Now, it seemed that this army commander indeed had incredible foresight. He had stayed by Xianxia's side for a very long time, so he was fully aware that the latter was extremely talented when it came to military strategy. Now, there seemed to be someone who was a match for Xianxia. With such people in charge of the human army, why would they have to worry about not winning the war against the Black Ink clan? In the void, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai headed in Great Evolution Pass direction alongside each other. Initially, just like what Ouyang Lai had promised earlier, he remained silent. However, he soon pushed his promise to the back of his mind as he said, "Old me, there's something I don't understand. I wonder if you figured it out. Mi Jinglun asked with a smile. What's troubling you, brother Ouyang? Ouyang Lai waved his hand. Stop teasing me. I'm good at fighting, but it's not my forte to think about stuff. So, I need you to explain it to me. All right, go ahead. Ouyang Lai went on to say. Judging from the Black Ink clan's reaction, those from the royal city must have faced a tremendous defeat. Otherwise, they wouldn't suddenly want to hold peace talks with us. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5267, Peace Talks. That's right. Senior Brother Xian's plan was that they'd set off from the royal city to Great Evolution Pass in a high-profile manner. This news must have been passed on from the Black Ink clansmen in the royal city to those in Great Evolution Pass through the Black Ink nests. If they want to survive, they have to leave Great Evolution Pass within half a month. Otherwise, it will be too late. Although it would take the East-West Army a month to arrive at this place from the royal city, the Black Ink clan had to leave Great Evolution Pass half a month in advance if they wanted to be safe. Otherwise, they might come across the East-West Army and the old ancestor on the way to their destination, which would be a death sentence. Then, do you think that the royal lord is dead? Ouyang Lai turned to look at Mi Jinglun. That was what he couldn't figure out. Although he had a speculation, he couldn't be certain. The royal lord is still alive, Mi Jinglun directly stated. Why do you think so? Since the Black Ink clan want to have peace talks with us, it means that they want to circumvent the North-South Army and head to the royal city. If the royal lord had died, the royal city would have been destroyed. In that case, what's the point of them returning to the royal city? They could just leave from the back of Great Evolution Pass and make a detour to the left to reach the Wind and Cloud Theater. Or they could go to the Azure Void Theater on the right to join up with the Black Ink clan there. Since they want to return to the royal city, it means that the royal lord is still alive. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lai nodded. Just as I thought. Haha, as the old saying goes, great minds think alike. He was just a rough man with nothing but brute force, but he still shamelessly claimed to have a great mind like that of Mi Jinglun, as though he was an intelligent person. Mi Jinglun went on to say with a smile, There's one more reason I am certain of my conclusion. Oh, what is it? Mi Jinglun pointed at Great Evolution Pass. If the royal lord was killed, the Royal Lord Black Ink nest would have been destroyed, taking that mid-rank Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Pass with it. Since the Black Ink nest in the pass is still alive, it suggests that the Black Ink nest in the royal city is all right. So, the Royal Lord must still be alive. Ouyang Lai repeatedly nodded, yes, yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. In Great Evolution Pass, just as the territory lords were deliberating on whether the humans were plotting something, a feudal lord came over in a hurry and reported, there are some humans approaching Great Evolution Pass. Their auras suggest that they are 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Hong Di and the other territory lords were shocked. Hong Di asked, how many are there? The feudal lord replied, there are only 2 of them. Are there any human soldiers behind them? The human soldiers remain at their base. There are no signs of additional activity. Hong Di couldn't believe what he had just heard. He promptly leapt onto the wall and looked out intently. There were indeed 2 rays of light rushing towards Great Evolution Pass. They were indeed 8th Order Masters, for Hong Di could clearly sense the 8th Order auras exuding from them. Are there really only the 2 of them? Although they had been enemies for many years, Hong Di couldn't help but think that these 2 8th Order Masters were quite bold. If he was in their shoes, he wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. When the group of Black Ink clansmen returned and reported to them what had happened, they felt that the humans must have some kind of scheme they wanted to pull off by agreeing to meet at a place just 1 million kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass for the peace talks. Now, it seemed that there wasn't any kind of plot at all. The 2 8th Order Masters were coming over on their own, which made the Black Ink clan appear somewhat weak and petty. Seeing that, the territory lords fell into a dilemma. If the humans really wanted to pull a trick, they could have responded in kind. However, that was not the case. What were they supposed to do in this situation? All the territory lords looked at Hong Di, hoping that he would make a decision. After giving it a thought, Hong Di said grimly, the humans are indeed brave, but it's not like we are all cowards. Does any one of you want to greet our guests with me? If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to leave Great Evolution Pass. Nevertheless, he was the owner of this territory and the leader of the Black Ink clan here. If he didn't step forward to deal with this issue, who else would? He swept a glance over these territory lords, but they all remained silent. Clearly, none of them wanted to go with him. He secretly sighed, knowing that the territory lords here had been traumatized by the Eighth Order humans during the previous battle. In that fight, the Eighth Order Masters willingly sacrificed their lives just to bring down the territory lords with them. At that time, he didn't take part in the battle because he had to remain in charge of Great Evolution Pass. However, after the dust settled, Hong Di heard all about how tragic that battle was. If he were these territory lords, he would have felt terrified of these insane Eighth Order Masters too. Since no one was willing to go with him, he could only choose someone himself. He glanced at a territory lord whose figure was quite human-like and said, "You'll come with me." The territory lord was shocked, as she had never expected that Hong Di would choose her. However, everyone was looking at her now, and what they were about to do would determine whether the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass could survive, so she could not back down. Therefore, she summoned her courage and nodded, "Yes. Let's go." Hong Di waved his hand, flew over the wall, and dashed into the distance. He followed him closely. When he reached a spot that was 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass, Hong Di stopped in his tracks and waited patiently. He took a step forward and stood beside him. The two Eighth Order Masters were moving at a speed that was neither slow nor fast, so it would take them about an hour before they arrived. However, their majestic auras could clearly be felt, and one could faintly see the figures hidden within the rays of light. Discovering something shocking, he shuddered and exclaimed, "He's not dead." "What?" Hong Di glanced at her in puzzlement. She pointed at one of the rays of light. The one with a more violent aura is a red-haired human. Xianxia was killed by him. He should have died in that battle, but it seems he's still alive. When Xianxia was killed, she was nearby, so she saw him being beheaded by the red-haired Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his sword. However, the Eighth Order Master's aura soon withered, so she thought that he had perished along with Xianxia. It wasn't until this moment that she realized the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from back then was still alive. The familiar aura made her recall the ruthless red-haired man who seemed to not care at all for his own life, and she couldn't help but shudder. Upon hearing that, Hong Di paid more attention to the human with the fiery aura. He could detect that even though the aura was imposing, it was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that the person was still injured. It seemed that even though this human had survived the battle 10 years ago, he was horribly injured. Otherwise, he would have recovered by now. The humans... After fighting with the humans for so many years, Hong Di still couldn't figure out what advantages that this race had. They couldn't cultivate as fast as the Black Ink clan could. They were not as strong as the Black Ink clan. They also couldn't endlessly nurture new soldiers like the Black Ink clan as long as there were Black Ink nests and resources. Nevertheless, even after all these years, the two races were still deadlocked on the Black Ink battlefield. The Black Ink clan had never gained the upper hand over the humans. If he had to summarize it, Hong Di would say that the biggest strength the humans had was their resilience. Races that were not resilient enough were unable to resist the Black Ink clan. 1 hour later, the two rays of light arrived at a spot that was just 100 kilometers away from Hong Di and before stopping. It could be said to be a dangerous distance. As to a territory lord or Eighth Order Master, such a distance was no different from being face-to-face with one another. One could touch the other party just by lifting his hand. This made Hong Di and tense up. The lights dissipated and revealed two figures. One of them was clad in scholarly clothes and had a feather fan in his hand. The other was a burly red-haired man. Unlike how anxious Hong Di and were, these two humans appeared calm and collected, and upon detecting their anxiety, the red-haired Eighth Order Master openly sneered. This made Hong Di secretly furious. They had Great Evolution Pass behind them, and should there be any anomaly, the powers of the arrays and artifacts would rain on these two humans. Why should he be afraid of them? On the other hand, these two humans didn't have support here. Should there be a conflict, they would surely suffer miserably. At the thought of this, Hong Di relaxed and cupped his fist, just like how the humans would usually greet each other. Hong Di knew he also gave her name. With a smile, Mi Jingluan saluted them back. Great Evolution Northern Army. Mi Jingluan. Great Evolution Southern Army. Ouyang Lai. Hong Di became startled for a moment. Although the two races had been in a confrontation for many years, it wasn't until this moment that he discovered the humans had named their army after Great Evolution. It showed they were determined to retake Great Evolution Pass. Although I've never heard of your names before, I know that you two are outstanding strategists after dealing with you for so many years. We've suffered a lot of setbacks because of you. Mi Jingluan replied with a smile. Since we humans are weak, we can only deal with you using strategies. We're enemies on the battlefield, and both parties never hold back our powers when making a move. Ouyang Lai secretly sent a voice transmission to Mi Jingluan. The Black Ink clan knows how to flatter others as well. It wasn't certain whether he was intentional, as it was a transmission could be heard within a certain range, so Hong Di and knew he could clearly hear him as well. At that instant, they felt embarrassed. Hong Di suppressed his anger and went on to say, although we've suffered immense losses, the same can be said for the humans. Over the years, neither of the two races has gained the upper hand. Now, we have Great Evolution Pass while you're lacking soldiers. I don't think you have the power to conquer the Great Pass. Mi Jingluan kept a smile on his face as he replied, we're still deliberating on whether we should attack the Great Pass. As for whether we'll succeed, we'll find out after we fight. Hong Di frowned. Aren't you worried that all of your soldiers will be wiped out if another battle breaks out? Swaying the feather fan, Mi Jingluan replied with a smile. All humans, from the 5th order to the 7th order, do not fear death. It is the same for those of us in the 8th order. I'm sure that all of you became aware of our determination after the previous battle. Hong Di said grimly, although I did not personally experience that battle, I did hear about it after. The human race is indeed determined. Mi Jingluan kept the feather fan and said, let's end the small talk here. You sent envoys to our side to ask for peace talks. So how do you want to discuss it? Are you here to talk about which side has the more fearless and heroic soldiers with this me? Hong Di refuted. That's certainly not what I want to talk about. Let us settle things here and now. We control Great Evolution Pass, while you humans do not have enough manpower to conquer it. Fighting will only drain our strength and waste our time. Great Evolution Pass originally belonged to the humans and is irrelevant to the Black Ink Clan's foundation. After a discussion with the other territory lords, we've decided to return Great Evolution Pass to the humans. I'm not sure if you're willing to accept it. Mi Jingluan replied, we've come all the way here to retrieve Great Evolution Pass. Since you're willing to give it back to us, why would we not accept it? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5268, The Humans' Conditions. Good. Hong Di nodded faintly. We can return Great Evolution Pass to the humans, but it comes with conditions. Mi Jingluan replied with a smile. Nothing is free in this world. We're fully aware of that. It's understandable that you have some conditions. As for whether we'll agree to it, that's another thing. Hong Di continued. The soldiers of the two races are fortunate you are such a principled person. Ouyang Lai pursed his lips, as though he was saying this Black Ink clansman was buttering them up again. Hong Di ignored him and got straight to the point. Since the Black Ink clan occupied Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago, we spent a lot of time and effort fortifying it. Other than the various setups, the Black Ink nest there alone is extremely valuable. If we leave, there's no way we can keep the Black Ink nest, so we expect those losses to be borne by the humans. Therefore, we can give Great Evolution Pass back to you, but you must give us sufficient resources as compensation. Mi Jingluan kept a smile on his face. That's understandable. Is there anything else? Hong Di was startled, as he had never expected this human to be so approachable. He thought that the humans would haggle over everything with him. Besides that, when they talked about where the peace talks should be held, The Black Ink Clan demanded that they take place just 1 million kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass, yet the humans had directly agreed to it. It seemed that this Eighth Order Master was a straightforward person. Additionally, we were repeatedly intercepted by the humans when we tried to leave the Great Pass in the past. We had no choice but to engage in life-or-death battles with you, and eventually were forced to return to the pass. In order to prevent this from happening again, we request your army to withdraw a 10-day distance, either to the left or right of Great Evolution Pass. Only then can we leave without any worries. What do you think? A reasonable request. Mi Jinglun nodded. Will you send some people to monitor us? Hongdi nodded. Yes, I will. If they weren't monitored, there was no guarantee that the humans would stay 10 days distance from Great Evolution Pass. If the humans blocked their way again, a battle would be inevitable. Do you have other conditions? Mi Jinglun asked with the same inscrutable smile on his lips. Hongdi had no idea what other conditions he should come up with. Getting resources from the humans was more like a way to show that the sacrifices of the Black Ink clansmen who were killed in the battle were not in vain. Other than that, the humans had to stay far away to ensure that the Black Ink clan wouldn't be ambushed. These two conditions were enough. It was pointless to bring up other conditions. It wasn't like they could tell the humans to apologize for the death of the Black Ink clan soldiers. The humans would never agree to such a ridiculous demand. As such, Hongdi shook his head and said, if the humans agree to these two conditions, we will return Great Evolution Pass to you. Mi Jinglun put on a smile. You're a frank person as well. In that case, we should be straightforward with each other. Since you've mentioned the conditions you have, I'll now talk about the conditions we humans have. Hongdi frowned. The humans have some conditions? Mi Jinglun said, since this is a negotiation, why can't the humans propose some conditions? Hongdi was rendered speechless, but reckoning that he should hear him out, he nodded. In that case, please go ahead. After a nod, Mi Jinglun waved his feather fan and said grimly, the first condition is that the Black Ink clan can leave Great Evolution Pass, but all the resources, including all fortifications and arrangements the Black Ink clan has installed, must stay behind. Upon hearing that, Hongdi was infuriated. You want us to leave all resources and equipment behind in Great Evolution Pass. He thought he had misheard him. Then, he turned to look at Nu Yi, who appeared puzzled with a frown. Yes, everything. Mi Jinglun nodded. Regardless of whether the other party would agree to it, he pointed his feather fan at Great Evolution Pass and went on to say, the second condition is that the Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Pass has to stay. The Black Ink clan cannot destroy it, nor can you bring it away. Impossible, Hongdi roared. The Black Ink nest belonged to him, and he had personally hatched it. If it fell into the humans' hands, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan would be exposed to the humans. Moreover, humans had many strange and unusual methods, so he wasn't certain if they could use this Black Ink nest to harm him somehow. Therefore, he directly rejected the idea without even giving it a thought. Even if he couldn't bring the Black Ink nest away, he had to destroy it rather than allow the humans to control it. Mi Jinglun ignored his outburst directly, and as the smile on his face faded, he looked Hongdi in the eye and declared solemnly, the third condition is that all Black Ink disciples must stay. This time, Hongdi didn't explode, because when his fury crossed a critical point and he instead became calm. He stared at Mi Jinglun with narrowed eyes and replied impassively, it seems that you're not really interested in holding peace talks with us. With a serious expression, Mi Jinglun said, we're sincere, otherwise we wouldn't have come at all. Hongdi slowly shook his head, but I don't see any sincerity from you. Letting the Black Ink clan safely leave Great Evolution Pass is the biggest sincerity we can show. Hongdi furrowed his brows. What do you mean by that? Mi Jinglun replied with a smile. Must I make it clear to you? All right, I'll do just that. Over the years, it was the North-South Army that has been fighting against you all. On the other hand, the East-West Army is responsible for destroying the Royal City. 10 days ago, in the battle outside the Royal City, the Black Ink clan suffered a massive defeat. Many of your comrades were killed, and the royal lord has suffered grievous injuries. Now, the East-West army is on its way here from the royal city and will rendezvous with us within a month. When that time comes, we'll have sufficient manpower and the old ancestor with us. So, how are you going to stop us, even if you hole up inside Great Evolution Pass? Hongdi was flabbergasted. Why, you know what had happened at the royal city. He had never expected that the humans were aware of what had happened to the royal city. The reason he even came up with his two conditions was that he thought that the humans were inferior to the Black Ink clan when it came to the transmission of information. In truth, the Black Ink clan would be considered lucky if they could safely leave Great Evolution Pass and return to the royal city. By bringing up two conditions, Hongdi simply wanted to make the Black Ink clan appear overbearing while it wouldn't matter even if the humans didn't agree to them in the end. Therefore, he was surprised to learn that the humans had found out the outcome of the war. How'd they find out about it? It would take a person at least a month to arrive at this place from the royal city. The war at the royal city only ended 10 days ago, so it was unlikely that the humans in this place would learn about the outcome so soon. The only possibility is that the humans had already expected the outcome of the war and sent someone to this place to inform the North-South Army about it in advance. Are you surprised, Sir Hongdi? Mi Jing Luan smiled faintly. Hongdi was a territory lord, after all, so after a momentary surprise, he came to his senses and snapped. Why did you even agree to my conditions, then? Are you messing with me? Mi Jing Luan shook his head. I did not agree to your conditions. I only said that you could bring up your conditions, and we would discuss it. Hongdi fell silent, without giving the other party time to ponder on it. Mi Jinglun went on to say, the East-West Army will arrive at this place in a month. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the old ancestor might act on her own. In that case, she will reach this place from the royal city within a few days. When that happens, none of you will be able to leave. Hongdi shivered at that moment, for the notion of the old ancestor coming to this place on her own never crossed his mind. So he quickly objected, there's no way your old ancestor is not injured after the fight with the royal lord. In that case, she has to be recuperating now. What is the point of you bluffing? Mi Jing Luan shook his head. She's not in a rush to recuperate, as retaking Great Evolution Pass is more important. The old ancestor is unlike your royal lord who fears death. Every time a battle broke out, she always led the charge. So, if all of you want to safely leave Great Evolution Pass, you'd better do it quickly. Leaving within 3 days would be ideal. Otherwise, you won't be able to when the old ancestor arrives. Despite knowing that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was trying to threaten him, Hongdi was still flustered, for if the old ancestor really came to this place on her own, the Black Ink clan would be doomed. Over the years, from the information they had gathered through the Black Ink nests, the old ancestor was a woman who could hardly be said to be a reasonable and mild-tempered person. After giving it a thought for a brief moment, Hongdi said, we'll agree to your first condition. The resources didn't matter to them. As long as they could return to the royal city, they could mine more. Therefore, he directly agreed to it. Very good. However, I'm afraid I can't agree to the second and third conditions. Mi Jing Luan shot him a dispassionate glance. If you don't agree to it, we'll have no choice but to fight. Hongdi grit his teeth. If we fight, you two will definitely lose your lives. Mi Jing Luan replied impassively. That's fine. We won't feel lonely with you two to keep us company on the way to the Yellow Springs. At this moment, Hongdi was regretful of the decision he had made before. He shouldn't have tried to act brave by only bringing New E with him. Instead, he should have had all the territory lords come over. With more people on their side, they could join forces and defeat these two humans. Now, it was an embarrassing situation. If a fight broke out here, these two 8th Order Masters would undoubtedly die, but he and New E would probably lose their lives as well. The 8th Order humans seemed to have grown a penchant for mutually assured destruction with territory lords. Seeing that they had reached a deadlock, New E, who had remained silent all along, suddenly proposed, please calm yourselves. Since this is a negotiation, we should keep cool heads. What's the point of confronting each other now? In my opinion, both of us should make a concession. Mi Jinglin turned to look at her. What kind of concession will you make? Nu Yi replied apologetically. Please give me a moment, sir. Saying so, she communicated with Hong Di using divine sense right in front of Mi Jinglin and Ouyang Lai. A myriad of expressions came over Hong Di, and a while later, he nodded with a gloomy expression. It was apparent that he was still unwilling, but had no other choice. It was then that Nu Yi turned to look at Mi Jinglin and forced a smile. Sir Mi, I've discussed the matter with Sir Hong Di, and we've decided that we'll agree to your second condition. A wise decision, Mi Jinglin responded with a smile. We have shown our sincerity by agreeing to your third condition. So can you withdraw your third condition to show that you're willing to make a concession as well? That way, we can reach a peaceful settlement without resorting to needless violence. Mi Jinglin glanced at her with a smile. You've agreed to one of our conditions, so we would appear unreasonable if we did not concede in return. There's no reason for me to reject your proposal. Upon hearing that, Nu Yi was elated. However, before she could speak, Mi Jinglin went on to say, Good. Since you have shown enough sincerity, we won't be imperious. This means we'll withdraw our side's second condition. You could do anything you want to the black ink nest. I don't care whether you'll bring it away or destroy it. However, all the black ink disciples have to stay. We will handle them. Nu Yi widened her eyes in disbelief as she was lost for words. She had never expected that Mi Jinglin would turn the tables on them in such a way by withdrawing the second condition, but forcing them to accept the third one. Beside her, Hong Di sported a dark expression. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5269, I've always wanted to have a look inside. Leaving the black ink nest here didn't really matter. They just had to inform the royal lord about it, and let the latter use his high-rank black ink nest to cut off the connection with the mid-rank black ink nest in Great Evolution Pass, thus ensuring that the exchange of information between the Black Ink clan wouldn't be exposed to the humans. As for whether the humans would make use of this black ink nest and cast a secret technique to target Hong Di, that could be dealt with in the future. Furthermore, it was unlikely to happen. However, they couldn't leave all the Black Ink disciples here. Although there were still a lot of Black Ink clan soldiers in Great Evolution Pass, there were not many powerful ones. In the previous war, a large number of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples had lost their lives. If they wanted to leave Great Evolution Pass and return to the royal city, the power of the Black Ink disciples would be indispensable. If they left the Black Ink disciples to the humans, no one could guarantee that the humans wouldn't develop any ill intentions. In that case, how were the Black Ink clansmen supposed to ward them off? This was no different from digging their own grave. The Black Ink clan wasn't foolish, so they wouldn't agree to such a demand. It could be said that the Black Ink disciples were their bottom line, and they wouldn't give them to the humans. Seeing that Hong Di and Nu Yi fell silent, as though the discussion was about to fall apart, Mi Jinglin put on a smile. Do you need to deliberate on it for a moment? Nu Yi forced a smile. Please give us a moment, Sir Mi. They then communicated with each other using their divine senses again. It was obvious that Hong Di was furious while Nu Yi appeared concerned. The discussion didn't yield any meaningful results. An impatient Ouyang Lai darted his gaze back and forth between Hong Di and Nu Yu, as though he was thinking about which parts of their bodies he should cut first. The silent pressure caused these territory lords to feel flustered. This red-haired man was the one who killed Zhichong. Given such a short distance between them, they didn't have the confidence to repel him if he suddenly flared up. On the other hand, Mi Jinglin, who was the one who did all of the talking, appeared calm and collected, as though he wouldn't feel bored even if he had to wait for 100 years. Certainly, the two territory lords wouldn't let him wait for 100 years, for they were in a hurry while the humans were not. After all, no one could guarantee that the old ancestor wouldn't come here on her own. If she wanted to, the old ancestor would only take her a few days to arrive at this place from the royal city. Hence, the Black Ink clan had to quickly come up with a solution and leave. A moment later, they finally made a decision. Again, it was Nu Yi who spoke. I'm sorry for making you wait. Mi Jinglin asked with a smile, Have you made a decision? Nu Yi nodded. Just like what I've said, We'll agree to the second condition to show that we're willing to make a concession. As for the third condition, we can only agree to half of it. What do you mean? Mi Jingluan arched his brow. Now, we're only left with 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. There are quite a number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but there are only a dozen or so 8th Order Black Ink disciples. He explained, we can give all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples to the humans, but 8th Order Black Ink disciples must remain with us. After a pause, she put on a bitter smile. Including the second condition, we've made a massive concession. If you still refuse to agree to it, then this discussion will end here. Mi Jingluan fell silent. He was fully aware of why the Black Ink clan was unwilling to hand over the 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Now, there were not a lot of powerful masters in the Black Ink clan, so they had to rely on the protection of those 8th Order Black Ink disciples on their way to the royal city. If they gave the 8th Order Black Ink disciples to the humans, they would lose a sense of security. How were they supposed to fend off the humans if the latter decided to renege on the agreement and attack them? In fact, even though Mi Jingluan had come up with such a condition, he had never expected the Black Ink clan to agree to it. It was really just his way of testing the waters, as he knew there was no way the Black Ink clan would agree to it. If he kept on pushing the Black Ink clan, things would only get worse. Therefore, after a moment of deliberation, he nodded. This me can see your sincerity. In that case, it's decided. Seeing that he had agreed to it, Hong Di and Nu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Of these two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even though this red-haired man, who had remained silent all along, appeared condescending and ferocious, the pressure he gave off was not as great as that of this seemingly mild-tempered man. He could easily manipulate them into giving in to his demands with his words alone. It wasn't just about cultivation, it seemed he was well-versed in the art of persuasion. After the discussion ended, Mi Jingluan asked, when will the Black Ink clan leave? Nu Yi remained silent and turned to look at the man beside her. Hong Di replied, we need some time to organize our troops. We'll leave Great Evolution Pass in 2 to 3 days. They wouldn't dare to stay for long. Mi Jingluan nodded. In that case, this me will order our soldiers to withdraw. When the time comes, we'll make sure not to get in the way of your return to the royal city. Do you need a sense of people to monitor us? I'll make the arrangements, so you don't have to worry about it, Sir Mi, Hong Di said impassively. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Then he continued, Great Evolution Pass used to belong to the humans, and you lost it 30,000 years ago. Since both of you are here, why don't you come have a look inside the Great Pass? There was no doubt that he was ill-intentioned when he came up with such a suggestion at this point. That was mainly because he was unresigned at the fact that he had been suppressed by Mi Jingluan's words since the start of the negotiation. He did not intend to harm Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai. After all, an agreement had already been reached. As long as both parties restrained themselves, the Black Ink clan would safely leave this place, and the humans would retrieve Great Evolution Pass without having to fight. It was a win-win situation, while another conflict would do both sides no good. The suggestion was meant to help him vent his anger. If the two humans did not have the guts to enter Great Evolution Pass, it would show that they were timid. Even if they had the audacity to visit Great Evolution Pass, they would appear nervous and embarrass themselves. Surprisingly, Mi Jingluan appeared elated upon hearing the suggestion. An excellent suggestion. I've always wanted to have a look inside. Hong Di was dumbfounded. He readily agreed to it. As a territory lord, since he had already spoken, he could only invite them to visit Great Evolution Pass. Composing himself, he guffawed and replied, You're indeed a straightforward person, Sir Mi. Mi Jingluan said, We'll have a look at the setups in Great Evolution Pass and count the number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. When you leave, I hope that everything inside Great Evolution Pass will remain intact, and all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples will remain. Of course, Hong Di felt bitter in his heart, but he was unable to do anything about it. On the wall of Great Evolution Pass, the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were shocked to see that after a long discussion, Hong Di, Nu Yi, and the two Eighth Order Masters were now returning to Great Evolution Pass together while having a seemingly pleasant chat. What's going on? The Territory Lords were astounded. A peace talk between the two races was unprecedented, so they had practically made history today. But how did that lead to these four now having a casual conversation? If not for the fact that Eighth Order Masters wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength so soon, the Territory Lords would have thought that the two humans had been turned into black ink disciples. It only took them a short moment to move across the million-kilometers distance. Hongdi specifically brought Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai to the place where the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples gathered together. He then introduced them to the Territory Lords. They are the army commanders of the Human Race Army, Sir Mi and Sir Ouyang. I'm sure you're aware of how powerful they are after years of clashes with the humans. The Territory Lords remained silent as they stared at Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai and mounted pressure on them. Mi Jingluan just replied with a smile. It is my honor to see so many powerful members of the Black Ink clan. Ouyang Lai was not so polite as he swept a glance over the vital parts of these Territory Lords, which left the latter somewhat vexed. Oblivious to their fury, Ouyang Lai continued staring at them. The two of them were on their own in a place where all the powerful Black Ink clansmen had gathered together. One of them was calm and collected while the other was bold and fearless. Hongdi reckoned that he was no match for these two when it came to composure. No Territory Lord could act the way these two humans did if they were in their shoes. Hongdi felt disappointed as he had failed in his attempt to frighten the two humans. He then said to the Territory Lords, "These sirs have come all the way here to take a stroll around Great Evolution Pass. Just attend to your own matters. I'll keep them company." It was only then that the Territory Lords left. After they were gone, Hongdi asked, "Where do you want to look, Sir Mi? Although we, the Black Ink clan, have only been in charge of this place for 30,000 years. We're more familiar with Great Evolution Pass now than the humans." Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Many thanks for taking good care of this place, Sir Hongdi. Let's just look around." Hongdi extended his hand. "In that case, this way, please." On the wall, Hongdi and Mi Jingluan shuffled forward alongside one another. Ouyang Lai and Nu Yi followed closely behind them. Nu Yi wouldn't dare to get close to Ouyang Lai, so she deliberately walked behind him, which unintentionally made it look as though she was his maidservant. A moment later, Hongdi regretted the fact that he had invited these two to visit Great Evolution Pass on a whim. That was mainly because Mi Jingluan started criticizing the arrays and artifacts on the walls. As an experienced Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a former army commander of a Great Pass, Mi Jingluan was familiar with the standard arrangements of a Great Pass. The setups in a human Great Pass could be said to be interlocked with one another in a meticulous manner, thus ensuring that they would work efficiently when the humans fought against the enemies. Although the Black Ink clan had been managing Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, their setups were a mess. They looked well constructed, but only 50% of their power could probably be unleashed. If a human Great Pass was set up in such a way, it would have been conquered by the Black Ink clan a long time ago. It wasn't like there was anything Hongdi could do about it. The Black Ink clan lacked special talents like array masters and artifact refiners, so they couldn't arrange exquisite and powerful arrays and artifacts like those in a human Great Pass. Even though they had imitated the previous setups in Great Evolution Pass, it was not as good as what the humans could do. They were unable to make this pass as sturdy as the humans could. Hongdi then led Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai to leap off the wall and walk around the inner sanctum. Mi Jingluan directly activated his divine sense and scanned the surroundings in an attempt to examine the setups in the inner sanctum and count the number of Seventh Order Black Ink disciples. Hongdi didn't mind this. Since it had been agreed upon, he'd rather Mi Jingluan act openly than secretly. Soon, they arrived at the center of the inner sanctum where there was a square that served as a military drill ground in Great Evolution Pass. Every Great Pass had its own military drill ground that was quite vast. On special occasions, it could accommodate several tens of thousands of Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Territory Lord Black Ink Nest was located in this square, and in front of the gigantic Black Ink Nest was a huge jade monument. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5270, Where's the Old Ancestor? Due to the ambient black ink strength, the air inside Great Evolution Pass was tainted with darkness. In this dark world, this bit of white light stood out and captured one's attention. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai stopped in their tracks as they gazed at the huge jade monument. It was the Monument of Heroes. There was a monument of heroes in the military drill ground of every human Great Pass. There were no words on the monument, but if one infused their divine sense into it, they could see countless names which had been engraved within. Those were the names of the soldiers who had fallen in the war against the Black Ink Clan in the theater of their respective Great Pass. The two army commanders immediately turned solemn. To the side, Hong Di stared at the Monument of Heroes and said, "After we occupied Great Evolution Pass, we made many new arrangements and changes. However, I decided to keep this monument and have been controlling the Black Ink Nest power so that it won't be affected by Black Ink strength. Although our two races are arch enemies that have fought for countless years, we still admire the fearlessness and bravery of the humans. This monument serves as the reminder to us that the humans are strong and unyielding. Unfortunately, after 30,000 years of peace, we seem to have lost the instinct and courage to fight against the humans." He let out a sigh, which showed how helpless he felt after losing the war. In front of the monument, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai bent their backs with solemn expressions. There were innumerable names recorded in the Jade Monument, names of the seniors who were killed during the long war against the Black Ink Clan in the Great Evolution Theater. A moment later, they straightened their backs and turned to Hong Di before saluting him. Even Ouyang Lai, who clearly held malicious intentions towards Hong Di, did not hesitate. Hong Di was astounded and asked, "What are you doing?" With a serious expression, Mi Jingluan replied, "We have to thank you for keeping this Monument of Heroes." A surprised Hong Di said, "I just wanted to motivate the Black Ink Clan. I didn't keep it for you humans." Mi Jingluan replied, "That's good enough. Those soldiers had lost their lives and most did not leave anything behind when they fell. Perhaps there was no one alive who could remember their faces any longer, so it would be miserable if their names were forgotten forever. With the Monument of Heroes intact, at least their names remained. At the very least, 30,000 years after they passed away, there were these two humans who became aware of their existence and contributions in the Great Evolution Theater." After Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai were done going through the names in the Monument of Heroes, they lost the interest to keep strolling around. Therefore, they bid Hong Di farewell. Certainly, Hong Di wouldn't make them stay as he saw them off. In front of Great Evolution Pass, Mi Jingluan said, "Sir Hong Di, please organize your soldiers with peace of mind. When this Mi returns, I'll order the human soldiers to move further away and to the left of Great Evolution Pass so that you'll be able to head to the royal city without interference. I'll also ensure that there won't be any traps on the way to your destination." He was totally sincere when he spoke. Hong Di believed that Mi Jingluan's attitude must have something to do with the Monument of Heroes. After watching these two Eighth Order Masters leave, Hong Di returned to Great Evolution Pass and started organizing the soldiers for the evacuation. The Black Ink Clan scouts scanned the surroundings and confirmed that the humans had indeed moved further away from the forward base and to its left. There were no more obstacles in the way to the royal city. The scouts did not immediately return and instead followed the humans from a distance. Although Mi Jingluan assured Hong Di that they wouldn't do anything shady, the Black Ink Clan wouldn't readily believe them. With the scouts following behind the humans, they could instantly discover if the humans were up to something and quickly relay the news back to Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans did not do anything unusual as they withdrew from Great Evolution Pass. After 2 days of reorganization, the surviving Black Ink Clansmen left Great Evolution Pass in a hurry. They first rapidly moved in the royal city's direction for 2 days, then turned right to make a wide detour. They wouldn't dare to keep moving in a straight line, for they knew the East-West Army was approaching from the royal city. If it didn't make a detour, they would run into the East-West army where the human old ancestor was. The Black Ink clan army was unable to oppose such a force at this time, so they had to circumvent the human soldiers. Only by doing so could they ensure their safety. According to the agreement with the Black Ink clan, the North-South Army moved to a place that was 10 days' travel from Great Evolution Pass. Then, without stopping to rest, they headed straight back to Great Evolution Pass. 10 days later, they arrived. A myriad of emotions came over these soldiers as they looked at this great pass their seniors had lost 30,000 years ago. At that time, Great Evolution Pass was conquered by the Black Ink clan, and from the old ancestor to the common soldiers, all were killed except for those who were corrupted by Black Ink strength. This was a wound the humans could never forget. Usually, no one would bring this up. Therefore, those who were new to the Black Ink battlefield like Xianxia did not know that there was a human great pass that had been conquered before. He actually learned about it from a territory lord. On this day, the humans finally retook Great Evolution Pass. The North-South Army had paid a huge price for this victory, but it was all worth it in the end. No one could guarantee that the Black Ink clan hadn't left behind any traps. Therefore, the humans didn't immediately surge into the Great Pass. Instead, they sent scouts in to investigate. Soon, they learned that there was nothing unusual in the inner sanctum. Not only was everything intact, but all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples had remained in the military drill ground. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had kept their promise. In fact, they wouldn't dare to go back on their word. The North-South and East-West armies, one behind and one in front of them, posed a deadly threat. The Black Ink clan could only hope that the humans wouldn't go back on their word. So how could they dare to pull any tricks? The human soldiers then entered Great Evolution Pass. The first thing they had to do was deal with the Black Ink nest. This thing was constantly breathing out Black Ink strength that permeated the entire Great Evolution Pass, which made the place look quite eerie. Unless they removed the Black Ink nest, Great Evolution Pass would never be restored to its original glory, and the human soldiers could never live here safely. Certainly, they wouldn't destroy the Black Ink nest. Otherwise, Mi Jingluan wouldn't have told the Black Ink clan to leave it intact. Although the Black Ink nest belonged to the Black Ink clan, it was a great tool for transmitting information. If the humans could make use of it, it would be immensely useful for the future crusade. Therefore, this mid-rank Black Ink nest was a treasure to the humans. Fortunately, Great Evolution Pass was actually an enormous mobile palace artifact. So although the Black Ink nest had been around for several tens of thousands of years, it couldn't really take root in Great Evolution Pass. If it was like other Black Ink nests that infiltrated and merged with the universe world it was planted on, they would have no choice but to destroy it. Mi Jingluan and the others expended a lot of energy removing the Black Ink nest from Great Evolution Pass and settling it down on the universe fragment where the forward base was previously located. As for what they would do with it, they had to meet up with the East-West Army and discuss it with the old ancestor. For now, a few squads were left to monitor the Black Ink nest. There were quite a number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples who were left behind by the territory lords, adding up to about 100 in total. There were initially many more 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but every time they clashed with the humans over the years, many of them would lose their lives. 100 years later, these people were the only ones left. None of them had left Great Evolution Pass with the Black Ink clan. Previously, Mi Jingluan strolled around Great Evolution Pass with Hong Di leading the way. Just like what he had said, he counted the total number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Now, all of them were accounted for in this place. It seemed that Hong Di was worried these 7th Order Black Ink disciples would cause trouble for the humans, so he sealed their cultivations before he left. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obediently stayed in the military drill ground. They would have run away before the humans entered the Great Pass. It was equally difficult to handle these 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Mi Jingluan told some people to watch over them, while the old ancestor would have to make a decision about their fate when she arrived. In short, the human soldiers were swamped with work. Even though the Black Ink nest had been taken away by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the entire Great Evolution Pass was still filled with Black Ink strength. The soldiers first had to do their best to remove the black ink strength from the inner sanctum. Fortunately, they were experienced when it came to such matters. In the past, whenever they were done battling against the Black Ink clan and had to clean up the battlefield, disposing of black ink strength and black ink clouds was a normal part of their work. Black ink clouds provided the best environment for the Black Ink clan to fight in, but they were only a hazardous obstacle to the humans. If they never removed them, every great pass would be surrounded by thick black ink clouds by now. For this reason, the humans had specifically developed an artifact that looked like a fishing net that had no use other than to collect black ink strength like schools of fish. The black ink strength would then be discarded somewhere in the depths of the void. After 10 days of hard work, the North-South Army managed to get rid of almost all of the black ink strength in Great Evolution Pass. Right then, a scout came over and reported that the East-West Army would be arriving at Great Evolution Pass within a day. It had been about a month since the East-West Army departed from the Royal City, so it was to be expected that they would arrive around now. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai led the other 8th Order Division commanders to personally greet the East-West Army. Ouyang Lai felt a little disgruntled about all of this. It was as though the East-West Army had spent many years fighting against the enemy, while the North-South Army had been standing idly by in their homes. In fact, it had been tough for the North-South Army over the years. However, considering the fact that the old ancestor was also coming, Ouyang Lai had no choice but to tag along. From afar, they could see the East-West Army's warships sailing over, but after a brief count of these warships, Mi Jingluan and the others let out a sigh. The number of warships suggested that the East-West Army had suffered immense losses over the years. When the warships were close enough, they all turned to the purifying black ink battleship and made their salutations. "Greetings, old ancestor." However, no one responded to them. Several figures leaped off the purifying black ink battleship. They were Xianxia, Lu Zhiping, and the other leaders of the East-West Army. They saluted each other. Many of them had never met one another before, even though they were aware of who the other party was. Since they finally met up this time, they promptly engaged in a small talk. After they were done with the small talk, Mi Jingluan asked curiously, "Where's the old ancestor?" An embarrassed Xianxia scratched his cheek and replied, "I have no idea." Mi Jingluan was astounded. "You don't know? How could that be? The old ancestor was supposed to be with the East-West Army. How is it possible that they have no idea where she is?" "Please give me a moment, brother Mi. I've told someone to come over. Perhaps he knows where the old ancestor is," Xianxia said. On the side, Lu Zhiping put on a helpless smile. "In fact, we don't even know when the old ancestor disappeared. We thought that she had tagged along with the army, but it wasn't until just now that we realized she wasn't with us." This was truly embarrassing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5271, The Old Ancestor's Whereabouts. No one in the East-West Army was aware that the old ancestor wasn't with them until just now. However, she was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, after all. Although she was injured, Xianxia and the others would never be able to track her if she wanted to do something furtively. Now, there is only one person who might be aware of the old ancestor's whereabouts. Soon, a 7th Order Master was summoned to this place. Mi Jingluan took a look and realized that the person was someone he knew. It was Yang Kai, who had previously come to the North-South Army to pass on information about the change in war strategy. Mi Jingluan still vividly remembered this 7th Order Junior. In the first great battle against the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, it was Yang Kai who led 2 special operations squads from the North-South Army to crush the enemy army on the battlefield. The members of those 2 squads had lost all combat capability after a few hours of fighting. But Yang Kai continued charging across the battlefield on his own, using just his divine manifestation to break up the Black Ink clan's formation. It could be said that this 7th Order Master had made a huge contribution in that battle and created a chance for the North-South Army to achieve a breakthrough. At this moment, Yang Kai was puzzled. He was cultivating on Dawning Light when he was suddenly summoned by the army commanders, so he could only come over in a hurry. However, he had no idea why he was summoned to this place. Seeing that all the leaders of the army were around, he quickly saluted them one by one and asked, What orders do you have for me? Xianxia looked at him. Do you know where the old ancestor is? Old ancestor Xiao. Kai was surprised that they had summoned him to this place to ask about the old ancestor's whereabouts. How was he supposed to know? He had been cultivating aboard Dawning Light since they set sail. Xiao. These Eighth Order Masters were shocked, for it was the first time they heard of this name. The names of the old ancestors were basically a mystery. Even the Eighth Order Masters might not be aware of them. After all, the old ancestors had lived for a very long time, so long that many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not even born yet when the old ancestors first stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. Only those extremely old Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might know the names of some of the old ancestors, but they wouldn't easily bring such information up, much less tell anyone about it casually. Therefore, rarely anyone knew the name of any old ancestor. It was expected that they were surprised when they heard Kai mention the old ancestor's name, for it didn't sound very imposing. Kai coughed and explained, 100 years ago, the old ancestor suddenly declared that from that day on, her name would be Xiao. It's a sad story, so let's not discuss it further. Anyways, isn't the old ancestor with the army? Xianxia refuted. Why would we ask you about it, if she was with the army? I have no idea either. Kai appeared innocent. Xianxia frowned. The old ancestor has repeatedly recuperated inside your small universe over the years, so you're the closest to her. Do you really have no clue where she might have gone? The North-South Army had fought to keep the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass bottled up all this time. On the other hand, the East-West Army had suffered immense losses to devastate the enemy in the Royal City. Now that the two armies finally came together, the old ancestor was nowhere to be found. They would be the laughingstock if such news was spread. Just as Kai was about to shake his head again, he suddenly recalled something and muttered, I think I know where the old ancestor is. Lu Jiping asked anxiously, Where is she? Kai replied, If I'm not mistaken, the old ancestor must have returned to the royal city. She's gone back to the royal city? Lu Jiping was startled. Kai explained, This is what happened. When we left the forward base and set sail for Great Evolution Pass a while back, the old ancestor came to me to get a few sets of space beacons. Like these. As he spoke, he fished out a set of space beacons. 2 space beacons make up a set. There's something I learned how to create many years ago and can be considered a kind of space artifact. These 2 space beacons are linked using space principles, so you just have to put one of them in a certain place, then channel your strength into the other to activate the link and instantly move to the first one from across a distance. It's similar to using a space array. Initially, they were only usable by those who could use space principles, but over the years I've managed to improve them to work with World Force. The primary advantage is that these are much more discreet and portable compared to a space array. As he spoke, Xianxia and the others were examining the space beacons. Lu Jiping frowned. Why did the old ancestor ask you for these space beacons? Why are you sure that she's gone to the royal city? Kai explained. Over the years, the old ancestor has been fighting the royal lord every 20 years or so to ensure he can't recuperate in peace. In the final battle, she intended to finish him once and for all, but she failed in her attempt for various reasons, though she did manage to severely injure him. Now that she has gained such an immense advantage, she certainly wouldn't want to just let him recuperate. However, there's a great distance between Great Evolution Pass and the royal city. So even if she is powerful, it would take her several days to reach the royal city, not to mention all the enemy territory she would have to cross. With the help of my space beacons, she can reach her destination far more quickly. The Eighth Order Masters understood what he meant. Now that the royal lord was wounded, denying him the chance to heal himself would give a huge advantage to the humans. In order to sustain that advantage, though, the old ancestor had to harass him from time to time. She certainly couldn't kill the royal lord, but just by revealing her aura near the royal city, she would easily frighten the latter. To achieve that, these space beacons would be the perfect tool. Lu Jiping fell in her thoughts for a moment, then said, You mean, since the beginning the old ancestor never intended to let the royal lord recover? I believe so. It was clear where the old ancestor was now. She must have made use of the space beacons to head to the royal city to taunt the royal lord. At the thought of this, Lu Ping couldn't help offering a silent prayer for the latter. Black Ink clansmen recuperated by falling asleep in black ink nests, and once they were interrupted, they wouldn't be able to recover efficiently. It was imaginable that the royal lord wouldn't be in the mood to recuperate if the old ancestor came to harass him whenever he fell asleep. The reason the old ancestor was doing this was obvious. She was preparing for the future crusade. However, Xianxia focused his attention on something else. After examining the space beacons for a bit, he asked, "Can these things help the army to ambush the enemy?" Since they could make use of space beacons to move around swiftly, there would be times when these things might bring unexpected results. For example, when they were fighting against the Black Ink clan, they could send a single squad out as bait. However, when hostilities broke out, 100 people could appear out of nowhere and catch the Black Ink clan off guard. Perhaps, Xianxia wouldn't dare to say whether the idea was feasible or not. Xianxia stopped asking and then put away the set of space beacons. Clearly, he didn't intend to return them to Xianxia. Since they had figured out the old ancestors' whereabouts, they stopped feeling bothered. The army continued moving towards Great Evolution Pass. It had been roughly 150 years since the two armies respectively departed from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, and they finally came together at Great Evolution Pass. When they set out, there were a total of 60,000 soldiers and some 128th Order Masters in the two armies. Presently, as the two armies gathered together, there were only around 30,000 soldiers and 78th Order Masters left. The rest had died in battle. In the void, a group of Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards the royal city. They were the ones that had departed from Great Evolution Pass. With Hong Di leading the way, there were several 100,000 soldiers and more than 20 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. They could be considered a substantial force. Presently, Hong Di was deluged with mixed feelings. First, he had lost his home territory. After all, that was a place he had managed for 30,000 years. Not only had he returned it to the humans, he had also lost his Black Ink nest. Even though he could get a new territory and Black Ink nest in the future, he was probably the only one who had been defeated and then forced to surrender his territory in the history of the Black Ink clan, which was why he felt humiliated. Second, he had been gripped by a sense of apprehension while heading towards the royal city. He wasn't worried that Mi Jingluan would deceive him. Although he only interacted with Mi Jingluan once, he knew that the latter wasn't a fool. It would do the humans no good to make things difficult for the Black Ink clan at this juncture. Therefore, Hong Di was not worried that the North-South army would attack them. What he was truly worried about was that he might come across the East-West army and the human old ancestor on the way to their destination. As such, he led his army on a wide detour 2 days after they departed from Great Evolution Pass. They wouldn't dare to move in a straight line for fear of running into the human army on its way from the royal city. However, Hong Di was still feeling anxious. Following his order, the Black Ink clan soldiers hastened their pace so that they could return to the royal city as quickly as possible. If not for Hong Di rushing them, they would not have arrived at this place just 1 month after departing from Great Evolution Pass, considering the fact that they had made a detour. From afar, they could see the magnificent royal city, and Hong Di felt his eyes welling up with tears. Although the royal city now appeared dilapidated, it still gave him a sense of security. He could even feel the royal lord's aura exuding from the royal city. We're home. We no longer have to feel on edge all the time. Many of the territory lords shared the same sentiment. Only when they saw the royal city could they set their minds at ease. However, that sense of security was suddenly and abruptly shattered. An extremely powerful aura that sent a shockwave across the territory lords appeared literally out of nowhere in the void. Although many of them hadn't faced one before, they could instantly deduce that this aura belonged to a human old ancestor. The smile on Hong Di's face froze as he turned to look at the source of the aura. An alluring figure had appeared just over 1 million kilometers away. It was none other than old ancestor Xiaoxiao. Just as Yonkai had suspected, by leaving behind some space beacons along the way, old ancestor Xiao managed to return to the vicinity of the royal city almost instantaneously. She didn't intend to kill the royal lord, or even get into a fight with him. She just wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be able to recuperate in peace. By showing herself like this, she wanted to tell the royal lord that she would visit him from time to time, and that he'd best be prepared to welcome her at a moment's notice. Initially, she intended to head straight to the royal city to make a bit of a scene, but the instant she appeared, she detected a large group of people just 1,000,000 kilometers away. As she turned her head, she made eye contact with Hongdi. This came as a pleasant surprise to her. She instantly realized that they were the Black Ink clansmen who had come from Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, she joyfully charged towards them. It would be hard for her to make a move if all the Black Ink clansmen hid in the royal city, as with the help of the Black Ink nest, the royal lord could still fend her off. However, these Black Ink clansmen were still quite some distance away from the royal city, so they had nowhere to run, and no one to depend on, as the royal lord certainly wouldn't leave the royal city to rescue them. The Black Ink clan army descended into chaos in the next instant. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples joined forces to defend against the old ancestor, but even though they could keep themselves safe with some difficulty, they were unable to stop her from slaughtering the lower soldiers. Therefore, after the old ancestor ran into the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass in the void, she managed to slaughter 100,000 of them, including a territory lord and 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples. The rest fled to the royal city in a hurry. When the royal lord realized what had happened, he was so furious that he coughed up blood. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5272, The Old Ancestor's Salute. The old ancestor returned half a day after the East-West Army and North-South Army rendezvoused, her aura simply appearing in one of the purifying Black Ink battleships. Apparently, she had made use of a universe array aboard to directly return from the royal city. None of them asked whether she had achieved anything, for it was apparent to them that she was in a good mood. Given the situation in Great Evolution Pass, though, the old ancestor's good mood didn't last for long, especially when Xianxia led her to the military drill ground where she had to face over 100 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Since the Black Ink clan had left, these Black Ink disciples had been seated with their legs crossed. They did not speak or feel angry, for they knew that they had been abandoned and there was nothing to be done about it. We asked Yonkai to give it a try by bringing a 7th Order Black Ink disciple to somewhere else. Even though he had managed to dispel the Black Ink strength from the Black Ink disciple's body using purifying light, the ultimate outcome wasn't pleasant. The moment the Black Ink strength dissipated, the Black Ink disciple's small universe ruptured, and he perished as a result, Xianxia said in a small voice beside the old ancestor. These people cannot be saved. How should we deal with them? Old ancestor. The old ancestor glanced at these Black Ink disciples and nodded gently. I will handle this. Saying so, she stepped forward. In front of everyone, old ancestor Xiao stopped in her tracks and swept a glance over these Black Ink disciples. Then she cupped her fist and bowed to them. The reason she saluted them was to acknowledge the contributions they had made before they became Black Ink disciples. Although they were now Black Ink disciples, and perhaps they had even killed some human soldiers in the fight against the North-South Army, it wasn't their true intention. Their minds had been twisted by the Black Ink strength. When they were still soldiers of Great Evolution Pass, they had done everything they could to defend it and ensure the safety of those in the 3,000 worlds. Therefore, even though they were Black Ink disciples now, they deserved the old ancestors' final respects. The next instant, an amazing force swept across the entire military drill ground. Affected by the force, these Black Ink disciples, who were originally expressionless, started feeling some emotion stir in their hearts. The eyes of many Black Ink disciples cleared up as they wore faint smiles. Some of the Black Ink disciples let out a sigh and closed their eyes. There were also some Black Ink disciples whose eyes filled up with tears. At that instant, they seemed to have found their human hearts they had lost 30,000 years ago. The old ancestor remained in a bowing posture for a long time, and when she straightened her back, all the black ink disciples on the military drill ground had lost their lives. However, they appeared to be at peace. In the last moments of their lives, they knew they were dying as humans. That was the best blessing they could ask for. Bury them, the old ancestor ordered, and turned around to leave. Xianxia respectfully saw her off. They were in the midst of rebuilding Great Evolution Pass, so the soldiers were swamped with work. The Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, and they had many alterations and arrangements. It could be said that other than the framework, everything in Great Evolution Pass had been changed. For example, the residences were no longer suitable for humans. The Black Ink clan came in many different sizes and shapes, but most of them were still much bigger than humans. Therefore, the residences originally belonging to the humans were not suitable for them. After they occupied Great Evolution Pass, they started constructing huge and weirdly shaped buildings. Since the humans had retaken Great Evolution Pass, these buildings certainly wouldn't be kept. There were also those spirit arrays and artifacts that were installed on the walls of the Great Pass. They would refurbish what they could and replace what they couldn't. There was a lot of work to do. Nevertheless, these weren't urgent matters. The foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged, so they wouldn't come over to harass Great Evolution Pass in the near future. The humans had ample time to make repairs. That was the reason Xianxia targeted the royal city first instead of heading straight to Great Evolution Pass when devising the overall strategy. Now, his plan had proven to be effective. The Black Ink clan were in a half-dead state, so the humans could focus on rebuilding Great Evolution Pass and not worry about being disturbed. Many of the things in Great Evolution Pass had been destroyed or modified, with the only original building still standing being the main conference hall. The main conference hall was already enormous to begin with, so the Black Ink clan didn't bother changing it after occupying Great Evolution Pass. At this moment, Grandmaster Ma Fan wept while kneeling in front of the throne made from bones in the Grand Hall. The throne was made from the bones of the human masters the Black Ink clan killed when they conquered Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Every bone in the throne belonged to an open heaven realm master who was in the 7th order at the very least. The throne was huge, which went to show just how many high-rank open heaven realm masters had lost their lives in the war 30,000 years ago. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan had just joined the sect, and Great Evolution Paradise was still considered powerful. He had guidance from his senior brothers and care from his honored master, so it had been smooth sailing in his cultivation journey. One day, though, a catastrophe befell his sect. All the powerful masters had to leave, down to the 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters. In the end, only the weakest disciples and juniors were left in Great Evolution Paradise. All the open heaven realm masters had gone off to battle. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan knew that his sect was in dire straits, but he had no idea what had happened. However, after the senior brothers, senior sisters, and elders all left the sect, they never returned. It wasn't until a long time later that Grandmaster Ma Fan learned the truth through various means. Great Evolution Pass had been conquered, so all the masters from Great Evolution Paradise had to rush over to provide help. In the end, they were all killed. 30,000 years had passed, and Great Evolution Paradise gradually became insignificant and was replaced by a rising sect. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan had always yearned to come to the battlefield where his seniors had fought and retake Great Evolution Pass one day. That day had finally come. None of the other soldiers in Great Evolution Pass now could understand how he truly felt at this moment. It was because of the war 30,000 years ago that the humans realized the downside of having one sect guard each Great Pass. Before that, every cave, heaven, or paradise had been responsible for protecting its own Great Pass. After they lost Great Evolution Pass, the humans employed a different strategy to deal with the Black Ink clan. Masters from all the cave heavens and paradises would be gathered together in each Great Pass. By doing so, they could complement each other's abilities and better position themselves to deal with the enemy. Since then, none of the Great Passes have been lost again. Just like everyone else, Xianxia was swamped with work and was currently tinkering with something in a certain grand hall. While he was working, Lu Ping stepped inside. Seeing her, Xianxia saluted, "Senior Lu." Lu Ping nodded gently and asked, "How is it going here?" Xianxia replied, "It's better than what I'd expected." The Blacking clan seemed to have had the intention of making use of the space array here to ambush the other human Great Passes. So, after conquering Great Evolution Pass, they didn't damage it. Instead, they actually tried to repair it. However, due to their lack of expertise, they did a sloppy job. There was a similar Grand Hall in every Great Pass, and it was also the most important place in a Great Pass. This was because there was a hyperspace array in this Grand Hall that could be used to connect to other Great Passes. It was with the help of these space arrays that the Great Passes could communicate with each other. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for the Great Passes to exchange information, for it would take an ordinary soldier years to travel from one Great Pass to the adjacent one in the expansive Black Ink battlefield. The space array in Great Evolution Pass was damaged, but it was apparent that it was the humans who did it, not the Black Ink clan. In other words, 30,000 years ago, the moment the soldiers in this place realized that Great Evolution Pass was lost, they promptly destroyed the space array so that the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to use it to cause trouble. However, the person who made a move only damaged the space array instead of destroying it. Apparently, he had envisioned that the humans would retake Great Evolution Pass one day in the future, and they would have to repair the space array. If he directly destroyed it, the humans might not be able to rebuild it in the future. After occupying Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan tried to repair the space array, but it wasn't like just anyone could repair this thing. Their 30,000 years of effort didn't yield any meaningful results and instead turned this place into a mess. In the entire Great Evolution Army, Xianxia was the only one who was an expert in the Tao of Space. Since he was able to arrange space arrays, there was no reason that he couldn't repair this one. Therefore, after the army entered the Great Pass, Xianxia received the order and hurriedly came to this place. He even suspected that, besides helping her with her recuperation, old ancestor Xiao had also requested he join the Great Evolution Army to repair or even rebuild the hyperspace array. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. If the space array was completely destroyed, it would be quite troublesome to them. If they couldn't transmit information and establish contact with the other Great Passes, they wouldn't be able to collaborate with the others when the crusade began in the future. Since it could be repaired, there wouldn't be a problem. However, I'll need some helpers and materials, Xianxia said. Lu Ping nodded. Repairing the space array is among our top priorities right now. Whatever you need, just requisition it. Xianxia nodded, as it wasn't necessary for him to be overly formal with her at this point. He fished out an empty jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. A moment later, he passed it to her and said, "I've listed all the materials I need. They should be in the army's reserve. As for the helpers, just get me some array masters." Lu Ping took the jade slip and looked into it before nodding. "I'll send you the people and materials within half a day." Sure enough, just half a day later, several array masters came over in a hurry. The materials Xianxia needed were also sent to this place. These array masters were all respectable figures, and although their cultivations varied, all of them had lived very long lives and had great accomplishments to their names. They were not a match for Xianxia when it came to combat, but even 100 Xianxias wouldn't be comparable to them when it came to arranging spirit arrays. Nevertheless, these array masters had little to no knowledge about space arrays. This couldn't be helped, as this was a matter of innate talent. A master of the Tao of Space had a huge natural advantage when it came to arranging space arrays, so although these array masters had studied the space arrays of different Great Passes, they had only scratched the surface. Therefore, the moment they heard that Xianxia needed some people to help repair the space array, these array masters became fervent and quickly applied for the job. They almost got into a fight because of it. Eventually, these several array masters of the scene snatched the job by suppressing the others with their status and reputation. The junior array masters were disgruntled, but there was nothing they could do about it. Although they were revered array masters, they didn't put on airs when it came to acquiring new knowledge. Xianxia directly instructed them on what to do and assigned jobs to them. This hyperspace array was complicated as it could connect to great passes that were billions of kilometers away. As such, Xianxia would personally repair the key components, while the less significant parts were left to these array masters. Martial Peak, Chapter 5273, Success or Not. The creation of the Great Passes dated back to ancient times, and over countless years, generations after generations had built upon the foundations that were there until they were able to reach the scale they had today. Even though there have been many expansions, the core of each Great Pass would not change too much. Firstly, because of how important these locations were that even the slightest change may disrupt everything. And secondly, because they were powerless to even change anything due to the loss of understanding. For example, the Grand Hall where the space array was located. This Grand Hall contained a very ancient aura, a legacy of the ancient great experts' work that contained mysteries that were beyond the reach of this generation's cultivators. The same was true of the universe temples in the great territories of the 3,000 worlds. All of these were legacies of ancient great experts. So, when several universe temples fell into disrepair, the cave heavens and paradises were unable to fix them, and they were simply allowed to fall into decay until Xianxia appeared. With the help of the universe array inside of the universe temples, he gained further enlightenment in the Tao of space, while simultaneously comprehending how to repair and even construct new universe arrays. The universe arrays in the universe temples and the hyperspace arrays in the Great Passes were products of the same era and thus had many similarities. Xianxia was able to arrange a universe array, so naturally, it was no trouble for him to repair the space array here. It only took time and effort. After working for half a year, Xianxia finally completed the repairs. Inside the Grand Hall, several highly respected array masters were gathered together. And when they saw Xianxia standing at the center of the array, a bald grandmaster yelled out, "Young boy, will it succeed this time?" This array master had high achievements and had reached the 7th order open heaven realm. Reasonably, he should not be affected by the ails of mortals, but somehow his head had gone bald. Xianxia gave him a thumbs up, definitely. Another array master, who was as fat as a ball, snickered at his words. "That's what you said last time. And that's also what you said the time before that when you almost destroyed this thing. Young boy, if you're not confident, then please don't attempt it." During the past half a year, there had been bumps in the road to repairing the array. Many times, after the repairs were completed and energy was circulated through it, problems would appear in unexpected places. Sometimes the problems would be small, but sometimes they would be big. The small problems were no matter and would not cause any real trouble. But if big problems appeared, it could very well lead to the collapse of the entire array. That was the case at the time before the last, where a black hole appeared out of thin air in the Grand Hall that almost swallowed everything and everyone into it. Fortunately, Xianxia moved quickly and was able to suppress the black hole. Otherwise, these grandmasters might still be wandering the void crack to this day if they were unlucky. So now, every time Xianxia activated the array, the grandmasters would all stand far away, lest anything were to go wrong. "This time will definitely work out," Xianxia said with certainty. Several problems appeared the last few times, but they had all been fixed after the cause was identified, and Xianxia had verified that there were no more issues this time. If it still did not succeed, then he would have cultivated the Tao of space all these years in vain. The recesses in each corner of the array were filled with crystals containing the powers of the 7 elements. Each crystal was extremely precious and contained the condensed essence of many cultivation materials. The puppet army that Xianxia deployed previously also made use of these energy crystals. However, each one of those puppets needed at most a fingernail-sized piece of crystal in order to power it for a long time. For this one transmission test, there were more than 100 crystal placed in the array. It was because of this immense consumption that the space arrays in each of the Great Passes were not used casually. Divine sense surging, Xianxia made one last check to ensure that he had missed nothing before circulating his world force and connecting with the grand array beneath his feet. The array hummed, and a pattern was illuminated. The crystals placed in the recesses were also rapidly drained. Under the nervous watch of the array masters, the void began to distort at the center of the array. The bald grandmaster raised his brow and cheered. "It's working!" Something like this had not happened in the previous few attempts, but the distortion of space now meant that the space array was functioning, a sign that it was going to succeed. The void twisted more and more, and as the energy drained away from the crystals, a space gate at the center of the array seemed to be vaguely taking shape. However, it always seemed to fall short, never really taking shape from start to end. It seemed that the energy crystals were about to be depleted, and if it were to happen before the space gate fully formed, then this attempt would fail as well. The array masters could not help but hold their breath. However, even after waiting for a long time, the space gate continued to writhe unstably. Seeing that the energy crystals placed in the grand array were about to be completely depleted, Xianxia suddenly stepped forward and reached out, grasping the constantly churning space gate that refused to take shape, and with some massaging, space principles rippled like dough being kneaded. The well-respected grandmasters were all dumbfounded by this scene. What amazed them even more was the fact that Xianxia's seemingly reckless actions actually had an unexpected effect. The space gate was actually stabilizing. Immediately after, Xianxia stepped through it, and, at the same time, the energy of the array was fully consumed. The space gate turned into a fluorescent glow before disappearing. Gone with it was also Xianxia's figure. The grandmasters were stunned. The energy around the grand hall, which had been in disarray due to the activation of the array, had regained its peace. The grandmasters all looked at each other, wondering, so, was that a success or not? The fat grandmaster was even more concerned about another matter. Nothing will happen to young boy, right? Should we report this to the army commanders? Discussions bounced back and forth as the grandmasters were at a loss as to what to do, but very soon they decided to go and report the matter. That was because they had no way of dealing with the current situation, so the only thing they could do was let the higher-ups take charge. Soon after, Xianxia, Lu Zhiping, and the others rushed over, and after getting the rundown about what happened, they were also at a loss. Finally, they could only continue up the chain of command and report the matter to the old ancestor while waiting for any news from Xianxia. With his proficiency in the Tao of Space, he should be able to find his way back even if this attempt was a failure, not to mention that he was the one who took the initiative to step through the space gate. He might have his own ideas. At the same time, Xianxia was struggling to navigate through the void. He was a little confused as to why his previous attempt had gone awry. The repairs had already very much been perfected after going through a few mistakes, and the space gate should have opened successfully after the array was activated. But in actual fact, something seemed to be interfering with it from inside the void, preventing a stable connection from being established. Even though the space gate did take shape with his help, if he did not find the root of the problem, then the soldiers would still not be able to use the space array to travel safely from one great pass to another in the future. If Xianxia wanted to figure out what was wrong, though, he could only investigate it personally. He was not worried about not being able to get back, as he had left a trail of space principles along the way. So if he ran into a dead end, he could just return the way he came. Ever since entering this stretch of void, Xianxia discovered that there really was a problem. An invisible force seemed to be preventing him from advancing, even with his mastery over the Tao of Space. Since it could hinder him, what more need be said about others? If they were to come here, then they would likely struggle to even take a step forward. Xianxia kept going, but could not find the cause, which made him even more confused. However, this teleportation could not be considered a complete failure, because he could sense a link to the target of Great Evolution Pass's space array ahead. During this attempt, his destination was Wind and Cloud Pass, which was one of the closest Great Evolution Pass. If everything went well, then he would have been transported directly to Wind and Cloud Pass space array. That was because the space gate would only form if the target ahead could be detected. However, the path was full of obstructions, a sign of another failure, which was extremely contradictory. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall where Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array was located, several Army commanders and 8th Order Division commanders were gathered around, led by the Eastern Army's Army commander, Yuan Xinggu, staring intently at the center of the array. There was a distorted space gate that had been writhing around for more than an hour now. Every time a great pass transported materials or soldiers here, a space gate would always open at the center of the array, but it always opened and closed quickly. The situation today was unprecedented, so the soldiers standing guard here immediately reported the problem when they discovered it, and the top brass of Wind and Cloud Pass came to investigate without daring to dally. Under the watch of the many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the space gate remained the whole time, but it never took a proper shape. After waiting for a long time, but seeing no other movements, Yuan Xinggu turned his head around and asked, "Is it possible to see which great pass is trying to connect to us?" One of the 8th Order Division commanders who stepped forward shook his head. "There's too much distortion, so we are unable to ascertain it." Yuan Xinggu frowned slightly. "What will happen if the space gate never takes shape?" The 8th Order Masters said, "The worst-case scenario is that the teleportation fails, and whoever was being sent will fall into the void crack and stay there for the rest of their life. Is there anything we can do here to help?" The Northern Army's Army Commander Tian Lu asked, "Even though I have no idea why such a thing would happen, it's clear that something has gone wrong during the teleportation on the other side. If there is anything we can do to help, then we should try to lend a hand." The 8th Order Master shook his head. "It's difficult. Teleportation involves the Tao of space, and there are no cultivators who cultivate this Tao in Wind and Cloud Pass. To intervene rashly would only make the situation worse, I'm afraid." After a pause, he added, "In this situation, we can only hope that whoever is coming will be lucky." "Then we shall just wait," Yuan Xinggu concluded. Tian Lu came over and asked in a whisper, "Should we report this to the old ancestor?" Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. Even though the old ancestor's cultivation is strong, he may not be a solution for this matter. It would be a shame for them to bring the old ancestor here if he were unable to provide a solution." As they spoke, the warping space gate seemed to distort even more. Surprised, everyone quickly looked over. In the next moment, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the void, spreading left and right as if to tear through a barrier. Following that, someone came out of the space gate and shouted, "I'm finally out." After saying that, he looked up to see many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters staring at him. Thus, Xianxia quickly saluted, "Greetings, sirs." Martial Peak, Chapter 5274, Old Ancestor and Old Ox. 30,000 years ago, when Great Evolution Pass was taken, some of the human soldiers damaged the space array in order to prevent the Black Ink Clan from using it to cause trouble. When the Black Ink Clan occupied Great Evolution Pass, they did not destroy the space array, but instead tried to repair it. So, there was no problem with the basic framework of Great Evolution Pass space array. With Xianxia personally attending to it, half a year went by, and the repairs were basically complete. When he activated the array and set the destination to Wind and Cloud Pass, the space array could be said to be operating normally, and a void corridor was opened between Great Evolution Pass Strait to Wind and Cloud Pass. Only, this corridor was not quite the same as usual. Xianxia's way here had been fraught with obstacles, and if not for his mastery of the Tao of Space, it was entirely possible that he would not have made it. It was a struggle. As soon as he popped out of the void and saw the many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters staring at him, Xianxia's thoughts spun for a moment before he realized what was going on. This was the destination he had inputted into Great Evolution Pass Space Array, so there must have been signs that someone or something was trying to teleport over, which drew the attention of the higher-ups. That was the reason why so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered here. A few of them were familiar to Xianxia, so he must have seen them from afar the last time he came to Wind and Cloud Pass. Yuan Xinggu nodded lightly. "Which pass are you from? What has gone wrong with the space array, and why did it take so long for you to appear?" Cupping his fist, Xianxia quickly said, "Great Evolution Pass, Xianxia." As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out as all the faces of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters changed. Tian Lu exclaimed, "Great Evolution Pass? You came from Great Evolution Pass? What is the situation at Great Evolution Pass? If you came from Great Evolution Pass, does that mean that it has been retaken?" One after another, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked their questions. It was easy to see just how concerned they were. After the establishment of the Great Evolution East-West Army at Wind and Cloud Pass and the North-South Army at Azure Void Pass 150 years ago, the two forces had sailed towards Great Evolution Theater from opposite directions, pinching the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass with the intention of recovering it. For over 100 years, nobody had any idea what the situation in the Great Evolution Theater was, or how its recovery was progressing. Every Great Pass was waiting for news from the Great Evolution Army with bated breath. Even though they knew that the Great Evolution Army was mighty and equipped with the finest arms, almost twice as strong as the force guarding any of the Great Passes, they had to venture deep into the Black Ink clan's territory for a war with no shelter or fallback position. No one could say whether they would ultimately gain victory or suffer defeat. Since the war began, 150 years had passed. Now, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly appeared from the space array and claimed to have come from Great Evolution Pass. How could the Eighth Order Masters of Wind and Cloud Pass not feel thrilled to hear the news? "Did you truly come from Great Evolution Pass?" Yuan Xinggu asked him. This matter was far too important for them to take lightly. Yang Kai answered, "Sir can verify it easily." An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the sidelines suddenly spoke up. "Yang Kai, this name? Could you be the Yang Kai who can use purifying light?" "It is this Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Everyone immediately understood. There were countless Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield, but if there was anyone whose name could be remembered by the Eighth Order Masters of almost all of the Great Passes, then Yang Kai was likely the only one. The emergence of purifying light gave the humans a way to fight against Black Ink strength for the first time in history, and as the sole possessor of purifying light, Yang Kai's name naturally became widely known. Only, not many people had actually met him in person. Add on the fact that he had mentioned the three words Great Evolution Pass earlier, and everyone's focus had fallen on that instead, while none of them paid attention to his name. If it was the Yang Kai who could use purifying light, then he had to be from the Great Evolution Army, no doubt about it. Yuan Xinggu knew that the old ancestor had personally requested that Yang Kai join the campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass. It seemed like his presence was of some help to the old ancestor's recovery. Though he had no idea what help a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be in the recovery of a venerable Ninth Order Master. Since it was the old ancestor who named him, she naturally had her reasons. "Has Great Evolution Pass been retaken?" Yuan Xinggu asked. Yang Kai replied, "Half a year ago, the Great Evolution East-West Army and North-South Army rendezvoused at Great Evolution Pass and successfully recovered the Great Pass." "Wonderful," one of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters exclaimed. They had waited 150 years to hear this news, so none of them could help but be overjoyed. "How are Great Evolution Army's casualties?" Tian Lu asked. Yang Kai answered in a pained voice. "The total number of soldiers stationed at Great Evolution Pass currently number around 33,000, with around 78th Order Masters." Hearing this figure, everyone fell silent. They knew the initial composition of the Great Evolution Army, so this number indicated that after fighting for 150 years, almost half had perished, which was enough to show just how brutal the war had been. It had to be known that such losses were almost the entire garrison strength of a normal Great Pass. However, all of them knew that this was the price that had to be paid. For the army to lead a campaign to Great Evolution Theater without a Great Pass to rely on, and with the Black Ink clan occupying favorable conditions and an advantageous position, how could they possibly have retaken Great Evolution Pass successfully in 150 years without paying a steep price? Now, all they could hope was for the dead to rest in peace. Yuan Xinggu nodded lightly. "Since you came from Great Evolution Pass, it means that the space array there has been repaired. This is an important matter. I must send someone to verify it. Xianxia nodded, of course. Only, there seems to be a problem with this space array. What problem? Yuan Xinggu asked. Xianxia gave him a basic summary of what he encountered in the void corridor. However, this junior has yet to find what the problem is exactly. Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before continuing. We will know once we give it a try. They had also seen the anomaly with the space gate earlier and knew that Xianxia's words were true. At once, they instructed their subordinates to make preparations for a transit to Great Evolution Pass. The soldiers guarding the Grand Hall were all familiar with the process, so they set up the necessary materials quickly, and soon, everything was ready. At Yuan Xingji's signal, the array was quickly activated. The patterns lit up and the grand array hummed. Following the rapid draining of energy from the crystals, a space gate quickly opened. Xianxia looked flabbergasted. He had clearly encountered a problem when he was teleporting from Great Evolution Pass to Wind and Cloud Pass. So going from Wind and Cloud Pass to Great Evolution Pass should result in the same issues. However, for what he could see now, there were no obstructions during this activation of the Grand Array, and the space gate was now open normally. The cultivator in charge of the array went forward to check before moving over to report. The array is working fine. It has successfully connected with Great Evolution Pass. Let me see. As he spoke, Xianxia had already stepped onto the array and activated his space principles, investigating the situation with his divine sense. A few moments later, something that baffled him even more appeared. During his investigation, he realized that there were indeed no problems this time, which only added to his doubts and suspicions. If there were truly no issues, then what happened earlier? I will personally make a trip to Great Evolution Pass, Tianlu announced. As Wind and Cloud Pass's Northern Army's army commander, he was qualified enough both in status and strength for this task, and it was a perfect opportunity to have him investigate the situation personally. Yuan Xinggu nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Tian. Without further ado, Tianlu turned around and stepped through the space gate, quickly disappearing from sight. Yuan Xinggu did not wait in place, but rather turned to Xianxia. You come with me. He had received a transmission through his divine sense just now, naturally from the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass who noticed what was going on here and had questions for this Xianxia who had come from Great Evolution Pass. Xianxia complied. Following Yuan Xinggu, it did not take long for them to arrive at an extremely remote corner of Wind and Cloud Pass, which could almost be considered an inconspicuous nook, a place that was easy to miss even for the soldiers in Wind and Cloud Pass who lived here year-round if they did not pay attention. There were not many buildings here, but it seemed more like some fields and gardens had been planted. It was a land of green mountains and clear waters with several lazy oxen grazing at the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving here, Xianxia noticed that this was not truly a part of Wind and Cloud Pass, but rather the small universe of a high-rank, open heaven realm master. Everything one could see before them was the scenery inside that small universe. This small universe gave one a sense of ease, but it was strange that Xianxia would be able to step into this small universe inside Wind and Cloud Pass without any sense of abruptness. Everything seemed perfectly natural, as if this small universe had already become a part of Wind and Cloud Pass. Yuan Xinggu stood in front of the old oxen grazing on the grass and bowed to one of them. Old ancestor, I brought him. Xianxia's eyes practically fell out of their sockets. Why is the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass an ox? Is this his avatar? He had never met the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass before, though when he had stopped by Wind and Cloud Pass 150 years ago, and Xianxia had felt the power of the old ancestor and the royal lord during their confrontation. That was only from a distance. Surprisingly, the old ox that was grazing on the grass could even speak human words. So this is the boy? I have some impression of him. That little girl from Yingyang Pass told me about him last time. The little girl from Yingyang Pass that he was talking about should be old ancestor Xiaoxiao. They were both similarly old ancestors, but there was still a huge difference between them in seniority. The old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass was clearly much older than old ancestor Xiaoxiao. Xianxia did not dare to dally and quickly bowed to the old ox. Great Evolution Army's Xianxia greets old ancestor. A wrinkled face suddenly peeked out from behind the ox, glancing at him with an obscure smile on his lips. He passed the tender blades of grass in his hand to the old ox, feeding it leisurely. Xianxia immediately felt embarrassed. He thought that the old ancestor was the old ox, but it never occurred to him that he was actually just hidden behind the cow. The reoccupation of Great Evolution Pass is a joyous event. Inform the rest of the Great Passes. This is a matter worth celebrating for all of us, the old ancestor said. However, this old master is more interested in the matters of the fight between the Great Evolution Army and the Black Ink clan. This old ancestor has called you over for no other reason than to find out about what the Great Evolution Army has encountered over the years. So please speak casually. Yes, Xianxia answered respectfully. Even though the old ancestor said that he could speak casually, Xianxia did not dare to take him up on his word. At once, he told him of the Great Evolution East-West Army's encounter with the Black Ink Clan army shortly after their departure from Wind and Cloud Pass, and about how Xianxia had deliberately let a territory lord escape to lure the tiger from the mountain, as well as about the puppet army numbering in the tens of thousands without sparing any resources while they were on the march, which were then released as they approached Great Evolution Pass to draw the Black Ink Clan's attention, while their army went straight into the Black Ink Clan's territory to attack. The whole army at that time seemed like a long dragon, eliminating everything in its wake. After that, the East-West Army set up camp outside of the Royal City, and with the help of weaponized universe worlds, attacked the Royal City multiple times. Old Ancestor Xianxia and the Royal Lord fought in each battle, mutually wounding one another before the former recovered inside Xianxia's small universe. While Old Ancestor Xianxia would always make a complete recovery after 20 years, she would feign being injured so that the Royal Lord would lower his guard. Over the past 100 years, she was able to accumulate a significant advantage, and in their last battle, she was almost able to kill the Royal Lord. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5275, suggests you make some soup. Then, Xianxia spoke of the bloody battles that the North-South Army fought with the Black Ink Clan Army in order to stop them from leaving Great Evolution Pass and returning to the Royal City to provide reinforcements. He also spoke of the East-West Army's withdrawal from the Royal City, the panic of the Black Ink Clansmen at Great Evolution Pass, and the negotiations with the North-South Army, which led to the Great Evolution Army taking back Great Evolution Pass without further bloodshed. Bit by bit, Xianxia tried to detail everything to the best of his abilities and retell the encounters of the Great Evolution Army over the years. After he finished, he also felt a bit reminiscent about the campaign that lasted over 100 years. East-West Army Xianxia and North-South Armies Mi Jing Luan used their strategic talents to the fullest, and if not for the two of them overseeing their respective fronts, even if they had twice the amount of troops, it would still be a far-fetched dream to recover Great Evolution Pass within just 150 years. Yuan Xinggu was silent, so nobody could tell what was on his mind. After hearing everything, the old ancestor nodded. You have all worked hard. Xianxia did not dare to take credit for the feat and cupped his fist. This junior was just one soldier at the front. It was thanks to the dedication and ingenuity of all the seniors that today's successes were achieved. The old ancestor smiled at him, clearly pleased with his humility. However, the old ancestor knew that perhaps even the boy in front of him had no idea what a difference his arrival made to the entire Black Ink battlefield. Not to mention the purifying light, which was able to dispel and cleanse Black Ink strength. The purifying Black Ink pills which were being mass-produced in each Great Pass was also found by Xianxia when he was exploring a sealed world. There were also those purifying Black Ink battleships that were with each army. Which one of these innovations did not have this boy's mark on them? Now, it was also easier for humans to mine for resources thanks to the existence of the improved void yin-yang mirrors. Without all of these, how could the human race even have hoped to retake Great Evolution Pass? Furthermore, how could they plan for a future crusade? It could be said that though the cultivation of this boy in front of him was not very high, he was the key point that brought change to the landscape of the entire Black Ink battlefield. Even a venerable Ninth Order Master could not underestimate someone like this, because oftentimes such existences were able to make great differences with just a small bit of power in places that they themselves do not even realize, which was enough to influence the fortune of an entire race. The old ancestor did not ask any more questions. He had only called Xianxia over here to find out about the situation of the Great Evolution Army's campaign, and now that he knew, he would not bother with saying anything more. The old ancestor continued feeding tender grass to the black cattle by hand, appearing just like an old farmer in the mountains, not the least bit imposing. Yuan Xinggu withdrew with Xianxia. Before leaving, the old ancestor gifted Xianxia several dozen kilograms of beef as a reward for his taking the time to travel here. The beef was very fresh and the blood had still not dried, as if it had just been butchered. After exiting the old ancestor's small universe, Xianxia carried several dozens of kilograms of bloody beef with him and asked Yuan Xinggu with an expectant look on his face, "Sir, this beef, is there anything special about it?" He could not bring himself to ask such a question in front of the old ancestor himself. Now that he was out, though, he didn't have to be so cautious. Xianxia just could not settle down if he did not find out. Yuan Xinggu pondered for a moment before saying, "The texture is good." Xianxia's face went dark. "Sir, I don't mean that." He rubbed his brow for a moment before deciding to speak frankly with him. "Old ancestor's beef, will there be any special effects after eating it?" Yuan Xinggu advised, "You've seen the black cattle that the old ancestor was feeding. Did you notice it having any sort of divine bloodline in it?" Xianxia thought about it for a moment and shook his head. They were just ordinary black cattle. Yuan Xinggu looked askance at him. "Then what were you expecting?" Xianxia was suddenly struck speechless, but he was also unrelenting. "Is this beef from the cattle raised by the old ancestor?" Yuan Xinggu gave him a vague answer. "I suggest you take it back and cook it into soup. The cattle that old ancestor rears are somewhat gamey and are not very tasty." He spoke, appearing experienced. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he looked at the several dozen kilograms of bloody beef in his hands, he sighed and silently put them away. In the end, it was still a gift from an old ancestor, so he would make some soup with it once he returned and hand it out to the members of Dawn's squad so that they could enjoy the taste. Everyone had been working quite hard, after all, these past 150 years. After returning to the Grand Hall where the space array sat, some Eighth Order Masters were still waiting there, in no hurry to leave. Yuan Xinggu asked, "Has Brother Tian Lu not returned yet?" An Eighth Order Master shook his head. "We haven't received any news yet." Yuan Xinggu nodded before turning to Xianxia. "What about you? Will you wait here?" Xianxia cupped his fist. "This junior came here to test the effects of the space array. Now that the task is complete, it is time for me to return to Great Evolution Pass." Yuan Xinggu did not stop him. "In that case, go on." The soldiers guarding this area were asked to prepare the supplies for teleportation, and soon, Xianxia was standing at the center of the array. Once the grand array was activated and the space gate opened, he disappeared without a trace. He was expecting a repeat of what he encountered earlier, but this journey was completely smooth. Soon, Xianxia reappeared on the space array at Great Evolution Pass, where a group of array masters scrambled over to ask about the situation earlier. Xianxia gave them a simple rundown of what he experienced, but he himself could not quite figure out where the problem lay. "Did someone from Wind and Cloud Pass come earlier?" The bald Grandmaster answered, "And a man who called himself Wind and Cloud Pass Northern Army's Army Commander, Tian Lu. He is currently speaking with Army Commander Xianxia and the others." The fat Grandmaster then asked, "Young boy, has our space array been fixed or not?" Xianxia frowned. "I think we can consider it fixed." "Then what happened earlier?" Xianxia pondered for a moment. Perhaps there was a blockage in the void since the corridor between these two places had not been opened for so long. Then, after I went into it myself, the blockage was cleared. The Grandmaster were all speechless at his uncertain explanation. However, other than this, there did not seem to be any other explanation. After all, it was only Xianxia's first transit where a problem arose. After that, everything was smooth, whether it be for Tian, Lu coming over from Wind and Cloud Pass, or Xianxia's return trip. From this alone, it seemed like the space array had been repaired. Since the repairs had been completed, the higher-ups had to be informed. Xianxia personally went to Lu Zhiping to report on the matter, and she naturally praised him. At once, arrangements were made for news of the successful recovery of Great Evolution Pass to be passed around to each of the Great Passes. It was only natural that the entire race be informed of such good news. After all, everyone was paying great attention to this matter, and the sooner the news got to them, the better. Soon, a jade slip bearing old ancestor Xiao Zhao's aura was sent through the space array to each Great Pass, with the good news recorded into each of them. A lot of resources were spent each time the hyperspace array was used. Depending on a cultivator's realm, the consumption of the materials also varied. On the whole, the higher one's cultivation, the higher the consumption would be. However, if they were only sending things such as jade slips, then the consumption could be minimized. So, with the current stock of resources at Great Evolution Pass, it was enough to support simple matters such as sending out jade slips. However, they had to send a jade slip to each of the Great Passes, so it would still take a considerable amount of time to complete. After many days had passed, Great Evolution Pass had opened and closed the space array over 100 times so that they could send out the more than 100 jade slips that they had. During this time, Xianxia stayed by the array, monitoring its condition. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. No abnormalities appeared in any of the activations, so all of the jade slips were also sent out successfully. With that, it seemed as if Great Evolution Pass's space array truly had been repaired. Elsewhere, news of their success was met with great joy in all of the Great Passes as 30,000 years of humiliation were finally wiped away. It was clear to the higher-ups that Great Evolution Pass had been retaken, which meant that the human race's crusade was not far off, so they were all secretly preparing for it. In fact, as early as when the human race decided to take back Great Evolution Pass, they had already been preparing for the crusade. The evil, purging divine spear created by Grandmaster Ma Fan was the greatest weapon for this crusade, and in order to hide it, Great Evolution Army did not dare to use it during the entire war to retake Great Evolution Pass, fearing that news would get out, putting the Black Ink Clan on guard. If they had made use of the evil, purging divine spears, it would have been much easier to recover Great Evolution Pass, and they would have suffered fewer losses, but this would be detrimental to the entire human race in the long run. One day, Xianxia was leading Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around, searching for a suitable location. Dawn was still an incredibly powerful team. Even though they lost Chi Tai Chu in the previous war, they had recruited Blood Crow, so Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters still numbered 8 in total. Xianxia's intention bringing these 7th Order Masters out this time was not to stir up trouble with the Black Ink Clan. The Black Ink Clan and the Great Evolution Theater were now hiding in their royal city, licking their wounds, so how could they dare to come all the way to Great Evolution Pass? These 7th Order Masters were all brought here to help act as protectors. 150 years had passed since Xianxia departed for Blue Sky Pass, and with the flow of time in his small universe being 4 times faster than the outside, it meant that nearly 700 years had passed in Void Continent. During these 700 years, many new disciples had cultivated to the peak inside the Void Dao Temple, and there were now 10 youths who had the qualifications to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. The nurturing of the World Tree clone was constantly impacting Xianxia's small universe, which allowed Void Dao Temple's disciples to grow so quickly. Previously, during the war against the Black Ink Clan and the Great Evolution Theater, Xianxia was in no position to allow these disciples to break through, but now that things had settled down, there was no need for him to worry as much as before. 10 cultivators needed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, so Xianxia alone could not stand guard for all of them. As such, he dragged all of the 7th Order Masters of Dawn out here so that they could help out. With the current vision and abilities of Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, standing guard for these little ones was no problem at all. It did not take long for him to settle on a spot in the void. After looking left and right, and confirming that there were no issues, Yang Kai waved his hand, and as the void distorted before 10 Emperor Realm cultivators appeared out of thin air in front of him. There were both males and females among them, occupying half of the numbers each, all of them sharing one characteristic, and that was that they all looked young and vigorous. There were only two possibilities for a cultivator looking so young, and that was either that they had cultivated beauty techniques or that they had grown up very quickly. As long as one was able to grow quickly in strength and make progress in their cultivation, then time would not leave as many traces on their appearance. The emperors before them were clearly part of the latter. Due to the nurturing power of the World Tree clone, as well as their own innate talent for cultivation, these youths ascended rapidly on their martial Tao. Martial Peak, Chapter 5276, Steady Stream of New Recruits. 10 peak Emperor Realm cultivators were all gathered in the Void Tao Temple. They had long received Yang Kai's divine sense transmission that asked them to get everything prepared. Some of them had been waiting for this day for many years. In the Void Tao Temple of today, it was no longer a secret that one could advance to the Open Heaven Realm after the Emperor Realm. It was also no longer a secret that this entire void world was the small universe of the Tao Lord. There were even statues of Yang Kai erected in the Tao Temple for the disciples to worship day and night. Yang Kai even revealed matters concerning the black ink battlefield to the disciples in the Tao Temple. Also, they could make a choice. Once they step into the Open Heaven Realm, they will have to join the black ink battlefield and fight against the Black Ink Clan. If they were unwilling to fight the Black Ink Clan, then they could choose to remain in his small universe in the Emperor Realm. These 10 had chosen to advance to the Open Heaven Realm, which meant that they had made the mental preparation to do battle with the Black Ink Clan. In fact, basically every Emperor Realm Master who could take that step made the same choice. Once a cultivator stepped onto the martial Tao, then they would keep climbing higher to reach even more dazzling sights. Fear of danger was never a reason to stop. Once they left Yang Kai's small universe and emerged into the outside world, anyone would more or less feel unaccustomed. This had nothing to do with their strength or foundation, but rather the general change in environment. However, they had cultivated to the Emperor Realm after all, so it did not take long for them to settle down. In the next instant, everyone revealed looks of pleasant surprise and saluted respectfully. Disciples greet the Tao Lord. The disciples paid respects to Yang Kai's lifelike statue inside of the Void Tao Temple at the beginning of each day and night, so they were naturally incomparably familiar with this face. Moreover, they had expected to meet the Tao Lord himself when they came out, and sure enough, that was exactly what happened. This was their Tao Lord, and the entire void world was the small universe of this Tao Lord. They were born inside of that void world where they cultivated and grew, so in some sense, it was the Tao Lord who gave them everything. Previously, they merely worshipped him in a spiritual sense, but now that they had seen him in the flesh, the feeling was even more direct. It could be said that though the Tao Lord was not the same as their biological parents who gave birth to them, his existence was not far off from that. All the living beings in the void world could be said to be the Tao Lord's descendants. Even though Feng Ying and the others were surprised, they had already heard about this and just looked at the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators who appeared with curiosity. Only Bloodcrow's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets in surprise. Since joining Dawn, Bloodcrow had always seemed out of place and did not interact with the others at all. If Yang Kai had not dragged him out today, he probably would not have agreed to be here. Even though he had been around the Black Ink battlefield for some time, he still knew next to nothing about Yang Kai, so it was unsurprising that he would be shocked at the sight of these Emperor Realm cultivators. You have living beings in your small universe? Bloodcrow asked in surprise. There was simply no other way to explain the origin of these Emperor Realm cultivators. Yang Kai glanced at him. Is that so strange? Bloodcrow was incredulous. Aren't you worried about disturbances in your small universe during a fight, leading to their deaths? However, he seemed to understand something after saying that. You must have one of the 4 universe pillars. That was the only way to ensure the stability of one small universe, and also the only way for an open heaven realm cultivator in the seventh order to nurture sentient lives within their small universe. Xianxia did not explain anything. He indeed possessed one of the four universe pillars in the past, but its function was largely replaced by the World Tree clone. Meanwhile, that World Spring had been given to Ding Yao. Not only did the World Tree clone have the effects of the four universe pillars, but it also had many effects that the four universe pillars did not have. It was not that he did not trust Blood Crow, there was just no point in explaining. What have you brought these Emperor Realm cultivators out for? Blood Crow asked with a frown. Even though there are no Black Ink clansmen here, the Black Ink battlefield is no place for them. Even a low-rank open heaven realm master would be courting death if they were to appear in such dangerous lands. The minimum requirement for the cave heavens and paradises to send people here was the sixth order open heaven realm. Right now, all of the fifth order open heaven realm cultivators in each great pass were those who had fallen there from the sixth or seventh order. Feng Ying smiled. Senior brother Blood Crow, why don't you take a look at these little ones' conditions? Blood Crow frowned and gazed at them before muttering in surprise. They are all about to ascend. It's more than merely ascending. Feng Ying shook her head with the same smile, still on her face. Blood Crow also caught sight of something at this point, and he could not help but feel shaken. They've all condensed sixth-order elements in their Dao seals. He had a seventh-order open heaven realm cultivation after all, and he was an eighth-order divine monarch in his past life, so if he looked carefully, he would notice some hints. The 10 Emperor Realm cultivators in front of him all had the aura of sixth-order element powers inside their bodies, obviously left from the completion of their Dao seal. Exactly so, Feng Ying smiled. Blood Crow was surprised and turned to look at Xianxia to ask, how did you cultivate them? An ordinary sixth-order master may not mean much to him, but that was different for those with the qualifications to advance straight to the sixth order. People like this were considered to elite disciples of any cave heaven or paradise, as they were expected to reach the eighth order in the future. In his previous life, that was his limit as well. 1 or 2 was not impossible, but for 10 to appear at once. A unique method of nurturing them was clearly being used. Xianxia did not want to explain too much, but since Blood Crow was asking, he could only reply, has Brother Blood Crow heard of the Star Boundaries World Tree clone? Blood Crow tried to recall for a moment before saying, I've heard of it. It is said that the World Tree clone contains miraculous powers that can nurture the living beings of that world. After escaping from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he went straight to the Shattered Heaven and stayed there for some time before finally being scooped up and jailed by Bright King Cave Heaven. During his days in the Shattered Heaven, he had indeed heard rumors about the World Tree in the Star Boundary, but he did not know too much about it since he did not pay much attention to it. Xianxia nodded. That is exactly right, and there's one in my small universe right now. Blood Crow could not help but gape in awe, speechless for a long time. What kind of luck does this brat have? To be able to bring even a World Tree clone into his small universe. Did the high-ranking members of the human race really allow him to do such a thing? As the two of them were talking, one of the girls among the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators looked at one of the people in front of her with a look of pleasant surprise. There was a total of 9 of Dawn's members who came out during this trip, 8 7th-order masters and 1 6th-order master. The 6th-order Open Heaven Realm master was none other than Miao Fei Ping. Apart from Xianxia's 3 disciples, Miao Fei Ping was known as the first Open Heaven Realm master to emerge from his small universe. The names of all of the Dao Temple disciples who dared to step into the Open Heaven Realm were recorded in the Dao Temple for those who came later to honor them. Miao Fei Ping's great name was at the top of the list. Miao Fei Ping was brought here for no other reason than because he was the pioneer to advance into the Open Heaven Realm from Void World, and his presence should boost the confidence of those who came after him. It was also Miao Fei Ping's request he be brought along. The female Emperor Realm cultivator was currently staring straight at Miao Fei Ping. Naturally, Miao Fei Ping noticed her gaze when she was staring so openly. Even though his name was recorded down in the Dao Temple, there was no statue of him, unlike Xianxia. Even if the disciples of the Dao Temple didn't know about his existence, they still would not be able to recognize him immediately. After all, more than 1,000 years had passed in Void World since he left. Four eyes suddenly met, and the female Emperor Realm cultivator seemed to notice that her stare was too blunt, so she smiled apologetically. Miao Fei Ping nodded his head in greeting. It was then that Yang Kai spoke. You are all disciples of the Tao Temple, and your aptitude is the best in the Void World. I believe that you more or less have some understanding of the situation in the outside world after living in the Tao Temple all these years. Now that you've taken this step, naturally no one will stop you from advancing. However, let me say this first. The Black Ink battlefield is a place fraught with dangers, and once you complete this step, there will be no going back. Let me ask all of you one last time. Are you willing to advance to the open heaven realm and offer your strength to the human race, holding no complaints even if you were to die on the battlefield? We are willing. 10 people shouted in unison. In fact, nobody would say they were unwilling at this point. Yang Kai was clear about this as well. So he simply nodded. Since you came from my small universe, then you all have a connection with me. In the future, if I find anyone who fears death, disobeys orders, and drags their fellow allies down on the battlefield, do not blame me for taking care of you personally. The 10 of them answered respectfully in unison once more. Only then did Yang Kai flick his wrist, sending out 10 streams of light. These are heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. They will help you in your advancement, so take and refine them. Obeying his order, they all swallowed the spirit pills before sitting down cross-legged and circulating their strength. It did not take long for them to refine a single spirit pill, and soon, all 10 of them opened their eyes again. Yang Kai nodded at Miao Fei Ping, signaling for him to step forward and introduce himself. My name is Miao Fei Ping. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this Miao. The eyes of the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators lit up upon hearing this. How could they not be familiar with that name? As the first person to emerge from Void Tao Temple and advance to the Open Heaven Realm, Miao Fei Ping's name could be said to be second only to the Tao Lord, Yang Kai, in the Tao Temple. They may have felt a little nervous when facing Yang Kai, but they felt more affection towards this pioneer who shared their roots. Greetings, Senior Brother Mao. The female emperor had a sweet mouth and quickly gave him an elegant bow. Everyone also followed suit. Miao Fei Ping cheerfully extended his hand to have them rise. Advancing to the open heaven realm is not a difficult task, especially since you come from the Tao Temple and have stable foundations. You only need to remain focused when you are advancing. Steady yourselves, and nothing will happen to you. Moreover, squad leader, the Tao Lord has given you each a heavenly Yuan stabilizing pill, which can increase the success rate of your advancement to almost a certainty. It is the best advancement spirit pill that you can find in existence. Everyone's confidence was boosted by his words. Miao Fei Ping also talked about the problems he faced during his own advancement, so that they all had a clear idea of what to expect. The seniors here will stand guard for you. I will await your successful advancement. After saying that, he returned to Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai signaled with a nod. Each of you go with one of them. Feng Ying and the other 7th Order Masters had been waiting for half a day, so when they heard his words, they naturally did not hesitate to wrap their own world force around one Emperor Realm cultivator each and bringing them away into the distance. Soon, there were only 3 people left in front of Yang Kai. He could not watch after the advancement of 10 people at once, but 3 should be no problem. As they were about to go their separate ways, Miao Fei Ping volunteered. Squad leader, I'll take care of one of them. Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked, Are you sure? Miao Fei Ping smiled. Right now, I'm an established 6th Order cultivator. It should be no problem for me to stand guard for someone. Yang Kai nodded. Then, you can be in charge of one. Yes. Miao Fei Ping responded and glanced at the 3 people left. He thought about choosing one of the male cultivators, but after meeting the gaze of that female cultivator from before, he changed his mind for some reason and smiled. Junior sister, come with me. Martial Peak, Chapter 5277, Disciple Xiao Kai. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Indeed, Nothing should happen with them standing guard for a group of Emperor Realm cultivators while they advance to the open heaven realm, especially since these disciples who came from the Tao Temple all had solid foundations and stable Tao seals. Combining the help of the heavenly Yuan seal, stabilizing pills that Yangkai gave them, their advancements could be said to be smooth and steady with only one or two occasional minor hiccups, but nothing dangerous happened. The heart of the female Emperor Realm cultivator, who Miao Fei Ping was in charge of, became slightly hurried when she was advancing. But thanks to his timely help, she was able to calm herself and finish her breakthrough without incident. The powers of the seven elements merged in their bodies, splitting heaven and earth apart and creating a small universe. Continuous auras of the birth of universes could be felt in the void. In a matter of days, 9 open heaven realm masters had come to this spot, and celebratorily, 19 left. The newly advanced juniors were all overwhelmed with joy. To go from the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm was a massive leap in strength. If it were merely advancing to the low-rank open heaven realm, then the jump would not have been too obvious, but all 10 of them had advanced directly to the 6th order. After returning, as long as they focused on stabilizing their realms, then once they familiarized themselves with their power, it could be said that their strength would increase around 100 or even 1,000 times compared to what they had before. In this respect, the heavenly way could be considered unfair. Those with outstanding aptitude and talent were able to leave their peers far behind in the process of advancing to the open heaven realm. The fools with no aptitude were left to fumble around at the bottom of the open heaven realm, if breaking through to that realm was even possible. But when had the heavens ever been completely fair? The 10 newly advanced 6th order open heaven realm cultivators were left with Feng Ying to bring back to Great Evolution Pass to settle in. Generally speaking, newly advanced open heaven realm cultivators couldn't be relied on because a lot of time had to be spent for one to stabilize their cultivation. One had to familiarize themselves with a new surge of power. Otherwise, they would not be able to perform at their full potential when facing off against an enemy. This could take several years or even decades. Fortunately, now that a sort of peace had settled over the Great Evolution Theater, these 10 newcomers had plenty of time to get used to their situation. This was also the reason why Yangkai kept holding them in and not letting them out of the small universe until now. During the bloody war with the Black Ink clan previously, letting them out would only have brought trouble to all parties. On the way back, the 10 newcomers gathered around Miao Fei Ping, bombarding him with all sorts of questions. The main reason for that was because Miao Fei Ping shared their roots. They had all come from a void world, so there was not much of a gap between them. Instead, they had a natural sense of camaraderie with each other. This was different for Feng Ying and the other 7th Order Masters. No matter how amiable and easy to approach Feng Ying and the others presented themselves, these juniors would still have some reservations. Miao Fei Ping was also happy to pass on his experiences to the younger generation. Back when they were at Blue Sky Pass, he was often the one who mentored the Open Heaven Realm Masters that emerged from Yangkai Small Universe. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters who came out of the Void World had received Miao Fei Ping's kindness. Faced with everyone's questions, Miao Fei Ping was naturally eager to answer anything he could and spoke without hesitation. The sudden change in environment and the sudden acquisition of far greater power meant that the newcomers had a lot of questions they needed answered. 9 of the 10 were exactly that way, while only one of them was silent, but they were still listening intently. The quiet one was the female Emperor Realm cultivator whom Miao Fei Ping was in charge of previously. After listening quietly for a long time, the young woman seemed to have made some sort of decision and suddenly sped up, coming to the side of Feng Ying, who was leading the trip back towards Great Evolution Pass. Noticing her approach, Feng Ying turned around and smiled. "What happened? Are you struggling with something?" The young woman shook her head and transmitted her voice silently to her. "Marshal Aunt Feng, I heard from Senior Brother Mao earlier that we are all fighting against the Black Ink clansmen in units called squads." Feng Ying nodded. "That's right. Squads are the most basic grouping in our human army." The young woman asked hesitantly, Then, can I join your squad?" Feng Ying was a little surprised. Nobody had ever asked her for such a request before. In fact, many Open Heaven Realm Masters had emerged from Xianxia's small universe over the years, each one of them starting from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm at least, with a small minority of them even directly reaching the 7th Order. However, Xianxia was only responsible for bringing them out, while the rest was not his concern. It was not that it was too much trouble, he was just trying to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, more and more people would come out of Xianxia's small universe in the future, so as time went on, Xianxia's lineage was bound to grow immensely. If these people were to all gather together, an isolated atmosphere might form around them, which could not be permitted on the Black Ink battlefield. In this brutal war, origin and status meant nothing. All were brothers and sisters in arms who lived and died together. Xianxia was well aware of this, so the cultivators who he brought out back then at Blue Sky Pass were basically all handed to the army commanders to be taken care of while he did not need to interfere much. Right now, there was plenty to do in Great Evolution Pass, and everyone was busy. Otherwise, Xianxia would not be leading Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters personally to act as protectors. It was easy to see the results of this from Dawn's current configuration. Out of all the cultivators that came out of the Void World, Miao Fei Ping was the only one who joined Dawn. The rest were all scattered throughout the squads of different divisions. This was also because Xianxia had known and interacted with Miao Fei Ping for a long time. If Xianxia really intended to gather his own forces, then the entirety of Dawn would be in the 6th Order and 7th Order. Moreover, he would be highly revered by his subordinates who would not dare to disobey his orders. When she first heard this young woman's request, Feng Ying's first thought was that Xianxia might not agree. After all, Dawn already had the maximum 50 members, so there was no need or ability for them to take on newcomers. However, Feng Ying was as intelligent as she was beautiful, so when she saw the young woman blushing while putting forth such a request, combined with the scene she saw by chance before, she had a faint guess. As such, instead of outright rejecting her, she asked, "Why do you want to join our squad?" The young woman replied, as if expecting this answer, "The Tao Lord has given us everything we have. Now that this disciple has gained some success in cultivation, this disciple wishes to stay by the Tao Lord's side and offer her strength." This young woman was clearly a bad liar, as her eyes were constantly darting left and right while speaking, not at all daring to look straight at Feng Ying. Feng Ying laughed lightly and questioned, "Truly?" The young girl nodded incessantly, "Truly." "Then swear on it." Just kidding," Feng Ying laughed and explained, "Every squad has an upper limit for members, and even as a special operations squad, Dawn's upper limit is 50. We currently have exactly 50 members, so if you wish to join Dawn, then the only chance you'll get is if there is a battle and Dawn's numbers are cut down." The young woman quickly waved her hand when she heard what she said. "In that case, this disciple will not join Dawn. Martial Ant, just take what this disciple said earlier as nonsense, and don't take it too seriously." However, Feng Ying's heart softened when she saw the genuine expression on her junior's face. If the squad leader himself asks the army commander personally, then perhaps an exception can be made. The young woman lowered her gaze timidly and shook her head. There's no need to bother the Tao Lord. She had never wanted to cause trouble for anyone ever since she was a child, so she wasn't about to start now. Feng Ying stared at her for a moment before asking, "What is your name?" The young woman answered, "Disciple is called Xiao Kai." Feng Ying nodded, taking note of her answer. "If there are any questions you have about cultivation, feel free to approach me with them." Xiao Kai thanked her respectfully. At the same time, on the universe fragment where Great Evolution North-South Army's forward base was once located, as space warped, Xianxia stepped out of the distortion. Several Open Heaven Realm Masters stationed nearby were surprised when they saw him and could not help but stare for a moment, but they all came over to greet him once they realized who he was. After handing over the 10 newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters to Feng Ying, Xianxia came straight here. It was for no other reason than that the Black Ink nest was here. When the Black Ink clan withdrew from Great Evolution Pass, a mid-rank Black Ink nest was left behind. Xianxia was not sure about the details, but he heard that it was a request from Army Commander Mi Jingluan to the territory lords. Though reluctant, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to agree. It had to be said that keeping the Black Ink nest behind was simply a stroke of genius for the humans. Xianxia had no idea what Mi Jingluan was thinking back then, but once he learned that a mid-rank Black Ink nest had been left behind, he had to praise Mi Jingluan. If there was anything that the humans were starkly inferior at in comparison to the Black Ink clan, then would be their numbers and growth cycle. The next most critical disadvantage they had, though, was the ability to transmit information. Transferring information was simply too convenient for the Black Ink clan, as through the power of the Black Ink nests, information could be exchanged between Black Ink clansmen from different theaters instantaneously, much less within the same theater. In this respect, the humans were far inferior to the Black Ink clan. Right now, it was quite easy for humans to send messages from Great Pass to Great Pass through the use of space arrays. But when the Great Evolution Army was out on their campaign, someone had to make the trip in person to deliver messages between the different fronts. Xianxia had also received orders to search for the location of the North-South Army near Great Evolution Pass before, and Adjutant Li Xing was also ordered to deliver news to the North-South Army about the final battle at the Royal City. For an ordinary 7th Order Master, it was a month's journey from the Royal City to the Great Pass, and fortunately, he did not have to report back. Otherwise, it would be another month on the road. That was a huge gap in time. If there were urgent army matters that had to be passed on, then even a delay of a few hours could cause a major incident, let alone a journey lasting several days to a month. Mi Jingluan must have thought about this, which was why he would demand the Black Ink clan to leave the mid-rank Black Ink nest behind. He intended to use it to build up the intelligence network on the human side. However, such a thing would be extremely difficult to put into practice. It was true that the Black Ink nest was now in human hands, and it was also a mid-rank Black Ink nest that was of sufficient quality. However, it had been half a year since they retook Great Evolution Pass, and Mi Jingluan was still unable to implement the intelligence network plan that he had in mind. Xianxia had been working constantly with the array masters at Great Evolution Pass to repair the space array, so he was not too sure about what the situation was at this time. The only reason he came here was to create a low-rank subnest to put into his small universe, so that he could incubate Black Ink serfs to allow the Void Dao Temple's disciples a chance to get some real combat experience against the Black Ink clan before advancing to the Open Heaven realm and joining the war. He had this idea in mind when he was still stationed at Blue Sky Pass. Only it was unfortunate that even though he had moved a subnest into his own small universe back then, once the higher-rank Black Ink nest outside was destroyed, the subnest was also destroyed, which left him with nothing. In the Blue Sky Theater, they couldn't allow any Black Ink nests to remain outside. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan might be able to reclaim them sooner or later. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5278, There's Nothing We Could Do About It. The situation was different now. The Black Ink clan's foundation in the Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged, and even the Royal Lord himself had sustained heavy injuries. Moreover, old ancestor Xianxia would go and visit him every now and then, leaving him no opportunity to recover. Under such circumstances, the humans could make use of this mid-rank Black Ink nest that fell into their hands. The entire Black Ink nest was moved over here after the reoccupation of Great Evolution Pass, where array masters set up barriers to isolate and contain the Black Ink strength, which was regularly released from it. The current situation on the universe fragment was clear. The huge Black Ink nest was located at the center and isolated by spirit arrays so that no Black Ink strength was spreading out into the periphery, allowing the human soldiers to move around it freely. The one currently standing guard here was the Great Evolution Southern Army Commander, Ouyang Lai. Even though there was little worry that the Black Ink clan would try to come and snatch this Black Ink nest, one could never be too careful. A strong master was needed on standby, and an army commander was undoubtedly the strongest available. The reason why Ouyang Lai was here was because he had taken the initiative to volunteer for the post. Since he was still recovering from his wounds, it made no difference whether he stayed inside of Great Evolution Pass or here, since the two were now just half a day's travel apart. The Southern Army's temporary army headquarters was also located here, So after arriving, Yang Kai received permission to enter, and as soon as he did, he saw a slightly pale-faced Yang Lai reprimanding his disciple. "You lazy brat, even dragging your feet when I asked you to go to Great Evolution Pass to pick up some wine. I don't know what those legs of yours are even for." Gong Lian stood in front of Yang Lai with downcast eyes, allowing his honored master to spit all over him without moving. He was clearly no stranger to this situation. After Yang Lai finished reprimanding him, Gong Lian answered lazily, "Honored master, Martial Uncle Me said that your body is still injured, so you should not drink excessively. He asked me to watch over you so that you can recuperate well." Yang Lai glared at him and almost raised his nostrils into the air as he said stubbornly, Martial Uncle Me, am I your honored master, or is Big Head Me your honored master?" He jabbed Gong Lian's head with his finger. "I taught you since young to listen to your honored master, and now look at you. Not listening to anything I say anymore, but you're happy to listen to anything Big Head Me says. Tomorrow, I'm going to expel you from my sect. Then you can go and look for Big Head Me and ask him to be your master." Poor Gong Liang was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so watching him being reprimanded like a small child made Yang Kai widen his eyes in surprise. Moreover, Big Head Me? Mi Jingluan's head was not particularly big. This scene of a master scolding his disciple was so intense that Yang Kai felt that it was better for him not to watch it at all. Just as he was about to withdraw, Yang Lai suddenly turned his head over as if he just saw him and called out, "Young boy, you've come?" Yang Kai had no choice but to grit his teeth and cup his fist. "Greetings, Senior Yang." Then, he turned to Gong Lian, "Senior Brother Gong." Gong Lian returned his greeting. Yang Lai walked over with a laugh and wrapped his arms affectionately around Yang Kai's shoulders. "You've come just in time. The Inner Sanctum has just sent word that they want you to set up a space array here. The materials have already been prepared. Have a look and see where it's more suitable to set this thing up." Yang Kai came to this universe fragment for his own reasons regarding the Black Ink Nest, but he did also have proper business. Xianxia wanted him to help them set up a space array here, so that those from the Inner Sanctum could come and go with ease. Naturally, Yang Lai had been informed beforehand. "Anywhere is fine. I can arrange the space array wherever Senior Yang finds suitable." Yang Kai smiled back. Yang Lai sighed. "If only my disciple was as obedient as you are, constantly talking back to me. It's just aggravating, wouldn't you say?" What could Yang Kai say? He just turned a deaf ear to it. Yang Lai lowered his voice. "Have you got any wine?" Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Lai glanced over with a stern gaze. "Don't tell me you don't. I know you're raising living beings in your small universe, so you should have anything and everything." The killing intent in those eyes seemed to suggest that he would slaughter him without a burial if Yang Kai dared to let the word no slip from his mouth. Yang Kai sighed. "Senior Yang, you haven't fully healed yet. You shouldn't drink." Yang Lai bristled. "Don't lecture me like Big Head Me. We've campaigned against the Black Ink Clan for 150 years, and I've been enduring all that time. Now, I can't even celebrate with alcohol after we've won the war? What kind of reasoning was that? Enough with the nagging. Bring me some wine." Saying so, the arm around Yang Kai's shoulder grew increasingly heavy, which made Yang Kai feel at once that his bones were about to dislocate. A short time later, in an open space, Yang Kai was busy setting up a space array. On the side, Yang Lai was sitting in the middle of a pile of wine bottles, drinking happily, cheering in glee after finishing each one in a wonderful mood. Not far from him, Gong Lian was eyeing Yang Kai with a grimace, which made Yang Kai feel embarrassed to meet his gaze. Something like setting up a space array could not be easier for Yang Kai. With all the materials in place, it took him less than an hour to finish everything. An array had already been set up at Great Evolution Pass that synced with this one. Yang Kai personally stepped onto the array to check and made sure that there were no problems before handing it over to their use. By now, Yang Lai had already drunk his fill and was sitting slumped on the ground, tapping his knees and singing his heart out. Even though Yang Lai had a gruff appearance, his voice was actually pretty good. Even though Yang Kai had no idea what he was singing, his song had a boldness to it that was quite interesting. After walking over to Ouyang Lai's side, Yang Kai cupped his fist. Senior Ouyang, the space array is completed. In good work, Ouyang Lai spoke in a good mood, wine bottle still in hand. Furthermore, this junior has a presumptuous request. Speak. Ouyang Lai spoke with narrowed eyes that showed an indescribable sense of carefreeness. This junior wishes to obtain a subnest to place inside of his small universe to aid in the cultivation of the disciples in my small universe. Seniors should know that many 6th and 7th order open heaven realm masters have walked out of this junior small universe. Unfortunately, before stepping into the Black Ink battlefield, none of them have ever encountered the Black Ink clan before. If they were able to face some Black Ink clansmen during their growth period, it will be beneficial to them when they truly enter the battlefield in the future. Ouyang Lai nodded at his words. Fair enough, but it is useless to speak to me about this. I'm just a doorman here. You'll have to ask the old ancestor for permission. Yang Kai answered. The old ancestor has already agreed. She told me to come see you. Ouyang Lai suddenly grinned meaningfully. It's useless even if the old ancestor agrees. Yang Kai was confused. This junior does not understand. Ouyang Lai reached out and pointed at the Black Ink nest enveloped by the spirit array behind him, because there's nothing we can do about it right now, either. What do you mean? Yang Kai was even more confused. Ouyang Lai guzzled another mouthful of wine before directing Gong Lian, take him in and show him. After accepting his order, Gong Lian turned to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, come with me. Many thanks. Halfway through following Gong Lian into the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai laughed bitterly. Brother Gong, please don't blame me. I had no other choice. Naturally, he was talking about Ouyang Lai's request for wine. Gong Lian waved his hand. Honored Master insisted, so Brother Yang was in no position to resist. I understand. In fact, Honored Master's injuries have already stabilized, so a little wine won't hurt him. Martial Uncle Me is only worried that he might drink excessively, which is why he told me to keep an eye on him. Yang Kai sighed. It's tough for you too, Brother Gong. Gong Lian chuckled. I owe Honored Master for raising and teaching me. Now that this Gong has made some achievements in cultivation and can take care of himself, it is naturally necessary to repay those favors to Honored Master. This much is nothing. As they were speaking, they arrived at the interior of the Black Ink nest. Yang Kai was naturally incomparably familiar with things like this Black Ink nest. He had been in and out of many Black Ink nests, including low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests. He was also the one who first found out that the Black Ink nests could communicate with each other. Before that, the humans had an inkling but had no proof on the matter. It could be said that there was nobody more familiar with the Black Ink nest than him in the entire human race. Martial Uncle Me asked the Black Ink clan to leave this Black Ink nest behind because he hoped to create an intelligence network for the humans using it. If we can use the Black Ink nest the way the Black Ink clan uses them, then in the future, passing information around will be much easier for our race. Brother Yang should also know how far away each Great Pass is, and once a war breaks out, it becomes very difficult for armies to contact each other. If this network could be established, it would be very useful for our future crusade. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Currently, there are no problems with feeding it resources. The Black Ink nest is able to absorb materials instinctually. However, after absorbing the materials, all of the energy will automatically be put towards the birth of new Black Ink clansmen. We've not been able to create subnests. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned. He had seen how higher-rank Black Ink nests created subnests before, so he knew it should not be anything difficult. Because we humans have no way of controlling the Black Ink nests currently, Gong Lian explained, Brother Yang may know that to control the Black Ink nest, one needs to connect one's divine sense with the Black Ink nest consciousness and become one with it to control it. Indeed, and that is where the problem lies. Connecting to the consciousness of the Black Ink nest was not a problem. The problem is that the Black Ink clan has already set up an ambush inside the existing network. So as soon as any human makes a connection, they're instantly attacked by the force of more than a dozen territory lords in an instant. In a contest of spiritual energy alone, our 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are naturally unafraid of any single territory lord. However, our people can only fight alone, while the Black Ink clan can borrow the strength of several Black Ink nests in order to attack in a group, meaning no 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master can withstand it. The few 8th Order Division commanders who tried before have all suffered varying degrees of injuries to their soul. Xianxia finally understood. He had experienced something similar before. Previously, he had also connected to the Black Ink nest consciousness to locate other Black Ink nests, and it was then that he was attacked by the consciousnesses of many feudal lords in the strange space. Fortunately, he had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, so even though he was facing off against many foes alone, he still managed to defeat the Black Ink clan. What the humans were encountering now was exactly the same issue Xianxia encountered back then. The Black Ink clan must have known that the humans would try to connect to the Black Ink nest to make use of it, so they had prepared over a dozen territory lords to wait in ambush inside of that strange space. As soon as they sensed the intrusion of a human's consciousness, they would immediately attack. Under such circumstances, would any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be able to resist? Furthermore, if the few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had not withdrawn in time, then they might have incurred irreparable damage to their souls and perished. Gong Lian continued. The old ancestor has tried it once, but the territory lords must have sensed the old ancestor's strength and took the initiative to withdraw when they sensed her. As such, even the old ancestor is helpless in this matter. Martial Peak, Chapter 5279. This thing might be of some use to you. It was an awkward situation that the Great Evolution Army was facing. Despite having the Black Ink nest in their hands, they had no way of using it effectively, yet it was too much of a waste to just destroy it. Naturally, the old ancestor was not afraid of the territory lords. However, after they sensed the old ancestor's strength, the territory lords lying in ambush would immediately escape, leaving the old ancestor helpless. Also, it was not as if they could just have the old ancestor wait on standby inside of the Black Ink nest forever. Xianxia did not anticipate this situation. He thought that the humans would long have begun preparing the information network after having obtained the Black Ink nest for so long. But now it seemed that more consideration was required for this matter. It was true that he severely injured and even destroyed many feudal lord consciousness back then in the strange space of the Black Ink nest. With the soul-warming lotus's protection, he left the feudal lords in a miserable state despite fighting one against dozens. But he was only facing feudal lords and one territory lord back then. Now, it was numerous territory lords who had set up an ambush in that strange space, and they had a clearly defined plan this time. Whether it be the scale or the situation, it was very different from before. Xianxia was confident that his soul was by no means inferior to any territory lord, so in a one-on-one, he didn't fear defeat. Moreover, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he was fearless against any attack on his soul. However, if the number of territory lords was too great, then there was not much he could do about it either. That was unless he could borrow some kind of powerful external force. After a short pondering, Xianxia said, "Many thanks, Brother Gong. I will return and see if I can come up with a solution to the situation here." Gong Lian didn't give him a hard time and just smiled. "Take your time with it, Brother Yang. It's not an urgent matter. What's more, the higher-ups are also thinking up ideas. Surely it will be solved sooner or later." Xianxia nodded and parted with Gong Lian. Without disturbing Yang Lai, who was still enjoying his drinks, he teleported back to Great Evolution Pass through the space array that was just completed. While they were in Blue Sky Pass, Dawn Squad's members all lived in their own scattered residences. However, now that they had arrived at Great Evolution Pass, the higher-ups took account of the fact that many squads had been reorganized recently and the members needed to get to know each other better. So basically, all the members of each squad were housed in one place or area. Dawn was assigned to a large courtyard near the outskirts of Great Evolution Pass with a few dozen houses, enough for all the members to share. After returning to the courtyard, it was quiet. Save for Ning Qiji, who was still recovering, the rest were nowhere to be seen. Currently, the entire Great Evolution Pass was in a state of disarray, and practically all of the Great Evolution Army soldiers were busy reorganizing everything, building or repairing various facilities around Great Evolution Pass. So there was no time for them to idle. Xianxia went to see how Ning Qiji's injuries were doing first, and was relieved to see that he had improved a little. It was Ning Qiji's small universe that was damaged in the previous war, an extremely troublesome injury to have for an open heaven realm master, so the recovery process was also extremely slow. However, the fact that there were improvements meant that there was nothing to worry about. This allowed Xianxia to breathe a sigh of relief. During the bloody battle at the royal city, losing Chitai Chu was already a great heartache for him, so Ning Qiji could not encounter any accidents. After telling Ning Qiji to take care of himself, Xianxia left to see the old ancestor. He needed the old ancestor's help to deal with a matter concerning the Black Ink Nest. After all, they had to face off against many territory lords who were lying in ambush. Since the old ancestor was not able to handle it alone, he could only borrow her strength. After interacting with old ancestor Xiao for so many years, the two of them had already grown incredibly close with each other. So after arriving at the old ancestor's chambers, Xianxia entered straight away without having to announce himself or inform anyone. In a stone pavilion located in a small garden, the old ancestor was joyfully chewing on candied fruit, leaving crumbs all over her mouth. Xianxia sat down on a chair in front of her and casually poured himself a cup of water, drinking it all, and then sighing deeply, looking preoccupied. The old ancestor didn't even spare a glance at him. After finishing one stick of candied fruit, she took out another and continued eating. If one had to say what kind of thing old ancestor Xiao's space ring carried the most of, then it had to be snacks. During the days she spent recovering in Xianxia's small universe, he often took her to the most bustling cities, and even he did not know how much food she had bought and hoarded up during those years. Something you need? The old ancestor finally spoke after finishing another stick of candied fruit. No, Xianxia chuckled. Just thought I'd pay a visit. And the old ancestor responded casually and did not pay him any more attention. Xianxia was wondering how he should bring this up to the old ancestor in a less abrupt way. He was mainly here to borrow something from her, and despite how well they knew each other, he would inevitably find it embarrassing to just outright ask for it. The old ancestor had seen through that, but since Xianxia did not speak, she just left him to stew in his thoughts. Soon, a small handful of bamboo skewers had already piled up in front of the old ancestor. Candied fruits were very sweet, but too much of them were bad for the teeth. Clearly, the old ancestor had quite the craving, but after a satisfied sigh, she looked around before her eyes finally stopped on Xianxia, and she beckoned him with her finger. Xianxia quickly straightened his back and put his ear forward, ready to listen to the old ancestor's instructions. However, the old ancestor simply wiped her sugary hands on his sleeve. Xianxia's mouth twitched. If you wanted to wipe your hands, wouldn't it have been better if I fetched you some water instead? I prefer it this way. The old ancestor snapped back. What are you going to do about it? Xianxia held his forehead. After a moment, with her hands cleaned, the old ancestor took out a cup from somewhere and pushed it in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia diligently filled it up for her. After taking a sip of water, the old ancestor spoke leisurely. Tell me, what have you sought me for? Xianxia told her frankly, I would like to borrow something from you. Like what? A soul-type artifact. The old ancestor was surprised. What do you need a soul-type artifact for? Xianxia explained, to deal with the territory lords who are lying in ambush inside of the Black Ink Nest. They have no way of dealing with the Black Ink Nest over there, right? If I had a strong enough soul-type artifact, then I might be able to solve the problem. The old ancestor frowned. Don't be reckless. Currently, you are no more than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Each one of the territory lords lying in wait is as strong as an 8th Order Master. Moreover, as soon as they sense that a soul is connecting from here, they will immediately launch an attack. Even with a soul-type artifact protecting your soul, you might not make it out safely. Xianxia laughed. Many thanks, old ancestor, for your concern, but since I've said so, I'm confident in my ability to succeed. Old ancestor may not know this, but I came into possession of certain treasure during the early days of my cultivation, and with the protection of that treasure, the territory lords, and even the royal lords cannot do anything to my soul. The old ancestor was a little surprised at his words, but she soon asked thoughtfully, "The treasure you speak of, it couldn't be the soul-warming lotus, could it?" There was a pair of lotuses that were supreme treasures of the universe, the soul-warming lotus that nourished and protected one's soul, and the flawless, purifying golden lotus that kept the body of the one in possession of it in an immaculate state. Who had not heard of these two supreme treasures before? However, such treasures had always been considered unique existences, and those who were able to possess either of them were those who held great destinies. Not just anyone strong could obtain such a treasure. If there was any treasure in the world that could allow a seventh-order open heaven realm master to resist the spiritual energy attack of a royal lord, then it had to be the soul-warming lotus, so the old ancestor was able to guess it almost immediately. Xianxia nodded. It is indeed the soul-warming lotus. The old ancestor almost did not dare to believe him, but since Xianxia had told her so, he was clearly not joking around with her. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Your luck is really enviable to be able to obtain the soul-warming lotus. Moreover, to obtain it early on in your cultivation. It is no wonder why I've always felt that your soul did not match your cultivation. It was thanks to the soul-warming lotus. Since Xianxia had obtained the soul-warming lotus early on in life, after nurturing it for so many years, his soul would naturally be much tougher and stronger than ordinary. It was just by chance, Xianxia said modestly. Reflecting on the experiences he went through on his martial Tao, obtaining the soul-warming lotus could be considered his most fortuitous encounter of all. Only a few people whom he was very close with knew about his possession of the soul-warming lotus. After all, it was too precious a thing to be revealing it casually. As for the flawless, purifying golden lotus in Wu Kuang's possession, there was perhaps no one else but him and Wu Kuang himself who knew about it. Even though the old ancestor had been healing in Xianxia's small universe for many years, she had no idea about the soul-warming lotus. With the soul-warming lotus's protection, you do not need to worry about the soul attacks of those territory lords. However, even if your soul can fight against the territory lords, you still may not be able to defeat them in a one-against-many fight. That is why I came to see you. Xianxia rubbed his hands together and looked excitedly at her, so that I can borrow a powerful soul-type artifact. The old ancestor finally realized, so that's the idea you came up with the soul-warming lotus to protect yourself. You want to boost your offensive strength with an artifact, and if you were able to severely injure a few of them, then the Black Ink clan probably will not dare to use the Black Ink nest to lay an ambush for us again. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. If we can solve this problem, then our people can begin building our own intelligence network. A good plan. The old ancestor nodded. Unfortunately, I don't have any soul-type artifacts to lend you. Xianxia had a speechless look on his face. Of all the possible scenarios he had thought up, he never expected this one. Old ancestor Xiao said, when I advanced to the Ninth Order, I gave up on all external aids other than a single favored artifact. You should know that when one's cultivation reaches my realm, the greatest thing one can rely on is oneself. Not only are most auxiliary weapons and devices useless, they can even impede the purity of one's Tao. The old ancestor's words sounded as if she were trying to explain the state of a venerable Ninth Order open heaven realm master to him. But was it still not a kind of teaching? Xianxia listened thoughtfully. The old ancestor soon changed the topic, though. Even though I do not have a soul-type artifact to lend you, I do have something that should suit your needs. In fact, other than you, there's probably nobody else who can properly make use of this thing. Xianxia was intrigued. What is it? The old ancestor flicked her hand, and a jade slip appeared. Then, she casually tossed it over to Xianxia. Xianxia reached out and grabbed it. Then he immersed his divine sense and began investigating the jade slip's contents. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. soul-rending thorn? Who came up with such a crazy thing? Old ancestor Xianxia explained. In the early days of a shattered heaven, there existed an eighth-order open heaven realm master who lived in seclusion and did not appear in public. He was likely defending against the possibility that the cave heavens and paradises might try to capture him. After painstakingly researching for many years, he thought up such a terrible and unorthodox artifact, mainly to use against the venerable ninth-order masters of the cave heavens and paradises, not knowing that there was not a single ninth-order master present in the 3,000 worlds. At that time, I was also merely in the eighth order. Since he was involved in the murder of one of my Yin-Yang cave heavens disciples, I visited him and obtained this. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5280, Refining the Soul-Rending Thorn. The old ancestor did not mention what became of that eighth-order open heaven realm master in seclusion. But since this soul-rending thorn was now in the hands of this old ancestor, then that eighth-order master's fate could be easily guessed. Even if both were in the eighth order, two cultivators could have vastly different strengths, especially when comparing those who came from great forces with deep heritages, such as those cave heavens and paradises and rogues without any foundation to depend on. Xianxia had once been chased down by bright sun divine monarch Xianxia in the shattered heaven when he was in the sixth order open heaven realm, but he was still able to get away from him in the end somehow. However, if it had been an eighth order master from any of the cave heavens or paradises back then, he wouldn't have been so lucky. That was the difference. Even though old ancestor Xiao had also been in the eighth order back then, she had the foundation to advance to the ninth order. So how could a vagabond eighth order master with below average strength compare to her? With her taking action personally, the previous owner of this soul-rending thorn probably did not fare well. Still, it had to be said that the man did have some talent to be able to develop this soul-rending thorn. If this thing was used well, it could help one defeat a far stronger foe. The developer of this soul-rending thorn mainly came up with it to defend himself against ninth-order open heaven realm masters. But if the gap in strength was too wide, it was still impossible for it to have any effect. The soul-rending thorn was both a profound secret technique and also a type of artifact, and neither was of any use without the other. With only the secret technique, but without the artifact, one would be unable to perform the technique, but with only the artifact and without the secret technique, it would still also be impossible to use. The secret technique and the artifact were both indispensable. And just as the old ancestor said, there was nobody that could truly use this thing to its fullest potential but Xianxia. To Xianxia, this was a huge boon. After bidding farewell to the old ancestor, Xianxia sent out a message and quickly received a reply, after which he went straight towards one of Great Evolution Pass walls. In just a few moments, he arrived and saw a figure working restlessly on a certain part of the wall. Xianxia went up to him and greeted Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ma Fan was busy at work. The world force in his body was surging, and he was sweating as hard as rain. Without even lifting his head, he answered, "You've come just in time. Help me with this." Currently, the busiest group of people in the entire Great Evolution Pass were the artifact refiners and array masters. Great Evolution Pass had only been recovered half a year ago. So many things needed these professionals' help fixing and setting up. All of the array masters and the artifact refiners were too busy to even pay attention to anything else. As one of the only few artifact refining great grandmasters in Great Evolution Pass today, Grandmaster Ma Fan naturally had even less free time than others. Moreover, he was more motivated to work than anyone else because this was Great Evolution Pass, the place the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise had guarded. Although it had been lost for 30,000 years, the human race was finally able to snatch it back from the hands of the Black Ink clan. Ma Fan would put everything that he learned in his life to good use so that Great Evolution Pass could become an impregnable fortress where the mistakes of their ancestors from 30,000 years ago would never be repeated. He also knew that Xianxia had the skills of an artifact refining grandmaster, and this was enough to act as an assistant, which was why Ma Fan even accepted a call from Xianxia earlier. If it had been anyone else, Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't have bothered speaking to him in the first place, much less ask for his help so carelessly. Xianxia naturally did not refuse. He went up and asked how he could help, and soon began immersing himself in work alongside Grandmaster Ma Fan. From the moment Xianxia arrived until the job was done, almost half a month passed. It was not until Grandmaster Ma Fan had completed the superstructure of a large artifact that they finally stopped. Both of them were exhausted and left the remaining matters to others to finish up as they found a secluded place to adjust their breathing. It was only half a day later that Grandmaster Ma Fan finally opened his eyes and took out a wine bottle to wet his lips. After smacking his lips in satisfaction, he sighed, "I'm getting old. I would never be this tired in my youth. I'd be in good spirits, even after working nonstop on artifact refining for a few years." Xianxia laughed. "You're still in your prime. You're not old at all." Grandmaster Ma Fan glanced at him. "So what have you sought me for?" Xianxia quickly answered, "I came to ask Grandmaster to refine some artifacts for me." Saying so, he handed over the jade slip that he had prepared earlier. Grandmaster Ma Fan accepted it and poured his divine sense inside to check it, soon frowning as he asked, "Where did you get this from? It's quite a sinister thing." The jade slip that old ancestor Xianxia gave to Xianxia was comprehensive, containing both the secret technique and the refinement method of the soul-rending thorn. Even though it was not a confidential or even a particularly important matter, it was still given to him by an old ancestor after all, so Xianxia could not casually pass it around without her permission. So, what he handed to Grandmaster Ma Fan was merely the refinement method, which he had transcribed into a new jade slip. Even though it was merely the refinement method and was lacking the corresponding secret technique, someone of Grandmaster Ma Fan's capability could tell at a glance what the usage of this thing was. If it were created, there was no telling what kind of treachery and chaos it could facilitate, and that was why he commented on it being sinister. "The old ancestor was the one who gave it to me," Xianxia explained, as there wasn't a need to hide it. Grandmaster Ma Fan was slightly taken aback, but then he took a closer look at the jade slip and said in wonder, "Is there an accompanying secret technique for this artifact?" Xianxia gave him thumbs up at once. Great Master's vision is truly sharp. Grandmaster Ma Fan looked up at him. "Since it was given by the old ancestor, I won't ask any questions. Still, I must remind you that using this thing will surely cause grave injury to yourself, so you'd best only use it when absolutely necessary." Xianxia replied seriously, "Rest assured, Grandmaster. I know what I'm doing." And Grandmaster Ma Fan rose without commenting further. "Come with me." Xianxia followed behind him. Great Evolution Pass had its own refining hall now. In fact, since Great Evolution Pass's reoccupation by the human army, the higher-ups had given top priority to establishing a functioning refining hall and pill hall, two key places that Great Evolution Pass Foundation would be built on. However, most of the artifact refiners were busy outside, so when the two of them stepped into the refining hall, not many people were inside. Hundreds of warships were moored at the large square outside of the hall, both big and small, making for quite a spectacular sight. These warships were all in need of repair. When the East-West Army departed from the Royal City to Great Evolution Pass, the artifact refiners and array masters had already fixed up many of the warships, but that was only a patch-up job as time was limited. After arriving at Great Evolution Pass, the priority was to restore Great Evolution Pass, so most of the warships had yet to be fixed and were thus all moored here. They had to wait until the artifact refiners and array masters were finally free before they could be worked on. After arriving at an open furnace, Grandmaster Ma Fan asked, "Are all the materials ready?" And Xianxia nodded. In fact, the material requirements for the soul-rending thorn weren't high. Apart from one or two rare items, it was mostly comprised of ordinary materials. On second thought, it was not surprising since it was created by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was hiding in seclusion in the Shattered Heaven. He naturally had to consider his access to materials, and if the materials needed were too rare, then he would not be able to get them. After taking out all of the materials, Grandmaster Ma Fan's divine sense surged for a while, and then he tossed the jade slip back to Xianxia. I made a few modifications that may enhance their power, but considering that there is still an accompanying secret technique, I dare not guarantee that the modifications will be compatible. Have a look at it yourself. If it's fine, then we will refine the artifacts based on this. Xianxia received the jade slip and looked over it. After a moment, a delighted look appeared on his face. Sure enough, Grandmaster has discerning eyes. These changes are subtle, but enough to increase the power of these things by about 10%. As for the secret technique, it is relatively flexible, so it won't be affected. It could be said that the secret technique would not be troublesome to perform for anyone as long as they were a cultivator. Only, not everyone could afford the cost of casting it. So Grandmaster Ma Fan's changes had no negative effects. Since it was confirmed that everything was fine, Grandmaster Ma Fan began refining without dallying. In fact, Xianxia himself could have refined them. After all, he was also a Grandmaster artifact refiner. However, he was going to be using them against territory lords, so having Grandmaster Ma Fan work on them would naturally help to guarantee the soul-rending thorns might. Moreover, if he were to refine them himself, it would take far longer. Day after day, Grandmaster Ma Fan refined soul-rending thorns while Xianxia provided some help from the side. Various subtle artifact refining techniques were performed by Grandmaster Ma Fan's hands, and he did not try to avoid being seen either, oftentimes working with the intent for Xianxia to observe more closely. Under these circumstances, Xianxia was able to make a considerable improvement in the Tao of artifact refining, which he had to admit was a surprise. The first soul-rending thorn took Grandmaster Ma Fan a month to complete. The completed soul-rending thorn was just like a long needle the length of a finger. It was dark all over, as if it had been coated with a strong poison. But in fact, this thing was not poisonous at all. Xianxia picked it up and studied it, using his spiritual energy to refine it a little, and found that nothing unusual happened, which meant that the refinement was a success. He thought that Grandmaster Ma Fan would be able to refine the soul-rending thorn faster and faster as time went on, but every single soul-rending thorn took him an entire month to finish. This proved one thing, that though it was Grandmaster Ma Fan's first time refining this artifact, he had still achieved his limit from the very start, which was why the time consumed in its creation did not decrease with subsequent attempts. A year later, 12 soul-rending thorns were successfully refined, and the materials Xianxia prepared were all used up. Only then did Grandmaster Ma Fan's hand stop. Is this enough? Xianxia grinned. It's enough. He trusted that the territory lords also would not be foolish enough that he would be able to use the soul-rending thorns 12 times. It would be best if he only had to kill off a few territory lords before they all retreated. 12 of them had been created just in case the unfortunate happened. Now that the soul-rending thorns were ready, Xianxia bid farewell to Grandmaster Ma Fan and returned to Dawn's courtyard so he could begin refining them. The courtyard was still quiet with all of Dawn's members busy with work outside. However, he did happen to bump into Feng Ying, who had returned to check on Ning Qiji's injuries. After a brief exchange with Feng Ying and making sure that Ning Qiji's injuries showed no signs of deterioration, Xianxia did not find the need to visit him again either. It was hard enough for a badly injured member to be left to recuperate quietly by himself while everyone was out busy, so it was not good to visit him constantly either. Just as he was about to walk away, Feng Ying pulled him to a quiet place and whispered, "Squad leader, can our squad take on any more people?" Xianxia had no idea why she suddenly brought this up and replied, "Blood Crow and 2 others are joining Dawn, so we just happen to have 50. We're already full, you know that." Feng Ying said, "I know, but can't you go and have a talk with the army commander and ask if we can add 1 more person?" Xianxia did not understand. Who is it that you're so concerned about? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5281, Sacrificing Life for Power. Feng Ying sighed. It's not that I'm concerned, just some things that have been bothering me to see. And so she told him. Xianxia was dumbfounded at what he heard. Truly? How come I never noticed it? Feng Ying could not help but roll her eyes. That's why I say that you men are all blind. That Miao Fei Ping is like this, and so are you. That day, her eyes were practically melting when she came out of your small universe. but you didn't even notice. Yang Kai scratched his head in confusion. Based on the time frame, shouldn't they be in retreat to consolidate their cultivation right now? Why did she come out to ask you to let her join our squad? Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying answered, No, she didn't do that. She just brought it up back then when we were on the way back after they just broke through. I told her that we can only accept members when a battle happens and a number of our Dawn's squad members went down. So she said she didn't want to join Dawn anymore. This girl has a good foundation. While the others are still stabilizing their cultivation, she has already come out of retreat several days ago and specifically came over to offer her help. Yang Kai was surprised. Her cultivation has stabilized after just over a year? Have you checked to make sure? Feng Ying snorted. How could I be sloppy about such things? Yang Kai nodded. Thinking back to what she told Feng Ying earlier, he praised, She's quite a sensible girl. Yes, and it's her sensible nature that makes it so hard to reject her. Feng Ying sighed. Unfortunately, Meow Boy did not even notice it in the slightest. I don't even know if he's really a fool or just acting. Yang Kai shook his head, but Dawn is still full. It's unfair for us to break the rules for just one person. If I were to bring this matter up, then it would make things difficult for the army commanders in the future, too. Feng Ying nodded. Fair enough. Never mind, we'll see how things go. These are youthful problems either way. I don't have the time or energy to worry about them. That's exactly the attitude to have. Yang Kai nodded. Then, he suddenly changed the subject, but then again, senior sister, it's time for you to advance to the 8th Order. It's not a good idea to stay in the 7th Order forever. Feng Ying squinted at him. Such matters are dependent on opportunity. If the opportunity is yet to come, then what is struggling through cultivating going to help? Yang Kai laughed. Then, where is senior sister's opportunity? Who knows? Maybe it'll come tomorrow. Feng Ying also laughed before turning around and heading out. I'm going. As he watched her leave, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Feng Ying had been in the 7th Order of the Open Heaven realm for long enough, and she had already accumulated enough to break through to the 8th Order. Only, she never sensed an opportunity to do so all this while. Still, it was true what Feng Ying said. Nobody can say when something like an opportunity would arrive. Maybe one day, she will suddenly have the urge to forge ahead and advance to the 8th Order. All this while, Feng Ying had been making preparations for that moment. So, no matter when she advanced, she could still ensure that she had the highest chance of succeeding. After returning to his own small courtyard, Yang Kai opened the spirit array barrier to isolate himself from the outside before he sat down cross-legged. With a flick of his palm, he took out a soul-rending thorn. Now that the artifacts were ready, the only thing he had to do was to refine them. The refinement process was also easy, the same as any ordinary soul-type artifact. One had to pour their spiritual energy sense into it until they formed a solid connection to the artifact itself. The process of refinement was also a process of familiarization. Only when the artifact was fully refined could it be used against an enemy with ease. Compared to creating this artifact, refining it was simpler, so it took only a few days for Yang Kai to fully refine one soul-rending thorn. The hard part was the final step that came after the refinement process was complete. The refiner had to split a portion of their soul from themselves and integrate it into the soul-rending thorn to render the process complete. This was akin to sacrificing one's life for power. The separation of a portion of one's soul and the consumption of spiritual energy were two completely different things. Simply expending energy was a type of consumption that could be replenished once it was exhausted and was of no harm to a cultivator. However, to separate even a thread of one's soul was considered a sacrifice. In short, for every soul-rending thorn that he refined, he had to give up a portion of his soul. That was where the soul-rending thorn got its name from. To rend naturally meant to tear off. This was why the old ancestor said that Yang Kai was the only one in the world who could properly make use of this artifact. It was also why Grandmaster Ma Fan commented on the artifact being sinister when it received its manufacturing method. That was because this thing was a weapon that inflicted serious harm to oneself to deal even more devastating damage to the enemy, to a ridiculous degree at that. Right now, Xianxia was merely refining it and hadn't used it against an enemy, yet he already had to give up a thread of his soul. Once it truly came time for him to face off against an enemy with this thing, then the price he had to pay would be even bigger. When that time came, the more of one soul that one sacrificed, the more powerful the artifact would be as the secret technique was performed. If that were not the case, then the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was hiding in the Shattered Heaven, would have been able to defend against old ancestor Xianxia with this thing at that time. Even if an ordinary cultivator was to refine a soul-rending thorn and cultivate the necessary secret technique, it was still difficult to use because giving up a thread of one soul was akin to self-mutilation, likely leading to irreparable damage. However, it was different for Xianxia. With the soul-warming lotus protection and nourishment, even if he did have to give up a part of his soul, he could eventually heal from the wound, which was the greatest capability that the soul-warming lotus had. It could be said that the soul-rending thorn was simply tailored to Xianxia. This, combined with his already powerful soul, if he did get attacked by all the territory lords in the strange space inside of the Black Ink Nest, he would still be able to fight back. Xianxia was no stranger to separating parts of his soul. Back then, that was also how embodiment was born. However, even with preparation, the pain that came from one's soul being torn apart was still hard to bear. It felt as if one's body was being cut in half by a blunt knife, and one had to remain conscious throughout the entire process and not be distracted by the pain, otherwise the entire process would fail while still leaving a wound on the soul. Xianxia's body trembled violently, and he was instantly drenched in sweat. Even though the process lasted but a short moment, for Xianxia, it felt like 1,000,000 years had passed. Once he had finally sacrificed a thread of his soul and merged it with the soul-rending thorn, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the thought that he still had 11 more soul-rending thorns to refine, Xianxia's face turned a little dark, inwardly scolding himself for being so foolish as to have asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine so many. However, when he thought of the number of territory lords he would have to face, Xianxia felt like he had to fully refine all of the soul-rending thorns, even if the price was high. Any other cultivator would find it difficult to move their fingers after such a grueling experience. The damage and pain that this process caused were not something that ordinary people could bear. However, with the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, Xianxia instantly felt a cooling sensation pour into his knowledge sea, as if a small invisible hand was brushing over him and smoothing out the pain in his body and filling his heart with comfort. To feel this kind of relief immediately after excruciating pain was especially indulgent. After calming himself slightly, Xianxia took out a second soul-rending thorn and repeated the process. Even with the soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, though, Xianxia still had to stop for a while and adjust himself after refining 3 soul-rending thorns in a row so that his soul could recuperate.